What's the latest on enemy air activity? Still nothing from Lask, Poznan, or Krakow. Negative, Colonel. Our monitoring is comprehensive, and Spetsnaz elements are observing the airfields. NATO aircraft remain out of Polish airspace per the agreement. The Polish Air Force has a few birds up near the Belarusian border, east of Warsaw, and they're conducting sorties in the north, but they're just circling. It seems they either don't have a solid fix on our location, or they simply don't want to come close enough to get torn apart. The officer cleared his throat. Sir, understood, Dryagan said. Lead elements will move out immediately. Chapter 49. Western Poland, 27 December. Lieutenant Colonel Tom Grant had managed to doze off in the commander's hatch of his Abrams, but the sleep was brief and shallow. His driver slammed on the brakes to avoid a silver Porsche 911 that shot onto the Autobahn from an on-ramp, jolting Grant awake. He rubbed his eyes, fumbled for his canteen, and then heard Captain Spillane's voice crackle over his headset. Sir, you awake? Got some good news for once. GPS is back online. No kidding? Grant replied, a surge of relief cutting through his fatigue. You're certain it's a solid signal? Affirmative, sir. The Blue Force tracker is plotting our position accurately now. Call it a late Christmas miracle, Grant joked. From the driver's seat, Specialist Anderson chimed in over the intercom. Sir, pretty sure it's the 27th time gets fuzzy when you're having this much fun, right? Grant allowed himself a faint smile and keyed his mic. All right, Brat. We're pulling over at the next exit. We'll keep visual on the tail end of the Russian column, then catch back up. Radio the HQ section. Tell them I need them to establish a satellite net immediately. Let's find out if we can finally get proper communications working. Within 10 minutes, Grant was standing in a field surrounded by a small circle of Humvees. Several dark satellite communication antennas rose from the vehicles like silent sentinels against the gray morning sky. The communications gear looked like something between a spiderweb and a 3-foot-tall ray gun, but it was linked to a DSCS-3 satellite over 22,000 miles away. As he walked up, the sergeant lifted the rear flap of the high-back Humvee. Sir, got a voice you'll recognize on SATCOM. Grant took the handset. Courage 6 here, the reply crackled through distant but clear. Pretty sure you're not Courage 6, because I'm Courage 6 actual. It was Colonel James Fenton, the regiment's commander. Damn, sir, you have no idea how good it is to hear you, Grant said. Same here, Tom. The XO and I are en route. Sounds like you boys have been busy. Yes, sir. Still tracking the Russians. Affirmative. They behaving so far. Honestly, I'm hoping one of them tosses a candy wrapper so we have an excuse to light 'em up. The colonel's laugh came through the radio. Pretty sure that's not in the rulebook. Just stay on them. We'll be there in about 2 hours, and you can fill me in. The XO and I are sorry we missed the party. Now all that's left is babysitting these bastards back to the border. Escort duties, no picnic, sir, not after seeing what they did on the way in. We lost a lot of good men. Roger that, Tom. You've done a hell of a job. Nobody was fully ready for this. Carrying the weight of those losses, that's command? Copy, sir. See you soon. Reich Law. Poland, 27 December. Paulina and her 5 militia members reached their assigned position, a third-floor office in a bank overlooking Wrocław's Market Square, half a block from the town hall. Waiting for them was an RPG-7 propped by the window and 2 canvas bags, each holding 3 PG-7VR anti-armor rockets, along with the rifles of her team. That was all the firepower they had. She lifted the launcher, ignoring the sharp ache in her left forearm, and settled it on her right shoulder. Peering down the empty tube toward the street, the familiar heft was a small comfort. She'd visited this old town square once on a school trip at age 12, remembering the cobblestones below. Back then, she'd thought it wasn't as impressive as Warsaw. Now, under a crystal-clear morning sky, it looked almost too peaceful. Through the sight, everything seemed normal, but she knew militia and possibly special forces were hidden in the surrounding buildings. This quaint postcard scene would turn into a kill zone if Russian vehicles decided to roll through. Command said to expect some Russian units passing toward the Oder River bridges, which didn't surprise her. Unlike many militia she'd met that day, Paulina had come here braced for a fight, but that didn't mean she wasn't scared. In fact, having seen what these invaders could do, she was more terrified than anyone around her. Her team was just one small piece of the defense, but in her mind, the Russians were coming here. Now, just for her. She lowered the launcher and turned to the group, nodding toward a lanky kid who looked about 19. He wasn't muscular, but he seemed the most alert of the bunch. "You ever fired an RPG?" "Yes. I was trained as an assistant RPG grenadier with the TDF in Krakow. Fired 8 rounds last summer." That was more than Paulina had fired in training or combat, but she had no intention of letting anyone else touch the launcher. A sudden memory flashed of her father teaching her to track deer in the woods near their home. A useless skill now, but the focus it required felt eerily similar. Today, Paulina would be the one firing rockets at the Russians. There was no chance she'd hand that task to anyone else. She scanned the faces of her makeshift squad. 2 were women. One looked to be in her 30s, the other around Paulina's own age, a pretty brunette who, despite being much shorter, brought Ursula sharply to mind. "What's your experience?" Paulina asked her. "I only joined up last Monday. Haven't really done anything yet." Paulina let out a slow breath. The other 2 members, both men carrying extra weight, claimed rifle training, but neither seemed to have much faith in their own skills. Her eyes returned to the large young man. "You'll be my assistant grenadier. I'm on the launcher." To the rest, she said, "Use your rifles to cover us from any infantry. Aim for Russians visible in tank hatches or APC doors. If we go down, you grab this launcher and keep firing." A ripple of widened eyes met her words, but no one spoke. She demonstrated the RPG-7's operation for the women and the 2 older men, careful not to lift the heavy tube again. Her shoulder and arm still ached from earlier. Once finished, she directed her amateur team to shove a group of file cabinets against the windows for scant cover. Kneeling, she pulled the 6 rockets from their canvas bags and arranged them beside her launcher. A tremor fluttered in her chest, and just as she registered it, a voice behind her whispered, "I'm so damn scared." "How are you not?" Paulina glanced up. It was the pretty young woman on her team. She didn't know her name and had no wish to. The girl wore jeans and a University of Krakow sweatshirt, looking nothing like a soldier. Yet she carried an old SKS rifle and a bandolier of magazines. Paulina shrugged, a gesture that felt hollow even to her. "It's different for me. I was supposed to die 2 days ago. Today will probably do it for all of us, but I got 2 days I had no business having." This only seemed to amplify the other woman's fear. She waited for more, but Paulina had already turned away to load the launcher. Making a friend here would only make everything worse, and surviving again would just mean more pain to carry. Usually she'd have a cheap radio, standard issue in the territorial defense, but the officers had collected them all on the train before Wrocław. The rank and file couldn't be trusted not to chatter. The radio silence kept the Russians from intercepting warnings, but it also left the militia completely in the dark. A low rumble began in the soles of her feet, climbing to her ankles, her knees, then her entire body. She knew fear was part of it, maybe even a slight shake, but this vibration had an external source. Russian armor was rolling in from the west. "Everyone to positions," she said, forcing her voice into flat detachment. The young man she'd picked as her assistant spoke up quietly. "My aunt lives 4 blocks from here." Without looking at him, she replied, "Then pray for her after you're done praying for us." At that moment, a young PLF lieutenant in uniform leaned into the small corner office. "I need a volunteer. Someone not in uniform." No one in Paulina's group wore a uniform, yet no one stepped forward. One of the heavier men asked, "What for?" The regular Army officer wasn't accustomed to militia informality and bristled momentarily before answering. "I need someone to carry a few RPGs across the street to the town hall. It's a quick run, but it won't be quiet out there. There's a launcher set up over there, but no rockets to load into it." One of the older militiamen spat on the floor in frustration. What idiot builds a firing position and then forgets to bring the damn ammunition? Polish special forces have been out here for 6 hours in the pitch black, building these positions for themselves and for us, came the weary reply. They couldn't risk a single flashlight. Cut them some slack. The low, grinding thunder of approaching armor was unmistakable now, vibrating through the floorboards, sounding as if it was rolling right up the main street outside. "I'll handle it," Paulina said. She turned to the small team of young fighters, her eyes settling on the lanky teenager. "You're the grenadier now. Pick one of these guys to be your loader. Good luck. Wait." The younger girl protested, her voice thin with fear. "You're supposed to lead us." Paulina gave a sharp, humorless shake of her head. "You'll likely be safer if I'm not here," she pointed decisively at the boy. "He's in charge now. When the shooting starts, you shoot back at the Russians. And if you die today, well, congratulations are in order, I suppose. The war will be over for you." Without another word, she followed the Polish lieutenant out of the room, the doors swinging shut behind them with a finality that echoed in the sudden silence. Central Poland. 27 December. The main runway at Poznan's 31st Tactical Air Base, situated roughly 120 miles north of Wrocław, was a scarred landscape of gaping bomb craters, utterly useless for flight operations. The parallel taxiway had also been hit, though a frantic repair effort the night before had patched it into a semblance of a surface. It was a solution without a problem, as there was no intact runway for an aircraft to use. The base had been eerily quiet all morning, a ghost town under the watchful eyes of Russian drones. Then, with a synchronized groan of metal, the massive doors on 2 large hangars at the southeastern edge began to slide open, pushed by teams of airmen. One by one, 8 F-16 Fighting Falcons emerged into the cold gray dawn. The low rumble of their engines starting up spread across the frozen flatlands. The Russian UAV operators monitoring the feed perked up immediately, calls crackling over their tactical network. The sergeants watching the screen speculated, were the Poles foolish enough to try a takeoff on that ruined strip? Quick bets were placed on whether the lead jet would smash into the first crater 500 meters out, or the larger one 250 meters beyond that. But the first F-16 didn't turn toward the devastated runway. Instead, it pivoted to center itself on the narrow, patched-up taxiway. With a deafening roar, a 5-meter spear of flame erupted from its engine, and the aircraft lunged forward. The realization hit the watching Russians simultaneously. The pilot was going to use the taxiway as a makeshift runway. 5 seconds later, a second F-16 ignited its afterburner and screamed down the same path. The rest of the flight followed in rapid succession. 4 of the 8 jets were loaded for air-to-air combat, a mix of radar and heat-seeking missiles along with pairs of 500-pound Mk-82 bombs. The other 4 each carried a single, formidable weapon on their centerline pylons. The JAS-M, a joint air-to-surface standoff missile. A narrow window of opportunity had opened. GPS satellites over Europe had been jammed or degraded for days, but had flickered back to operational status for just a couple of hours. It was enough time for ground crews to swap out dumb iron bombs for these precise satellite-guided munitions. The JASSMs could strike from a much greater distance, a crucial factor that boosted both the mission's chance of success and the pilot's odds of coming home. Simultaneously, 200 kilometers to the southeast at the 32nd Tactical Air Base near Lask, an almost identical scene unfolded. 10 more F-16s rolled out from 3 partially damaged hangars. Here, the situation was marginally better. While the single runway was damaged, it wasn't the cratered moonscape of Poznan, so the desperate taxiway takeoff wasn't necessary. 4 of these aircraft also carried the long-range JASSMs, their mission profile clear. The other 6 were loaded as pure fighters, their air-to-air missiles a promise of a swirling, deadly escort high above the Polish countryside. The 2 groups, one from the north and one from the east, were now airborne, forming separate components of a single audacious plan. They had agreed earlier that taking off in single file along the northern edge of the runway, using the painted boundary line as their guide, was their only safe option. It was a risky maneuver, but just like the earlier flight from Poznan, the Polish pilots went one after another in rapid succession, pushing their throttles beyond the normal maximum and igniting their afterburners. All 10 jets sped down the damaged tarmac, their wheels skirting massive craters by mere feet before climbing sharply into the sky. From the instant enemy drones spotted the first aircraft at Poznan to the moment the final F-16 at Lask left the ground, only 2.5 minutes had elapsed. Without hesitation, all 18 fighters banked hard toward Wrocław, their afterburners blazing. After a quick shower and shave, Eduard Sabaneyev walked back to the command vehicle, feeling optimistic. He anticipated a couple more hours of manageable stress as Dryagin's column advanced through Wrocław. The last update before he'd stepped under the water reported that not a single hostile shot had been fired. There were accounts of police cars scrambling out of the way, stunned civilians frozen on the sidewalks, and some gridlock at major crossroads. But overall, the operation was unfolding more smoothly than he or Dryagin had dared hope. He knew the call would come soon. His forward units had reached the makeshift militia barricades and would easily overwhelm the part-time defenders stationed there. A part of him almost wished the militia would offer some resistance, his mind drifting again to his memoirs and how he might spin this return from Stuttgart into a tense, nail-biting narrative where everything hung in the balance. As he entered the command car, his communications officer looked up urgently from his screen. "General, Air Defense is reporting multiple fighter takeoffs from Lask and Poznan at the same time." Sabaneyev's eyebrow lifted. "How many?" The officer exchanged a few terse words over the radio. 10 from Poznan, 8 from Lask. All appear to be F-16s. Our Su-30s and MiG-29s are moving to intercept. Understood. He turned to Colonel Smirnov. Our fighters will be on them in minutes. The Poles found out we're moving into Wrocław, and now they're going to put on a little show because they know we slipped right past their trap. Sabaneyev was right that the Russian MiGs and Sukhois would reach the Polish F-16s quickly, but he didn't yet grasp that the ground attack elements of these flights wouldn't need long aloft to complete their task. The F-16s had been airborne for less than 4 minutes when the order to release the JSSM missiles was given. Soon, the large GPS-guided weapons streaked southward through the sky, launched from both the Poznan and Lask groups. Some of the pilots made a quick, silent sign of the cross, acutely aware that their actions might doom fellow Poles below, yet they also understood the mission and the far worse consequences of doing nothing while Russian forces moved unchecked across their homeland. Mere moments after releasing his payload, the lead F-16 pilot heard the sharp warning tone in his helmet. Air-to-air missiles had been launched at his aircraft. Paulina Tobias guided a baby carriage along the sidewalk, moving away from the growing thunder of engines approaching from the west. The carriage held no child, only 3 heavy, tube-shaped RPG warps wrapped in a blanket. Dressed in a bright green puffy coat, a white knitted hat with a dangling tassel, and thick mittens, she kept her eyes fixed straight ahead, not glancing back at the Russian armored personnel carriers growling ever closer as they rolled into the market square behind her. The RPG rounds were heavy, each one weighing 20 pounds, and Paulina strained to push the carriage through the new snow on the sidewalk. A sharp pain throbbed in her left arm, but she forced herself to look calm, to seem like any other parent out for a stroll. The last thing she needed was for a passing Russian patrol to wonder why a woman with a baby carriage looked so tense. She kept moving, head down, until she finally stopped across the street from the town hall. The roar of military engines was deafening now, a constant grinding noise that made her teeth ache. She waited for a break in the traffic, her eyes tracking a group of 5 armored vehicles rolling closer. The lead vehicle was a boomerang, the same model that had smashed through her unit's defenses just 2 days prior. Logically, she knew it wasn't the exact same machine or crew from the fighting near Radom, but the sight of it here in this quiet neighborhood sent a cold jolt of recognition through her. It was a ghost from a very recent nightmare. When it was 30 meters away, she pushed the carriage out into the street, making directly for the town hall's main doors. As she crossed, she glanced to her left. A soldier, roughly her age, peered down from an open hatch, his face obscured by goggles and a helmet. To her surprise, he offered a faint, almost friendly smile. Paulina managed a tight, brittle smile in return before quickly looking away, her heart hammering against her ribs. She reached the other side just as the boomerang rumbled past, continuing toward the town square and, undoubtedly, one of the bridges over the Oder River 3 blocks east. The second vehicle in the column rolled by as she slipped through the front door of the hall. Inside, 2 militiamen were waiting. They wordlessly lifted the heavy rockets from the carriage and headed for the staircase. "What about me?" Paulina asked, her voice barely above a whisper. One of the men turned, his expression all business. "Can you fire the launcher? Yes. Then come on, move." Chapter 50. Red Blizzard 2. West of Wrocław, Poland, 27 December, inside the command vehicle, the communications officer's voice cut through the background chatter. "General Air Defense is reporting multiple missile launches from Polish F-16s. Air-to-air missiles," General Sabaniev asked, not looking up from his map. "Negative, sir. The speed is all wrong." The officer paused, listening to his headset. They appear to be JAS M158 cruise missiles. Cruise missiles? Sabaniev finally looked up, his gaze sweeping the cramped interior of the command post. "What possible targets? We're a moving column. It makes no tactical sense to fire a slow cruise missile at a position that won't be there when it arrives." The comms officer shifted uncomfortably. I don't have confirmed targets, sir." Now the general's concern became visible on his face. He was 52, and years of command had taught him to trust his unease. "Those weapons are GPS-guided. We should have kept the European satellite network disabled longer." He waved a hand, as if swatting the thought away. "Well, I assume we are engaging them." Colonel Smirnov nodded firmly. "Yes, General," the communications officer added. "Current trajectory puts the first missiles in the vicinity of Wrocław in 2 minutes and 12 seconds, assuming they don't abort. 2 minutes. It was hardly any time at all to intercept them." Sabaniev looked at the baffled faces around him. After a few seconds of tense silence, he shouted, "Halt the train!" The order was given, and the train began to shudder as its brakes engaged. Before it had even slowed noticeably, the general issued another command. "Tell Colonel Dryagan to disperse his units from the formation. Get them off their planned routes until I say otherwise." The Poles could be guiding those missiles right at the train and the column. As the train ground to a stop, the order was relayed. Sabaniev sat in his chair, his mind racing, trying to piece together the enemy's irrational move, and then, with a sudden, chilling clarity, he understood. These missiles hadn't been fired by Poland at him, they had been fired by Poland at Poland. While Colonel Smirnov began barking dispersal orders over the radio, Sabaniev grabbed the communications officer by the sleeve. "The bridges? They're going to blow the damn bridges over the Oder." He snatched the handset and repeated the frantic warning to Dryagan. The colonel's reply crackled back almost instantly. "That's insanity, sir. We'll overrun their militia positions in a matter of minutes. Why would they want to trap us in the middle of their own city?" Sabaniev's response was a furious bark. "We've overlooked something critical. This is a setup." Sabaniev's voice crackled over the command net. "What are your orders, Colonel?" Sebenev's eyes were fixed on the tactical display, the blinking icons marking the train and Dryagen's beleaguered column. He grabbed the microphone. Turning the column around in those streets is impossible now. You're committed. Your only option is to push forward. We must get armored vehicles across the Oder immediately to secure a crossing point. Rockall, Poland, December 27, Junior Sergeant Bogdan Nozdrin barked at his driver to accelerate their boomerang armored vehicle toward the nearest river crossing. The urgent command to secure the bridges rippling through the forward units. He was fifth in a scouting element that had just rumbled through the historic market square, a surreal contrast of ornate architecture and grinding military steel. His small group, a mix of boomerangs and Gaz Tiger scout cars, was operating ahead of the main tank column, which was grinding through the southwestern districts. This meant Nozdrin's section was the closest to the river when the panic set in. His driver was wrestling the heavy APC to keep pace with the vehicles ahead as they turned onto Swietigo Duce Street. They were a single block from the water when a distant, thunderous detonation erupted, showering the street with glass and shaking Nozdrin so violently he was thrown back into his station, his helmet comms ripped loose in the process. He fumbled for the headset, his ears ringing, just in time to hear a second, closer blast. "Report!" he yelled forward to his driver. "RPGs, Sergeant!" Roman 1-3 took a direct hit on the turret ahead of us, but he's still rolling. That first blast sounded like artillery. Nozdrin's sentence was cut short as a third impact slammed into their vehicle from the rear. "Damn it!" He scrambled to his camera feeds, disoriented. "Gunner, identify that shooter and return fire." The northeastern skyline echoed with more booms. Nozdrin cycled through his screens, a cold sweat forming as he tried to piece together the chaos they were charging into. Suddenly, the turret above him traversed with a hydraulic whine, and the deafening thump of the 12.7mm cannon began, the concussive noise vibrating through the armor. Then the radio crackled to life. "Ambal 1-2 here. We've reached the riverbank. The primary bridge is gone, partially collapsed and burning. We are turning to locate an alternate crossing at the—" A brief silence. Then a strained voice returned. "2, a second bridge is destroyed. Are 3 bridges still intact?" Nozdrin transmitted. No response. "Ambal 1-2, do you copy?" A new tense voice broke in. "This is Ivan 1-1. Ambal 1-2 is gone. Anti-tank missile from the far bank. Vehicle is a total loss. No survivors possible." With a sinking feeling that defied every instinct, Nozdrin ordered his driver to press on toward the Oder. It felt like driving into the mouth of a dragon. Back in the armored command car of his stationary train, 5 kilometers west, Colonel Sebenev could hear the distinct rumble of the battle. He peered through his binoculars at the multiple columns of black smoke staining the crisp, sunny morning sky over the city. Behind him, Colonel Smirnov delivered the grim update. "Sir, incoming reports confirm Anna Company is under heavy fire from entrenched positions near the Grunwald Bridge." "The bridge?" "That's nowhere near the suspected militia locations," Sabaneyev said, a note of disbelief in his voice. Smirnov's reply was grim and final. "This isn't a skirmish, Colonel. This is a full-scale, pre-planned ambush." The general dismissed the outburst with a wave of his hand. "Take it easy. We're not the only ones who know how to bend the rules. I anticipated a move like this." While he had expected a reaction from Poland, he hadn't counted on it happening right here, in this exact spot. The last scenario he needed was his brigade, bogged down in dense urban terrain, catching fire from every direction. "Order the vanguard to punch through by any means necessary," he commanded, his voice cutting through the tension. "Get across that river. I don't care what it takes." Market Square, Rockall, Poland, December 27. From the window of a city administrative building adjacent to the old town hall, Paulina braced the RPG-7 launcher against her shoulder. One of the 2 local fighters with her placed a steadying hand on her back. The distant thunder of explosions along the river, roughly half a kilometer to her left, had been her cue to join the fight. Even as she brought the weapon to bear, the air was already thick with the staccato rhythm of machine guns and the distinctive roar of rocket-propelled grenades slamming into Russian columns, not just in the square below, but on surrounding streets, all converging toward the Oder River. She forced the cacophony, along with the sharp, persistent ache in her left arm, from her mind, focusing solely on her target. "Back blast clear," her spotter yelled over the din. She lined up the sight on a boomerang armored vehicle about 100 meters east. There were closer targets, including a Gaz Tiger armored car right beneath her window. But she had chosen this one for a clean shot at its vulnerable rear undercarriage. She squeezed the trigger. The launcher kicked. A wash of heat bloomed behind her, and the rocket streaked from the window, arcing over other Russian vehicles before smashing into the boomerang's left rear tire assembly at the north end of the square. The detonation wasn't cinematic, just a quick flash, black smoke, and flying debris. No fiery explosion, but it was enough. The armored personnel carrier swerved violently, plowed into a brick wall, and shuddered to a halt. As the smoke thinned, she saw two of the massive tires on its left side were shredded, with a third billowing smoke. A mobility kill. "It'll do," Paulina thought grimly. The rear hatch burst open, and soldiers began spilling out, only to be cut down by Polish machine gun fire from a concealed position in a storefront across the square. Paulina ducked back from the window and knelt to reload with her assistant's help. In that instant, a torrent of heavy machine gun rounds ripped into the room just above their heads. A militiaman beside her, who had been firing his Kalashnikov into the street below, was hurled backward as he tried to swing his weapon toward the new threat. He was dead before his body hit the floor. Paulina dropped flat, shoving a fresh heat round into the hot launch tube while bullets chewed the walls and ceiling around her. Scraps of burning office paper, ignited by her backblast, swirled in the air. Ignoring the danger, she prepared to rise and fire again, but the gunner in the Gaz Tiger below had clearly traced the smoke trail back to her window. Its automatic cannon maintained a relentless, punishing barrage on her position. She tried to crawl out with the RPG to find a new spot down the hallway, but the pain in her shoulder and arm made it impossible. She grabbed the nearest fighter, pulling him close so he could hear her over the roar. "You carry the launcher, we're moving!" Using her right forearm, she dragged herself along the tiled floor, her sneakers scrabbling for purchase as she pushed herself forward, staying as low as possible. 4 bridges spanning the Oder had been destroyed, yet the 2 American-made missiles aimed at the Milenijny Bridge had flown past their mark, missing entirely. The failure was a stark, almost sarcastic reminder that even the best-laid plans could go spectacularly awry in the chaos of war. One missile fell short by over half a mile, slamming into a line of empty warehouses, while the other tore through the roof of an apartment building just beyond the bridge and exploded, obliterating the structure's top 3 floors. Junior Sergeant Bogdan Nozdrin, in command of the boomerang designated Roman 1-4, had received the BattleNet update. All nearby bridges except one were destroyed, and his orders were to cross the Oder River with all possible speed. Sealed inside his commander's station at the rear of the armored vehicle, he scanned his screen, pivoting the external camera in a desperate search for both targets and an escape route from the deadly zone his superiors had sent him into. Small arms fire pinged harmlessly off the APC's hull, but the air was thick with the shriek of rockets and the thunder of explosions. Any one well-aimed anti-tank round could cripple his vehicle and kill everyone inside, the 2 crew and 9 infantrymen packed in the rear. His moving map showed they were reaching the end of University Square. "Driver, left turn now," Nozdrin ordered. A block later, they were on Grodska Street, running along the river's western bank. Here, he saw it. The narrow, frozen Oder below a low concrete embankment, and the shattered University Bridge, severed in 2 places by what he assumed were Polish missiles. The one bridge still standing was the farthest away, and the grim irony of the Poles blowing up their own crossings made him deeply reluctant to drive onto it, his vehicle's 7.62 machine gun rattled off a long burst. His gunner had spotted a target on the far bank not worth the 30 cannon, probably a soft vehicle or exposed troops. Then a new, heavier series of concussions shook the street, slamming into the pavement and a nearby building wall. The driver's voice, shrill with panic, crackled over the intercom. Mortars! A massive blast deafened Nozdrin, followed by the driver's shout. Direct hit on one of our Tigers. It's gone. Are they really shelling their own city now? Nozdrin thought, a surge of cold anger cutting through his fear. He was exposed to every building lining the opposite bank, under artillery fire, with almost a kilometer of this gauntlet to run before even reaching that lone bridge. All right, listen up, he said into his mic, his voice tight. New plan. Seconds later, Roman 1-4 broke away from the other 3 boomerangs and the surviving Tigers in the scout column. It swung right, mounted the sidewalk with a lurch, and slammed into the riverside railing. The ironwork twisted like taffy as the armored beast rolled over it. The massive vehicle tipped forward, dropped onto the Oder's icy, snow-dusted surface, and crashed through with a tremendous crack. As all 8 tires vanished beneath the water, the boomerang's twin hydrojets engaged. The APC thrust forward, riding high and grinding against the 8-inch thick ice sheet. It was a slow, laborious fight, but Roman 1-4 advanced like a determined icebreaker, churning up the frozen river as it pushed toward the far shore. The 30 cannon now opened up with a staccato roar, shredding a building on the opposite bank where the gunner had spotted the telltale smoke trail of an RPG. The steel hull of the armored vehicle cleaved through the frozen surface ahead, its forward momentum so forceful that in the river's thickest ice, the front tires would momentarily surge onto the snowy plain, only to shatter the crust and plunge back into the dark, frigid water. This was the relentless, grinding rhythm of Roman 1-4 as it fought its way across. 2 more boomerangs followed in its turbulent wake. Scanning behind through his camera feed, Nozdrin spotted dozens of Russian infantry now spilling from the museum, charging through the smoke-hazed air along Grodska Street and vaulting over the railing. They tumbled down snow-covered embankments onto the ice, immediately laying down suppressive fire toward the northern bank as they began their foot sprint across the frozen expanse. Within moments, mortar rounds began hammering the river, geysers of foamy water and shattered ice erupting into the sky. Nozdrin urgently reported the boomerang crossing to command, and soon the order echoed for other APC units to follow. His voice was a constant barrage, yelling at his driver to push harder, barking at his gunner to engage any target while he swiveled his camera, hunting for threats. As he panned past the Hotel HP Park Plaza on the far bank, a bright flash caught his eye, followed by the smoke trail of a large rocket streaking from a top-floor window. The projectiles screamed over the pedestrian bridge to Slodoa Island and struck Roman 1-3, positioned just left and behind 1-4, which was now mid-river. The blast wave from the nearby impact nearly threw Nozdrin from his seat. He swung his camera to assess the damage and saw the aftermath. An 84mm high-explosive round had hit the boomerang's underbelly at the precise moment its front wheels climbed onto the ice, detonating against the thinner armor shielding the engine. The vehicle's front engine configuration spared the crew from the direct blast, but the power plant was utterly destroyed, halting all forward movement. Belching smoke from multiple ruptures, the crippled APC began to settle back into the water at the river's center. Nozdrin watched, helpless as the crew of 1-3 scrambled out the rear hatch, men spilling into the fractured ice and numbing water. The river here was only about 15 feet deep, but for a soldier weighed down by body armor, the icy currents posed a lethal risk. Those who managed to haul themselves out, finding precarious footing on the harder ice flanking the vehicle's path, were immediately met with a storm of automatic weapons fire from the northern bank and the island, forcing them into a desperate, scrambling search for cover. Some Russian soldiers, caught completely exposed, dashed left toward the mangled wreckage of the university bridge, just 50 yards distant, hoping for shelter. Gritting his teeth, Nozdrin keyed his intercom again, his voice tight with urgency. "Move! Get us across now!" Chapter 51. Rockolaw, Poland, 27 December. Paulina had shifted to a new firing position several offices down on the municipal building's third floor. Here the window was already shattered, whether by stray gunfire or the concussive thump of nearby explosions, saving her the step of clearing the glass. She rose, settling the RPG-7 onto her shoulder and lining up the sights on the rear of a Tigris scout car. The last Russian vehicle still moving in her field of view. She watched it hurl 30-millimeter grenades from its rooftop launcher as it advanced, though its specific target was obscured from her angle. "Backblast clear!" shouted the soldier beside her. Her finger began to tighten on the trigger, but in that exact instant, a grenade from another Tigra smashed into the wall directly beneath her window perch. The simultaneous concussion rocked her backward, just as the distant Tiger she was aiming at was obliterated by another hit. Her RPG fired, but off balance, the rocket sailed harmlessly over the scout car and detonated against the stone facade of a bank building up the street. A wave of frustration washed over her, cold and sharp, another chance wasted in the chaos. The young blonde woman lay on her back, the air thick with gray dust and acrid smoke that burned her throat. Nearby, she heard the men coughing, a welcome sound that meant they were still alive. Above her, the ceiling had partially collapsed. A tangle of aluminum beams hanging dangerously low. Pushing herself up, she grabbed the now-spent launcher and staggered back toward the shattered window. The street below was a scene of carnage. Burning vehicles, panicked civilians running, and Polish forces rushing toward the river. But her immediate targets were gone. 2 wrecked boomerang vehicles sat in the road, their rear hatches gaping open, their crews vanished. 3 Gaz Tiger scout cars were completely destroyed, surrounded by the fallen. The distant roar of battle still echoed from the riverbank. As the haze cleared, she saw her companions getting to their feet, shaken but unharmed. "We need to move to another position," she said, her voice steady. "They might return, or more of their column could come through here." 15 kilometers to the west, Tom Grant forced down a cold beef patty from an MRE, his eyes scanning the overcast sky. His regiment had been shadowing the Russian withdrawal all morning, but he'd pushed a company of Leopard tanks ahead to maintain pressure while he paused here in a wide field on the edge of Jawor to await his commander's helicopter. This stop had stretched his column thinner than he preferred, but their role was supposed to be simple. Follow at a distance. Whether he was 1 kilometer behind the enemy or 10 hardly mattered. He could close the gap whenever he chose. A platoon of Russian BTR-82s lingered far behind the main retreat. Officially, they were guarding an unarmed medical train, a story Grant found utterly laughable. That train was almost certainly a mobile command post, and these BTRs were here to muscle the Americans into staying back. Well, Grant wasn't playing along. He'd sent his tanks right past them, positioning his force to strike the main Russian column if the ceasefire shattered. For now, the BTRs loitered a kilometer ahead, out of sight beyond a tree line, causing no trouble. He was grateful his colonel was due back any minute. The relentless demands of command had left him drained, running on fumes for what felt like weeks. Stepping out of his Humvee, he joined Majors Ott and Spillane. A security team fanned out, weapons raised as the thrum of approaching helicopters grew overhead. Just then, the radio operator leaned out, his voice urgent. "Sir, forward scouts report tank fire near the Russian column outside Wrocław." Grant's eyes met Ott's. "How far out are our tanks from the Russian position?" Ott answered. "A company of Leopards is positioned roughly 3 miles to the west of the enemy's rear flank." Ott's radio operator began speaking to him rapidly in German, and he glanced up at the American commander. "Our Leopards are reporting aircraft overhead. They can also hear tank fire. The explosions appear to be originating from within the city itself. "Damn it," Grant muttered. "Either the Poles or the Russians just broke the ceasefire." Ott nodded grimly. "At this point, it doesn't matter who started it. Our forces are close enough to get caught in the crossfire." Grant turned to Spillane. "What's the distance to that trailing column of BTRs now?" "They're just up the road, sir." Without waiting for further orders, Spillane got on his radio and instructed all units to prepare for possible enemy contact. Grant looked skyward again. The two Chinooks carrying the colonel and the rest of the regimental command staff were now visible, approaching from the northwest. "Hell, signal them off. This landing zone is too exposed. We need to pull back west about 6 miles where we can." The sudden crackle of automatic weapons fire erupted from the far side of the field. Assuming they were under attack, Grant, Ott, and the others outside their Humvees dropped to the frozen earth, pressing their faces into the icy soil. They lay still, scanning for the source of the gunfire. A few stray rounds zipped overhead, but to their now attuned ears, the fire didn't seem directed at them. The detached section of Russian BTRs was engaged in a firefight with another force. "What in the world?" Grant shouted, and then he spotted the Russians. The armored vehicles sped out of the tree line, their turrets reversed and firing behind them as they retreated. Grant yelled to Ott, "Something just chased those Russians right out of the woods." Ott replied, "It's not our doing. Must be the Polish forces." Stuck in the open field, there was little they could do but observe. The BTR crews had clearly encountered something more threatening than small arms fire as the vehicles jolted across the rough, plowed earth, firing wildly. Several streaks of fire and smoke shot out from the tree line. RPG's Grant realized, then a second, better aimed salvo followed. 6 rockets in total, and one struck true, slamming into the rear of a BTR. The vehicle erupted instantly, fuel ignited, and frantic Russian soldiers tumbled from the hatches of the burning wreck. The second BTR screeched to a halt, reversed course, and hastily scooped up a stranded soldier, using the blazing wreckage as cover from the sustained small arms fire pouring from the woods. With survivors clinging to its hull, the BTR accelerated, speeding back toward the road to escape further rocket attacks. In its frantic retreat, the armored vehicle veered directly toward Grant and Ott, who were still prone on the ground. The Russians, likely believing the Americans were allied with the Polish fighters who had destroyed their companion, opened fire. 30mm cannon rounds hammered the earth, hurling massive chunks of frozen dirt around the trapped men. 3 precise shots struck a nearby Humvee, punching gaping holes clean through the vehicle. Then, a deafening boom. A single tank round screamed over Grant and Ott's heads and slammed into the advancing BTR. In an instant, the heat round's shaped charge pierced the hull, erupting into a jet of white-hot flame inside the crew compartment. Everything within, men, gear, ammunition, vanished in a flash of vaporizing fire. Grant pushed himself to his feet, watching the BTR burn for a brief second before barking orders for his men to remount the Humvees and tanks and seek cover. Snatching the radio from the damaged Humvee, he called up to the helicopters on the tactical net. "Hot LZ, hot LZ, abort the landing." He watched as the 2 Chinooks banked sharply away. Still tuned to the tactical frequency, Tom Grant recognized his commander's voice cutting through the static. "Grant, report your status." "We've got renewed combat in Wrocław, about 9 miles east of my position," Grant responded. The tail end of the Russian convoy just engaged an unidentified force on the far side of a tree line. The firefight spilled over toward us. 2 Russian scout vehicles are confirmed destroyed, one by Polish units, the other by our fire. Copy that. We're locating a safer landing zone and will link up with you shortly. We are en route. A sudden piercing electronic shriek erupted over the radio, freezing Grant's blood. It was the urgent alarm of an incoming missile. The colonel's voice returned, strained. Damn it, missiles inbound. Appeared to be long-range radar-guided, likely air-to-air. Helpless, Grant stared into the overcast sky as the two heavy transport helicopters twisted and turned, their countermeasure systems unleashing clouds of chaff and flares in a desperate ballet. A heartbeat later, the first Chinook vanished in a violent flash, transforming into a falling comet of fire. Almost instantly, a second missile found its mark, and the remaining aircraft pitched downward, carving a fiery scar through the clouds. Both helicopters erupted into fireballs just beyond a low ridge, barely a mile to the west. The commanding officer of the 37th Armored Regiment and his deputy were gone, obliterated right above him. Grant keyed his mic, his voice tight. "All units, watch the skies. Be alert for enemy fighters." From the turret of a nearby tank, Sergeant Anderson's voice wavered through the intercom. "Sir, I took the shot that killed that scout vehicle. I had no choice. Is this on me? Knock it off." Lieutenant Colonel Grant roared, a surge of fury burning away his shock and grief. The loss was staggering, but it crystallized his resolve. "You followed your orders, Sergeant. Those bastards were seconds from overrunning us. Now, get your crew ready. We'll search the crash sites for anyone left alive, and then we're going to hunt these Russians down. We'll chase them back to their doorstep if that's what it takes." The White House, Washington, D.C., Denver 27. While the Poles had violated the ceasefire, it was the Russian assault on American personnel that flashed to the Pentagon. Within minutes, the alert reached President Jonathan Henry at the White House, rousing him from a brief sleep after a marathon session in the Oval Office. His patience had evaporated. He now saw the full picture. Russia's European offensive was a diversion, a maneuver to cripple AFRICOM and seize the vital rare earth mines in Kenya. The entire truce had been a ruse, and he, President Henry, had walked right into it. His frustration was cold and absolute. Connecting with the Secretary of Defense, he delivered concise, unequivocal instructions. "Under my authority, all U.S. military forces are directed to engage hostile Russian units operating within Polish borders until their complete withdrawal. If they fire upon our forces from Belarusian territory, U.S. forces are not just authorized, they are ordered to respond in kind." The Secretary of Defense relayed the directive to the Pentagon, which swiftly transmitted it through the recently restored communications network to U.S. commands in Europe. Chapter 52. Southern Poland, December 27. A formation of 4 A-10 Thunderbolt IIs pushed eastward, the pilots sifting through broken radio transmissions, trying to assemble a coherent battlefield image. From the confused reports of ground troops and the strained interpretations from English-speaking Polish analysts, a sketch emerged. The Russian column had been savagely struck in central Wrocław and was now fragmenting into smaller groups fighting to escape. They had left behind strong blocking forces to stall any American pursuit, their retreat westward tangled in narrow lanes, rubble, burned-out wrecks, and, against all odds, a trickle of stubborn civilian traffic still trying to flee. The Russian forces were laying down a formidable curtain of suppressing fire, effectively keeping the pursuing American tank unit at bay. Any pretense of a peaceful withdrawal under the ceasefire terms had been utterly abandoned. Amidst the chaos below, intelligence chatter hinted at a heavily armored train, rumored to be carrying a battery of surface-to-air missiles capable of swatting any aircraft from the sky. Leading the flight of 4 A-10 Thunderbolt IIs, Captain Ray Shank Vance scanned the hazy horizon through his canopy. U.S. forward lines should be coming up any moment, he reported, his eyes narrowing. "I've got visual tree line off to our east." From Shank's second element, the call came from Zoomer, his voice tense. "Missile launch, right front quadrant, radar lock confirmed, evading now." "Copy. Looks like man pads. Shake them off and reform." "We've still got armor to hit." The shoulder-fired man-portable air defense systems were a lethal threat to any low-flying aircraft. "Roger. I'm reading heavy SAF fire all over the place." The term SAF fire, surface-to-air fire, was a blanket warning for any ground-based threat, from flak guns to rockets. But the alert was nearly simultaneous with the attack. From a concealed position under the trees, a volley of 4 missiles streaked upward. One found its mark, detonating close to Zoomer's wingman. A flash of red and a cloud of jagged fragments erupted near the left engine. Dark smoke billowed instantly as the aircraft yawed, losing power and beginning a sluggish descent. "Damn it! I'm hit! I have to break off!" the pilot yelled, his focus split between securing the damaged engine and coaxing maximum thrust from the remaining one to maintain control. His instinct was to peel away from the formation to avoid a collision. But at this dangerously low altitude, the ground itself was now the immediate enemy. Shank's voice was calm but urgent. "Concentrate on your aircraft. Call if you need to eject." The stricken warthog drifted away like a wounded animal as the others pressed on. "Let him go, Zoomer. He'll make it. We need to stay on mission." Shank cut himself off, peering intently through his windscreen. "Bandits? 2 contacts, 2 o'clock high, moving fast. All hogs circle on me now." Circling the hogs was a defensive drill Shank had perfected during his instructor days with the 66th Squadron at Nellis Air Force Base, the 3 remaining A-10s banked sharply into a tight, level circle. This maneuver kept their formidable 30mm cannons and air-to-air missiles perpetually oriented outward, a spinning wheel of fire. They turned so tightly on their wings that the approaching Russian jets, now within 3 kilometers, found it impossible to line up a clean shot on any one A-10 without exposing themselves to the guns of another. "Jettison all external stores, prepare for air combat," Shank ordered. To gain the agility needed for a dogfight, the heavy bombs and missiles slung under their wings had to go. With practiced urgency, each pilot safed and released their ordnance, sending the unarmed munitions tumbling harmlessly into the snowy forest below. Holding the demanding turn, Shank finally rolled out and got a clear look at the adversaries silhouetted against the sky. What he saw sent a jolt through him. They were Su-57 Falcons, Russia's most advanced 5th-generation fighters engineered specifically for aerial dominance. The A-10, by stark and almost laughable contrast, was a flying tank buster, a magnificent beast for pounding ground targets, but about as suited for a knife fight in the clouds as a bulldozer at a ballet. Shank grimaced, the situation turning sour in his mind. While they held a numerical edge with 3 A-10s against 2 opponents, they were hopelessly outmatched in capability, clinging to any tactical advantage they could scrape together. The Russian pilots, sharp and adaptive, immediately identified the threat posed by the defensive circle. The pair of swift Su-57s climbed to gain a slight altitude advantage, widening their own orbit to try and line up a killing shot on a warthog's tail. A grim ballet unfolded, the sleek, modern Sukhais dancing around the old, stubborn Thunderbolts. "Call out any openings in their approach." Shank ordered, his voice tight. One of the Su-57 drivers decided to probe the American formation. He wrenched his control stick left, peeling away from the loose Russian encirclement to launch a single, precise Izdeliye 170 missile. Known to NATO as the R-77, it was a top-tier active radar homing weapon. "Fox 3! Fox 3! Deploy, chaff, now!" Zoomer's voice crackled over the radio from the lead aircraft in the circle, having spotted the launch first. All 3 warthogs instantly spewed a defensive cloud. 10 bursts of RR-129 chaff and a half-dozen flares erupted from each plane. A glittering metallic snowstorm meant to confuse sensors. The combination of the attacker's angle and the dense chaff field worked. The missile lost its lock and streaked harmlessly through the center of the American formation before detonating in the snowy pines far below. But the Russian wasn't done. He held his nose on target and followed his failed missile with a torrent of cannon fire. Several shells found their mark where the missile had not, ripping 3 gaping holes the size of a man's fist through Zoomer's left wing. Zoomer's position in the circle faltered as he wrestled with the controls. A chorus of alarm sirens filled his cockpit. Glancing out, he saw a geyser of fuel streaming from his wounded wing. A quick scan of his instruments confirmed he was losing hydraulic pressure, too. "Shank, I'm bleeding fuel and fluid. I can hold position, but not indefinitely." "Understood," Shank replied, the frustration evident. "We need to force a change. Sitting ducks get plucked one by one." He mentally raced through options, analyzing the enemy's rhythm, desperately searching for a counter to the superior Russian jets. Running was suicide. The Su-57s could easily run them down. Staying put was just a slower death, as Zoomer's crippled plane proved. As if to emphasize the point, the second Su-57 swooped in, firing another missile. Again, the A-10s answered with a synchronized bloom of chaff and flares, the expanding cloud shielding them from the seeker head. The Russian pilot pressed with his guns, and this time 2 rounds slammed into Nooner's tail section. The attacker then pulled up and away, clearing the way for his wingman to begin another pass. Shank saw the pattern, coordinated individual hit-and-run attacks. But in that disciplined rhythm, he spotted a fleeting chance. With a sharp, almost violent pull back and left on the stick, Shank broke from the protective circle, his warthog's nose swinging onto the climbing Sukhoi's tail. "Shot!" he announced, launching a missile and holding his aim for a crucial extra second to stitch the air with 2 savage bursts from his 30mm cannon. The Russian pilot threw his jet into a frantic, jinking evasion, dumping flares. The American missile wandered off, confused, but 8 of the 40 cannon rounds found their mark, slamming into the Su-57's broad wing root and cockpit canopy. The result was brutally stark. Unlike the rugged, armored A-10 built to absorb punishment, the sophisticated Russian fighter simply disintegrated mid-air, erupting into a fireball that scattered flaming debris across the sky. The modern jet shuddered, its left wing shearing away completely as the aircraft pitched upward violently before tumbling earthward, spinning wildly like a leaf torn from a branch. The surviving Su-57, presumably the flight lead, seized the opening as Shank fell out of the defensive circle. The Russian pilot slid into position behind the A-10, and a pair of missiles streaked from his fighter, arcing across the sky toward Shank's tail. A glance in his mirrors told Shank everything. "Deploy chaff and flares. Braking hard left. Draw him onto me. You two get ready to take the shot." Both Zoomer and Nooner peeled away from the circling formation, angling for attack runs with missiles and guns to cover their leader. That swift decision to break the circle meant the Su-57 now faced threats from 2 separate angles, while he could only focus on Shank. Shank's fingers danced across the countermeasure switches, releasing chaff bundles, his hands and feet working the stick and rudder in seamless coordination. It took 3 full salvos of chaff and flares. As he was about to trigger his 4th and final bank, the missiles veered after the decoys. Shank shoved the stick forward, then rolled left to break the enemy's radar lock. Yanking the stick back and slamming the throttle to the firewall, he executed a sharp Immelman turn, a climbing half-loop that flipped his aircraft around 180 degrees. Now higher and facing back toward the fight, he was in position to support the others. The Su-57 pilot clearly hadn't expected such agility from the American ground attack plane or its crew. He lit his afterburners and clawed for altitude. Zoomer loosed an air-to-air missile at the fleeing fighter, but the weapon couldn't find a lock on this stealthy advanced jet. Moments later, the Russian had vanished entirely, and the A-10s let him go. "Zoomer, you're cleared to search for your wingman," Shank said. "Keep us on comms. Nooner, get that damaged bird headed home. Shank, I've got it stabilized, and we're almost over the Russian armor column. I can make a couple of passes before turning back. I can even loiter at a distance to cover your runs. Then we'll both RTB Shank weighed the option." The Army transmissions from below sounded frantic enough to justify the risk. "All right, we'll do it. We'll hammer that armor with the cannons and then head home, set course for 075, Nooner chimed in. Did you get a close look at their tail art? Yeah, Shank replied. Looked like a red eagle's talon. That pilot who got away knew exactly what he was doing. We caught a brick today. Chapter 53. Us John Warner. Gulf of Aden, 27 December. Captain Diana Del Vecchio paced the control room, hands resting on her hips. Captain, her communications officer reported, "We're not establishing a reliable SATCOM uplink. Radio division confirms it's not our gear. Everything checks out. 1 or 2 satellites are responding, but they're too low on the horizon for a solid link. Any chance we got the flotilla data out?" Del Vecchio asked. "Possible, Captain, but no confirmation." Del Vecchio gave a tight nod. She gestured toward the LCD screens on the navigation officer's table, where sharper images of the flotilla were displayed. "XO Nav, what's your read, ma'am? It looks like 3 tankers?" "Correct, but look between these two. That's an Iranian frigate and a corvette, Sabalon class, and the other hard to identify." She manipulated the mouse, zooming in on the image captured by the unmanned maritime sensor. "Check the bow profile, those side-mounted torpedo racks." The forward gun, the navigation officer leaned closer. "Is that a Tarantula-class corvette?" "No, the masthead isn't slanted," the executive officer countered. Del Vecchio looked up, her expression sharp. "The latest model is the Tarantula 3. It has a straight mast. But Iran doesn't operate the Tarantula 3. Del Vecchio held the XO's gaze, a new tension settling in the room. "That's exactly what I'm getting at." The executive officer looked startled. "You're correct, Captain. That vessel is a Russian Tarantula-class corvette. I'm certain during my time with Pacific Command we monitored dozens of them. They're common in the Black Sea, and we've observed several in the Pacific providing convoy escort." Del Vecchio pressed further. "But its presence in the Gulf of Aden makes no strategic sense. The Russian Southern Military District doesn't typically deploy Tarantulas this far south." She then directed attention to a vessel near the rear of the formation. Another gray silhouette, this one with a sharper bow, moved almost invisibly within the merchant group, obscured by the dreary rain. That's their command ship? Intelligence suggests it's the Sabalon, one of Iran's newer Muj-class frigates. Yet, why is it lingering at the back instead of leading? And why is a Russian escort vessel integrated into this group? What's their ultimate destination? The navigation officer speculated. Could they be protecting an oil shipment, ma'am? The convoy composition doesn't support that. Most of these are general cargo ships, not tankers, Del Vecchio countered. A new thought struck her. Perhaps this was a diversion, a feint to draw attention from a quieter transaction elsewhere. Previous Russian naval gatherings near the Persian Gulf have involved exchanges with North Korea. Maybe they're moving specialized equipment, though not necessarily nuclear. She shook her head. Nuclear transfers typically go into Iran via the Caspian, not out through such exposed routes. Sailing past the Strait of Hormuz and through the Suez Canal under everyone's gaze is unnecessarily risky. This is different, given the tensions in Europe. Are Russians considered valid targets now? The navigator asked. Not officially, Del Vecchio replied, perhaps too sharply. That conflict is still contained. We are not at war with Russia. However, their intentions here are unclear, which makes them a potential threat. Should we track them? The XO inquired. Absolutely, we'll follow. They're definitely up to something. Near Görlitz, Germany, U.S. Air Force Expeditionary Runway, 27 December. Captain Ray Shank Vance descended the short, retractable steps on his aircraft's port side, dropping the last few feet onto the S-127 highway northwest of Görlitz. His Fairchild Republic A-10 Thunderbolt II needed over a kilometer of runway when fully loaded, which made this straight section of road the best available option for an expedited airfield. The surrounding hills were dotted with massive spinning wind turbines that powered the nearby town, a hazard initially deemed too great for low-flying aircraft. Ironically, That same risk made the location safer. No rational enemy would attempt precise bombing runs weaving through those turbines. Ground crews were still deploying anti-air missile batteries, which Schenck could see arriving on trucks. Both Zoomer and Nooner had already landed, while Schenck provided airborne cover. Zoomer's wingman, Furball, had ejected over western Poland, but had been recovered by friendly locals and had checked in with the squadron. The three pilots gathered inside a general-purpose Air Force tent where expeditionary teams had rigged heaters and radios. Clutching steaming mugs of coffee, they tuned out the pop music blaring from a nearby speaker, some top 40 anthem that the ground crew seemed to love. Frankly, the relentless pounding of construction tools outside was more harmonious to the pilots' ears than the pop rock. If that music motivated the crews to work faster, Schenck wasn't about to complain. They huddled over maps spread across a table as their colonel briefed them on the latest Russian movements. Enemy forces were pushing out of Wrocław, attempting another advance eastward. The discussion was brisk and focused, every word measured against the clock. The squadron was receiving additional fuel supplies, with 2 more A-10s expected to arrive shortly. These would join the 2 operational aircraft, with Schenck assuming command of the formation to deliver a concentrated strike against the Russian armored column. The ceasefire had collapsed entirely. With Russia and Poland now in open conflict, and the U.S. president recognizing the deception, American forces were fully committed. This was undeniably war. Senior Master Sergeant Hernandez approached the ongoing planning session, waiting for a lull in the discussion. He seized the moment as the officers paused to refill their coffee mugs. "Colonel, sir," Hernandez began, then shifted his focus. "Major Vance, I needed a word. The ground crews are fully engaged, but with the rest of the squadron still en route, we have a few hands looking for a project. We thought we could add some markings to your aircraft. A kill tally, maybe some tiger teeth on the nose. We've got the red, white, and blue to make it look sharp." The colonel hesitated, his expression weighing the potential disapproval from higher command against the morale boost. After a brief moment, he gave a conceding nod to Schenck. "Appreciate it, Senior. Go ahead. Word is you tangled with some enemy jets marked with a red eagle claw," Hernandez added. "Figured it was time we had our own signature to throw back at them." "Is everything else set?" Schenck inquired. Hernandez's tone shifted, adopting a dry, proprietary edge. "Just bring them back in one piece this time. No flashy maneuvers or unnecessary risks. You stick to the mission so my team can do their jobs." "Understood." There was an unspoken truth among the maintenance crews. The pilots were merely temporary operators. The aircraft truly belonged to the mechanics. With a hint of sarcasm, Schenck replied, "We'll do our best to avoid those inconvenient missiles." Across the map table, the colonel's voice cut back in, tense with urgency. "Every minute we delay, that Russian convoy gets closer to the Belarusian border. I want them pushed back every mile of the way." "Understood," Schenck acknowledged, turning to the other pilots. "Let's get to it." West of Wrocław, Poland, 27 December, 3 hours after his regimental commander was shot down, and hostilities resumed across Europe. Lieutenant Colonel Tom Grant received the formal order to engage Russian forces. It almost made him smile. His brigade's forward elements were already doing exactly that on the outskirts of Wrocław. German Leopard 2 tanks had just obliterated a platoon of Gaz Tigra scout vehicles that had escaped an earlier Polish ambush in the city, only to be caught on the open road. Captain Ott, forward with the troops, relayed that 5 scout cars had been destroyed in 10 minutes, with 3 more fleeing desperately from the precise fire of the Rheinmetall tank cannons. The battle was rejoined, and Grant was determined to make Colonel Sabaneyev's forces pay for every foot of Polish territory they occupied. The radio in his Humvee crackled to life. It was his lead reconnaissance team, positioned several miles ahead on the highway skirting Wrocław. "Sir, we're observing significant combat activity within the city limits. Confirm inside the city, still ongoing?" Grant asked. Affirmative, sir. It looks like a full-blown firefight from here. Can you identify the combatants? There was a pause. Well, it's definitely the Russian units we've been pursuing. No kidding, it's the Russians, Grant replied, a trace of exasperation in his voice. Who are they fighting? Local militia, Polish forces, some isolated NATO unit caught in the crossfire. For a second, Grant wondered who he had placed in charge of the reconnaissance team. Then he remembered it was Lieutenant McCarter, a dedicated and courageous officer, but not the sharpest tool in the shed. McCarter finally responded. "Oh, Roger, stand by," Grant could hear the lieutenant calling to his lead scout. "Davis, command needs to know who's engaging the Russians. Do you have any assets nearby who can give us a clearer picture?" "Yes, sir. I've got a team that's already inside the city, currently observing and making contact." Lieutenant Colonel Grant shifted his gaze to Captain Spillane, his acting operations officer who had been listening and was now visibly angry. "Did you clear anyone to go into the city?" Grant asked. "Absolutely not, sir. That would be reckless. The odds of getting hit by either side are too high, not to mention the confusion on the ground. McCarter must have decided to go in on his own." "Just great," Grant muttered. He paused, then changed his mind. "Forget asking him why he chose today to show initiative. Just get on the radio and order him to extract immediately. I'm heading up there myself. Tell bandits to send a tank company to link up with me for reconnaissance and have them push their own scouts forward. I'll meet them at the city's edge to get a first-hand look." "Sir, is that wise?" "McCarter's already stepped into something messy. It could get complicated. He isn't reporting enough detail for us to understand the situation. I'll move forward, try to pull him back, and maybe establish some connection with the Polish units that are engaging the Russians. Frankly, I'm not even sure McCarter knows who he's dealing with. Do you?" "No, sir. I'll be back. We'll move along the outskirts and attempt to make contact with the Poles." "Understood, sir. I'll be here on comms when you get yourself shot." Grant offered a faint grin. "Thanks for the vote of confidence. Secure the headquarters and have all command functions ready. Get 2nd Battalion to establish a quick perimeter and push up their resupply needs. Have the German battalion integrate into our perimeter to support HQ. They need to be our quick reaction force. In the meantime, I want every vehicle fueled and ammunition redistributed. Major Ott is in command while I'm gone. He needs to maintain a tight perimeter and keep everyone concealed from potential air threats." "Will do, sir. Good luck. Try to let the 2nd Battalion commander run his own show. Remember, you're the regimental commander, not a platoon leader." As Lieutenant Colonel Grant climbed onto his tank, he considered Spillane's words. The captain had a point. He needed to be mindful of overstepping and trust his commanders. They were a team, and there was no room for ego, though he could still learn a thing or two from his people about leadership. For now, however, he would lead in his own way from the front. Settling into his seat and putting on his headset, he heard his gunner, Sergeant Anderson. "What's the route, sir?" "Continue east toward the engagement. Link up with 2nd Battalion." He lowered himself into the commander's station and secured the hatch. "Time to go deal with some Russians again." "Hooah, sir." Chapter 54, Over the Gulf of Aden, 27 December. The pilot looked over at his co-pilot. "Tom, you have the controls. I'm going for coffee. You got it." "It's probably scorched by now, but that just means extra kick, right?" Unbuckling his harness, the pilot gripped the seat back and pulled himself up, maneuvering through the cramped cockpit of the large bomber while ducking beneath the overhead panels crowded with switches. He poured a cup and took a whiff. The smell alone brought a tired grin to his face. Yep, definitely burnt. Terrible coffee. But it was still coffee. The Rockwell B-1B Lancer stood as one of America's most advanced bombers, stealthy, sleek, and modern, capable of delivering a payload of Mark 84 general-purpose bombs, or, as was the case on this mission, the AGM-154 standoff missile. The squadron received fresh intelligence over the radio regarding the hostile naval group gathered in the Gulf of Aden. The defensive systems officer, who was also managing communications, relayed the updated coordinates to the three other B-1B Lancers in their formation to verify and adjust their assigned targets. This new data, routed through a relay station in Greece, originated from a submarine patrol somewhere in those same troubled waters. It meant a slight reshuffling of the attack plan drafted back at Dyess Air Force Base in Texas. But for these crews, it was just another day at the office. They'd all felt a twinge of disappointment missing the main event in Europe, the firestorm they'd been briefed on for weeks. Yet, being handed a priority target off the African coast was a solid consolation prize. The 7th Bomb Wing's creed, Mors ab alto, death from above, wasn't just for show. It was the night's agenda. The co-pilot monitored the fiber-optic gyroscope, a core part of their inertial navigation. Solution is solid, sir. Course deviation is less than a degree. It's negligible. We're on the money, just awaiting final confirmation. GPS had been unreliable since they crossed the mid-Atlantic, with several satellites redirected to support the European conflict. Their navigation now depended on careful celestial reckoning, the fog system, and a digital map updated painstakingly by the crew using instrument readings and terrain tracking. It was tedious precision work, but it allowed them to feed target information and follow the land's contours below. Their last mid-air refueling had gone smoothly off the Egyptian coast, courtesy of a KC-135 flying out of Italy, coordinated via a brief, clear radio exchange. The mission profile was straightforward: strike the target, then proceed east to the remote island of Diego Garcia in the Indian Ocean for a debrief. A short rest in Guam would follow before the long journey home to Texas, a much lighter and easier return flight, as any airman would say. Less weight, more range. For the next several minutes, the co-pilot called out geographic checkpoints as the bomber adjusted its heading. Upon reaching a specific invisible coordinate over the Red Sea, the second systems officer sent a synchronized signal to the rest of the flight, priming their attack computers. He radioed the aircraft commander, a lieutenant colonel. Integrated GPS system is locked. Flight is synced and responding. We are ready for launch, sir. Approximately 22 nautical miles to the release point. Understood. Like shooting fish in a barrel, Major. Keep the targeting data flowing. I want our packages to find their way right into the heart of their acquisition zones. The aircraft banked gently as the pilot assumed direct control. Up front, the first systems officer toggled the master arm switch. Far back in the weapons bay, 3 rotary launchers, each loaded with 8 AGM-154 JSOW cruise missiles, whirred to life. The following steps were timeless, unchanged, since the first bombers took to the skies. Close in, open the bays, and press the button. The carousels would then spin, launching a total of 24 missiles in a staggered sequence. It was, the pilot mused, probably overkill. But their orders were to deliver a decisive blow, and the crew of the Lancer never shied away from making an impression. Iranian cruiser Sabalan, Gulf of Aden. December 27. On the bridge of the Iranian vessel, the ship's captain turned to address the admiral, who was standing near the stern with the Russian military advisor. From the westernmost patrol vessel, a report crackled over the bridge comms. Admiral, we have 4 large aircraft, likely American bombers, crossing the Egyptian coast on a direct bearing. They are 208 kilometers out and closing fast. They will enter our engagement envelope within minutes. Request permission to engage. The admiral's gaze shifted to Colonel Borbikov, who stood beside his Iranian interpreter. After a brief translation, the colonel gave a single, curt nod. Fire. Almost instantly, the deck-mounted HQ-9B launchers swiveled toward the northwest. Under the pale moonlight, the entire fleet was visible, and Borbikov watched from the porthole as violent red plumes erupted from 6 ships, followed by thick, rolling smoke. Each vessel had been hastily fitted with 2 of the advanced Chinese missiles. The bolted-on mounts weren't as stable as a fully integrated system, but they did the job. 12 sleek projectiles tore into the night sky. their slender contrails arcing northwest before vanishing into the distance. Over the Gulf of Aden, 27 December, 1720 hours. Inside the lead B-1B Lancer, the defensive systems officer's voice was strained over the intercom. "Skipper, we have a missile launch. Multiple signatures. I'm counting 12 inbound. Origin is the Iranian task force." The two pilots exchanged a quick, bewildered glance. "That's impossible," the aircraft commander muttered. "Nothing in their arsenal has that kind of reach. How far are we from their theoretical max range?" "Sir, we're still well outside our own missile radius. This shouldn't be happening." The co-pilot's fingers tapped nervously against his harness. They had seconds, not minutes. The commander keyed his mic, broadcasting to all four bombers. "Abort mission, abort, turn to heading 289er. Go to max speed and initiate evasive maneuvers. Maintain altitude, but execute individual defensive actions. We're done here today." Switching back to his crew, he barked, "Tom, get us on that heading. Weapons, give me a status." "Sir, these things are moving fast without precise GPS. It's hard to lock, but estimate impact in under 2 minutes, maybe 90 seconds. Turning tail might buy us a little time." The crew fell into a tense silence, broken only by the weapons officer's steady countdown. In the other three bombers, identical scenes were unfolding. 150 nautical miles enclosing a cold sweat beaded on their foreheads. No one looked up. Every man was buried in his station. The commander, having retaken the controls, stared out at the receding Egyptian coastline. 100 nautical miles, the systems officer called out, his tone now grave. The missiles were screaming toward them at over Mach 4. "Acknowledged. Prepare countermeasures," the commander ordered. "We'll try to spoof them. Maybe they're too fast to correct." "Chaff and flares standing by?" It was a redundant question. The systems officer responded instantly. "Ready, sir? Deploy everything? I'll coordinate the break." The captain radioed the other aircraft to split formation by scattering, and each deploying clouds of chaff and walls of flares. They hoped to overwhelm the missile's targeting logic, a tactic designed for older Russian systems that homed in on the hottest signature. Unbeknownst to the crews, the Chinese missiles streaking toward them used a far more sophisticated guidance system. "Sir, range now 30 nautical miles and closing copy. Release countermeasures now." The four aircraft, now spaced more than 10 nautical miles apart, each dispensed clouds of metallic chaff and a rapid succession of flares. The flares cascaded beneath the planes, leaving fading trails of smoke and fire as they drifted downward. One missile veered toward the decoys, but almost immediately corrected its course, locking back onto its intended bomber target. The crews unleashed another volley of flares and chaff, but the missiles pressed on, undeterred. As the threats closed inside 3 nautical miles, the bombers continued their desperate, constant stream of countermeasures to no effect. "Damn it!" the commander yelled. "Slowing to 200 knots. Prepare to eject. Check your harnesses." A sudden, brilliant flash erupted outside the right cockpit window as one bomber was obliterated. Seconds later, another flash lit up the left side, marking a second strike. The pilot knew they couldn't slow down in time. Eject, eject, now. They were traveling at nearly 5 times the safe ejection speed. All 4 crew members activated their seats almost simultaneously. The seats, never meant for such extreme velocity, failed to propel them clear. 3 officers were instantly killed by the violent airflow and collision with the aircraft's structure. The 4th crewman survived the initial ejection, but only momentarily. 3 Chinese HQ-9B missiles, each armed with over 400 pounds of polymer-bonded HMX explosive, detonated nearby. The blasts shredded large sections of the American plane, hurling shrapnel in every direction. Amid the storm of metal, a 5-foot segment of the No. 3 engine's intake fan broke free, still spinning with the ferocity of an industrial blender. It carved through the co-pilot's station, killing him instantly. "Werkel, Progo, Poland, 27 December. Shank banked left and peered down through his canopy at the sprawling Polish city of Wrocław. The scene below was a chaos of tracer fire, explosions, and rising smoke. Identifying friend from foe was difficult, but the armored vehicles he could distinguish were unmistakably Russian. Polish defenders appeared to be attacking with anti-tank weapons, using buildings for cover beneath a thick, low-hanging haze of gray smoke. A Russian tank platoon was advancing across an open square, fronting a cluster of high-rise apartments. Behind them, Shank could see another company of tanks and a company-sized infantry unit clustered around BTR armored vehicles. Their posture suggested they were being held in reserve, waiting for the order to advance. Armored reconnaissance in force, Shank thought. A textbook Russian move. He noted several damaged and destroyed Russian vehicles, but the remaining columns of tanks and APCs now seemed to be pushing out of the city with renewed purpose. Shank suspected the Poles had already used their most potent anti-tank systems and had little left to seriously harass the retreating armor. The withdrawing Russians were hammering the militia positions, sometimes collapsing entire buildings in the process. From his high vantage point, Shank felt they were only minutes from breaking through the remaining militia defenses on the eastern and northern banks of the Oder River. Once across, they could sprint out of the engagement zone and continue their retreat toward the relative safety of neutral Belarus. Shank was confident there were no Polish tanks in the city below, making all the armor fair game. But without a forward observer on the ground to authorize the strike, engaging would be a clear violation of procedure, if any established procedure even existed for this mess. The manuals never covered scenarios like this. A tangled mix of conventional and irregular forces in close urban combat. Shank knew it was time to do what the A-10 community prided itself on: improvise. He keyed his mic and called to the other pilots in his flight. Here's the plan. We're setting up a round-robin pattern. Use our battle position as the center point and loiter. All right? Form up a wide circle with all 7 aircraft. Keep your eyes sharp and keep identifying those ground targets. Everyone needs to keep the radio chatter going. We're all responsible for the team's awareness. I want to hear constant updates on anything new you spot down there. A chorus of confirmations came back from the other pilots. We go in one at a time, he continued. 1 bombing run, 1 missile, 1 gun pass. Then we do it all over again. The goal is to keep constant pressure on that armor, hopefully forcing them to pull back and take the heat off our allies. The moment you break off your attack, call out your shot and identify the targets. Then the next pilot in the stack peels off immediately. We've got enough fuel to keep hammering them for a solid hour, and stay alert for enemy missiles. Understood. His squadron, though smaller than he'd like, quickly signaled their readiness. Shank scanned the terrain below, hunting for his first target. His eyes passed over a cluster of apartment buildings and a wide plaza, but it was a sudden explosion on one of the upper floors that snapped his focus. A Russian tank shell had just slammed into the building. He could now make out an armored company advancing toward the edge of the square, positioned across from the high-rise. Banking hard, Shank climbed steeply to 8,000 feet before nosing over into a gut-wrenching dive aimed straight at the plaza. Individual tanks were still just blurs, but seconds later he spotted 2 distinct puffs of white smoke as a pair of Russian T-14s fired in quick succession. Dropping rapidly through 5,000 feet, he locked his Maverick missile onto one of the thermal signatures at the square's edge and flicked off the gun safety. At 4,000 feet, he pushed the throttle forward, the mounting G-forces pressing him deep into his seat as the dive steepened. By 3,000 feet, he had fine-tuned the lock onto the lead tank. The foremost T-14 in the formation was about to get a very personal delivery. At 2,500 feet, he pressed the release, sending a single Raytheon AGM-65 streaking toward its target. The flare from the missile's booster momentarily washed out his vision before the weapon accelerated to over 600 knots. A trail of smoke marking its path as Shank followed right behind it, He squeezed the trigger, unleashing a burst from the 30mm cannon as he plunged below 2,000 feet. The tank's reactive armor fired a split second early in a desperate attempt to intercept the missile, but it was too late. A violent jet of flame and a swelling fireball confirmed the Maverick had punched straight through the turret, obliterating everything inside. Holding the trigger down, he watched his cannon rounds stitch across the company's position. He worked the rudder pedals, slewing the aircraft left and right to pepper the entire area with high explosive shells. The secondary explosion suggested he'd caught the second T-14 in the barrage. At 1,000 feet, Shank hauled back on the control stick, his body sinking under heavy G-forces as he pulled out of the dive. He checked his altitude and leveled off. To evade any potential shoulder-fired missiles, he would now power glide low and fast, skimming the rooftops to mask his exit and spoil any anti-aircraft tracking. He keyed his radio, calling out the remaining tank positions, then glanced over his left shoulder as he began climbing back to altitude. He saw another one of his A-10s already rolling into its attack dive. A grim smile touched his lips as he pushed the throttle up. Keying the mic again, he said, "Don't let up on them." Chapter 55. The White House. Washington, D.C., Denver 27. U.S. President Jonathan Henry placed the phone back into its cradle on the resolute desk, the piece of furniture commanding the space of the Oval Office. He allowed himself a long, slow exhale of relief. It was done. He had just bought his military a crucial window of time. The call to the leader of Taiwan had been a subtle masterpiece. Henry's tone was cordial yet firm, offering encouragement and support while weaving in a thread of unspoken pressure, all while maintaining enough ambiguity to deny any overt threat. He had explained, with measured regret, that he'd been compelled to redirect an aircraft carrier strike group that had been en route to the region. The American Carrier Strike Group had been operating north of Jakarta, but new orders sent it racing at full speed toward the African coastline. Pulling this powerful naval force away from Asia, precisely as China prepared to launch an invasion, was a necessary gamble. However, it undeniably left America's response to any Chinese aggression significantly weakened. When the Taiwanese president asked what was required of him, U.S. President Jonathan Henry did not mince words. "I need you to delay your national elections by 1 month. Your Constitution permits it during a state of emergency." A heavy silence followed the translation. Finally, the president responded, "Postponing an election in a democracy like the Republic of China is a profound step. It will make me appear vulnerable to both my allies and my adversaries." Henry valued their relationship and hoped it would survive the bluntness he had to employ. "Sir, you will appear far more vulnerable if China seizes your island and executes you before a firing squad." This time the pause was even longer, prompting Henry to continue. "It's 30 days. You'll face political backlash. I understand that. But this is unequivocally in your nation's best interest. And what if your carrier cannot return in a month?" The president countered. "What if your forces are defeated by the Russians to this?" Henry could only offer a grim, sobering truth. "Then God help us all, Mr. President." No firm commitment was made, and Henry estimated the odds at 50-50. Yet within hours, the Taiwanese president appeared in a televised address and announced the 30-day postponement. Almost immediately, Chinese troop transports reversed course, returning to mainland ports. The soldiers, who had endured miserable conditions at sea for months, gained an unexpected reprieve. Henry was satisfied with the tactical win, but the strategic arithmetic remained bleak. A flash message from the USS John Warner, tracking the Russian-Iranian fleet in the Gulf of Aden, reported the enemy ships had altered course after downing the B-1B Lancers. They were now heading for port, not Mombasa, but Djibouti City. This shaved nearly a day off their transit time and complicated further Western airstrikes. Pentagon analysts calculated the Russians would need 2 full days to sail from Djibouti to southern Kenya. The Marines aboard the USS Boxer, en route to secure the Mrima Hill mine, would arrive first but would be dangerously outnumbered and outgunned. The carrier group racing to their aid, meanwhile, required 3.5 days to get close enough for effective air operations over Kenya. The brutal reality settled in. If the Marines pushed ahead to Mr. Hill, they would have just enough time to establish a defensive perimeter. Then, for at least 24 critical hours, they would be entirely on their own against the onslaught of Boris Lazar's forces. Wrocław, Poland, 27 December. The fierce combat in Wrocław's old town had finally ceased, though the distant rumble of explosions still echoed from the east and northeast. Each minute, the fighting seemed to pull farther away, a small comfort amidst the ongoing dread. The occasional scream of fighter jets over the city, however, shattered any fleeting sense of calm. Since firing the RPG from the office building near the town hall, Paulina Tobias had been drawn into 3 more frantic skirmishes. Each occurred when retreating Russian scout vehicles, isolated and desperate, sped back through the market square trying to escape the Polish counterattack. She hadn't managed to destroy another vehicle, but during one chaotic moment, she launched a rocket at a group of soldiers spilling out of a crippled gas tiger. As a hail of AK fire cut down the fleeing men from other positions, she felt a cold certainty that her shot had claimed at least 1 or 2 of them. The acrid smell of spent propellant and the echoing shouts in the square were a grim testament to the city's fractured peace. It was well past 9 in the evening when the Polish land forces finally advanced through the shattered streets of the old town, their loudspeakers announcing the immediate danger had cleared, though the threat of Russian airstrikes remained. Leaving her post, Paulina moved across the road between the city hall and the bank, stepping through a haze of smoke, acrid smells, and total disarray. A militia commander had given her a radio, informing her that school buses would collect their unit within the hour. But her purple backpack, holding all her personal items, was still back at her original fighting position inside the bank. She needed to retrieve it and find any survivors from her squad. Fires glowed in the ruins around her, the air thick with smoke and the scent of scorched rubber. She halted abruptly as an ambulance sped along the sidewalk, swerving past the wreckage of an overturned utility vehicle. The street was littered with casualties. She hadn't kept count, but had passed at least 2 dozen. Among them were dead Russian soldiers, their skin charred black, several missing limbs. She walked by a Polish Special Forces sergeant slumped against a wall, his posture almost peaceful, but the pallor of his face spoke clearly of death. Only as she climbed the stairs to the bank did she recall the young woman she'd met just before the fighting erupted. Given the blown-out windows and smoke-choked hallways, survival seemed unlikely. Entering the corner room, she saw bloody handprints staining the wall. The windows facing the town hall were shattered, office furniture still smoldering, and a cluster of militia members sat together in silence. 2 bodies lay near the door, already covered with ponchos. From the small boots of one, Paulina could tell it was a woman. In that moment, she felt the familiar hollow question. Why was she still breathing when so many others were not? Again, a voice came from behind her. Not today. Turning, she saw the dark-haired girl from her team sitting against the wall, her face smudged with gun grease, soot, and flecks of burned paper. Paulina gave a slow nod. Not today, I'm glad you're here. We lost 2. Only 2, Paulina thought, but kept it to herself. Can you walk? She asked. Yes, good. Let me get you downstairs. Buses are coming for us. Where are they taking us? Paulina shrugged, a motion that sent a fresh pang through her 2-day-old shoulder wound. No idea. I suppose we go wherever the Russians are headed next. Djibouti City, Djibouti, 28 December. French Special Forces Captain Apollo Arc Blanchette sat by the front window of the Airbus A400M Atlas, watching as the aircraft descended through the clouds. To the west, the dark brown ridges of Djibouti's northern mountains rose sharply, but ahead stretched a vast, flat expanse of brown earth dotted with sparse villages. The terrain, the climate, the very air felt alien compared to the European war zone he'd left just days before. It was surreal to be landing in Africa while conflict raged back in Europe. After his engagements with Russian Spetsnaz units, Apollo had been recalled to Brussels and then assigned to the Troupes de Marine, the French expeditionary forces in Africa. His unit was among the most prepared for deployment to this small nation, now suspected to be the entry point for Russian forces believed to be heading toward a rare earth mine in Kenya. Moments before touchdown, the coastline came into view, the azure waters of the Gulf of Aden gleaming under the sun. His eyes scanned the horizon until he found the landmark he was searching for. The newly constructed Chinese naval facility dominated the coastline, while China maintained a military presence in Djibouti. Their ground forces were minimal, leading Apollo to conclude the Russians saw little threat in landing here. China's strategic interests were elsewhere. The vast rare earth discovery in Kenya was a direct economic blow to Beijing, regardless of who ultimately controlled the mining operations. They would be compelled to purchase the metals from either the Western Bloc or Russia, a scenario guaranteed to undercut the value of their own reserves. Engaging in a superpower conflict offered no advantage. Aligning with a victor would bring negligible benefit while risking a dangerous escalation with the loser. China's focus, after all, was now intensely fixed on a different objective entirely: Taiwan. The Airbus jolted as its wheels met the runway, engines roaring in reverse as it decelerated before taxiing to a service area on the French military side of the airfield. With a final shudder, the aircraft halted. Immediately, the 64 soldiers of the French 13th Parachute Dragoon Regiment rose in unison, hoisting packs and weapons, ready to unload their heavier gear. As the hatch swung open, a wall of furnace-like heat struck Apollo, forcing him to blink against the blinding sun. It was surreal to think that just 3 days prior, he'd been battling for survival in a frozen landscape. Fumbling for his sunglasses, he was greeted at the ramp by a French commandant, equivalent to a major, and a diplomat whose tan suit was already darkened with sweat. Both men wore expressions of sheer panic. "Are you Captain Arc Blanchette?" the commandant asked urgently. "I am, sir." The officer thrust a sealed dossier into Apollo's hand. "Your orders. I am not briefed on the contents. Now, get your men and equipment off this aircraft immediately. We have been commanded to evacuate all consular personnel without delay." He gestured outside, where a frantic line of civilians, soaked in sweat and dragging luggage, was surging across the tarmac toward the plane. Apollo turned and barked the order for his team to disembark with all speed. As they descended the ramp, a few desperate evacuees tried to push past the heavily burdened troopers, but were firmly rebuffed. Once on the ground, Apollo moved his unit clear of the chaos. Sergeant Major Dario called them to formation, saluted Apollo, and then marched the men in a sharp column past the scrambling crowd, a display of discipline amidst the disorder. The commandant remained, venting his frustrations. "Thank you, Captain. It has been an absolute nightmare. One woman assaulted me with her purse this morning. See the buckle mark? Another? The wife of some oil executive apparently has the Prime Minister's wife on speed dial. My phone hasn't stopped ringing from Paris." Apollo offered a perfunctory salute, his mind already on his own pressing mission. He turned to the diplomat. "Sir, a question. Do you know a man named Pascal Arc Blanchette?" "Of course. He's not here. He was cleared for evacuation but never arrived at the airport. And we are not waiting," the diplomat replied, mopping his brow with a handkerchief. "He is my father. Is he reachable by phone?" "How should I know? Try calling him yourself." The diplomat snapped, his patience evidently exhausted as he glanced anxiously at the boarding civilians. "Word has it, and this didn't come from me, Captain, that Russian operatives have been compromising the cellular networks. Service has grown increasingly spotty, and sometimes you can pick up odd clicking noises during a call." "I appreciate the heads up." Apollo replied. The diplomat and the commandant hurried toward the aircraft stairs, leaving the dragoons behind as they boarded the return flight to France. Djibouti City, Djibouti, 28 December. By 8 in the morning, the combined Russian and Iranian naval flotilla, along with the remaining commercial cargo and fuel carriers, entered the port of Djibouti City. While the frigates maintained a patrol near the harbor entrance, the other vessels docked to begin offloading personnel, fuel, and supplies. By 9, the Iranian transport and cargo containers were being unloaded without a hitch. Colonel General Lazar observed from the pier, Colonel Kier at his side as a massive cargo crane swung back over the large Iranian ship in front of them. Its boom lowered, unspooling a thick steel cable. The Iranian crew drove the Djiboutian dockworkers at a relentless pace, likely aiming to impress their Russian counterparts. Shouts in Arabic, French, Farsi, and English carried across the busy industrial harbor. The Iranian naval personnel now appeared determined to meet the offloading deadline they had committed to. Lazar watched as the crane rose from the ship's hold, carrying 3 BTR-82A armored personnel carriers, each marked for and guarded by Colonel Borbikov's Spetsnaz troops. The vehicles hung side by side from the cables, the weight straining the winches and drawing a sharp squeal. He was fairly certain they were pushing the crane's weight limit to move 3 at once, but it held steady and moments later set them down gently on the dock. Lazar knew a half-dozen nuclear artillery shells would be secured inside one of those transports. He tried to pinpoint which one by the number of burly Special Forces soldiers clustered around the massive machines on the pier. Just behind the 2 command vehicles assigned to Borbikov, a 3rd BTR was practically encircled by Spetsnaz operatives once it was detached from the hoists. Lazar spotted Borbikov still on the ship, looking down at it. There you are, he thought. Borbikov's nukes, the whole notion of bringing nuclear ordnance to Africa, struck Lazar as sheer madness. He understood the strategic logic. Once he seized the mines, the warheads would serve as a powerful bargaining chip, giving the rest of the world pause before attempting to retake Mrima Hill. The fear would be that Russian forces might launch them at approaching troops, or worse from an economic standpoint, set the fuses and withdraw, leaving behind radioactive devastation that would render the entire mining site unusable for centuries. But Lazar was a conventional soldier at heart, and this escalation from his own side unsettled him. He suspected it would only provoke a matching escalation from the opposition. For what felt like the 100th time in 4 months, he reminded himself that success in capturing and holding the mine was essential. It was the only way to ensure no detonation ever occurred that could spark a full-scale nuclear conflict. Next, the general's own BTR command and control vehicles emerged from the hold. Unlike the standard combat variants equipped with troops and a 30mm cannon, Lazar's C2 model featured an extendable communications mast and a suite of antennas. Without reliable satellite phones or a good location to string up a long-range, high-frequency radio, he would have limited ability to communicate with his brigade. Still, he knew he'd feel far more at ease once inside, on the move, surrounded by his maps, with Colonel Kier managing communications. They would make periodic stops to raise the larger antennas, and about halfway through the drive south, they'd re-establish satellite links and begin sending regular updates back to the Kremlin. General Lazar motioned for Colonel Kier to take charge of the vehicles and move them to the staging point, choosing to walk the distance himself. The prospect of a long, confined ride south to Kenya in the armored transport made a stretch of the legs too appealing to pass up. It might be his last chance for a peaceful walk in quite some time. As he moved along the pier, he fell into step with scattered platoons of Russian soldiers all heading in the same direction. Striding alongside the men, sharing a few words here and there, genuinely lifted his mood. He called out greetings to recognizable faces as he passed, earning a handful of enthusiastic shouts in return. By the time he reached the pier's end, a faint smile touched his lips. There stood Kier amid the assembling troops and rows of vehicles. The offloading operation was roughly halfway complete. In a matter of hours, everything would be ashore. Chapter 56. Yus John Warner, Gulf of Aden, 28 December. Helm, come to 129 degrees, maintain depth at 30 feet. Speed, 4 knots. The navigator murmured, the command barely more than a breath in the silent control room. 129, 30 feet, aye. The pilot responded just as quietly. Heading in depth confirmed, the co-pilot added, Commander Diana Del Vecchio observed the two men at the controls, a pair of young officers working in seamless harmony to keep the massive submarine level and precisely on course. Her executive officer leaned close, his voice a hushed whisper meant for her alone. Captain, we're really doing this? We're about to strike the port of a country we aren't officially at war with. I'd frame it differently, Del Vecchio replied, her tone cool and measured. We're engaging hostile forces actively invading a neutral nation. Semantics matter. Understood, ma'am, the XO said. Though his unease was palpable, Del Vecchio acknowledged it with a slight nod. Rules of engagement were expanded the moment the conflict ignited in Germany. That's our authorization. She paused, the weight of the next words hanging in the recycled air. Even under the best conditions, some local civilians near those docks will likely be caught in the blast if we hit the tankers. The collateral damage will be severe. For a long moment she was silent, her gaze fixed on the displays before her. Then her voice sharpened, cutting through the tension. Weapons, status. The weapons officer responded promptly. All tubes loaded, Captain. Tubes 2 and 4 are still awaiting final confirmation. We're having an issue with the outer muzzle door on the port side, possible barnacle buildup jamming the hinges. Torpedo room requests permission to blast the hatch with compressed air to try and free it. Denied, Del Vecchio said without hesitation. Complete the targeting solutions. When we fire the starboard spread, have them pulse air through the port side outer door, then launch the port torpedoes immediately after. That way, any noise we give away will only happen once the first weapons are already in the water and tracking. Aye, Captain, the weapons officer acknowledged, turning back to his team at the targeting consoles. Up scope, Del Vecchio ordered through stealth, cunning, and exceptionally detailed charts. The John Warner had slipped past the screen of Russian submarines and the accompanying Iranian and Russian surface ships. Now she lay within striking distance of Djibouti City's harbor. Silent running was their only shield. They would get one chance to fire a spread of torpedoes at the large vessels docked there before they would have to turn and flee. The intelligence was clear to Del Vecchio, just as it was to every command above the waves. The Russians were aiming for that rare earth mineral mine, the one that had dominated global headlines for a few months several years back. Reports confirmed a mechanized brigade was aboard that flotilla. Once those forces hit the beach, stopping them would be nearly impossible. A few companies of the French Foreign Legion and a Kenyan Army battalion guarded the mine itself, while French and American commanders scrambled to mobilize assets. But after yesterday's shocking downing of 4 B-1B Lancers, no one was eager to send aircraft anywhere near Russian air defenses, so it fell to Del Vecchio here and now to blunt the enemy's spearhead. If she failed, nothing would stand between those forces and the mine, or the devastation they would bring to everything in their path. Djibouti City, Djibouti, December 28th. From a press box at the Stade Hassan Gold, the nation's largest soccer stadium, French intelligence officer Pascal Arc-Blanchet observed the distant port through his binoculars. Over a kilometer separated him from the docks, but the view was clear enough to confirm two critical facts. The Russians had arrived in significant numbers, and they hadn't come empty-handed. The morning had been a whirlwind. After an evening at the embassy digesting reports about the naval fleet and the loss of 4 American bombers over the Gulf of Aden, the 64-year-old had been working his contacts nonstop. His goal was to establish secure channels of communication, before Russian armor, weapons, and surveillance blanketed the streets. A part of him bitterly wished Paris had heeded his earlier warnings about Russian special forces activity here. He briefly shouldered the blame for not being more insistent, but that feeling passed. Realistically, his remote post hadn't been a priority for anyone in the capital 24 hours ago. Given the global chaos, no alarm he could have sounded would have mobilized a response to prevent this. The invasion was inevitable. A long simmering plan finally coming to a boil. Now, his only job was the one he knew best, watching the enemy. With that purpose, he turned from the stadium's high vantage point and headed for the concrete stairs down to his car. He needed to reposition to the city's southern fringe to monitor the Russian column's inevitable push toward Kenya. As his boots echoed on the stairwell, his phone vibrated. He snatched it, hoping it was a dockworker contact who had gone silent. "Hello." "Hi, Papa. It's me." Normally, his son's voice would make him grin widely. Today, it tightened his stomach. "You're here, aren't you?" A pause. "How did you know?" "Little happens here I don't learn about. But in your case, a friend at the ministry handling the evacuation called. He mentioned a group matching your description flying in before the plane filled with evacuees headed out. I was hoping to see your name on that passenger manifest." Pascal gave a soft, dry laugh. "I've spent years here with nothing but quiet. You think I'd leave just as things get interesting?" His tone then shifted, losing all its humor. "My concern is you. What exactly is your small, lightly equipped team supposed to do against what's coming off those ships? The less you know about that, the better for everyone." Silence hung between them for a beat. "Ah, my courageous son. The Arc Blanchettes have served France in every conflict since the Battle of Montebello. I know the family history, Papa. You remind us constantly." The son's voice was firm, cutting off the familiar lecture. "Where are you? I want to see you." Pascal considered. "There's a place I use sometimes. The owner is a trusted friend, La Mer Rouge. It's about 1 kilometer south of the highway as you leave the city. But listen to me. Russian eyes and ears are everywhere now. Assume you're being watched." "I will. You stay safe too." Port of Djibouti, Djibouti City, December 28th, on the pier near where General Lazar consulted with his officers. Colonel Borbakov simmered with irritation. His Tigra armored vehicles were inching down the gangway, and the local dock workers seemed determined to smash every crate and drag every cargo net of equipment during the offloading. He mentally calculated he'd be fortunate if even half his ammunition and gear was still functional after this haphazard handling. The longshoremen were collecting a substantial payment for this work. Borbakov knew, yet he saw little value for the rubles spent. The thought crossed his mind that these third-world laborers would find their motivation instantly if he simply drew his sidearm and executed the slowest among them. It was a satisfying, brutal image, but his hand remained at his side, the pistol stayed in its holster. He allowed the thought to fade. Russia might very well require this port again to funnel more men or machinery to the rare earth operation. The local workers moved past him in silence, many deliberately avoiding his furious stare. A harsh, grating noise suddenly tore him from his contemplation. The ship's alarm klaxon began to blare. What in hell are these Iranians doing now? He sprinted up the gangway as dock hands streamed past, their faces marked by vague interest. Several Iranian crewmen and Russian soldiers were scanning the dawn sky, anxious about an aerial strike. Borbakov shoved through the crowd. "Out of the way! Move it!" A junior Iranian deck officer he recognized dashed onto the bridge wing overhead, leaning over to shout through a bullhorn. "Hujum Turbid! Hujum Turbid! Speak Russian, you imbecile!" he roared back. The ship's PA system was already translating, a voice with a heavy Iranian accent crying out in Russian. "Torpedo! Torpedo! All hands brace for impact! Torpedo in the water!" Borbakov stared out to sea. A torpedo? How was that possible? The harbor entrance was supposedly secured by anti-submarine vessels and 3 active Russian submarines. Could American technology really be that advanced, allowing them to slip through unnoticed? Panic erupted around Colonel Borbakov as men bolted for the gangway to abandon ship. A Gaz Tigra armored vehicle, partway down the ramp, crashed into the railing, its front wheels dangling over the edge and jamming it in place as the driver leaped out and fled toward the pier. Unshaken, Borbakov ran to the ship's side and looked over. A thin white wake was racing toward them at incredible speed. To his left, the claxons of 2 other ships began to wail. For a detached moment, Borbakov simply observed the incoming torpedo. Then instinct took over, and he seized a railing. The muffled thud of an impact rocked the vessel just as he did, and a huge geyser of water erupted skyward farther along the hull. The explosion below the waterline sent vibrations shuddering through the ship, shaking Borbakov's frame before a secondary blast hurled him from his feet and slammed him onto the deck. More explosions echoed from down the pier as other ships were struck. His mind, dulled and jarred by the impact, compelled him to lie still for a moment, his hearing nearly gone. Then, as the ship started to tilt slightly, the sounds of chaos gradually swelled. Borbakov touched his forehead, feeling a slow trickle of blood. Furious and dazed by this sudden disaster, he pushed himself up and seized an armored sergeant who was running past him toward the gangway. "Halt, soldier! Take 2 men and slow this stampede! No more panic!" The man stared back with wild, uncomprehending eyes. Seeing he wasn't getting through, Borbakov thrust out a hand. "Give me your damn rifle, you fool!" The sergeant reluctantly handed it over, half expecting to be executed on the spot. Borbakov flicked off the safety, worked the bolt, aimed the AK-47 upward, and fired a sustained burst into the air. All around him, men hit the deck. The staccato roar of gunfire was a language of violence they all understood. Every man on the deck of the Sabalan fixed his eyes on Colonel Borbakov. "Listen, if you maintain order, you will have time to save yourselves and the equipment. I will not tolerate another moment of panic. You are Russian soldiers on a mission critical to your homeland. Every man here is your brother. Whether it was the gunfire or his commanding tone, it worked. The sergeants and junior officers took control, beginning a disciplined, orderly evacuation." Borbakov headed for the bridge to assess how long they had before the Sabalan sank. He cast a glance back at the gangway, where a team was struggling to free the Tigre that was half off the ramp. A tremendous explosion some distance down the pier signaled another vessel had been hit. A wave of heat washed over him, and he knew instantly that an oil tanker had been hit. Climbing toward the bridge, he acknowledged the tactical brilliance of the American submarine strike. 2 tankers, the command vessel, and a cargo ship loaded with armored vehicles and munitions, all crippled. The torpedo attacks were precisely aimed to cripple his task force before it could even consolidate on shore. Iranian frigates were already speeding from the bay's mouth, hunting for their unseen foe, but the strategic blow had already landed. U.S. John Warner, Gulf of Tadjoura. On the John Warner, the sonarman's voice cut through the control room. "Captain, all torpedoes have found their marks, active pinging now. Those frigates are heading our way, still over 5 nautical miles out. Their search patterns are erratic. They're guessing. Captain Diana Del Vecchio didn't blink. Let them come. XO put more than 12 nautical miles between us within the hour, but keep our sensors wide open for their submarines. They'll be homing in on our last known position, plot the course and speed to make it happen. Hydrophones, confirm ship's noise profile. I want us silent as a ghost. Then find me a nice sandy patch on the bottom. We'll let them sail right over us before we slip into the deep." A quiet current of satisfaction flowed through the John Warner as the word spread from bow to stern. Captain Del Vecchio had just sent 4 enemy ships to the floor of the Djiboutian harbor. The submarine crept forward, skimming just above the seabed, while hunters began to converge from every direction. Chapter 57. Secular's 28 December. After 38 grueling, non-stop hours in transit, Lieutenant Colonel Dan Connolly finally touched down at the civilian airfield in Victoria, Seychelles. Stepping off the C-130, he was met by the sight of two CH-53E Super Stallion helicopters from the USS Boxer waiting on the tarmac. A Marine captain in a crisp green flight suit, his khaki jacket bearing the patch of Marine Heavy Helicopter Squadron 465, approached with a sharp salute. His leather name tag read his rank, last name, and call sign, Booger. "Colonel Connolly?" Booger asked, polite, but unable to hide his surprise. Connolly was a wreck, exhausted, unshaven, and carrying the distinct aroma of too many hours in transit. He barely had the energy to be self-conscious. "That's me, sir. With all due respect, you look like hell. The regimental commander isn't expecting us to get you to the Boxer until we get clearance from ground control here. But listen, if you can manage a world record turnaround, one of the crew has a spare kit. There's a duty hut behind the cargo terminal with a head. You can shit, shower, and shave in under 15. We keep our timeline and get you to your new boss." "I appreciate you taking pity on a worn-out grunt. We've all been there, sir. We're in the middle of nowhere out here, but I hear you're coming from D.C. That might as well be another planet." 15 minutes later, the Marine Lieutenant Colonel was clean-shaved and feeling vaguely human again. 90 minutes after that, he was touching down on the vast flight deck of the USS Boxer, the floating command center for the 15th Marine Expeditionary Unit and the temporary headquarters of Regimental Combat Team 5. Colonel Kenneth Castor was there to meet him, and Connolly recognized him immediately. The Corps was a small world for men with their tenure, and their paths had crossed on numerous assignments. Connolly stepped from the helicopter, his legs stiff and unsteady after countless hours in cramped aircraft wobbling on the moving deck. Castor strode toward the open helo door, his voice a booming Texas drawl over the rotor wash. "Welcome aboard, Dan. Grab your gear and follow me down to the CICC. We don't have a second to waste." The Combat Information Center aboard the USS Boxer, serving as the command hub for the 6-ship task force, was a cavernous space painted in standard navy gray. It hummed with the low-grade energy of computers, secure telephones, and radio consoles. Every available section of bulkhead was covered with whiteboards, while the ceiling was a dense tangle of cables and conduits typical of a warship. The lighting from overhead fluorescents cast a pale, almost sickly glow over everything. 2 large LED screens displayed digital charts, but the real focus was on the paper maps spread across the central table, detailing the positions of all 6 vessels. Dan Connolly studied the chart table, where acetate overlays marked with dry erase ink held the most recent intelligence. A lone blue rectangle was positioned off the Tanzanian coast near Dar es Salaam, symbolizing the Marine units aboard Boxer, poised and waiting for the signal to deploy. Castor moved to the table and placed a hand on the newcomer's shoulder. "Everyone, this is Lieutenant Colonel Dan Connolly. He's been dispatched directly from the Pentagon's Office for Strategic Plans. He's here to brief us on mission parameters and will serve as our direct conduit to the national-level decisions being made about this entire situation. Dan, the floor is yours." "Thank you, sir. I can provide some context on what we're facing and the broader strategic picture." "Give us whatever you have, Marine." "We've been operating with significant intelligence gaps. It feels like all the crucial background is being held tightly back in Washington." "Understood, sir. Here's the assessment. I'm sure everyone is aware of the global developments. The maneuvers around Taiwan and the subsequent incident involving the admiral and the general. That was a Russian orchestration, the first move in their play. It successfully preoccupied Pacific Command, leading to the deployment of the Global Response Force to that theater in anticipation of supporting Taiwan. Then came the Christmas Day events in Europe, a major crisis that appeared unrelated, but we now assess it was the second calculated strike. The attacks on African and European commands crippled those headquarters and drew the bulk of our remaining rapid reaction forces into ejecting Russian forces from Europe. That fight continues with positive momentum on our side. He paused, letting the gravity of the interconnected strikes settle in the dimly lit room. The Russian calculus counted on a minimal or non-existent U.S. response here in Africa. In essence, it was a strategic feint, a classic misdirection play. So the Russian landing in Africa represents the third punch in this combination? Asked the colonel. Correct, sir? We believe that's exactly what it is. And their end goal is the mining facility outside Mombasa. That's the prize. Their thinking is clear. If they don't seize control now, while Western attention is divided with China, they'll soon be entirely dependent on buying rare earth elements from either the West or China. These materials are critical for modern weaponry, missiles, guidance systems, advanced computers. The threat of a technology embargo could, figuratively speaking, set them back decades. It would force them into a position of perpetual economic and political subservience, a scenario they view as more dire than any faced during the Cold War. Castor nodded slowly. So this is Russia's high-stakes gamble for strategic independence. They're fully committed. Absolutely, sir. This is their bid to secure an economic future free from Western leverage, to achieve true technological sovereignty in the digital era. Then why not deploy their entire army? Castor pointed at the Russian markers on the map. Surely they have more resources than this relatively small force. They were banking on stealth and speed with a lighter footprint. Consider their position. They're conducting a fighting withdrawal in Europe, likely expecting NATO to believe they've been contained. Furthermore, they successfully diverted the overwhelming majority of available U.S. combat power to the Pacific. Very little can reach this theater before they consolidate control of the mine. A new voice, tinged with skepticism, chimed in from near a radar console. But how do they plan to hold it? Even with our African command disrupted, we can eventually mass sufficient force to remove them. That's the piece I haven't fully solved, Connolly admitted, his expression turning grimly thoughtful. They must have a follow-on plan, a contingency we haven't seen yet. He glanced at a fresh satellite photo just handed to him, showing unusual vehicle movements inland, a detail not in his original briefing. And something tells me we're about to find out what it is. Additional forces are en route, and there's a political arrangement being finalized with Kenya once they secure control of Mrima Hill. But there's another factor. I just can't pinpoint it. The colonel was visibly unsettled by this lingering uncertainty. He set it aside for the moment and pressed on. What's the timeline for our reinforcements? The USS Vinson and its carrier strike group are underway, but they won't be in position off the coast for another 72 hours. Until then, Colonel, your unit is the primary force. Colonel Castor's eyes returned to the map spread before them. Satellite intelligence from Iran indicates the Russians have deployed a reinforced mechanized brigade. We lack the firepower to engage that level of armor head-on. One of our submarines did manage to destroy a significant portion of their fuel reserves at the port in Djibouti, but plenty of their armored vehicles remain operational and capable of reaching the mining site. Connolly offered a counterpoint. We do maintain air superiority, sir. We have Navy and Marine Corps attack aircraft at our disposal. Granted, Castor replied, but you can bet they've anticipated that. Are we assuming their anti-aircraft capabilities are minimal? Unfortunately, no, sir. Intelligence suggests some of their systems are the latest hardware from China, presumably purchased to mask increased production back in Russia. Castor did the math aloud. So we're looking at odds of roughly 4-1 against us, with no relief column appearing on the horizon anytime soon. A slow, determined smile then spread across his face. Funny enough, those are exactly the kind of odds the Marine Corps thrives on. The officers immerse themselves in charts and operational schedules, devising a strategy with personnel pooled from their respective commands. Connolly effectively became the lead planner for the combined Navy and Marine units. His extensive experience orchestrating campaigns was a boon, though he privately noted that most of it had been against insurgent forces in Afghanistan and Iraq. Confronting a conventional Russian force, the planning team concurred, would be an entirely different challenge. They drafted their best possible find, outlining both an amphibious landing and a follow-on assault plan. An hour later, Connolly and the newly formed team presented a thorough briefing to the commanders. The plan was to proceed to the port of Dar es Salaam in Tanzania. There, the regiment would disembark, and once all equipment and vehicles were offloaded, they would advance north into Kenya to defend the mine. The ship's captain interjected, "Navigation, what's our estimated time to Dar es Salaam?" "Sir, we can be pierside in approximately 16 hours. Castor followed up. And how long to offload everything once we're there? We estimate 10 to 12 hours to get all your vehicles ashore, Colonel," Connolly added, followed by another 16-hour movement north to Mrima Hill. Castor let out a low whistle. That's cutting it dangerously close. One delay, or a bout of bad weather, and Lazar gets there first. If he digs into those mines, he'll be entrenched, impossible to root out. "Agreed, sir," Connolly said. Castor placed a finger on the map at Mrima Hill and traced a line north. "We have air mobility, they don't. That gives us the advantages of speed and surprise, and I intend to use them. I want a spoiling attack launched within the next 24 hours, identify a piece of terrain along their axis of advance, somewhere they're forced to slow down, a choke point where they can't deploy widely." He continued outlining his intent. "Use the light armored reconnaissance units with some force recon joint terminal attack controllers. Get them north quickly and deliver a sharp, disruptive blow to the Russians. I want them to know they're marching into a fight with the Marines." Connolly saw an opportunity. "Sir, I request permission to lead that element. We can execute an amphibious landing with the LAV-25s. They're our fastest ground assets. While the main force moves toward the mines, my team can race ahead in the LAVs and intercept the Russians." He glanced at the map here at Moyale on the Ethiopian-Kenyan border. "We can be in position within 24 hours, just before Lazar's main force arrives." Colonel Castor considered the proposal, the gears of strategy turning in his mind. "Permission is given," Connolly then added, "if only we had a clearer picture of what Lazar's forces are truly made of." Chapter 58. Port of Djibouti, Djibouti City, Djibouti City, November 28. 3 colossal pillars of fire roared into the night sky above the crippled Iranian vessels, their chimneys of flame reaching over 100 feet and painting Djibouti City in a hellish dancing glow. The ruptured oil tankers had vomited their contents across the bay, creating a vast, drifting inferno that now lapped against the piers. Waves of fire washed over the concrete, devouring the orderly port that had existed just hours earlier. From the heart of the blaze aboard the ammunition ship, sporadic explosions sent ordnance spiraling into the air like macabre fireworks, detonating overhead or crashing into the water and the city beyond as stockpiled rockets cooked off. Moored beside one of Lazar's freighters, the munitions vessel had settled halfway into the shallow harbor sand, its burning superstructure jutting from the water like the blackened ribs of some drowned leviathan. The scene was apocalyptic. Onlookers, both local citizens and foreign workers, made frantic signs of the cross or whispered prayers in Arabic and French. Out beyond the bay's mouth, Iranian and Russian Torrential-class patrol boats zigzagged urgently, hunting for the attackers responsible for this chaos, perched atop his command BTR on the road fronting the piers. Colonel General Boris Lazar observed the ongoing disaster with a stone-faced calm. He had witnessed large-scale ruin before, bodies piled like cordwood outside a mosque in Dagestan, a Ukrainian village methodically erased by artillery until only a smoldering crater remained. An Afghan hillside turned to dust under overwhelming air power. He felt that same clinical detachment now, yet the play of light on the horizon stirred old memories of pain and loss. He rubbed his jaw, watching the flames consume the ships. Another violent blast, likely an anti-tank missile aboard the ammo ship, sent corkscrewing trails of smoke into the sky as more munitions ignited and shot off wildly. He had removed his vehicle helmet to escape. For a moment, the frantic radio traffic, the constant chatter between his commanders and his chief of staff, Colonel Keir, had become a grating din. The stream of damage reports was relentless, a familiar soundtrack from other battles in other lands, the voices of men pushed to the brink. War, it seemed, always played the same tired melodies. His broad chest rose and fell with a heavy sigh as he processed the implications of this catastrophe. A decidedly suboptimal commencement to the operation's assault phase, he thought, with characteristic understatement. Colonel Borbakov marched up to the side of Lazar's vehicle. The general noted his approach from the corner of his eye, but deliberately ignored him, keeping his gaze fixed on Colonel Keir, who sat inside the BTR furiously scribbling notes, trying to compile the damage assessments into a coherent picture of their losses. Borbakov climbed up and knelt by the open hatch. "Colonel General," he said, clearing his throat. "Wait," Lazar stated flatly, not turning from Keir. "Sir," Borbakov pressed, "we must withdraw from the harbor immediately. We are sitting targets here for American airstrikes." Lazar finally turned his head slowly, fixing the younger officer with a glacial stare. "Colonel, are you now instructing me on how to command? You will wait while we ascertain what can be salvaged and what is irrevocably lost. With all respect, Colonel General, you understand the situation, but we have a strict timeline. I must insist we adhere to it." A fresh explosion from the bay punctuated his words, casting a sudden, sharp light across Lazar's impassive features. "The European operations have met with success, so, despite the difficulties here, you must regroup your forces and advance." Borbakov's words were measured, designed to spur the general into motion rather than allow him to wallow in defeat. He was mindful of military decorum, yet equally clear in separating himself from Lazar's recent failures. Lazar responded, "Colonel Borbakov, we will determine our next steps once the full extent of the damage is known. Acting prematurely would be unwise." He then added pointedly, "I assume your special shipment remains secure." Only Lazar was privy to the contingency plan involving tactical nuclear artillery to secure the mining site, making his open reference to it in front of Keir and the other officers highly unwelcome. Borbakov fixed him with an icy stare that, coming from a less politically connected officer, might have resulted in a court-martial. "All of my assets are fully operational, sir," he stated flatly. "Good. Now perhaps you should return to your Spetsnaz unit and allow me to focus on my infantry. I have a situation to manage." With a dismissive gesture, Colonel General Lazar turned his attention back to Keir and his notes. Borbakov burned with resentment at the slight but recognized this was a conventional military disaster requiring a conventional solution. He had delivered his message. The general would be well aware that Borbakov, though merely a colonel, maintained direct lines to the Kremlin and President Anatoly Rivkin himself. The Special Forces colonel stepped down from the command vehicle and strode along the narrow dock to his waiting Gaz Tiger, where his small team awaited his return. As Lazar continued his radio communications, Keir turned to him, underlined the word tanks on his notepad, and then decisively crossed it out with a thick red marker. Beside it, he scribbled Zeus. The general glanced over, giving a curt nod of understanding. The implication was clear: the task force's anti-aircraft vehicles would proceed, but the 41 T-90 tanks accompanying the operation would have to stay behind at the Djiboutian port until additional fuel could be secured. The tanks were fuel-guzzling behemoths, and Keir had crunched the numbers. There simply wasn't enough diesel remaining to drive the armored giants across Ethiopia and Kenya to reach the mines. "Get Moscow on the line," Lazar ordered. "I want more fuel shipped down from Iran. I don't care how they manage it, but we need those tanks on site. We can seize Mrima Hill without the T-90s, but holding it will be impossible. I will make the call as soon as the damage assessments are complete." "Comrade General, Colonel Keir immediately returned to his radio, responding to a logistics officer who was cataloging the list of vehicles now resting on the harbor floor. The Spetsnaz team, personally selected by Borbikov, maintained a vigilant perimeter, their rifles occasionally tracking the few Djiboutian onlookers peering from warehouse doors and windows at the devastation. A new grim determination had settled over the Russian soldiers. For these men, the war had truly begun, and anyone interfering would likely be met with lethal force. Questions asked later. A thin, knowing smile touched Borbikov's lips as he approached his men, sensing their sharpened focus and the heightened stakes. He realized this chaos had an unexpected silver lining. It would be easier to galvanize the troops now. He told himself he could channel their simmering anger through decisive command, steering them more effectively toward the mission's objective. The men were prepared to sacrifice everything if required. That was the level of dedication he demanded, from those under his command and from those above him. His composed leadership during the Pier crisis had undoubtedly shown them his mettle. Good, he thought. Completing this operation will require nerves of absolute steel. No more time to sit around feeling sorry for ourselves. Crates were smashed open, and Lazar's troops started pulling out the weapons. But Borbikov's men shoved their way into the scramble and grabbed whatever they could. The colonel observed the chaos for a moment. Most of the regular soldiers glanced at him and his Spetsnaz team with clear unease. Borbikov strode into the middle of the group and lifted a 9K-333 Verba surface-to-air missile, testing its balance in his grip and meticulously examining the targeting optics. Known as the Willow in Russian, the Verba employed a multispectral optical seeker that merged 3 different sensors: ultraviolet, near-infrared, and mid-infrared. This let the missile's onboard computer analyze across 3 separate spectrums to identify targets, drastically reducing its vulnerability to decoys like flares or chaff. Borbikov snatched the arm of the nearest infantryman who was about to be issued one of the advanced missiles. Do you even know how to fire a Verba?" "Yes, Colonel Borbikov, sir," the soldier replied instantly. "Good," Borbikov thought. "The regulars here recognize me on sight." "List the 6 major components of this weapon system," he demanded. The soldier stared at the frozen ground, concentrating hard. "There are 6, sir. The thermal battery, the integrated day-night sight, the grip stock, the launch tube and missile housing, the trigger assembly, and the insufficient training." Borbikov turned to another man, a sergeant who held his gaze without flinching. "You named the 6th component. The IFF transponder antenna, sir," the sergeant answered. Borbikov handed him the missile. "Correct. See that only personnel with certified training receive these. We'll need everyone when the American jets come. You men are the shield for our ground forces. Remember that?" Colonel Keir moved up beside him. "Yuri, the scout teams are ready to deploy. Still a fuel shortage for the tanks. A real pity. We could have used them, and you know the commander has a fondness for armored thrusts." Borbikov responded. "We have sufficient light and medium armor to seize the mines. Moscow will find a way to get more fuel through. Our submarines will hunt down whoever caused today's mess and sink them before the next tanker even leaves port." U.S. Air Force Expeditionary Airfield. Near Greelitz, Germany, 28 December, Senior Airman Jones delivered the maintenance status report for what was left of the squadron's aircraft. From an original roster of 18 operational A-10 Warthogs, they were down to just 8. The bodies of fallen airmen were arranged outside the operations tent. The cold was bitter enough that they could remain there, each sealed in a black pouch, waiting for the Graves registration teams that were supposed to come up from Gorlitz. With higher command still in disarray, nobody knew how long it would take for GR to untangle the logistics and actually get here. Bullet holes and shrapnel tears peppered the field tent, letting in thin slices of the gray afternoon light. The surprise ground assault by Russian special forces at dawn had cost the Air Force almost a dozen airmen and several ground crew members, including one of the unit's most seasoned senior enlisted leaders. The attack had been pushed back, but it drove home the reality that Russian special operators were still active along the German border, far behind the now scattered Russian armor columns, under orders to ruthlessly negate any NATO edge they could find. 2 aircraft had been wrecked in the fight. One was still sending a thin stream of smoke into the wind from the edge of the highway the Americans were using as a makeshift runway. Since the attack ended, the ground crews had worked relentlessly on both their remaining planes and their battered expeditionary airfield. Braving freezing rain and a wind that cut through their layers, they cannibalized parts from the damaged birds beyond repair, pushing non-stop to return these 8A-10s to flying condition. Cullen Jones wrapped up his briefing, and the commanding officer stepped forward to address the men in the dimly lit hangar. The situation was grim, but his voice carried a steely resolve. "You all know why we're here," he began, his eyes scanning the faces before him. "That combined American and German unit is pushing hard, and they're relying on us to keep the pressure on the enemy before they can slip across the border. Our Polish allies have their hands full defending their capital, so it falls to us to help prevent more losses on their side. Your nation expects nothing less than your absolute best until we get the order to stand down. And that is precisely what we will deliver. Stay focused, stay strong, and for heaven's sake, keep your heads on straight. No lone wolf stunts now. Follow me outside. We'll pay our respects to those we've lost and ask for their guidance as we carry on." After the brief, solemn ceremony, Captain Schenk led his 7 pilots at a quick pace toward the flight line. Their runway was a battered stretch of eastbound Autobahn, its surface scarred and hastily patched, but declared serviceable for the rugged A-10s. The aircraft themselves were a testament to recent battles, sporting welded patches, fresh rivets, and replacement parts. Not a single one of the 8 Warthogs was without marks. But the pilots trusted their ground crews implicitly. If the mechanics signed off on them, that was all the assurance they needed. Schenk hauled himself up the ladder and slid into the cockpit, giving the armored canopy frame a familiar tap before securing his harness. With a hiss, the canopy sealed shut. He ran through the power-up sequence, nudged the throttle forward, and glanced left to return a salute from Airman Jones, who used his left hand, his right arm bound in a sling. Then, with a call to the controllers, Schenk released the brakes and began his roll down the makeshift runway. Within moments, he was climbing into the overcast sky, his formation falling into line behind him. Djibouti City. Djibouti, Denver 28. Pascal Arc Blanchette was breathing heavily by the time he reached the top of the concrete stairs at La Mer Rouge. The pool area was deserted, or so he thought. Tristan, the French owner, was waiting behind the locked steel gate at the rooftop entrance, watching Pascal's ascent with a wary expression. "What brings you up here?" Tristan asked, not moving to open the gate. "Tristan, it's me," Pascal said, gripping the bars for support. "Since when do you lock me out?" "When you sound this friendly, I start checking my pockets," Tristan replied dryly, but the look in Pascal's eyes told him this wasn't a social call. With a sigh, he turned the key in the old lock. "What sort of trouble are you dragging to my doorstep this time? Are Izila and the others here?" Pascal asked, stepping through. "Use your eyes." "They're gone. I heard about the Russian ships and the unpleasantness at the port after the American intervention. I sent everyone away 30 minutes ago." Tristan shook his head, a faint, grim smile on his face. "I still have friends who talk, Pascal. I sent them away because I had a feeling you and I were about to get our hands dirty for La Belle France." "You guessed correctly," Pascal said, his voice dropping. "It's going to be a very long night." "Absolutely rotten," Pascal agreed, "but for the sake of our country, as you put it." Tristan's story was a legend among the expatriates. Years back, he had arrived in Djibouti with the Foreign Legion, a young man expecting a tour of duty, not a lifetime. He met a woman of stunning beauty, a shepherd's daughter whose grace seemed misplaced among the flocks. He was captivated, pledging his heart and his future return when his unit was reassigned. She had met his vows with a skeptic smile, believing a soldier's honor was often a casualty to his passions. The years unfolded. Tristan eventually retired from the Legion, and he journeyed back to Africa, not for a visit, but for a life. He embraced Islam to win her father's blessing and offered a substantial dowry to satisfy her tribe. A wedding followed, then the arrival of 4 children. Now the proprietor of La Mer Rouge, Tristan stood as a contented French expat, a devoted father to 2 sons and 2 daughters. His sons had grown to manage the daily rhythms of the restaurant, while his daughters, echoing their mother's allure, possessed a beauty that captivated every travel-worn patron who stepped through the door. Some customers returned less for the food and more for the chance to see them, a fact Tristan noted with a mixture of pride and protective amusement. 10 minutes later, on the restaurant's balcony, Pascal Arc-Blanchette wrapped his arms around his son, the embrace awkward over the bulk of body armor and strapped gear. Apollo held him just as firmly. The reunion, long overdue since their last meeting over a year prior at Christmas, though their weekly phone calls were a steadfast ritual. They settled at a small bistro table. A haze lingered over the distant port, a remnant of the day's turmoil. Tristan's son had already brought up a coffee tray, and Apollo immediately poured a cup, drinking it in swift, grateful swallows. The scene was almost absurd, the silver-haired older man in his tweed coat seated opposite the formidable young soldier in full desert camouflage, helmeted, with a rifle slung across his chest and a communications headset framing his face. Apollo set his cup down. "Papa, I can't stay. The Russian column will be moving out of the city soon. Their scouts are already probing the route. I understand. Your team is waiting. I truly wish you had taken that flight to Paris." Pascal offered a resigned shrug. "This is my home. I'm not leaving. It isn't safe here. I still have the satellite phone. If the signal returns, I can update NATO on the Russians' departure, the damage they've caused, and what strength they leave behind. You don't think you're in danger?" "No, not at all," Pascal replied, slipping briefly into French before continuing. "My worry is reserved for you. I know my job." Pascal placed a hand on his son's armored shoulder. "Molt ad apris qui bien connuist ahon." Apollo resisted the familiar urge to sigh. "You know, I don't speak ancient French, Dad." "Perhaps not, but you understand the meaning. He has learned much who knows the pain of struggle." Apollo drained his coffee. "I'm sorry, but I have to go." But Pascal was not done. He has conquered his way across so many lands, he has taken so many blows from good, sharp spears, he has slain and vanquished in battle so many powerful kings. When will he ever forsake waging war? Apollo stood, a determined grin visible below his microphone. "Not until I've kicked those Russian backsides all the way to Siberia." He shook his head, affection cutting through the tension. "Papa, you and your Charlemagne? Your sister may have the university degrees," Pascal said, his voice thick, "but I have never been more proud of my warrior son. My earpiece is buzzing, Papa. Please be careful." He kissed his father on both cheeks in the traditional manner and turned for the stairs. "You as well, my boy." The father watched his son disappear down the stairwell, the clatter of gear fading. Then, alone, he gathered his binoculars, the silent satellite phone, and his cell phone, preparing for his own lonely vigil. Both phones were useless, the Russian Spetsnaz teams having efficiently knocked out cell towers and jammed satellite signals. Pascal understood his priority: document the scale and gear of the Russian forces withdrawing from the city, then figure out a method, any method, to relay that intelligence to Paris. Time was slipping away. Downstairs, Apollo regrouped with his men near their vehicles, 2 rugged Toyota Hilux pickups provided by French embassy security. The remainder of the dragoons prepared to board 3 helicopters flown in from Addis Ababa by contract pilots. Apollo's team at the restaurant remained heavily armed, scanning every shadow and stall of the nearby market as they loaded back into the Hiluxes. The captain slid into the back seat of the trailing truck, where Corporal Constantine waited, radio in hand. "Boss, Sergeant Dariel reports one of the SA-330 Puma helicopters is down with maintenance issues. He's asking if you want to proceed with the two that are operational. Two birds can't carry everyone, and I won't split the unit. Tell him to secure any available pickups or transport trucks, even purchase them from Djiboutian workers at the airport if necessary. But they need to grab extra fuel cans and move fast. We'll be there in 30 minutes. I want every man ready to roll the moment we arrive. Copy that. Transmitting now. Apollo glanced back at the four-story building his father had taken over as an observation post, La Mer Rouge. Clever old Pascal certainly knew the terrain. The Russians heading south had only 3 possible routes, and from that height his father could monitor all of them. Apollo just hoped the Russians wouldn't catch on to the tactical advantage the building offered and decide to investigate. He had no doubt Spetsnaz units were operating throughout the city. For all he knew, his own team was being watched at that very moment. The 2 trucks growled to life and sped toward the airport, everyone inside acutely aware they were racing the clock to escape before encountering Russian armor head-on. Chapter 59. Yes, John Warner. Gulf of Aden, 28 December. The USS John Warner had spent hours lying still on the sandy seabed south of Mucha Island, north of Djibouti City. Now it pivoted to a new urgent mission: achieve maximum speed and reach open water. The Tadjoura Trough, a deep underwater channel running west to east, offered a clear path into the Gulf of Aden and away from the sweeping sonar of approaching Russian ships, which were closing in by the minute. Commander Del Vecchio shifted into full command mode, issuing rapid orders. Helm, watch the cavitation bubble. Officer of the deck, I need top speed while running silent. Sonar, stay sharp on any vessel noise. Quartermaster, report depth under the keel every 5 minutes, or immediately if it changes. The quartermaster responded first. Aye, ma'am. Current depth 180 feet beneath the keel. The officer of the deck added, noise levels are minimal. All divisions report crew at quiet ship operation status. The helmsman finished the update. Steady at 6 knots, ma'am. Holding speed and depth. Very well. Del Vecchio replied automatically, though her mind was racing several steps ahead. They had just over 7.5 nautical miles to reach the Tadjoura Trough at 6 knots. That meant nearly an hour to get to the deep-water outlet, time they clearly didn't have. The Russian vessels were advancing too fast. If she ordered more speed, the submarine's propellers would cavitate, creating an audible bubble trail that every sonar operator for miles would detect. There had to be another way, a gamble, a shortcut, something. The tension on the bridge was so thick you could almost touch it, a silent testament to the high-stakes hide-and-seek unfolding beneath the waves. The equations she had committed to memory years before now spun through her thoughts, arranging themselves as she hunted for the mathematical key. Each figure stood for velocity, range, pressure, ocean flow, and acoustic interference. Every variable submariners had obsessed over since the very first war sub slipped beneath the waves. The sonar operator's voice cut through the quiet. Contact 3, bearing 238, just registered an active ping. Range is 8 nautical miles. Her executive officer weighed in. Either they believe they have a lock or they're trying to flush us from hiding. Agreed. The island's acoustic shadow buys us minutes, not hours. They'll close in fast. A deep, resonant thud echoed through the hull, followed by a violent jolt that shook the John Warner from stem to stern. The force rattled teeth and sent pens sliding off chart tables. Every soul aboard recognized that sound. The sonarman tore off his headphones, massaging his ears with a wince depth charge. The XO stated, giving voice to the unspoken dread. You all right over there? Yes, sir. Just wasn't ready for it. Had my gain cranked all the way up, trying to pick out engine signatures. Thought I caught a damn splash noise. Looks like you did. Commander Del Vecchio turned toward her crew. Her expression left no doubt a choice had been made. XO, I want the nearest Russian vessels aligned with Mucha Island. We'll use the landmass as an acoustic shield. We skirt the island's edge, then you take us to flank speed and follow the seabed as it drops away. Our propeller noise will refract around the island's mass. It'll create two false acoustic returns, bending in opposite directions. The Russians will chase one signature at full throttle. I've studied this maneuver, but I've never been cornered in water shallow enough to attempt it. It won't deceive them forever, but if they're busy plastering the southern side with depth charges, it'll hand them some wrong vectors to pursue. "Understood, Captain," replied the XO. "Sonar, get me a lineup on the two closest Russian contacts and relay the azimuth. Helm, stand by for a hard turn." Once we have the heading, we go to full power. Del Vecchio's hands tightened on the railing. The plan was a gamble, using a false acoustic shadow to misdirect, then a sprint into the deep trough before a steep dive below the thermocline, racing toward the Gulf of Aden. For a moment, she recalled a training exercise years ago where a similar trick had failed spectacularly, leaving her with a lasting distrust of textbook solutions. But here, with the hull still ringing from the blast, textbook was all they had. Djibouti City. Djibouti, 28 December. Through his vortex binoculars, Pascal observed the final Russian vehicle depart the city limits. He lowered the optics and shut his eyes, allowing himself a wave of profound relief. It had taken over 8 hours for the entire Russian brigade to roll south from the still-smoking port, down the Rue de Venice onto the RN1, then the RN5, and finally out of the urban sprawl toward the open desert. Pascal had witnessed every piece of hardware, every visible soldier. The units had left the port warehouses at half-hour intervals, organized into 3 distinct combat columns, a tactical choice, he noted, likely to reduce vulnerability from aerial reconnaissance or attack. Moving as a single long line would have made them an ideal target. Unit by unit in disciplined clusters, the force appeared built around motorized rifle regiments, supplemented by independent reconnaissance elements, or so Pascal deduced. His notepad was filled with frantic scribbles from the long day's vigil. Though no military veteran nor a Kremlin scholar, he was ideally suited for this surveillance task. A longtime Africa correspondent, he possessed an encyclopedic familiarity with Russian military gear, unsurprising, given how many nations on the continent Moscow armed. His tally listed the equivalent of 3 regiments of BTR-82A armored carriers, a headquarters unit with medical support, 2 artillery battalions, a sizable battery of anti-aircraft vehicles, and a full battalion dedicated to anti-tank weapons. As the last dust cloud settled, he allowed himself a dry, humorless chuckle. All that firepower and not a single soldier had glanced up at the lonely hotel rooftop where he'd been perched all day, sipping cold coffee and counting their every move. All told, the force was roughly the size of a Russian rifle brigade. Good heavens, Pascal thought, glancing down at his notepad. A formidable assembly, a final report was due to the General Directorate, and to Apollo as well. His notes, all enciphered by his own hand, were filled with meticulously drawn tables, row upon row of codes representing and classifying Russian military vehicles. What struck Pascal most, however, wasn't something present in the vast Russian inventory, but something conspicuously absent: main battle tanks. The complete lack of heavy armor was baffling. He understood the principles of speed and surprise, but surely the Russians didn't believe they could maintain the element of surprise once their boots hit the ground in Djibouti. This glaring vulnerability was something he needed to make crystal clear to his superiors. The rest of the regiment aligned with his expectations. A multitude of BTR-82A armored personnel carriers, BRDM-2M scout cars, Cornet D anti-tank missile trucks, a battery of Pantsir S-1 air defense systems, and several BM-30 Smerch rocket launchers. He'd also tallied 20 of the hulking, tracked ZSU-23 anti-aircraft vehicles. Those old beasts will be a drag on their pace, he mused, probably capping their speed at around 25 miles per hour. All in all, Pascal estimated he'd observed over 2,000 troops mounted on light armored vehicles or in heavy transport trucks, with thousands more presumably crammed inside the hundreds of BTRs and other carriers. He checked the Inmarsat satellite phone, hoping for word from his son. Nothing yet. The signal was strong now, and 2 messages had arrived while his focus was locked on the military column. One was a coded query from the General Directorate requesting his status. The other was from a local contact in Djibouti, asking to meet and exchange information. His rooftop perch had been a busy hub during his surveillance, with a visitor, a gas station attendant, a long-haul trucker, a few dock workers, all his assets stopping by about every 30 minutes. For the first time in years, Pascal felt like he was back in the game, his skills actually meaning something. He read the local contact's message first and sent a reply agreeing to a 10 p.m. meeting at La Mer Rouge. The message from headquarters was a simple string of code words ordering a report, which he also answered. Noting he had photographic intelligence to transmit immediately, more than anything, Pascal ached to call his son, but that personal longing would have to wait duty first, he reminded himself. He began photographing the pages of his notebook with the sat phone's camera to send the images digitally via satellite. The notes were in an archaic shorthand code he'd learned decades ago. The new generation of field agents used digital encryption. Pascal was fairly certain no one under 40 could decipher his chicken scratch, but he trusted there were still a few old hands left at the General Directorate who could interpret it. He flipped through the pages, capturing image after image, storing them in the phone's memory. It had taken him nearly a year to get comfortable with the darn device, even when orders came down strictly forbidding the use of physical cables and encrypted letters. He dragged his feet until a sharply worded reprimand from headquarters forced him to finally join the modern age. With the photographs finally taken, he initiated the transmission, sending the data up to the satellite and back down to Paris. The process always took several minutes, so he set the phone on the small table by the balcony railing. The exhaustion from hours of intense surveillance, clandestine meetings, and meticulous note-taking settled over him on the horizon. The joint French and American facility at Camp Lemonnier was still visible, a silent sentinel in the fading light. Smoke still curled into the sky from the distant base, a grim signal of what had transpired. Pascal pictured the scene all too clearly. Any of his countrymen who hadn't escaped before the Russians swept in would have met a brutal end. It was obvious their first move after mobilizing from the harbor was to dispatch a regiment to obliterate the airfield and its facilities. Leaning against the balcony railing, he watched the streets below finally stirring back to life now that the foreign forces had pulled out. The evening rush was beginning. He placed his teacup and binoculars on the broad wooden rail, exhaled deeply and checked the Inmarsat phone. The screen showed the upload was 2/3 complete. "Hello," came a voice in awkward French from behind him, jolting Pascal from his grim reflections. He turned to see a burly man in a khaki shirt and Bermuda shorts at the top of the stairwell. The casual Western-style clothes looked entirely out of place in Djibouti. For a split second, Pascal wondered if Tristan had hired new staff for La Mer Rouge, then his stomach dropped and a fresh wave of sweat broke over him. He recognized this man. He was one of the younger faces he'd spotted at Restaurant Listoral, a Russian special operator. Instinctively, Pascal slid a hand behind his back, palmed the sat phone from the railing, and tucked it smoothly into his waistband beneath his jacket. The expensive binoculars remained on the rail, shielded by his body. "Good afternoon," Pascal said, forcing a tone of casual ease. Sometimes his old field instincts needed a second to engage. With a seemingly idle shift of his weight, he leaned back against the rail, using his hip to nudge the binoculars over the edge. He judged the push perfectly. They landed with a soft thump and a quiet slide onto the canvas awning covering part of the pool deck below. The sound was barely audible, meaning the optics were intact and wouldn't clatter to alert anyone downstairs. Pleased with hiding the phone and his quick thinking with the binoculars, Pascal addressed the man in rapid, fluent French.
"I'll take a wine, a Merlot, something from Tuscany, if you have it."
Getting no reaction, he adopted a haughty, dismissive tone as he moved to sit at the small table. A glass of the Tenuta de l'Ornellaia, actually. Better yet, bring a full bottle, the man simply stared, his expression blank. Then his eyes flicked toward the staircase. Pascal followed his gaze as a second man emerged at the top of the steps. This one wore the tan digital desert camouflage, the Tetris pattern of a Russian Spetsnaz officer. His shoulder boards were large, adorned with 3 stars marking him as a full colonel. Pascal felt the blood drain from his face. A cold sweat beaded on his forehead. "Stay calm," he commanded himself. For a fleeting moment he weighed the option of bolting past the colonel for the stairs. The officer wasn't as physically imposing as his companion. Pascal stood calmly and took a tentative step in that direction, but the colonel immediately raised a hand, halting him. Yes, a Tuscan Merlot would be pleasant, the colonel said in thickly accented French. "I may ask the owner to pour a glass, or perhaps 2, but I doubt you will be staying for the cheese course, monsieur." The man in civilian clothes drew a pistol from beneath his shirt. He walked past Pascal to the abandoned table and chair and began flipping through Pascal's notebook. Adrenaline surged through the Frenchman's veins, presenting him with a frantic mental menu of bad choices. 1. Vault over the railing. 2. Shove past the larger man and try for the jump to the neighboring roof. 3. Charge the colonel. He did none of it. He stood frozen, more cold sweat tracing a path down his neck. His hands tightened on the railing behind him. He silently cursed his aging, out-of-shape body. A younger operative might have risked the jump, likely landing on the canvas awning below with enough agility to make a swift escape. Pascal, however, was well past those days. He let out a soft sigh, his posture deflating. As if reading his thoughts, the Russian colonel interjected. "I wouldn't test Sergeant Ketsov. He's got a nervous trigger finger, and here's an interesting tidbit I learned downstairs. He has a particular distaste for the French." This remark sent a cold ripple through Pascal, his mind racing with possibilities about what might have befallen Tristan. The colonel offered a thin smile before nodding to the sergeant to conduct a search. Pascal lifted his jacket with his free hand, retrieved the satellite phone from the damp waistband of his trousers, and stole a glance at the display. It showed 75%. With a practiced calm, he handed the device over to Ketsov before turning to the colonel. "I didn't get your name!" "Colonel Borbikov." "De Guzman," Pascal replied smoothly. "Francois de Guzman? I see, and your purpose here, observing my unit's movements in Djibouti, perhaps on behalf of the French government? Or maybe the External Security Directorate." Pascal allowed a look of amused disbelief to cross his face. "A spy? Certainly not. I'm a diplomat." The large Russian passed the phone to the colonel, who examined its screen briefly. Pascal continued. "I'm with the French Diplomatic Monetary Fund mission from the Bank of France. We're here to oversee the transition at the Central Bank of Djibouti and assist in stabilizing their currency against the euro." "How fortunate," Borbikov said, his tone dripping with a sarcasm that hadn't been there a moment before, "because if my understanding of the Geneva Conventions is correct, an individual caught transmitting intelligence to the External Security Directorate while out of uniform would be considered, well, a spy. Pascal kept his expression neutral. "I'm afraid I wouldn't know." The colonel pressed the satellite phone's power button, eliciting 3 distinct beeps as it powered down. With deliberate care, he then pried off the plastic back cover, removed the battery, and slipped both components into his pocket. The sound of boots on concrete echoed from the narrow stairwell as 3 additional Russian soldiers emerged onto the rooftop of the Red Sea Hotel. They were armed with AKs and wore advanced tactical gear over civilian clothing, much like Sergeant Ketsov. Pascal recognized 2 of them from Nadal's restaurant, 1 man and 1 woman. Their faces, once relaxed over coffee at Listoral, were now set in stern professional masks. Borbikov said, "You won't object if we verify your credentials, though I'm sure they are perfectly in order." Offering a confident smile, Pascal stepped toward the woman and handed her his wallet. The identification and credit cards inside all supported his alias, Monsieur de Guzman, a banking cover he had maintained flawlessly for years in the city. Now we're getting somewhere, he thought, his confidence swelling. The story was airtight, and his local contacts could verify every detail if pressed. The colonel scrutinized the documents, motioned Pascal closer, locked eyes with him for a tense moment, and then returned the wallet. With a smile, he gestured toward the stairwell. That was easier than expected, Pascal mused, stepping forward with renewed assurance. He was one step from the stairs when Colonel Borbikov's voice stopped him cold. One more question before you leave, Monsieur de Guzman. Are these yours? The woman produced a pair of high-definition Vortex VK binoculars from a pouch on her belt, handing them to the colonel. He examined them as if they were a foreign artifact. Without hesitation, Pascal answered quickly, No, simply a misunderstanding then, said the colonel, waving him off. Good. Adieu, Pascal replied, and feeling a surge of boldness, he added, I'll need my phone returned, please. That won't be necessary, monsieur, is it, Pascal? As I've told you, my name is Francois de Guzman. You'll be having a little chat with me first, the colonel stated, drawing his sidearm from its hip holster. He aimed the pistol squarely at the Frenchman. Ariadne, escort Monsieur Pascal downstairs and secure him beside the old man. Chapter 60. Central Poland, 28 December. Shank's flight suit was drenched with sweat, dark stains spreading beneath his arms. He hadn't moved from his seat in over 3/4 of an hour. An intense itch nagged at him, but the cramped cockpit of the A-10 offered no room to adjust, and his current speed and dive angle made any movement unthinkable. He had assigned the rest of his squadron to hunt tanks, leaving him and his wingman, Nooner, to search for more significant targets further behind enemy lines. Sweat trickled down his forearms into his gloves as he maintained a firm grip on the controls, forcing himself to ignore the discomfort and stay locked on his heads-up display. He filtered out every sensation except sight and sound, scanning the dark terrain for Russian armor and the lower sky for the sudden deadly spark of a surface-to-air missile launch. His ears were tuned to the warnings in his headset. It was all about equilibrium. He used to lecture his students back at Nellis Air Force Base. Focus too much on the attack, and you're dead. Focus too much on evasion, and you fail the ground troops you're there to support. No pressure at all. He'd always quip with a grin in the briefing room. There was no grin now. The display showed the last known positions of the Russian tank column. If they hadn't moved too far, he should be in a screaming dive toward a group of T-14 armatas that had been hammering the Allied forces. Shank's eyes swept across woodlines, ridgelines, small towns, and frozen valleys. He looked for anything. Odd color patterns in the snow, tracks, exhaust plumes in the frigid air, or trees shaking from the passage of heavy vehicles. Then, dipping below 1,000 feet, he spotted movement near a distant tree line about 2.5 miles ahead. He adjusted his angle slightly and focused. What he first mistook for a line of trucks clarified into a long, dark green shape. It blended with the forest edge before emerging. A serpentine form slithering across the white landscape from southwest to northeast, growing longer by the second. He keyed his mic. Holy hell, Nooner. 11 o'clock low. I've got a train, a massive train running dark, confirmed. His wingman replied. Could be the one, but how do we know it's not civilian freight? Nooner's transmission cut off as smoke trails erupted from the train center. 4 SAMs climbed on thick white pillars, their smoke immediately curving toward the 2 aircraft. In a synchronized, pre-briefed maneuver, Shank and Nooner broke hard to the right without a word, pulling into a sharp turn. Their twin turbofan engines roared, spitting red flames as afterburners engaged, pushing them past 400 miles per hour in unison. They released multiple chaff and flare decoys, turning to present the smallest possible profile to the missile's heat-seeking guidance. One of the inbound threats veered off, chasing the flares. Both pilots watched their radar screens intently as the remaining warheads closed the distance. They launched another volley of countermeasures and then jerked their aircraft violently back to the left. Relief flooded through the cockpit as the final trio of missiles lost their lock, chasing decoy flares and chaff into the forest below. "Damn!" Nooner's voice crackled over the radio. "If I'd started this run with a piece of coal back there, I'd be sitting on a diamond right now." But Shank's mind was already locked on the objective. "We're taking that train down Nooner, sir. With all respect, that thing's missile car probably holds more than 4. We get close again, it's gonna send another welcoming party." "Message received," Shank shot back. "But intel is screaming that train is the brain of this entire operation. We have to burn it. Understood. What's the play?" "Simple. Here's how we do it." Shank laid out a quick, aggressive plan. "Clear, Crystal. I'm ready to push in, but I might need to keep a finger on the eject lever." "Noted. Attack heading 014. Less than 3 minutes out. Stay sharp." "You think she'll stop?" "Duck into that next patch of woods and wait to ambush us on another pass." "Negative. For all their guns, they're sprinting against the clock to cross Poland. They know every hour they're exposed. More NATO birds are flooding into the theater." He paused, the landscape blurring beneath them. "We hit her just past the tree line. Take us even lower. Use the forest as a radar blanket. We pop over the trees at our 12 and hammer down." "You're on point. You've got 2 missiles left. I've only got 1. 2 copies," Nooner acknowledged. Both pilots wrestled with their controls, muscles straining as they pushed the A-10s through the turbulent air just 200 feet above the ground. The Warthog was a beast, a flying tank, heavy and deliberate, not built for finesse. It demanded constant physical correction. They tore over a sleepy village clinging to a country road, the terrain forcing them into a relentless dance of climb and dive. A breath away from the nightmare every aviator feared. Not a fiery death in combat, but the silent, shameful crash into the earth, the dreaded, controlled flight into terrain. Ahead, the final wall of pines rose. At the last possible moment, both jets clawed for altitude, skimming the treetops before dropping back into a wide clearing scarred into the evergreen forest. 10 o'clock. Nooner called out. Shank's eyes snapped left. Visual. He banked gently, lining up the shot. There, slithering between snow-dusted fields near a city's edge, was the train, racing east toward another dense wood. In moments it would vanish, forcing them into a vulnerable overflight. "Fox 4, Nooner announced, releasing his last 2 Mavericks. The missiles shot forward, accelerating violently. Simultaneously, as if choreographed white plumes of smoke erupted from the train's roof under the moonlit sky, 10 new threats rising from hidden launchers, just as Shank sent his final missile streaking toward its target. "Guns, guns, guns," Nooner shouted, unleashing a torrent of cannon fire at extreme range in unison. Both pilots threw their aircraft into a sharp right turn, engines screaming at full military power. Their desperate hope was to duck behind the distant tree line, using the dense forest as a shield to intercept the incoming missiles. The Warthog's legendary tight turn was a blessing, but time stretched thin as Shank and Nooner wrestled their jets through a punishing 180-degree reversal, their bodies straining against the crushing G-forces. The Russian barrage was formidable, a volley of 8 short-range SA-24 Grinch missiles, supplemented by 2 longer-range salvos from S-400 systems firing advanced 9EB-96 E-2s. The 9EB shot skyward on a gas charge, climbing to 40 meters before their boosters ignited with a roar. The SA-24s, faster and more agile, immediately locked onto the 2 A-10s, accelerating to a blistering 1,200 miles per hour. In a terrifying surge, they pushed past Mach 2. 5, closing the distance at nearly 2,200 miles per hour. Shank and Nooner were now flying their rugged jets well beyond safe limits. The Polish forest rushed toward them, the last 200 meters vanishing in a heartbeat. The larger 9A missiles swiftly overtook their smaller counterparts, reaching the A-10s just as the jets skimmed the treetops. The massive cloud of flares and chaff the pilots deployed was insufficient against the 3-meter-long projectiles. One missile pierced the decoy screen, its warhead detonating alarmingly close to Nooner's left wing. The other, its sophisticated sensors recognizing the rapidly descending targets and the imminent obstacle of the woods, calculated a re-engagement was impossible and detonated prematurely. Shank's aircraft was raked with shrapnel. Metal fragments tore through his left engine, shredded part of his left wing, and sheared off a section of his tail. As they leveled out beneath the canopy, Shank glanced at Nooner's plane. Behind them, the remaining missiles, their programming blind to solid obstructions, slammed into the tall pines. One spiraled wildly into a snow-covered farmer's field before exploding. Another, its stabilizers ripped away, cartwheeled through the ancient pines and erupted against the frozen earth. Nooner's voice crackled over the radio, tight with stress. "Damn it, Shank! I have to turn back! This bird is coming apart! I've got a major fuel leak, and my controls are shot." Shank had been scanning his own instrument panel. To his relief, the readings were more promising than the shredded metal, visible from his cockpit suggested. "Return to base, Nooner. I'm still in one piece, and I've got unfinished business here." "Sir, going alone is suicide. Let me stay in the area at least. Call out your position if you take more damage. Buddy, I'm looking right at you. That's not a leak, it's a geyser. You won't last 5 minutes before you're riding a parachute. And you can barely maneuver. Don't hand the enemy an easy victory. Get home. I'll make one more run and meet you there. Copy that." "Good luck, Ray," Nooner replied, the raw moment causing him to drop the formal call sign, his wounded A-10 banked toward a heading that would lead back to their makeshift airfield on the repurposed German Autobahn. Shank knew his wingman would never make it that far, but at least he'd be clear of the combat zone before ejecting. With his tail rudder compromised, Shank's control stick felt heavy and unresponsive, like steering a car with a flat tire. The faithful Warthog answered his commands, but every banking maneuver now required deliberate, calculated effort, a new and critical variable in his rapidly evolving tactical equation. A sudden, grim realization hit him. This damaged jet was now his only companion over a very hostile sky. He skimmed the treetops and open fields at 400 feet, his mind racing ahead to anticipate every dip and rise in the terrain. The dark outline of the town's edge was visible up ahead. If his guess was right and the train had accelerated, it would be approaching the outskirts of Jelenia Gora by now. His map indicated a sprawling industrial rail yard and switching complex on the far side of the urban center. The train would have to slow for a long, sweeping curve to skirt the town and would remain slow-moving through that yard. That was his moment. An attack there avoided the city's heart and gave him a large, unmistakable landmark to steer toward. Miscalculate, however, and he'd arrive early, presenting a perfect broadside target for the train's missile batteries. Firing the 30mm GAU-8 Gatling gun at a stationary object was difficult enough. Trying to hit a speeding train moving away from him, all while dodging return fire in a crippled jet, bordered on the absurd. Yet he pushed the throttle forward. His integrated flight and fire control computer, the IFFCC, crunched the numbers for his ground speed. Designed to help a pilot achieve bullet convergence, it also computed the necessary drop and painted the solution right onto his heads-up display reticle. But Shank knew the computer only gave him a stationary aiming point. The real trick, the part that required a pilot's gut instinct, was mentally calculating the precise lead for a fast-moving target in the handful of seconds he had. Otherwise, every precious round would fall uselessly into the dirt. The system was built to put a dense ellipse of fire on a tank. He wasn't hunting a tank tonight. He flashed over a hydroelectric dam in the winding Bober River, his eyes darting to the Joint Operations Graphic Air Map on his display. The jog air was perfect for this, stripping away everything but the landmarks visible from the cockpit. He mentally checked off his approach cues from his kneeboard notes. The power station, a specific hill, a sharp bend in the river, and finally a small observation tower on a hill overlooking the city. The river bend vanished behind him, and he roared past the towers so low he caught a glimpse of people inside diving for cover. The cityscape materialized ahead. The church steeples he'd memorized from the map appeared exactly where they should be. One by one, he identified them, a castle tower, then another spire to his right. The rail yard had to be close now. His gloves were damp with sweat, his heart hammering against his ribs. The last steeples slid by, and then there. The rail lines gleamed in the darkness, and following their path, skirting the city's edge, was the massive green Russian military train. It was wounded, burning in several places from earlier strikes, but it was accelerating hard to the east. By sheer chance, his approach had lined him up almost perfectly with the train's rear as it navigated the long curve, tracking the riverbank. He shoved the control stick forward, fighting the jet's sluggish response as he tried to align the gun sight. A jarring metallic clatter from the shattered tail section threatened to shatter his focus. He settled the reticle on the tracks running through the distant rail yard well ahead of the train's lead engine. The range read 1.5 miles, well within the gun's reach. His finger found the red trigger on the control stick. 10 pilots are taught to fire in 1-second bursts to keep the timing consistent. A tradition dating back to the Cold War has them recite a short rhythmic chant as they squeeze the trigger. In the roaring silence of the cockpit, Shank began his mantra and pressed down amid the deafening roar of the gunfire. His voice cut through, a raw shout of, "Die, Kami, die!" The massive weapon thundered, firing shells as large as soda bottles, filling the cockpit with a violent cacophony of sound and shuddering vibration. A jet of flame and white smoke erupted from the aircraft's nose as the GEU-8A's 7 hydraulically spun barrels unleashed a torrent of 30mm depleted uranium and high-explosive rounds. He released the trigger only to press it again and again, his chant becoming a grim mantra timed with each burst. "Die, Kami! Die, die, Kami, die!" He held the sight on the train tracks. Every shouted phrase another controlled squeeze, another stream of 30mm fire. He ignored the round counter, a lesson he'd drilled into his own students, though he could hear its relentless click-down at a rate of nearly 4,000 rounds per minute. Ahead, the train sped desperately through the rail yard. 1,150 rounds. Brrr! Brrr! He fired a 5th burst in sync with his furious cry, watching his earlier shots strike home in a tight pattern that chewed up the rails. 790 rounds, the counter ticked away with every trigger pull. Brrr! Enormous fragments of wood and metal were blasted from the train, spinning into the air. The rail yard was now alight with the orange starbursts of countless explosions as he closed inside 3,000 feet, maintaining disciplined bursts. Every fiber of his concentration and skill went into the stick and rudder, holding the devastating fire on target. It was a pure blast of hostility, spewing from the nose of his jet onto the fleeing target. Some stray rounds and ricocheting shrapnel from the exploding shells tore into parked freight trains loaded with timber and grain, ripping the cars open and setting their contents ablaze. But the majority of his fire raked along the length of the escaping Russian train. Shank had been aiming for the 6 powerful armored locomotives, straining to pull the heavy cars to safety. His estimate of their speed was off, however, and the damage landed farther back, along the open-topped cars. This misfire ironically worked against the Russians. One burst slammed directly into a fuel car, triggering a catastrophic detonation of bulk fuel and oil. A fireball of smoke, flame, and shrapnel ballooned right in front of the Warthog's canopy. Shank swore violently, hauling back on the stick with all his strength to wrench the heavy, sluggish aircraft into a sharp turn. Narrowly avoiding flying straight into the erupting chaos, the massive fireball rolled upward in a glowing mushroom cloud. Perfect, he thought, with bitter sarcasm. Just brilliant. Now I get to do this all over again. He knew instantly he'd need another pass to finish the job. Skimming nap of the earth over the city, he threaded his whining aircraft between and below the tops of the tallest buildings, pushing the damaged warthog as low into the streets of Jelenia Gora as he dared. His wings passed close enough to blast snow from rooftops, wingtips mere feet from the town's smokestacks. It was insanely risky flying, but he needed the urban canyon for cover. Without it, he'd catch another volley of missiles right up his tailpipe. A glance in his mirror showed the train in the distance behind him. He felt a grim satisfaction. While he hadn't blown it off the rails, his first attack had inflicted serious harm. The final 4 cars were a smoking, out-of-control inferno. Fuel stores burned in great jets of fire that stabbed into the night sky, flames spurting out like lifeblood from a grievous wound. The train, however, was accelerating, trying to flee. To get behind it, Shank pulled hard right, circling around to approach its vulnerable rear. The blazing wreckage of the last railcars gave him an idea. The billowing black smoke would cloak his approach from behind. The Russians wouldn't be able to launch missiles through the curtain of burning fuel and flying debris. A new, determined calm settled over him. This time, he wouldn't miss. He forced his wounded aircraft into a punishing turn, narrowing the arc to swing back onto the attack vector. Once more, the church spires and the ancient fortress blurred past his canopy. In moments, he was over the rail yard again, now a raging inferno. The armored train was accelerating toward the open fields, where its guns would have a clear field of fire and the low-hanging clouds wouldn't be broken by the town's skyline. He adjusted his aim, placing the targeting pipper far ahead of the train to account for both his previous error and its gathering speed. The target was mostly obscured by churning, oily smoke, but he felt its position on the tracks in his gut. He took a sharp breath and muttered the familiar grim cadence. "Burn, red, burn! 640 rounds remaining, range 8,000 feet. Burn, red, burn! 520 rounds, 6,000 feet out. Burn, red, burn! 400 rounds, 4,000 feet!" Burn, red, burr. A sudden, vicious crack, crack, crack shattered his focus, and his finger hesitated on the trigger. Machine gun fire hammered the underside and nose of his plane, pounding against the armored cockpit tub. Shank cursed himself. Of course, the Russians would have every rear-facing gun on that train blazing blindly through the smoke. His approach had been textbook and stupidly predictable. He'd practically flown into a wall of lead out of sheer stubbornness. But he didn't break off. He couldn't. He had them in his sights. He pressed down again, his chant turning raw and venomous. "Die, you bastards! Die!" But the familiar brrr had degraded into a labored thump, thump, thump. The massive cannon below him was firing, but at a crippled, sluggish pace. A strange, strained whine emanated from near his left foot, and a new, jarring shudder ran through the airframe. His primary weapon was hit. He kept the trigger depressed anyway, sending a faltering stream of 30mm shells downrange. The round counter was stuck at 370, but the gun still spat out projectiles at a pathetic trickle. The master caution light began a frantic strobe. A scan of the warning panel showed fluid bleeding dangerously low from both hydraulic systems. If he didn't act, the jet would become a brick. Without letting go of the stick, he groped behind his left shoulder and, by touch alone, slammed a switch to manual reversion, then silenced the blaring alarm. It was like swapping a sports car for a dump truck. The controls went instantly heavy, the stick resisting every movement as if mired in mud. His precision was gone, but he was still flying, still in the fight. He plunged through the black pillar of smoke boiling from the train's wrecked rear cars, leveling out barely 75 feet above the mangled roofs. He held the trigger down, the slow, rhythmic thumps of the cannon continuing as he pulled back on the throttle to linger over the target. The devastation was clear now. Entire cars were peeled open from his earlier passes. Burning tanks, armored vehicles, and anti-aircraft guns littered the line. He could even see infantrymen on the flat cars, every rifle and machine gun they had pointed skyward in a desperate, futile attempt to ward off his wrath. He kept hammering them, the train's powerful locomotives finally coming into view through his sight. "Die, you bastards, die," he growled, his finger welded to the trigger. Even crippled, the Gatling managed to walk its explosive rounds into the line of engines. Directly ahead, all 6 locomotives erupted in a catastrophic chain reaction, joined by a munitions car packed with tank shells and heavy mortar rounds. The blast was titanic. He heaved the ponderous control stick hard to the right, wrenching the aircraft into a violent turn to avoid being swatted from the sky by the storm of shrapnel. A searing blast of heat washed over him in the cockpit as he skimmed the volcanic plume erupting from the train's engine. The ground fire ceased instantly. He wrenched his crippled aircraft into a 180, descending again, half expecting some determined soldier with a shoulder-fired missile to offer a parting gift. A glance in his mirror showed the train's lead section derailed. Cars jackknifed, tumbled, and erupted into fireballs. Keeping low, he pushed west, focusing on the simple, desperate act of flying straight and level. He wasn't aiming for home base anymore. He was just putting miles between himself and that inferno. Ejecting anywhere near that rolling catastrophe was the last thing on his mind. With a fervent, silent hope, he scanned the dark landscape for any airfield or even a lonely stretch of flat highway. Anything to avoid ditching his magnificent battered plane. A trembling hand reached out, patting the control panel and gauges as if comforting a loyal dog that had just dragged its master from a burning building. They had done it. He had done it. The man and the machine were one. Central Poland. 28 December. 4 minutes after the train was destroyed, Captain Ray Vance clawed his way up to 5,000 feet, wrestling the A-10 with every ounce of strength in his arms. The damage was beyond belief, the cacophony of shrieks and shudders, the sluggish, unresponsive controls. The 34-year-old pilot marveled that the aircraft was still airborne at all. Then came 3 distinct hammering impacts. Cannon fire. His seat and control stick convulsed violently. He pulled the throttle back, slowing the wounded beast, but its flight characteristics were unraveling by the second. He grappled with the 25,000-pound monster, fighting the jerking stick. Was it ground fire or a Russian fighter lurking in the dark sky behind him? He craned his neck but saw nothing. Wham! 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 Another trio of strikes slammed into Shank's Warthog, this time tearing into the left fuselage and the canopy just 2 feet from his face. A storm of metal and glass fragments filled the cockpit, slicing into his left arm and right leg. A searing piece of shrapnel spider webbed his visor and struck high on his left cheek. With the canopy shattered, the freezing winter wind now screamed into the cockpit, a brutal, mocking whistle. Blood sprayed from his cheek wound, smearing across his eyes and blinding him. Shank had flown damaged birds before, but this flying exposed, bleeding from multiple wounds, blinded by his own blood in a gale-force wind, was a scenario from a fever dream, something his worst nightmares hadn't concocted. And then the plane began to spin. Acting on pure, drilled-in instinct, he groped beside his legs, his head lolling as he tried to see through the crimson haze. Where is the goddamn ejection handle? Negative G-forces slammed him against his straps as he fumbled blindly for the controller that would blast him free. Thunk, thunk, 2 more hits after the cockpit. There was no doubt now, a Russian fighter was up here, and that pilot wouldn't quit until Shanks-10 was a smoldering crater in a snowy field. Damn it, the aircraft corkscrewed downward. He could only guess his altitude. The gauges were a blur. He knew he had seconds, maybe less, to punch out before it was too late. He felt the gray tunnel of G-induced unconsciousness closing in and grunted, straining every muscle to force blood to his brain, to cling to awareness. His numb, failing left hand finally found the cold metal side of the ejector seat handle, but his fingers refused to close around it. His right hand let go of the control stick, fumbling across the cockpit for the ejection handles. Eject, eject, he rasped, the words a desperate confirmation he was still breathing. His fingers finally closed around the cold, angled metal of the primary handle, and he pulled with everything he had. Nothing happened. He yanked again. A futile gesture met with silence. Punch out! Punch out! He screamed into his mask. The crushing G-forces had drained him. Wham! Wham! Two more brutal impacts shuddered through the A-10's airframe. Intense heat bloomed around him, penetrating even the shattered canopy. My God, I'm burning. The Warthog was plummeting now, a dead weight. The enemy fighter kept hammering him, a relentless predator ensuring its kill. This wasn't just combat. This Russian flyer wanted him erased. Not today, Shank roared, the defiance tearing from his throat over the deafening roar of disintegrating metal. Summoning a final, savage burst of strength from the very core of his being, he wrenched the ejection lever with his good arm, putting his entire back and shoulder into the motion. A deafening bang erupted, a violent shock smashing his helmet into the headrest. The rocket seat blasted him clear of the burning, tumbling aircraft. Launched while inverted, he fired downward momentarily before the seat's gyros kicked in, violently righting him and sending him arcing upward on a column of smoke and flame. A sudden pop and a whoosh later, everything became eerily slow and quiet. He was swinging gently beneath a parachute canopy. Thank you, he thought, not sure who he was thanking. With his functioning right hand, he took a quick inventory. Both legs were there. He felt the sticky warmth of blood soaking his chest and shoulder. His left hand was a bloody, mangled mess, probably broken, but the pain was a distant concern. A strange, cold numbness settled over him as he drifted downward. He wiped blood from his face with his right glove, realizing his left eye was swollen shut. Through his right eye, he saw the Nomex material of his glove was charred, but the hand beneath still worked. Fueled purely by adrenaline now, he scanned the darkness, spotting his dying A-10. It fell away below his boots, a fiery comet streaking toward the earth until it vanished into a sudden brilliant explosion that sent a shockwave rippling through the night air. In the distance, he saw one aircraft, then another. They were coming for him. Darkness nibbled at the edges of his vision. The first jet screamed past, so close he felt the turbulence. In the gloom, he could make out the pilot's silhouette, a dark helmet, a reflective visor staring back. Even through the haze of pain, his mind instantly registered the distinct profile, a Russian Su-57. But what seared into his fading consciousness as he spiraled down, wounded in a tattered chute, wasn't the jet itself. It was the vivid crimson eagle talon emblazoned on its tail. Then, everything went black. Chapter 61. South Central Poland, 29 December. Nearly an hour after Red Blizzard 2 was obliterated, its wreckage still burned fiercely in the frozen darkness. A grotesque scar of twisted metal flame and devastation snaked across the desolate, snow-covered fields outside the Polish city of Jelenia Góra. Thick, oily black smoke poured from the shattered windows and gaping wounds in the train's aluminum shells, climbing into the pre-dawn sky before being swallowed by an oppressive, low blanket of gray clouds. A Russian armored column arrived at the scene mere minutes after the aerial strike, quickly establishing a defensive ring around the shattered remains of the long train. Their medium and heavy weapons were angled toward the dark sky, prepared to unleash a torrent of fire if the American warplanes dared to return. Soldiers, many of them wounded, had spilled from the wrecked carriages. They mingled with the newly arrived troops, accepting medical aid, searching the debris for fallen comrades, and smoking nervously with their rifles close at hand. The number of vehicles swelled further as a company of boomerang armored vehicles rolled in from the west. They halted near the command vehicle, their rear hatches swinging open. A dozen armed men jumped out to form a tight security cordon, while others carrying shoulder-fired anti-air missiles fanned out to scan the heavens. Then a figure emerged from one of the armored transports. Colonel General Eduard Sabaneyev climbed out in a low crouch before straightening to his full height to survey the devastation. He wore a heavy, boot-length overcoat and a thick fur hat, surrounded by Colonel Smirnov and several aides. He turned to Smirnov, his voice low. "Go check on the prisoners. Let the generals have a moment to step out and move around as well." Smirnov nodded and began walking toward a cluster of armored personnel carriers positioned farther back along the line. Sabaneyev and his command group had transferred off the train just 25 minutes before the air attack, a move prompted by Smirnov's persistent warnings. The colonel had argued that the train's survival odds diminished with every hour it remained inside NATO territory. Western satellite networks were back online. By now, Polish intelligence had surely pinpointed that the anti-air missiles weren't coming from the main column. If they hadn't already deduced the Russians were using a modified train to slip through their country, the 12-hour delay caused by Dryagin's chaotic retreat from Wrocław would have revealed it. Sabaneyev had clung to the train as long as he dared before finally relenting to Smirnov's counsel. The timing, as it turned out, was providential, internally shaken. The general concealed it behind a mask of steely composure. Since the initial assault in Wrocław, he had been simmering with a fury bordering on disbelief, yet he showed nothing but a confident, angry determination. Frustrated that his men weren't executing his strategic vision with precision, what a joke, he thought bitterly, that after all his planning, the campaign had devolved into a series of panicked reactions. The battle for Wrocław had been catastrophic. Polish forces had obliterated 21% of his armor and killed or severely wounded over 300 of his men. More critically, the once orderly column was now shattered into dozens of isolated groups, many traveling cross-country over frozen fields, turning a swift highway retreat into a desperate crawling exodus. His entire force was now scattered across south-central Poland, with some units still fighting at this very moment, and all under constant threat from the air. This disarray had allowed American and German units to flank them north of the city, forcing Sabaneyev's shell-shocked troops into immediate combat with Abrams and Leopard tanks the moment they escaped the urban death trap. The promised ceasefire from Moscow, intended to guarantee a safe withdrawal, was nowhere to be found. Southern Poland was now a cauldron of total war, a complete and utter disaster. Sabaneyev muttered to himself. He had planned to be crossing into Belarus by now, but given the relentless fighting, he suspected he wouldn't reach the Bug River border until late the following evening, if at all. He still had enough armor and ammunition to fight his way to Belarus, but the delay would give the enemy more time to coordinate and pinpoint his forces. Reports were already coming in of Russian fighters engaging NATO aircraft attempting to penetrate the area, and he knew those attacks would only intensify by morning. He had radioed Moscow, demanding that the support train, Red Blizzard 3, be rushed forward. It carried the air defenses, tanks, troops, fuel, and ammunition needed to replace everything he'd lost in the last 12 hours. But it was only now departing Minsk, and it wouldn't reach him for hours. His triumphant mission for Russia had soured, yet he resolved to press on to destroy every NATO soldier and weapon in his path, and to cross the Bug River into Belarus within a day. He would still return to Moscow a hero of the motherland. Shaking off these thoughts, he looked up to find Colonel Smirnov waiting. "We must move, General," Smirnov said. "Your command vehicle will provide what you need. You won't have the full visibility of the train, but you'll have the radios to coordinate the withdrawal." Sabaneyev knew this well. "I want our forces pushing east in small dispersed elements, companies and platoons," he ordered. "We won't be facing a broad front, just harassing air attacks, the occasional missile strike, and those persistent tanks that won't leave us alone. We avoid giving the enemy long, easy targets. Use backroads and cross-country routes whenever possible. I want every man at the border by midnight tomorrow. And make it clear, the only excuse for failure I will accept is death. Understood, sir." Smirnov paused briefly. "To your vehicle, then?" The general took a final, lingering look at the wreckage of his once proud train, then turned sharply toward his armored personnel carrier. Today had belonged to NATO, but Red Blizzard 3 would reach them soon, and tomorrow would be Russia's day. Central Poland, 29 December. Paulina swept her flashlight over the new arrivals. The two pickup trucks that had just rattled to a stop on the gravel road had increased her squad's size but not its experience. All 8 of the newcomers looked as if they had been pulled directly from their civilian lives. 3 weren't even in uniform. She expected to hear every excuse in the book uniforms lost at the cleaners didn't fit, and most of the 8 wore expressions of pure fear. They had come straight from Warsaw, so they hadn't witnessed the fighting here over the past few days, but their drive would have shown them the aftermath. Civilian vehicles burned and abandoned along the roadside, the bodies of militia or territorial defense soldiers in bags or frozen in the snow-flecked fields. They would have seen the distant glow of fires to the west, and now standing in the cold, they could hear the far-off thump of tank rounds, the crump of bombs, and the sporadic rattle of heavy machine guns. Radio reports said the Russians were now scattered everywhere, moving in small, seemingly uncoordinated groups, but all generally pushing east. Their disciplined column had been broken up after leaving Wrocław, and they had clearly spread out to confuse NATO aircraft. This chaos meant Paulina could expect contact at any moment. So she focused on integrating these raw recruits into her unit as fast as possible. One of the younger men, his hands trembling, kept glancing toward the horizon as if expecting shadows to move in the dark. A detail she noted, filing it away as she began issuing orders. A younger man stepped off the truck and quickly pulled Paulina aside. "Sergeant or ma'am, I think there's been a mistake," he said, his voice low and urgent. "I had a college deferment. I shouldn't be here. Can I just go home?" "Absolutely not. Get back in line with the others," Paulina replied, her tone clipped. She saw him start to protest, to offer some paperwork he didn't have. "I said, in line," she barked, the sudden volume making him flinch. Before he could argue further, she used the stock of her AK-47 to firmly guide him toward the ragged group assembling beside her own tight-knit squad of 4 veterans from Wrocław. Among the new faces was a girl who looked about 19, her eyes glued to a dark cell phone screen as if willing it to life. A performance of apathy so transparent, it was almost sad. Paulina saw the terror hiding behind that act. Then there was an older man, maybe in his 50s, who just looked profoundly confused, like he'd woken up in the wrong life. Paulina's mind was already sorting them. Who would listen? Who would freeze? Who would bolt at the first crack of gunfire and become a casualty statistic? The girl with the phone, definitely. That feigned boredom was just a thin shell over pure dread. It struck Paulina then with a cold detachment that she hadn't even asked for their names. Names made them people, and people were harder to send into danger. Time to focus them. Her voice cut through the quiet, sharp, and laced with a simmering anger that wasn't entirely for show. "If you don't listen to me, if you don't watch the back of the person next to you, you will die. The first time we see Russians, that will be it. Do you understand the simplicity of that?" A heavy silence was her answer, thick with their fear. "I'm a barista, for God's sake," she thought, but she pushed the doubt down and let the command fill her voice. "We have to be able to count on each other. That's the only currency that matters now. Complaining is useless. Running is a death sentence. Your only chance is your resolve and your willingness to work as a unit. Do what I say, and I will do everything I can to bring you through this." "Is that clear?" Nods, wide-eyed and solemn, came from the group. Her radio crackled to life with orders. "Follow the Eastern Rail line. Check every switching station." Rumor was the enemy had sent a train straight into Germany earlier. Maybe they were looking for collaborators or saboteurs along the tracks. It felt like a make-work mission, almost boring. The main Russian push was still west of them after all. But orders were orders. Her squad of 15 piled into 3 pickup trucks, weapons at the ready, and rolled out. The roads were deserted, a ghost town stillness broken only by their engines. Houses were dark, windows blacked out in an eerie echo of old wars, the populace hiding from a nightmare made real. For Poland, the threat from the east was a deep historical terror. They conducted 3 patrols at different switching stations in those first 2 hours. Each time, Paulina drilled them as they dismounted, critiquing their posture, their weapon handling, turning every empty platform into a classroom. She poured into them the hard lessons she'd learned from Lieutenant Nowicki, who had trained her just before dying on that first brutal morning, and from every firefight she'd survived since. She trained them to navigate in darkness, moving without headlights and halting several hundred yards from their target to continue on foot. They practiced regular security stops, dropping to a knee to listen and observe. Rotating the point person among the boys and men was a tactic she'd picked up from a war film her father and brother enjoyed. It felt logical and proved effective. Paulina positioned herself in the center of their formation, keeping everyone spaced evenly apart. Now, close to 2 in the morning, they moved along a dark, snowy trail beside the railway toward their 4th objective of the night. This particular switching station lay just south of a town called Lukau. These stations were typically small brick structures, situated near passenger stops along the rails. The switches themselves sat outside, right beside the tracks. Pulling a lever would physically shift the rails, directing an oncoming train onto a different line to continue its journey. When they were still about half a mile from Lukau, bright lights suddenly flared ahead, startling the group. Paulina whistled softly, and the loose column halted and knelt. She moved forward, took a knee, and unfolded her map. The switching station at Lukau was roughly 100 yards southeast of the main civilian train depot, unlike the earlier stations they had visited that morning, and unlike the darkened houses nearby, the entire rail yard in Lukau was illuminated. Green and yellow bulbs blinked along the tracks. The Lukau yard appeared openly operational. Paulina raised her rifle, settling the wooden stock against her shoulder as she peered toward the flickering lights. "We're going to take a closer look," she whispered. "Stay completely silent." She signaled for the group to advance. It felt surreal to be patrolling a Polish neighborhood like this, slipping through gardens, crossing driveways, moving along hushed streets. At 100 yards from the switching station, she halted her squad and gathered them closer, directing everyone to kneel in a semicircle behind a billboard advertising a local ballroom dance studio. The flickering light from the rail yard cast eerie dancing shadows. "I'll go ahead and scout it out," she said. "Wait here. I'll see what's going on." Paulina crept forward, advancing a few steps at a time. At 50 yards from the building, she slipped into a private yard to avoid being exposed to any watching windows. She continued through back gardens, nearing her objective, then knelt behind a wooden fence. Now she could see movement inside the small switching station, the silhouette of a man outlined by the bright lights. Paulina edged closer, crawling on her right hand and knees, carefully favoring her injured left arm and shoulder as she pushed her rifle through the fresh snow. She found cover under a bush at the very edge of the station grounds and focused again on the man. He was young, probably in his 20s, and physically fit. After a moment, she noticed he wore the cap of an employee of PKP, Poland's main railway operator. Relieved, she stood up and began to walk toward the building, intending to tell him to douse the lights and get to safety. But as she started around the side of the shack, still shrouded in darkness, she froze. 4 men with rifles stood in front of the building, illuminated by the red and green lights flashing above them. They were looking intently in the opposite direction to the east. Had they turned, they would have spotted her immediately. They wore military-style uniforms. For a fleeting, almost laughable second, she wondered if they were just another militia unit sent to check the station, some bureaucratic mix-up in the middle of a war. Then reality snapped back. Frozen in place, she watched and listened. Sound carried sharply in the crisp winter air. A radio beeped. One of the men took a handset from another who wore a backpack radio. Her own unit had nothing like that. This was no local militia. The man's voice crackled over the radio. Speaking in unmistakable Russian Gono, Paulina whispered, a long-held breath finally escaping her lips. The shack door swung open, revealing the figure in the PKP hat, an AK-47 now clearly visible in his grip as he conversed with the others. She retreated step by step, her gaze fixed on the men illuminated in the eerie glow of the signal lights before turning to sprint back through the neighbor's snow-dusted garden. Regrouping with her squad, she gathered them close. Not a sound. She breathed. They nodded, their faces pale in the gloom. Russians, she stated, and a collective shock widened their eyes. 5 of them, she let the number hang in the cold air. We're going to kill them all. We'll advance to the yard next to the switching station. I'll assign each of you a target. A hesitant voice broke the silence. What if they tried to surrender? We shoot. There will be no surrendering tonight. The grim finality of her words settled over the group. Fear was palpable, but one by one they nodded. Good. I'm assigning multiple shooters to each target. We don't miss. She signaled them up, rifles shouldered, and led the way to the edge of the yard. They melted into positions beneath snow-laden bushes. The Russians remained, their attention fixed eastward. Paulina moved from person to person in a low crawl, confirming targets and ensuring safeties were off. 4 Russians were marked by 3 shooters each. Her 2 most experienced fighters would handle the 5th. Then, rising to a crouch like a conductor before an orchestra, she raised her own weapon. Fire, she shouted. 14 shots roared in near-perfect unison. Paulina watched 5 bodies crumple under the barrage. Her squad kept firing until all movement ceased. Reload, she ordered, her eyes scanning the dark rail yard toward the station, half expecting the terrifying roar of a Russian heavy machine gun to answer. When only silence followed, she stood and motioned the others forward. Weapon raised, she approached the bodies by the tracks, methodically checking each one. Finding no signs of life, she entered the shack to inspect the dead man inside before returning. Stay sharp, she commanded as the others joined her. What were they doing here? One of the newer recruits asked. Waiting for something, it seems. At a switching station? You think they meant to switch the tracks? Paulina examined the waterproof control panel outside, its cover pried open. 5 thick buttons were set into it, 3 dark, 2 illuminated in solid red and blinking green, matching the signals above. Maybe, she conceded, but there's been no rail traffic. If switching was the goal, why wait? It felt like a puzzle with a missing piece, a tension in the air that had nothing to do with the cold. Rifling through the enemy packs yielded little food, civilian clothes, ammo maps, and radio manuals. In the colored glow of the signals, none of it provided a clear answer. Then she felt it, a deep, growing rumble through the frozen earth beneath her knees. A train, she said, standing, coming from the east. The sound was building, a metallic rhythm growing louder. She looked at the blinking lights. If green means go and red means stop. What happens if we flip the script? The 2 solid red and 2 blinking green lights seemed to taunt her. Reversing whatever the Russians had set in motion might be the only play left. Hey! A voice cut through her thoughts. Whatever we're going to do, we gotta do it now and get gone. The approaching train was no longer just a vibration. Its clattering advance was now clearly heard in the night. The train loomed out of the darkness, a massive shape hurtling forward with its lights completely off. Forget this, she muttered. I'm changing the route. Her finger hit the green button, and it immediately started blinking a warning yellow. She punched the red one next, and it did the same. A deep, mechanical groan echoed from further down the rail yard, followed by the heavy slam of tracks locking into a new position. The unseen train was coming fast. Everyone clear the rails, grab those Russians and pull them back, then get into the bushes or in here with me. Now they scrambled to obey. Paulina and the older fighter leaned one of the fallen soldiers against the shack's wall before hauling him up and dumping him unceremoniously into the switch operator's chair. Under the station's harsh lights, the train exploded into view, a roaring blur moving well over 60 miles an hour. A blast of freezing air hit like a physical force just as Paulina slammed the shack's thin metal door shut. Inside, the three militiamen with her pressed against the grimy window watching the spectacle rush past. Paulina tried to count the cars but lost track after 40. Flatbeds groaned under the weight of engineering vehicles and tanks. Armored personnel carriers were chained down, followed by carriage after carriage packed with troops. Through the windows, she could see the pale, tired faces of Russian soldiers. Each car was topped with a heavy anti-aircraft gun, its crew swaddled in winter gear and scanning the blackness outside. As the last car vanished, they waited in the sudden quiet before stepping out. The others emerged from their hiding spots along the tracks, gathering around her, their expressions a mix of adrenaline and uncertainty. "Get ready to move out. We'll report this, but the mission continues." "Any idea where they're headed now?" someone asked. Paulina shook her head. "No, but if we're lucky, they don't know either." The young, slender girl, who always seemed too small for her uniform, finally spoke. "Sergeant, can we take their rifles?" A genuine smile broke across Paulina's face. The kid was learning absolutely. And make it quick. They're good ones. Chapter 62. Yus Boxer. East of Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. 29 December. Lieutenant Colonel Connolly was pulling on his second running shoe, about to head out for a pre-dawn jog on the vast flight deck, when the ship's loudspeaker crackled to life. It was 0500, and the piercing sound of the bosun's whistle was followed by an announcement that echoed through the corridors. Lieutenant Colonel Connolly to combat. Lieutenant Colonel Connolly to combat, being summoned across the entire vessel, was always a bit of a spectacle. The USS Boxer was a floating city, home to over 900 sailors and another 2,000 Marines from the expeditionary units under Colonel Castor. It functioned as a small aircraft carrier, housing the Marines' AV-8 Harriers, Cobra attack helicopters, heavy-lift aircraft, and the venerable UH-1 Hueys, birds that had been in service since before Connolly was born. He finished tying his laces and stepped out of his stateroom, which he shared with the regimental operations officer, a friend and fellow lieutenant colonel. The bunkmate arrangement had seemed like a good idea until the man's epic wall-shaking snoring kept him awake half the night. That, combined with a body clock thoroughly wrecked from globe-hopping flights, made for a miserable start to the morning. He hurried into the Combat Information Center, the focused quiet of the space a contrast to the sleeping ship. "You paging me?" "Yes, sir," answered a Navy watchstander, not looking up from his screen. "Secure satellite call for you from the Vice Chairman's office." He gestured toward a console where 3 phones sat, one with a steady green light. Connolly knew the drill. He sat down, aware of the subtle shift in attention from the others in the room. He checked his watch and picked up the handset. "Connolly here. Good to hear your voice, boss." It was Griggs. Connolly felt a knot in his shoulders loosen just a little. "Hey, Bob, likewise. The heat out here is brutal, pushing past 90 degrees, and we're gearing up to engage the Russians." "I caught the joke without the help, sir. Your sense of humor hasn't improved." Connolly's voice crackled over the line. "Your direct call to the ship just rattled half the crew on the Boxer awake. Let's make this expensive taxpayer-funded conversation worth more than just trading insults. I've got an update on the Russian movements." French intelligence, the DGSE, had an operative on the ground in Djibouti. He managed to catalog most of their forces as they left the port and sent a decent assessment of their composition before his transmission to Paris was abruptly cut off. They believe he's been compromised. Risky business. Here's what we know. It's a full, old-school Soviet-style brigade, heavy on infantry, anti-aircraft units, and a massive amount of artillery. I'm forwarding the partial report from the French now. What about their tanks? The Virginia-class submarine that slipped into the harbor took out 2 of their 3 refueling ships. The Pentagon estimates they lost over 145,000 barrels of fuel. Their tanks are currently parked under Russian guard just outside Djibouti City. Our assessment is they were abandoned because they ran them dry. Connolly let out a low whistle. Leave it to the Navy to rack up more tank kills in this fight than the Army and Marines put together. We figure they're scrambling for a fuel solution. They didn't haul those tanks all the way here just to let them rust on the beach. Once they seize the mine, they'll need to hold it, and that requires gas. Maybe the Kremlin cuts a deal with another African nation, or they just take what they need. Either way, it buys us a little time. How long? Our best estimate from up here is about 5 days for them to refuel and reach your position. Just fantastic. So if we don't fortify the mine and find a way to stop the advancing column in 5 days, we'll be greeting a battalion of Russian heavy armor. That's the picture. And leading the brigade moving south toward Kenya is a Russian Special Forces unit commanded by a Colonel Yuri Borbikov. The stories about this guy are something else. Turns out he has a personal history with the mine. He was the Spetsnaz commander at Rima Hill when Moscow ordered the withdrawal 3.5 years ago. He left under a cloud, and now it looks like he's coming back for a rematch. I'm sending his full dossier to your secure terminal now. Our friends in Melanopolis dug up quite a bit on him from Moscow sources, connecting the dots. It appears he's the architect behind this entire operation, from the European offensive right down to the push for the mines. Bob, he hasn't captured them yet, right? And you're not going to let him, are you, boss? Connolly sighed heavily. This would be easier if Efrakam was still in the fight. There's a lot of chaos on the ground here. Without that command structure, we're operating with one eye closed. All our previous agreements with the local governments are basically worthless now. The word from Nairobi is that the Kenyan government seems ready to cozy up to the Russians for a stable relationship. I guess they figure if you can't stop them, you might as well get on their good side. Griggs replied, "We're getting the same read at the Pentagon. A lot of folks here in Africa still remember our stumbles in Somalia years ago. The ghost of Black Hawk Down is a long shadow." Kenya has little faith in America's ability to manage this situation, so they're playing the odds and avoiding any direct involvement. Connolly released a weary breath. "Any updates from your end? The State Department is pushing hard. They always leaned on AFRICOM for connecting with African governments. Most of our military attachés weren't even stationed in-country. They'd just fly down for talks when needed. I suppose that was the whole point of basing AFRICOM in Europe. Everyone just assumed EUCOM was the priority. Nobody foresaw that putting both headquarters in the same spot would cripple AFRICOM's mission as badly as it would EUCOM's. It's going to be a mess for months before we patch together a real chain of command. For now, Colonel Castor on the Boxer is calling the shots for U.S. military operations across the entire region. I'll be sure to pass that along. Just watch your step. Don't let them treat you like a minor obstacle on some strategist's map back here at the Pentagon. Connolly gave a short laugh. Any other uplifting reports? Let me think. Oh, right. Julie says you're on garbage duty for a full year once you're home. Excuse me. Ate at your place last night. Boss, you never mentioned Julie's meatloaf? It's like a slice of paradise on a plate. You're kidding. You're having dinner at my house? Sure am. I'm even taking Jack to his baseball practice later. Well, thanks for that. Anytime. Just make sure you come back in one piece, all right? I'll do my best. I have to go. We're touching down in 3 hours. Give 'em hell, Marine, Griggs said. Connolly allowed himself a smile. Northern Ethiopia, December 29. Corporal Constantine climbed the sandy slope to his captain's lookout. His French Special Forces desert camouflage was drenched, the sweat from the African heat gluing a fine layer of red Ethiopian dust to his uniform like a gritty paste. Below the hill, all their locally sourced vehicles were concealed in a line of thick scrub just off the road, hidden from northern observation. Constantine glanced down at his squad. They were busy hacking down brush for cover and fortifying a temporary roadblock. Reaching the crest, he found Captain Apollo peering through binoculars, his attention locked on Route 51. A faint dust plume hung in the morning air, but it seemed to come from just a few vehicles, likely more bongo trucks. The bongo, a light-duty workhorse made by Mazda and Kia, was everywhere in Africa, used to haul everything from passengers to cat, often decorated with vibrant paint and dangling fabrics. Apollo lowered his binoculars onto the open flak jacket he used to shield his gear from the pervasive dust. His FN Scar-L carbine lay beside his body armor, which he'd removed to stay low profile, the weapon's ejection port carefully angled away from the sand. Constantine reported, "Sir, good news. Communications are restored." "Good. I could use some." Apollo raised the binoculars again. Still no ominous red clouds on the horizon that would signal a mechanized force. He just saw the two canvas-topped bongos rolling toward his position. It didn't raise much alarm. He'd seen several similar trucks in the past hour, probably running market errands. Apollo kept his eyes on the two vehicles. "Tell Sergeant Major Dariel to halt those trucks. The drivers might have information on where the Russians are?" "Yes, sir." Corporal Constantine scrambled back down the rough hillside toward the roadblock, which was positioned behind the hill's cover to remain unseen from the north. Apollo's gaze drifted past the trucks, far into the distance. A subtle shift in the color of the low sky near the horizon suddenly caught his full attention. The horizon held only a faint reddish-brown smudge, but his years in reconnaissance screamed that a large column of vehicles was approaching. "Constantine!" he shouted down the slope, trying to halt the corporal. Hearing no response, Apollo gave the distant haze one last, studied look before pulling back from his optics and glancing toward the road below. The two trucks had rounded the bend and now sat motionless, their drivers confronted by the makeshift barricade of oil drums. 3 dragoons moved forward to inspect the obstacle, 2 hanging back as a lookout, while the third advanced. Apollo was about to turn his full attention back to the troubling dust cloud when the sharp, familiar crack of Kalashnikov fire erupted. He swung his view back to see muzzles flashing from the windows of both trucks. The 3 dragoons in the road went down instantly. 2 managed to scramble into a ditch lined with dry brush, but the third lay still in the dirt. A cold realization hit Apollo. This was a Spetsnaz forward recon team. He pivoted, braced his Scar rifle against the body armor laid in the sand, and extended the bipod, settling into a high-prone position aimed southwest. Through his scope, he watched Russians spilling out the far side doors, clearly as startled by the ambush as his men had been by their arrival. Apollo squeezed the trigger. The shot's report was sharp, but he kept his eye on the target, watching dust puff off the vehicle's roof. A second round punched through the roof near the rear door, and he was rewarded with the sight of a man collapsing behind the truck, his rifle clattering to the ground. More figures were bailing out from the far sides. Apollo shifted his aim to the second vehicle. Its driver, still alive, threw the truck into reverse, inadvertently exposing 4 Russians who had been using it for cover. They broke into a panicked run alongside the retreating vehicle, firing wildly toward the dragoons near the sandy hill. Talk about a coordinated retreat. It was more like a chaotic scramble from a hornet's nest they'd just kicked. Apollo fired at the moving truck, rounds impacting the driver's side window. A fierce exchange of gunfire continued between the French positions and the Russians, who now shot through windows and over hoods. Remaining undetected above the chaos, Apollo used the distraction to his advantage. He lined up another shot on the driver's window of the rear vehicle. The crack of his rifle was followed by the bongo truck veering backward off the road and coming to a stop roughly 130 yards from his perch. The Russians behind it now realized they were taking fire from a new angle. Almost simultaneously, a surviving Spetsnaz soldier near the lead truck spotted the sniper on the hill and unleashed a burst from his AK-47. Rounds snapped overhead and kicked dirt into Apollo's scope. He took a slow breath, exhaled, and on the count of 3, squeezed the trigger. The Russian by the front truck dropped, a crimson stain spreading on the pale sand. Now fully aware of the threat from the hilltop, the remaining Russians took solid cover behind the engines of the trucks and in a shallow ditch on the road's far side. Apollo tried to angle shots into the ditch, but the geometry was wrong, and the survivors remained protected. The firefight settled into a tense stalemate, the earlier frenzy hardening into a grim contest of patience and position. At the base of the slope, Sergeant Chef Dariel directed his soldiers to tighten the noose, combining suppressive fire with careful advances. While some kept up a steady stream of bullets, others dashed forward, throwing themselves into the dirt for cover. The French hadn't initiated this clash, but they had the foresight to use the high ground, a slight but critical edge. The Russian special forces, hunkered down behind their vehicles, were trapped on the lower ground, pinned along the 2-track dirt road with nothing but a shallow drainage ditch for protection. A sharp pop and a hissing streak of white smoke that sailed over his left flank confirmed Apollo's fear. An RPG was now in play. Outnumbered and outgunned, these elite Russian operators were determined to make the French pay for every inch. Apollo squeezed his trigger faster. His unit had the machine guns chattering now, laying down a blanket of fire he knew would force the enemy to keep their heads low. It was doubtful these Spetsnaz scouts had a radio powerful enough to reach the main Russian column, which Apollo estimated was still roughly 12 miles to the north and closing fast. The dust cloud he'd spotted earlier and the presence of this advance team pointed to classic Russian tactics. Special forces probing ahead, followed by light mechanized units with the heavy armor rolling in last. They had to wipe out this forward element quickly. His dragoons wouldn't survive a direct encounter with the Russian light armor he knew was coming. A grim timeline clicked into place in his mind. If the Russians hadn't established solid comms, and if his raid on their hurried commanders was right, their column would be barreling down these rough roads at maybe 35 or 40 miles per hour. That gave him 20 minutes. Tops. There was no time for a cautious firefight. Soon they'd be swarmed by hundreds, then thousands of enemy troops. Furthermore, if they didn't keep these surviving Russians completely pinned, one of them might just get an antenna up and radio a warning. He needed to signal Dariel that a direct assault was their only option. But the sergeant was a good 80 yards to the west. Telling him would waste precious seconds. He would show them. If he launched a solo charge right into the enemy position, his men would get the message. They wouldn't let him go in alone. At least he prayed they wouldn't. With a resolve that felt both reckless and necessary, Apollo pushed up to his knees, fully exposing himself. He ejected the magazine from his carbine and judged its weight. Less than 10 rounds left. He tossed it into his dump pouch, slammed a fresh one home, and with a round already chambered, rose to a crouch. His men maintained their heavy volume of fire, so he held his own, using the noise and distraction to slip east, aiming to flank the Russians. In seconds, he was within 30 yards of the rear vehicle and slightly farther from the ditch. Peering from his new angle, he spotted the unmistakable barrel of an AK-47 protruding from the depression, pointed toward his general direction. One clever Russian was guarding their rear. These guys are professionals. He acknowledged a sloppier unit would have everyone clustered behind the trucks, focused solely on the frontal assault. This soldier hadn't seen him yet, keeping his scope centered on the threat. Apollo waited for the next sustained roar from the dragoon's machine gun. The moment it erupted, he broke into a full sprint, closing the distance. Dariel and his team must have picked up on Apollo's movement because their rate of fire against the trucks intensified sharply. 30 meters out, then 2010. The Russian rearguard, sensing the shift in the fight, risked a glance over the ditch's edge. Apollo saw the AK's barrel rising. He never broke stride but brought his scar to his shoulder. Skipping the scope, he aimed down the sights, finger on the trigger, closing the gap. At 5 meters, as the enemy rose to his knees, Apollo fired a controlled burst. 3 rounds hammered the Russian's chest. The Spetsnaz operative wore body armor, unlike Apollo, but the force still knocked him flat on his back. His AK flew up, yet he kept his grip. Apollo vaulted into the ditch, planted a boot on the man's sternum, leveled his carbine at the exposed face, and fired again. The weapon was still set to burst. 3 rounds turned the soldier's head into a ruin. Apollo pushed forward, now positioned behind the enemy's lead vehicle. His men's covering fire ceased abruptly. He spotted 4 Russians still alive, using each truck for cover. Ejecting his nearly empty magazine, he slapped in a fresh one. Using the ditch lip for support, he fired several rapid shots into the closest 4 enemies, targeting heads and upper bodies to avoid wasting rounds on their armor. It was brutal, efficient work, exploiting a weakness just as combat demanded. All 4 men crumpled where they stood. The remaining 4 Russians near the front truck whirled toward the sudden gunfire. They saw Apollo emerging from the ditch, moving for the cover of the rear vehicle, and opened up. A storm of 7.62 millimeter rounds chewed into the truck's side. Apollo hit the dirt and scrambled behind the bongo. About half the bullets punched through the thin metal above him, driving him deeper into the red earth. Both tires blew apart, leaving the truck resting on its rims just inches off the ground. Apollo tried to peer under the chassis for a shot, but saw nothing. In frustration, he emptied the rest of his magazine underneath it, hoping for a lucky hit. His hand went to his chest. His load-bearing vest with the rest of his ammo and his body armor were still back on the hill. Damn it. He remembered the half-spent magazine in his drop pouch. Rolling in the grit, he retrieved it, swapped out the empty mag, and loaded the partial one. It wouldn't be enough. He could hear the Russians shouting, coordinating, no doubt, on how to finish him. Here he was, pinned behind a flimsy truck, no armor, maybe a dozen rounds left with a squad of armored Russians closing in. The Russian armored scouts were maybe 15 minutes out. Damn it, he muttered again. His lips pressed to the sandy soil, rounds snapped overhead and tore through the bongo's skin. Shrapnel and bullet fragments whizzed around him like angry hornets. He felt a sharp impact in his neck, then 2 more stings in his upper back. His muscular frame tensed as more rounds penetrated the truck. Well, this is how it ends, he thought grimly. Apollo braced to fire his last rounds at the first fool who came around the back of the truck. "Captain!" The familiar French voice of Sergeant Chef Dariel cut through the noise, shouting from his left, 20 or 30 meters away. In 3 seconds, open fire. Dariel was betting none of the Russians understood French, and Apollo was now making the same risky assumption. "Understood!" he shouted, then started the countdown. 1, 2, 3. Apollo rolled to the right, clearing the truck's cover, pressed the carbine to his shoulder, and unleashed a volley toward the Russians who were scrambling between the 2 vehicles. 2 were much closer than he expected, just a few yards away. But a sudden onslaught of fire from Dariel and his team through the truck forced the Russians to turn toward the threat, aiming for a single shot per target. Apollo steadied his breathing with each quick trigger pull. Bang, bang, click. His magazine was empty. Yet 2 more enemies remained, now swinging their weapons toward him. From his left, a handful of his men surged past the rear truck, their guns roaring, cutting down the last 2 Russians and saturating the others with a hail of bullets that tore through the air. Apollo lay prone in the sand, and once he saw the immediate danger pass, he rested his forehead against the stock of his FN Scar L and exhaled deeply. Sergeant Major Dariel walked up and nudged him gently with a boot. "Captain, you still with us?" Apollo managed a tired laugh as he pushed himself up. "Still here, though. I appreciate the boot check before the verbal one." Dariel allowed a grin, then said with a dry tone, "Next time you decide on a solo charge, Captain, do me a favor and give a heads up. Maybe even wear your body armor. Set an example for the rookies. They do watch your every move, you know." "You have my word," Apollo replied, brushing sand from his uniform. "I'll keep that armor on until I'm safely back on my couch with a game on." Constantine approached, towing one of the fallen Spetsnaz operatives. "Captain Rambo, that was certainly a bold choice." "Yeah, well, don't try it yourself," Apollo answered, inspecting his weapon. "Any chance they got a signal out to the main column?" "Hard to say," Apollo said, accepting a fresh magazine from a young corporal and loading it. "But we're not waiting around to find out. Time to move fast?" "Which way, Captain?" "South. We stay ahead of these advance units and hit them again when they least expect it." Chapter 63, Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. December 29. The four massive Veracor Power Systems ETF-40B gas turbines screamed to life on the landing craft inside the Boxer's well deck, known as an LCAC. The flat hovercraft glided over the waves on a cushion of air. It had already completed 2 round trips to shore, delivering a tank platoon and an infantry company, close to 140 Marines in total. Not bad at all, Connolly thought, observing the long line of Marines descending the ship's gangway behind him as another company prepared to disembark, along with crews for 4 light-armored vehicles. Every Marine was laden with an 80-pound ruck body armor and either a rifle, carbine, or machine gun. The rhythmic thud of their boots was swallowed by the growing roar of the LCAC's turbines, which soon became the only sound, like jet engines. The adjustable propulsion systems blasted hot exhaust across the deck, forcing any unprepared Marine to brace themselves. The ship's crew chief waved Connolly and his small group from the 5th Marines Regimental Headquarters aboard. The wooden planks of the Boxer's well deck were slick with seawater from the LCAC's latest return. Mixed with patches of oil and grease, Connolly was no stranger to the pitching decks of Navy amphibious ships, so he kept his footing easily as he boarded. He and the other men climbing on watched, however, as 2 staff officers from headquarters lost their balance. They slid across the wet deck with the ship's roll, tumbling into a pile right beside a group of young radio operators in their late teens. The laughter and jeers that followed told Connolly everything he needed to know. These Marines would absolutely delight in seeing a lieutenant colonel take a similar dive. Moving carefully past the Humvees, he headed toward the line of labs. The light-armored vehicle was the Marine Corps' agile 8-wheeled answer to vehicles like the Russian BTR. The LAV-25 models on deck were armed with a 25mm cannon and carried a team of 6 scouts trained in reconnaissance. As part of Colonel Castor's staff, Connolly would be riding in a LAVC-2, the command variant. It was crammed with communications gear, satellite systems, multiple radio bands for talking to the task force, long-range links to Navy ships and Marine aircraft overhead, and computers tied into the secure NATO network. He found his assigned vehicle, secured his pack to its side with a heavy shackle, and climbed inside. Pushing past the jumble of equipment, he took his seat just as the rear hatches sealed with a clang. The LCAC's engines screamed to a new intensity. He pulled on his crew helmet, settled the earphones over his ears, and braced for the short run to the beach. Diesel exhaust immediately seeped through every seam in the armor, an inescapable haze that had everyone fighting back nausea within minutes. After about 10 minutes, the huge hovercraft began to buck and plunge violently, riding the large swells of the shallow coastal water. A gritty blast of sand and salt air confirmed they had crossed from the surf zone onto Bakresa Beach, just south of the Dar es Salaam port. With a final whoosh and a cloud of dust inside the compartment, the craft ground to a halt. Connolly pushed his head up through the hatch, The glare off the pale sand was momentarily blinding. Beyond the beach, a thick line of palm trees stood sentry, and further inland, the hazy outline of the city's sprawl began. The shoreline was already a chaotic hive of activity, packed with marine gear and personnel. A vast staging area held row upon row of 7-ton trucks and stacks of supply pallets. The lav's rear hatch clanked open, and a sergeant gestured. "Sir, you need to head over there and draw your supplies." He fell in with the line of Marines and collected his MRE as enough water to fill his hydration pack and 6 boxes of 5.56 millimeters ammunition. He packed everything but the ammo, which he carried back to the lave to load into his rifle magazines. Watching the sergeants in his vehicle, he saw them inspecting the sudden bounty of ordnance with the gleeful precision of kids sorting a Halloween haul. The array was impressive: AT-4 and M72 ULO anti-tank rockets, SMR bunker busters, 40 millimeters grenades, fragmentation grenades, and belts upon belts of machine gun ammunition. One of the sergeants handed Connolly 3 grenades. He took them and tucked them into his pouch. "You need a quick refresher on how to make those sing, sir." Connolly gave a short laugh. "I remember how to throw a grenade, devil dog." "Roger that, sir. Just figured you'd been pushing paperwork for a good long while," Connolly just sighed. The familiar jab about desk duty landing with its usual weary accuracy. For a moment, he caught the sergeant's eye and offered a wry, knowing smirk, a silent acknowledgment that, yes, the bureaucracy had tried to claim him, but the grit of the field was still in his bones. The familiar sharp-tongued ribbing from a Marine Corps sergeant was nothing new to him, but this particular jab felt a little too on the nose lately. "Remind me of your name, Marine." "Sergeant Casillas, sir." "All right, Casillas, here's the arrangement. If the moment comes for me to throw a grenade, you give me such a wall of covering fire that I can make the pitch without catching a bullet in the process. Do we have an understanding?" "Sir, if you actually manage to get me and my squad into a scrap like that, you won't need to ask. I'll be laying down fire so intense, your only concern afterward will be the paper cut you get signing the after-action report back at headquarters." A genuine laugh escaped Connolly. "Hell, Casillas, you got a personal issue with officers or something?" "Not at all, sir. I just have a clear understanding of who does the heavy lifting around here." It was a classic Marine sergeant move, standing your ground with a superior officer in a way that somehow never crossed the line. They followed every lawful order to the letter. This was just their method of sizing up their leaders, probing for any crack in their resolve. Connolly's gaze shifted to a forklift, carefully navigating the gangplank, delivering a pallet to a staging area of idling vehicles. Stenciled in bold letters on the crate's side was a stark declaration: ammunition for cannon with explosive projectiles, M791, 25 MEBs, APFSDST 3000 cartridges, Huandeng. This container holds L-form ammunition for national contingencies only. Connolly had made the call to the Pentagon securing authorization for the regiment to tap into the L-form stocks, the landing force operational reserve material. This was the war reserve, stored deep in the amphibious ship's holds off limits without direct approval from the very top. Handling these crates carried a distinct break glass in case of emergency gravity to the regiment's officers. Connolly had already proven his worth by cutting through the red tape to access this gear. Now he had to earn the trust of the enlisted men. As the 5th Marines began their movement north, Connolly, Lieutenant Colonel McHale, and a force recon element pushed ahead of the main column. They were heading straight for a confrontation with the Russians, a prospect that felt surreal. These Marines were armed to the teeth, and for the first time in any of their careers, they weren't heading to a training exercise. They were rolling out to meet the actual Russian bear. Southeastern Poland, 29 December, Colonel General Eduard Sabaneyev stood in the falling snow, leaning against the warm engine block of his Boomerang command vehicle for a semblance of heat. Beside him was Colonel Danilo Dryagan, commander of the assault force. The two hadn't met since the offensive into Western Europe launched 4 days prior. But the chaotic events of the last 24 hours had placed them close enough for this hurried conference. It was mid-morning, bitterly cold, and the low, iron-gray sky threatened more sleet. "Your column is an absolute disaster, Dryagen," the general stated, his breath forming clouds in the air. "I cannot disagree, sir. My units were forced to exit Wrocław using over a dozen different routes. Several elements ran straight into Polish land forces dug in along the highways, which fragmented them further. I support your directive to keep the convoy dispersed to avoid NATO targeting, but coordinating a coherent response across hundreds of vehicles spread over 100 kilometers has become problematic, to say the least. What are your current loss estimates? My executive officer puts it at 44% of the original force. But as you are acutely aware, the situation remains highly fluid. Sabaniev didn't need the reminder. The company of vehicles around him had been strafed by NATO jets barely an hour before, a stark punctuation to the colonel's report. The armor remained intact, though several soldiers riding atop a T-14 were killed, and a damaged scout car had to be abandoned along with its wounded crew. Sabaniev's reply dripped with sarcasm. "I've certainly observed that our enemy hasn't lost their enthusiasm for a fight," Dryagen asked. "Was there any new information regarding Red Blizzard 3? For just a moment, and only in Dryagen's presence, the general allowed a glimpse of his strain, rubbing the back of his neck. Borbikov's elite Spetsnaz unit was supposed to redirect that supply train southwest. They failed to switch the tracks, so it kept rolling northwest instead. It traveled 25 miles before anyone realized the mistake, 25 miles closer to Warsaw. They attempted to stop, reverse, and return to the junction, but Polish armor arrived in that window and obliterated the train." Dryagen gave a slow, measured nod, keeping his expression neutral. "Our munitions are running critically low. We planned on that train delivering supplies, reinforcements, and vehicles, and we expected to be consolidated to distribute them. As things stand, Comrade General, we're now just dozens of scattered raiding parties, plus whatever Spetsnaz teams Borbikov has kept in the field. Logistically, it complicates everything. Then we drive forward," the general stated flatly, "with maximum force. No pauses, not even to tend our injuries. The Poles may have forces concentrated at the border capable of threatening our smaller units. They might not know our exact positions, but they definitely know our objective. Consolidate the units, and we will breach the border as one. Eliminate anything blocking your path. Show no hesitation, Colonel. Is that clear? No hesitation whatsoever." Dryagen stood straighter and nodded. "Yes, Comrade General, but that requires our forward elements to halt and wait for the rear to link up. It could mean a delay of another full day." Sabaniev seemed taken aback. "That long there is sustained combat to the west. Our forces there must either fight through or find a route around. It will take time." Sabaniev scanned the surrounding woods. "This forest offers decent cover. Our air defenses are robust enough to discourage any major enemy airstrikes. We'll remain under the trees and have our scouts watch for those American tanks that have been harassing us. Once we've regrouped, we advance." The thought of being delayed even longer in Poland fueled a fresh wave of anger within him. "I want air defense on constant high alert. Make sure your men understand." "Understood, Comrade General." Rydom, Poland, 29 December, Captain Raymond Shankvance fought the urge to tear the cast from his left hand, desperate to reach the relentless itch growing beneath it. The bandages were too tight, leaving no way to scratch the maddening sensation. Earlier, catching his reflection in a hospital window, he'd seen the damage, his left eye swollen shut, the side of his face marked by 3 deep gashes and countless smaller cuts from canopy glass shattered by an Su-57's cannon fire. His hand was the worst, broken and likely pierced by a cannon fragment. During surgery to remove shrapnel and set the bones, the surgeon had been cautiously optimistic about nerve recovery and future function. For now, though, it was pure agony. The headache behind his swollen eye persisted, but it was nothing compared to the itching or the throbbing in his hand. He knew he was receiving preferential care at this Territorial Defense Force aid station. Even after the regular Polish army units had moved out hours earlier, the militia doctors continued to attend to him diligently. He didn't speak Polish, but enough of the locals knew English to get by. They mostly called him Mr. Pilot, a title he accepted without fuss. From the chatter around him, he gathered the militia had witnessed him take out the Russian train, only to see a Russian Sukhoi shoot him down as he tried to escape. A handful of grimy, war-weary fighters, looking more like relics from a World War II resistance than a modern army, had visited the clinic to see him. Some of the older men spoke no English at all, content to just give his head an affectionate pat and offer him sips of vodka or some other pungent local spirit. Lying there alone, his mind foggy from painkillers and alcohol, Shank's thoughts drifted to Nooner and the rest of his squadron. That's when a young woman with dirty blonde hair entered the room crowded with wounded. She wore a militia uniform with knees caked in mud, an AK-47 slung over her shoulder, and a black knit cap. Her face was smudged with soot but retained a youthful, cold-pinked glow. To Shank, she looked like a bizarre mix. A barista you might see back home, and a soldier who had seen real combat. He watched as she scanned the 24 patients before approaching a middle-aged man with a suspended cast. She spoke to him briefly, absently rubbing a cast on her own forearm. Then her eyes swept the room and, to Shank's surprise, locked directly onto his. She picked her way toward him, navigating a maze of wounded men on mattresses, cots, and whatever furniture had been dragged into this former office supply store to serve as a hospital. She stopped at his full-sized bed. There was no smile, no friendly pat, no greeting whatsoever. "You are the American pilot?" Years in combat zones had honed Shank's instincts. He took in her intense gaze and knew instantly. This kid had been through hell the last few days, and she'd lost people. He offered a slight smile. "Yes, ma'am. I'm the hog driver who got shot down." She looked puzzled. "Hogs? Like pigs?" "No, it's my plane. We call it the Hog." "Ah, your plane crash. It fly like pig." Shank laughed, then winced at the sharp pain it caused. "Right." He extended his right hand. "I'm Ray. People call me Shank." She shook his hand firmly, her expression unchanged. "Tobiash? You have a first name?" "Of course, doctor says you can walk." "Yes." "Yeah, I can walk," Shank said. He'd managed a limping trip to the bathroom just minutes before, favoring his sore right ankle. She studied his swollen eye, the bandages on his cheek, and the cast on his hand. "You know how to talk to the airplanes?" She shook her head quickly, frustrated with her English. "You understand. Can you speak to American planes in sky? Not without a radio. A U.S. military radio, Wolny. Slower, please," she said. Shank pushed himself up in the bed and obliged, speaking more deliberately. "Yes, I can talk to American planes, but I would need the proper radio. I have American radio. You come with me. You talk to planes. We kill more Russians." Shank was taken aback. "The fighting's still going on?" "Damn, I figured the Russians would be halfway back to Belarus by now." "No. Russians are not gone. They are all over south of Poland now, from Radom and Krakow to the Belarus border. Polish army and militia are hunting them, pushing them out. You understand?" She spoke slowly, but her school-learned vocabulary was decent. "Yes, I understand. You come now, we fight Russians. You talk to American planes to help us." Shank was eager to rejoin his unit, but the situation was unpredictable, and the young woman was determined. He decided assisting them in establishing communication with the NATO aircraft overhead was the best move. Whoever he reached could then relay his position to his squadron. She instructed him to meet her outside, and then walked from the room, not bothering to glance back to see if he could even stand. Gritting his teeth, he pushed himself up from the bed, rolling awkwardly to his right. A sharp pain shot through him as his left arm pinned beneath his weight. He yanked it free, hastily settling it back into the sling. After tossing aside the blanket, Shank rose and dressed, each movement a careful negotiation with his injuries. A short while later, he moved toward the door, leaning heavily on the wooden railing beside the steps for support. The Polish medics observed his slow progress with detached interest. One eventually approached and handed him a crutch. By the amount of dried blood staining it, Shank surmised its previous owner had no further use for it. He absently brushed a hand over his torn and grimy flight suit, a futile attempt at tidiness, then, leaning on the crutch, stepped out into the crisp winter air and the dazzling snow-blanketed world from the sky. The terrain had been a passing blur, but now, standing within it, Shank was struck by its quiet beauty. He doubted anyone within 50 miles had paused lately to admire the snow-draped pine forests as anything but potential cover or obstacle. An invasion tends to refocus priorities. Yet to him, in this moment, the scene was profoundly peaceful. The cold, clean air filled his lungs, a stark reminder of how near he'd come to death and how fortunate he was to draw breath. He hobbled toward the militia group, roughly 14 individuals loitering beside a collection of military and requisitioned civilian vehicles. No one stepped forward to assist as he approached, the trek from the makeshift hospital clearly serving as an unspoken test of his mettle. When he finally reached them, one man wordlessly offered a cigarette, which Shank refused. Paulina reached into the back of a small cargo van and pulled out a bulky white down coat. It appeared to have recently served as a pillow for someone with a severe head wound. The dark stains now dried, but with the temperature well below freezing, Shank had little choice. She held it out, and he accepted it. "A friend of yours?" he asked. Paulina shook her head. "A civilian." Her gaze drifted toward the adjacent field. "We recovered supplies from the fallen in Wrocław. We are territorial defense. Our equipment is improvised." A man in his 40s, dressed in civilian clothes, spoke up in flawless English. "Good to have you with us. Some of us saw you working over that train earlier." He smiled, took a long drag from his cigarette, and then mimicked the distinctive roar of the GAU-8 cannon from Shank's A-10. A few of the others chuckled. Paulina did not. She fired off a rapid burst in Polish to the man, who then looked back at Shank, his expression turning businesslike. "We need to move. She wants us positioned near Radom. The Reds have gotten clever, sticking to back roads and moving in small packets. They know NATO aircraft are hunting, so they've adapted." Shank nodded. "Makes sense. I'll need a UHF radio to talk to any NATO birds in the area." "Already sorted," the man replied. He gestured for Shank to take the front passenger seat of the van, closing the door after the American managed with some difficulty to maneuver his crutch inside. As the driver settled behind the wheel, Shank asked, "The girl, she's in command?" The man simply nodded, starting the engine. "Paulina Tobias, she leads." Shank watched her climb into a different vehicle. He couldn't shake how youthful she appeared. "Is she a lieutenant or a what?" the man asked, momentarily tripped up by the unfamiliar rank. "Oh, like an officer." "That's a good point," he said. He turned and spoke to one of the other Polish fighters, then translated the reply. "We don't actually know her official rank in the militia. She's just our leader. She's famous. She has the, what's the word, the odwaga, courage, I think. You don't know her rank? How did she end up in charge?" "She's a hero," the man explained. "There's a picture of her all over Warsaw from the first morning of the war fighting Russians. I think she took out maybe 10 of them or something. Honestly, the only thing on her mind is fighting Russians. That's it." With that, he took a final drag from his cigarette, flicked it out the window, started the truck's engine, and shifted into gear. Chapter 64, Yabalo, Wildlife Sanctuary, Ethiopia, 29 December. The woodland was patchy, but choked with a mess of vines and undergrowth. Mostly low scrub, but enough decent-sized trees to obscure the view of Ethiopia's Highway 80 from their position 500 yards to the east. The constant Kaskazi wind blew dry air from the Persian Gulf over the 61 able-bodied men of the 13th Dragoons. The sun scorched any exposed skin as they waited in the southern Ethiopian brush, swatting mosquitoes and flies for over 2 hours for the Russian column to appear. They'd waved off a group of curious tribesmen who had approached on foot, showing no fear of the heavily armed soldiers, and a wandering herd of ibex goats had ambled slowly through their position, offering a brief, humorous distraction. Apollo and his men had planted all their explosives on the highway, as well as in the nearby gullies and under the dirt paths alongside it. The terrain naturally funneled movement here. Unless the Russians discovered the charges beforehand, the lead elements of their column were in for a very bad day, forced to slow to a crawl to carefully check the area after the initial blasts. The lead units of the southbound column arrived in the early afternoon. Apollo waited until the first 4 vehicles were squarely in the kill zone before ordering the first explosives detonated. As expected, 4 more BTRs, another platoon, raced forward to protect their comrades, firing wildly in every direction. The moment the Russians dismounted, Apollo triggered the remaining charges. It was a brutal, cold tactic, obliterating the quick reaction force. He'd seen insurgents use it with horrific effect in Afghanistan. He also knew the Russians would repay the favor in kind without a second thought. The dragoons sprinted to their vehicles and sped south. For now, they were the only thing standing in the way of a full Russian brigade, and they wouldn't get many clean ambushes like that one. The plan was to keep up the hit-and-run attacks as long as possible until help arrived or they were ordered to stop. He pulled out his satellite phone, first checking for a call from his father. Seeing none, he contacted the Hexagone Ballard, the French equivalent of the Pentagon. 5 minutes later, he ended the call, a slight smile on his face. He'd been told to hit the Russians one more time and then link up with a contingent of U.S. Marines now moving north through Kenya, who were planning their own harassing attacks against the Russian column. American Marines are finally joining the fight. It's about time, he thought. He decided to fall back to the border city of Moyal, try to knock out a few more pieces of enemy armor to slow them down, and then make contact with his new allies. Southern Ethiopia, 29 December. The crackle of the radio in Colonel Keir's headset jerked him from the most restful few minutes of sleep he'd managed all day. It was Colonel Nishkin, commander of the 1st Regiment, currently about 2 hours ahead of the headquarters element. After his spearhead units had been attacked and destroyed near the Yabelo Wildlife Sanctuary 3 hours earlier, Nishkin had pressed on toward the border town of Moyal. Now he was on the radio, confused and seeking clarification on his orders. The request crackled over the radio not as a confession of being lost, but as a proposal for an operational security halt to let the men stretch and refuel. General Lazar, standing in the open hatch of the BTR, heard it himself and dropped down beside Colonel Keir. "Our friends from the old 1st Regiment," he mused, dust coating his brow. "What's your read, Keir? Have they misplaced themselves?" Keir pulled down the scarf, shielding his mouth from the grit. "It's possible, sir. We could authorize the stop. If we do, we halt the entire column and waste daylight, or we keep moving and let the regiments compress into one big, tempting target for anything with wings up there," Lazar countered, gesturing vaguely skyward. "So what's your recommendation?" Keir considered. "We order him to press on? Deny the request. Tell him stopping now invites an attack." He's still disoriented, Dmitri. "Rushing will only make it worse. Then maybe he should try using his GPS, or a compass, for heaven's sake." Lazar chuckled, a low, warm sound. "Tempting, but that'll just make him switch off his radio. How about a little patience instead? We give him 10 minutes, no more, and remind him the sun is his guide west out of these mountains and into Kenya. He just needs to follow it." Keir nodded slowly. "Yes, sir, that's wiser." A brief pause lets him find his bearings, and it shows we trust him to continue the mission. "Good, send that. But add a warning for the 1st to be extra vigilant. The town of Moyal up ahead is a navigational maze. If I were the enemy, I'd let one regiment pass through to confirm the route, then strike the next one in line. Hitting the center of our advance like that would sow maximum confusion. How can you be sure of that, sir? Call it a veteran's instinct, Colonel. Tell the 2nd Regiment to use those same 10 minutes to power up their anti-aircraft radars and be ready. And if we're mistaken, then the 2nd wastes a few minutes being more prepared for an air threat. Besides, when we tell Colonel Nishkin he has 10 minutes, I know he'll take 30. Either way, we're covered if the column bunches up near Moyal. Colonel Keir keyed the radio and relayed the orders to the 1st Regiment, receiving Nishkin's terse acknowledgement. As he was about to contact the 2nd, he paused and looked up at his commander. Lazar gazed back down through the hatch, offered a knowing smile and a wink, then rose back into the turret, disappearing into the swirling dust outside. That crafty old fox, Keir thought. He understands the fight because he understands the men fighting it and the enemy they face. Lazar had spent 4 decades alternating between the roles of hunter and prey. Securing his scarf against the choking dust, Keir felt a mix of irritation and profound respect for his boss's foresight, then pulled the cloth aside to transmit the final instructions. Central Kenya, 29 December. Connolly's column had been speeding south, but was now halted on the highway for a refueling operation. The pause gave the commanders a chance to confer. Connolly wove through the clusters of vehicles and personnel scattered across the vast, open landscape, looking for Lieutenant Colonel Eric McHale. Their friendship spanned 2 decades, from Marine Officer Candidate School through the same infantry officer course, though the relentless demands of service had kept them from more than occasional contact in the years since. Life and duty had pulled them apart, as they so often do, and despite the Marine Corps being the smallest branch of the U.S. military, the 2 men had fallen out of contact until this moment. Connolly was concerned McHale might suspect he was angling for his position. As the newcomer to the unit, the unspoken expectation was for Connolly to observe and listen. Yet, with a critical objective driving him, forging a positive rapport with McHale immediately was essential. "Just want to make sure I'm not stepping on any toes here," Connolly offered as they worked to erect the extended antenna. "Not a chance," McHale replied. "You're a major asset. Getting a direct line to command and a crack at this operation is beyond what we hoped for. Without you connecting these dots, we'd still be doing endless laps on a ship in the Gulf." That maritime patrol duty, known as Gator Squares, was every Marine's dread. "I'm here to support in any way I can," Connolly affirmed. Sergeant Casillas's voice carried from the rear of the command vehicle. "Lieutenant Colonel Connolly, there's a French officer on the comms for you. He's calling it an emergency, French." Connolly glanced at the colonel, who merely shrugged. "All right, patch him through to my station." Both Castor and McHale moved closer as Connolly settled into the radio seat. Casillas toggled a switch on the console. "You're set, sir. Just put on the headset and flip that switch. Do we have a call sign for this contact?" "He identified as Apollo, sir. Might be a unit identifier. Not sure." Connolly donned the headset and activated the channel. "Apollo. Apollo, this is Marine Task Force Grizzly. Do you read me?" McHale entered through the rear hatch of the crowded vehicle and took a seat beside Connolly, plugging in a speaker so the transmission could be heard by all. "Hello, Marines. This is French Special Forces Captain Apollo Arc Blanchette. We have engaged a significant Russian element. Do you copy?" "Copy clearly, Captain." "Good. My government has directed me to contact a Colonel Daniel Connolly. We have sustained casualties and require aid. We wish to consolidate with your position. Can you assist?" "Sounds like his name really is Apollo," Connolly noted. McHale gave a nod, pulling out a notepad. "Roger. Apollo reading you loud and clear. Can you provide grid coordinates for your wounded?" Connolly looked to McHale for confirmation, receiving a firm nod. The protocol across NATO was to treat Allied casualties as their own. Apollo relayed his position near the Kenyan-Ethiopian border, just southwest of Moyale. Connolly acknowledged and promised a swift return call, advising him to stay by his radio. "What's your take, sir?" McHale responded, "Get his head count. We'll scramble and extract them. We'll get helicopters spun up from the Boxer." The regimental operations officer added, "Dan, do you want to lead the flight team in? You can debrief him during the return trip. I need to keep our main push moving south." "Without a doubt," Connolly answered, bringing the microphone back to his lips. Central Poland, 29 December. Captain Raymond Shank Vance clambered from the truck and lost his footing, tumbling into a roadside snowdrift. He instinctively threw out his injured arm to break his fall, sending a sharp bolt of pain through his hand despite the soft landing. A young militiaman helped him back to his feet, brushing snow from his coat. "What was it like?" the younger man asked. "What was what like?" Shank muttered, though he knew perfectly well what was being asked. Getting shot down. Shank had been fighting to keep the memory at bay, though it intruded relentlessly. "It was terrible," he said flatly. Paulina appeared before him, a radio handset in her grip. She used it to gesture toward a broad, distant pasture, a sweeping landscape at least a mile across. The scene was deceptively peaceful, a stark contrast to the chaos replaying in his mind. He found himself unexpectedly recounting a fragment of the experience, the deafening silence right after the engines quit, a detail he hadn't shared with anyone until now. She looked at him, her expression flat. "The Russians will arrive in about 3 hours. The only clear route east is to avoid the city to the north and not cross the river to the south." After a pause, she added, "You said you could get aircraft." Shank shook his head slowly. "We need the right frequency. I have to know the air tasking order for today. What sortie they're flying. I mean, we don't even know if there are any A-10s in the air right now. No planes?" A flicker of disappointment broke through her stoic demeanor. He let out a tired breath. "We'll work it out. Honestly, I thought you might have some connections. Maybe be tied into the NATO air coordination cycle or something." "What do you need?" she asked, frustration edging her voice. It hit him then. She and her group of roughly 40 militia were operating completely on their own. What was I expecting, he wondered? A perfectly coordinated military unit? This was a civilian militia, for crying out loud. If I had a NATO or U.S. radio, I might be able to reach someone on the guard frequency. Paulina turned and walked to one of the other vehicles. She returned moments later and handed the American pilot a wooden-stocked AK-47. Shank took it and slung it over his shoulder. He'd only fired an AK once before, messing around during a deployment in Afghanistan with no formal training on the weapon. "All right, the radio is coming. We'll set up camp here." Following her into the woods, Shank immediately understood why the Poles had chosen this spot. They were positioned on a steep ridge overlooking a wide, open landscape. But this high ground was isolated, a single prominent feature. Shank realized that if they tried to ambush the Russians from here, the enemy would quickly pinpoint their location. For a second, he considered suggesting a move to a less obvious hill, but no better alternatives were visible. Besides, the immediate priorities were getting that radio and trying to contact anyone who might be flying overhead. Shank trailed Paulina up to a prepared position concealed within a tangle of cut brush and packed snow. 3 Polish militia members were already there with a DSK heavy machine gun, a dushka. Its barrel protruded slightly from the brush, but the rest was well hidden. The fluent English speaker who called himself Jodek approached and handed Shank 2 handheld radios. One was clearly wrong for his needs. It looked Russian, and the dials showed it operated on VHF frequencies. Useful to have, but unlikely anyone would be monitoring those channels without prior arrangement. The other radio was a NATO UHF model. It appeared to be an Italian make, but it bore the markings he needed. "Can you use it?" Paulina asked. "Yes, I think so. I doubt the encryption is still active, but it's worth a try." "What do you need?" she repeated. He adjusted the dials and knobs, and the radio crackled to life with static. Jadek stepped closer. The Polish Rifles, another militia group, are about 30 kilometers west of us. They've stopped responding on the radio. We don't know for sure, but they might have been overrun by the Russians heading this way. Damn, Shank muttered, but he kept cycling through frequencies. Polina wants to set an ambush. She's counting on your planes to strike. Shank nodded. I understand. The radio seems ready, but there's no real way to test it. Now, Jadek added, she will proceed with the ambush even without air support. With what? That Dushka, it's not enough. Not even for a Russian recon unit. Their infantry fighting vehicles have heavy armor. They'd wipe you out in minutes. We have more than just the Dushka. Paulina stepped between the two men and pointed toward the truck. Does the radio work, Mr. Shank? Once we see or hear any aircraft, I'll try it. Will it work? She pressed, not fully grasping the uncertainty. We'll see, he replied. It has to work. Shank thought to himself. This was his role now. His responsibility, even if he wasn't in the cockpit, he could still do his part to deliver firepower where it was needed. The heavy CH-53 helicopter settled onto the dusty ground with a final, jarring thump. Lieutenant Colonel Dan Connolly tightened the Velcro straps on his body armor, hefted his M4, and moved down the rear ramp into the swirling chaos. The rotor wash from 4 massive aircraft whipped the dirt into a blinding, stinging cloud. Through the haze, he saw 4 figures running toward him, followed by what looked like a full platoon emerging from the tree line. With the deafening roar of the engines drowning out all speech, the crew chiefs used hand signals to direct the operation. The French soldiers moved with grim efficiency, carrying their wounded on stretchers and their fallen in dark bags toward one waiting helicopter. Once the casualties were handed over to the Navy medical team inside, the remaining troops began boarding the other aircraft. Connolly moved between the giant machines, the wind tearing at his clothes. He shouted a name into the open hatches. Apollo. Several soldiers pointed toward the last helicopter, climbing inside. Connolly found a large man already seated and gestured for him to follow. They moved to the other CH-53 and put on headsets. The world suddenly muffled into a manageable rumble. They shook hands firmly. Lieutenant Colonel Dan Connolly. Captain Apollo Arc Blanchette, 13th Dragoons. You are a very welcome sight. How's your unit holding up? Connolly asked as the airframe began to vibrate around them. 8 wounded, 3 killed, Apollo stated flatly. We struck them south of Yabello, but they counterattacked quickly and in strength. You will take my wounded to your ship. Our medical facility on the USS Boxer is ready for them, Connolly confirmed, watching the crew chief secure the side hatch. The rest of you are coming with me. We have a light armored battalion positioned to the south. We're going to hit the enemy as they try to exit Moyal. As the helicopter lifted into the night sky, Apollo nodded. Good. We have engaged them 3 times. They are formidable. The first was a small Spetsnaz team handled. The second was an ambush against their scouts. We won, but expended our explosives. The third was at the border. He let out a short, humorless laugh. It is ironic. Just days ago, I was fighting them in the snows of Germany, and now we are in the dust of Africa. Connolly's eyebrows shot up. Combat in Germany? I haven't heard any detailed reports from Europe. We, at the very start, Apollo said, his tone shifting from weary to sharp and focused. Their special forces placed a laser designator on the Zugspitze. We found it, removed it, and removed them. It cost me 2 good men. Then, hours later in the Czech Republic, we tangled with more Spetsnaz. They are like a persistent stain, difficult to scrub out completely. He gave Connolly a direct look. I will brief your intelligence people on everything on one condition: the moment I'm done talking, we go back to hunting these bastards. Connolly clapped him on the shoulder. Your intel on their tactics in 2 theaters is going to be invaluable deal. He felt the aircraft bank turning toward the coordinates of the waiting American force. a new plan already forming from the ashes of the dragoons' stand. We're a bit short on details about the rest of the brigade moving south. The French officer studied the American for a long moment. Connolly sensed the man's hesitation. "What's on your mind?" Apollo finally spoke. "My father, he's a diplomat posted in Djibouti. He remained behind to document every vehicle and soldier he could observe as the convoys departed the capital." Connolly understood this, likely meant the man was an intelligence operative, but he tactfully avoided stating it outright. "We got that information. Your father did exceptional work. I hope you can tell him the United States is grateful." "I wish I could, Colonel, but I haven't been able to contact him. It's concerning." "Yeah, I can see why." Connolly placed a hand on the younger man's shoulder once more. "The faster we wrap this up, the better his chances are." "Of course." Apollo shifted topics. "So what forces do you have available? About a regiment's worth, plus some air support." Apollo looked surprised. "The Russians have significantly more than that in their column alone. When are your reinforcements arriving?" "That's the issue. We're all there is for the moment. A carrier group is en route and will bring considerable air power, but it won't arrive until long after the Russians reach the mining site. If they seize the territory, we won't be able to remove them without destroying the entire area. It's a mine, couldn't you bomb it, and then just excavate the ore from the debris?" Connolly replied, "The Russians have to know that, so I suspect they have a plan to secure the site once they control it. Our job is to stop them from getting that chance." Apollo gave a slow nod. "Most of my command still believes the main event is in Europe. Well, Apollo, for you and me, this fight right here is the only one that matters, and even though the odds aren't in our favor, we're damn well going to win it." Agreed. Southern Poland. December 29, Jadek had found some pain medication for Shank, though the Pole could only say they were prescription pills for his own chronic back issues. Shank took them regardless. His broken hand pulsed with a deep, relentless ache, and the wounds on his face burned as if a swarm of bees were constantly attacking his left eye. He knew he wouldn't make it through the night, with his mind clear without something to dull at least part of the torment. The two men sat on the cold hood of a truck. The frigid air helped numb Shank's pain a little, and Jadek, seemingly accustomed to harsh winters, didn't complain. Shank said, "I won't claim to be a history expert, but your country has certainly seen its share of unwelcome visitors marching through." "True," Jadek said. "Before our freedom, we were slaves to the Soviets. Before them, the Nazis, and the Russians before that. Over a century of being used by other nations, our people exploited, and our history rewritten to glorify theirs. So now we fight." Shank raised his good hand and slapped it against Jadek's in a solid high five. "And I'm with you, brother." Suddenly, Shank looked skyward. Jadek noticed and followed his gaze. After a few seconds, both men could hear the distant rumble of jet engines to the west, hidden by the low clouds. Another man came running over, breathless. "Mr. Shank, we hear aircraft." All three hurried to the radio, which was set up behind a barrier of logs and sandbags a short distance from the tree line. Shank had drilled his students to memorize the emergency guard frequency for exactly this situation. He could only recall two possibilities now, the pills perhaps fogging his memory. With a steadying breath, he dialed in the first frequency he could remember. The radio crackled in his hands as he tried once more. "Any station on this net. Any station. This is call sign Shank on guard net ID 348.450. He sensed Paulina's presence before he saw her moving up beside the truck. Glancing up, he caught her tense expression before repeating the call. "Any station. Shank on guard net. Do you copy?" Static hissed back, a promising sign that someone might be out there, but no voice answered. He adjusted the radio, inputting the second frequency from memory. "Any station this net. This is call sign Shank on guard net ID 395.100. Do you receive?" Only the empty static replied. Paulina was already scanning the snow-covered fields through her binoculars. A small group of Polish militia was trudging back from a distant tree line about 300 yards away, and Paulina muttered a low curse. Just as Shank prepared to transmit again, a voice cut through the static, clear and American station calling, "Say again your call sign." Paulina stepped closer, her breath visible in the cold air. "This is call sign, Shank. I'm an American A-10 pilot. Shot down this morn." He paused, the timeline blurring. "Was it today?" "Yesterday." He skipped it. "Shot down over Belchatow. I'm with the 75th Fighter Squadron." "We copy," the voice from above replied. Shank had no idea who he was talking to. In war, the simplest deceptions were routine. Neither man would blindly trust the other American accent or not. "Stand by for verification," the radio said. After a tense minute, the pilot returned with authentication questions, details only Shank and his unit would know. "What was your first command as a lieutenant, sir?" "I shuffled paperwork at Andrews. Never had a command." "Were you ever incarcerated?" A faint smile touched Shank's lips. "Got arrested in Italy. Spent 2 nights in a cell. That's actually how I earned my call sign." The exchange seemed to settle something. "All right, we have your data. We'll relay your location to search and rescue." "Negative," Shank said quickly. "I've linked up with Polish ground forces. We have reason to believe Russian units are advancing on our position. I need someone to prosecute targets for me." A long silence followed, so prolonged that Paulina pointed at the radio dial, suggesting an adjustment. Shank shook his head. These decisions took time. He'd just shifted from a standard rescue request to calling in close air support. He imagined the crew above radioing their base or debating among themselves, weighing the risk. Finally, the radio crackled back to life. "We copy all. Request received and will be forwarded. Remain on this net for further contact." "Understood. But here's the problem. We estimate Russian forces will reach us in." He looked to Jadek, who held up 2 fingers. 2 hours. I need air support by then. Please pass that along." Transmitting that timeline was a gamble, but he hoped the Russians were too distant to intercept. "Copied, Shank. We'll relay your request and advise." Shank turned to Paulina. "I laid it out for them. Now we see what they do with it." He rose to stretch, cradling his injured hand carefully to avoid jostling it. Paulina gave his good arm a reassuring squeeze and offered a smile, the first he'd seen from her. "You did it, Shank," she said, her tone shifting from the earlier tension to something warmer, almost proud. For a moment, the relentless cold and danger seemed to fade, replaced by a flicker of shared resolve. "Excellent." Northern Kenya. December 29. The twin Lycoming T-53L703 turboshaft engines roared, their blades biting into the thin air as the AH-1 Cobra attack helicopter surged forward at nearly 170 miles per hour. In the cockpit, the 25-year-old pilot adjusted his grip on the cyclic, his eyes scanning the horizon where the lead flight of 4 helicopters was just a dark smudge against the hazy sky. "Stinger 1-6, this is 2-6, he said into his mic, the static-laden response coming back almost instantly. "Go for 1-6, he relayed his position, having veered off the planned route and confirmed his arrival at the designated battle position. As he pushed the stick forward and worked the rudder pedals, a familiar lurch of weightlessness settled in his stomach, a sensation that never got old, a stark reminder of the machine's raw power, the landscape below. A flat, sun-baked expanse was a world away from the rolling Pacific waves he'd left behind on the USS Boxer. Clear through and forward from BP Jenna, the voice from lead flight confirmed. Friendlies are LAVs holding position. Vicinity, the 1763. Confirmed. Ahead, the Kenyan desert didn't just end, it fractured, erupting into a jagged line of rocky hills that formed a natural wall between Kenya and Ethiopia. The specific escarpment leading up towards Moyale was unmistakable, just as it had been on the maps studied during long hours aboard ship and on the miniature chart now strapped to his thigh. Confirmed, the pilot replied, his eyes glued to the thermal display. The white-hot signatures of numerous vehicles, he estimated 40 or 50, were clustered in the low ground, hidden from the high road above. I have positive identity. Requesting to go hot copy 26. You are cleared to click off safe. Time on target remains 18 minutes. He acknowledged, his mind already shifting to the next phase. Call sign for the ground unit? That's Grizzly OPS on net ID 45. The unit itself is call sign Highlanders. Understood. A brief, almost sarcastic thought flashed through his mind. Highlanders, fitting for a fight on a cliffside. Let's hope they last longer than their historical namesakes. The radio chatter fell silent for a moment as the lead flight executed their maneuver. Affirm, my element is executing a right pull. I'll call you clear onto target. Time is 17, commencing taut in 1 mic. Off the net, out. Suddenly, the cockpit was filled only with the relentless whoomp, whoomp, whoomp of the rotors and the hum of electronics. 60 seconds of eerie quiet before the storm. His thumb flicked the master arm switch, and a series of indicators on his panel transitioned from a cautious red to an aggressive ready green. He slewed the nose-mounted sensors toward the shelf road near Moyal. There they were, a column of 16 to 20 BTR-82 armored vehicles, snaking their way down the winding descent like metal caterpillars. It was, he had to admit, a perfect kill zone, then movement. The 4 Cobras of the first flight rose like avenging angels from behind a distant ridge. Almost in unison, each bird released a pair of missiles. Streaks of fire and smoke converged on the column below. From this distance, it looked like half found their mark. The radio crackled back to life. 2-6, we're clear of the target. We'll fall in behind you for a reattack from BP Jenna with more precision munitions and a gun run. Your turn now. At the lead pilot's call, he and the others in his flight nudged their collective controls forward. The Cobras dropped their noses and raced forward, skimming so low over the ground that he could make out the individual Marines below, dismounted infantry, clustered near their LAV 25s, their rifles sparking as they added their fire to the fray. A deep, rhythmic boom, boom, boom echoed across the rocky canyon, the throaty report of the LAV's 25mm chain guns unleashing hell. The Americans were firing at the extreme edge of their effective range. Any closer to Colonel Lazar's armored column would be a death sentence. Surprise had been their one advantage, and they'd seized it, but it was evaporating fast. The hard truth was that the 30mm cannons on those BTRs outranged the Marines' weapons. This wasn't a battle of attrition. It was a hit and run. A quick, violent strike, and then a getaway. Anything less, and the Marines on the ground would be slaughtered. The clock was ticking, louder now than the rotors. Dan Connolly stood on the rocky ground, watching the light-armored vehicles unleash their depleted uranium rounds against the enemy column. While the LAVs couldn't match the precision of the Cobra gunships overhead, their combined fire was beginning to tell. He saw one, then another, of the Russian BTRs shudder under the impacts. The enemy vehicles, strung out along the narrow mountain road, struggled to pinpoint the source of the attack. Their return cannon fire thundered, but the shells fell harmlessly short or wide of the distant Marine positions. Connolly and the regimental ops officer had gambled on this spot precisely because it funneled the Russians into a vulnerable line. The Marines, attacking from lower ground, enjoyed the freedom to strike and withdraw, while the enemy was trapped on the constricting road. Unable to maneuver, a Cobra suddenly roared in from the southeast, climbing directly over Connolly's hilltop perch before unleashing a torrent of 20mm fire and rockets. Connolly tracked the ordnance as it streaked across the battlefield. Most shots went wide as the pilot fought the turbulence, but a handful found their mark, chewing into the flanks of the vehicles crawling down from the high Ethiopian plateau. Then, boom! An explosion erupted right beside him, violently yanking him from his thoughts and hurling him from his feet. Shards of crimson flint sliced into his face and peppered his sides. He slammed onto the deck, his ears ringing. Running a gloved hand over his face and body armor, he found a sharp glass-like fragment embedded in the outer layer of his vest. Before he could react, 3 more concussive blasts rocked the promontory, forcing him and his small team to scramble back from the exposed overlook. It had given them a perfect view, but now it made them a perfect target. The distinctive crack of incoming 30-millimeter rounds echoed off the canyon walls, and hundreds of small explosions peppered the landscape as Russian fire zeroed in. They were spotted, and they were in range. Connolly sprinted for the command lav, where Sergeant Casillas met him. "Sir, you all right?" "Still in one piece, Sergeant. But their cannon fire is walking right toward us." "Roger that, sir. The lav commander wants to keep firing for another 5 minutes. Then he's pulling the company back." "We just lost 2 vehicles." Connolly gave a grim nod and hauled himself inside. He understood the enemy commander's calculus. The Russians likely sensed this was a limited ambush and knew that pressing the attack, driving straight through the blocking force, was their best move. It was exactly what Connolly would have done, a tactic he'd employed himself more than once in the mountains of Afghanistan. A strange, wrenching noise tore through the air, and Connolly looked up to see a Cobra gunship take a direct hit from cannon fire. The helicopter disintegrated into a fireball, shattered pieces, and burning fuel arcing through the sky. A second buzzing scream was followed by another explosion as the lead Cobra's wingman met the same fate. Just like that, 4 men were gone and 2 aircraft were down. As burning debris began to rain down with terrible force, Connolly and the others dove through the open rear hatches of their vehicles. His own driver threw the LAV into reverse, the sudden lurch slamming the lieutenant colonel and the rest of the men against the metal hull and onto the grated floor in a tangle of bodies, loose gear and ammunition boxes. Connolly looked up at Casillas through the chaos. "Is he trying to get us all killed?" As if to answer, the vehicle hit a massive rut, launching everyone inside airborne before they crashed back down onto the unyielding steel. Fighting free of a snarl of comms cords, Connolly pushed himself up, popped the top hatch, and strained to see outside. From the high mountain pass connecting Ethiopia to Kenya, Connolly surveyed the scene of roughly 24 vehicles engulfed in flames. What he now recognized as Russian ZSU-23-4 mobile anti-aircraft systems continued to fire their 4-barreled 23mm cannons skyward, desperately trying to track the withdrawing Cobra helicopters. Having seen the devastating power of these weapons firsthand, the Cobra pilots were now focused solely on evasion, deploying flares and maneuvering wildly as they sped from the engagement zone. Through the headset in his crew helmet, the frantic radio chatter painted a picture of a lopsided exchange. While a few light-armored vehicles and the 2 Cobras were lost, the Russians had clearly absorbed the worst of the punishment. Their reconnaissance in force had likely achieved its goal. The Russian column would be forced to halt and regroup, buying precious time and hopefully making them more cautious as they pushed south. The relentless thunder of gunfire echoed behind Connolly's vehicle as the 2 LAV companies raced away, escorted by the remaining Cobras poised to launch missiles at any swift pursuit. But the Russians stayed put in Moyal, tending to their wounds and reconsidering their advance toward Mimmer Hill. Connolly radioed his situation report to Colonel Castor at the regimental command post. The mission had bought them time, hopefully enough to fortify the mining positions. Castor's reply was swift. "Good work to you and the Tular Company commanders." "Thank you, sir." "Any idea where those ZUs came from?" "I hadn't seen any intel on those things, and they sound like they're murderous." "Negative, sir. No reports on them either, but they've definitely neutralized our air advantage. I counted at least a dozen just with this forward element." Castor's Texas drawl carried a new weight of concern. "That worries the hell out of me. If Lazar's other units have similar gear, this fight is going to be won or lost on the ground." He continued, "I need you to fall back. We're dispatching a tank platoon to a position near Mount Kenya, a few hours north. The terrain is dense jungle, and the highway runs right through it. Lazar can't bypass it if he wants to reach the mine before our carrier group arrives. We'll hit him with a stronger delaying action, give our men at Mrima Hill every possible minute to dig in. Copy that, sir. We're en route. Castor signed off with Grizzly 6 out. Southeastern Poland, 29 December. Shank was roused by a hand shaking his knee. He opened his eyes to see Jadek's concerned face in the dim light of the heated truck cab. Do you need more medication? Shank took a moment, assessing the dull, persistent ache. He felt marginally improved, far from good, but functional. No, I'm all right. What time is it? I must have dozed off. Yes, you were out. It's nearly 2100 hours. Paulina checked on you and gave orders for you not to be disturbed. Shank's mind snapped to the immediate threat. What's the status on the Russians? A company of tanks with infantry carriers is approaching from the west. The local defense forces have visual, but they have no anti-armor capability, and our air support is down to our last few F-16s. If your pilots do not arrive soon, there is no chance for us. Shank immediately began working the radio, calling out into the static. 5 minutes passed with only silence. 10 minutes. After several more attempts, a faint, broken voice crackled through, a call sign he recognized, but too distant and weak for a clear exchange. His antenna simply wasn't powerful enough. They needed to fly closer. As frustration mounted, Paulina appeared at the truck's window, her expression strained in the cold night air. Is the radio working? Do you have your planes? I can hear them, but they can't hear me. I'm still trying. She placed a hand on the doorframe, her urgency palpable. Please, we do not have much time. Shank nodded, his fingers tightening on the microphone as he resumed his calls into the void, each transmission feeling more desperate than the last. From his spot in the truck behind the lines, Shank watched the frantic activity around him, absently rubbing the hard surface of his cast. Paulina observed him for a long moment before letting out a weary sigh, her clear disappointment landing on him like a physical weight. Just as she started to turn, the radio crackled to life. Shank, this is Nooner. You read me? The transmission was sharp and clear. Shank snatched the microphone, a grin breaking across his face. Well, I'll be damned. Nooner, you son of a gun! Reading you loud and clear. A small smile touched Paulina's lips. She understood enough to know this was a friend. Roger that, sir. We'd written you off until word filtered back to, the home field. Nooner's voice was measured, careful on the open channel. You in one piece? I've looked better, but I'm in the fight, Shank replied. I've connected with a local Polish unit. We're ahead of the main Russian push, which has broken into smaller groups. Confirmed. They're scattered like confetti down there. Copy. We've got visual on several roads and fields that are about to be crawling with Russians. A town named Krasnik is roughly 7 miles west of me. Understood. We're a flight of 4, fueled and armed. What's the play? Shank's finger traced a line on his map. I want you integrated into the militia's ambush plan. You'll establish a battle position near a place called Zamosk. We'll designate that BP Raiders. From there, fly west along Route 74, then make a hard turn north at Frampol. I want you to run in with 2 ship sections, one every 5 minutes, then return to BP Raiders and repeat the route. We'll start there, assess the results, and I'll send an updated brief if we need to adjust. Solid. Nooner copies all. What's our time on target? Shank checked his watch. It read 2,210. Can you make 22:30? Roger. First tot set for 2:30 hours. Paulina had moved back to his shoulder, listening closely. Everything good? She asked. All good, he said, offering a tired smile. She took his left arm, her fingers carefully inspecting the field dressing. She loosened the wrap and then secured it again with a more precise, neat knot. Giving him a firm pat on the back, she stated the obvious. We need those planes, yes, ma'am, Shank acknowledged. Paulina turned and melted into the darkness, unslinging her rifle as she went. It wasn't long before Shank sensed the ship. A ripple of hushed, urgent whispers spread from the nearest Polish position. The Russians had been spotted, and earlier than expected. He grabbed the radio. "Nooner? This is Shank. Need to move the tot up. Can you make a new time on target? 2225?" A brief silence, then the reply. "Copy, Shank. We can make that tot outstanding." "Push it hard, brother." Crutching his way through the snow toward the Polish lines, Shank was met with a sight that lifted his spirits: a small arsenal of anti-tank rockets, stacks of grenades, and crate upon crate of machine gun ammo. They had dug proper fighting positions into the iron-hard ground, offering decent protection from anything but a direct hit. Not bad at all, he thought. The gunner manning the heavy DSAK waved him over and gestured toward the weapon's starlight scope. Shank peered through the eyepiece, and his blood ran cold. A column of tanks was clearly visible, and it took him only a moment to identify the distinctive profiles of T-14s. He pushed back from the scope without a word and hobbled back to the truck as fast as his injury would allow. Nooner's voice was already coming through the speaker, tense with readiness. "Shank, this is Nooner approaching BP visual on a tank column. They're exactly where you said. I have a clear shot." Shank's heart hammered against his ribs, as if he were the one in the cockpit. "Roger, I need you to clear our gun target line first. Break off your run now." The air above the field was about to become a shooting gallery, and staying low without returning fire would be a quick way to get tagged. Nooner's voice crackled back in confirmation, laying out the plan: precision-guided munitions on the first pass, followed by gun runs. Permission to engage was granted. Almost immediately, Shank heard the distinctive turbine whine of the A-10s overhead, a sound that promised deliverance. It was followed by the shriek of missiles and then the earth-shaking, rolling thunder of explosions as Russian vehicles were torn apart. Fireballs bloomed, illuminating the snowy field, and instantly, streams of tracer fire from the Polish tree line lashed out to hammer the advancing column. Up and down the position, Shank counted 6 heavy weapons now joining the fray. The Russians weren't idle. They pinpointed the source of the tracers and answered with the spinning, whirring roar of tank rounds. Most sailed high, devastating empty farmland kilometers behind them, but a few slammed into the ground just ahead of the trenches. The concussions shook the earth, dislodging clumps of snow from the pines that had somehow survived the earlier cannon fire. A shout cut through the noise. "They're advancing across the field! 400 meters out!" A cold dread settled in Shank's gut. They were going to push right through. These shallow scrapes in the dirt and hastily felled trees wouldn't stop a determined assault. He scrambled back toward the radio, the air around him snapping with the sound of splintering wood as tank coaxial guns raked the tree line. Ducking low, he grabbed for the handset, but Nooner's transmission beat him to it. "Shank, Nooner visual on armor moving toward you. Nooner Shank, execute an immediate reattack. Bring your battle position west of me and cycle on target. They'll be on us in minutes if you don't hit them hard and fast." "Understood." Cleared hot. Cleared hot. Now break off target and climb to 6,000. Before Shank could even lower the mic, the night was ripped apart by that iconic, brutally long brr-rt. By the sound of it, Nooner had just emptied a significant portion of his cannon into the Russians. A heartbeat later, his wingman added another extended burst. The jets were a roaring presence just overhead, unseen in the dark. Cheers erupted from the Polish lines, their own fire intensifying. Shank keyed the radio. "Nooner, Shank, you're the most popular guy in Poland right now. What's your remaining station time? I can stretch past limits, but I'm down to about 15 mics. We burned a lot of gas finding your signal." Shank pointed to his watch, then held up one finger followed by 5 to Paulina. She gave a sharp nod and sprinted toward another machine gun nest. Watching her go, a fleeting, absurd thought crossed his mind. Amidst all this chaos, her determination was almost poetic. He pushed it aside and raised the mic again. "Roger, let's make it count. Be advised we are still in serious danger of being overrun. Copy. We're coming in tight. Keep your people's heads down. We're going to stitch that kill zone with everything left in the magazine." For the next quarter hour, Shank became the nerve center of the fight. The Russian direct fire kept creeping closer. Now the sharper cracks of smaller caliber weapons joining the din signaled that dismounted infantry was nearing the wood line. He fed more adjustments to Nooner, the coordination a tense ballet of destruction, until finally the pressure of inaction became too much. He couldn't just coordinate from the rear any longer. He needed a clearer vantage point on the battle, so he slid into the driver's seat of the truck parked by the radio gear. Shifting into drive, he rolled forward toward the machine gun nest with his headlights dark. Aware the Russians would be scanning for heat, he stopped well short of the tree line and put the truck in park. A tank shell tore into the forest just 60 feet to his left front, and a whirling branch cracked his windshield into a web of fractures. "Damn it," he yelled. He tumbled out of the cab, snatched his crutch from inside, and hobbled as quickly as he could toward a nearby gun position. Every cut on his legs had reopened, and he felt the warm seep of blood. From this new viewpoint over the Polish valley, the Russian armor was fully visible. A dozen vehicles were burning wrecks, but another 10 were charging uphill in pairs, with 2 more laying down heavy covering fire. The closest were now within 100 yards, clearly desperate to reach the trees and close with the Polish defenders, so the NATO jets overhead couldn't pick them apart. Right before his eyes, a precision missile from a low-flying A-10 under the clouds struck the lead tank. A second Warthog followed just seconds later, its 30-millimeter cannon unleashing a torrent of fire. Tracers carved a blazing red and yellow line through the darkness, hammering a BTR. At least half the rounds punched through the armor. That was more than enough. The crew never stood a chance. The vehicle erupted in flames, its ammunition cooking off in a spectacular shower of sparks and light. Flames shot 30 feet into the air from the vehicle's shattered hatches. "Good work, Nooner!" Shank shouted, though he wasn't on the radio. The assistant gunner on the Dushka spun around at the sound of his voice, his face streaked with blood from shrapnel flung by a nearby blast. Now Shank grabbed the radio handset, pour it on Nooner. The volume of incoming fire began to ease. "Nooner, this is Shank. Do you see any signs they're pulling back?" "Affirmative. I've got vehicles turning back toward the road, heading due east. Looks like they're booking it. I think you're just dealing with their rear guard now. Want us to hit them on the retreat?" "Negative. Stay on station right here. If these positions let up, they could still overrun us. We're so thin on the ground, I think a platoon of Russians with night vision could kick our asses. Copy all. We'll keep watch on your flanks and report. We've got great thermal imagery with these freezing temps." Shank set the handset down. He saw the outline of Paulina approaching, her AK-47 held ready. He stepped out from behind the truck. "Hey, looks like he started." But she rushed forward and threw her arms around him in a tight, fierce hug. It sent a jolt of pain through his wounds. He imagined her injured arm was hurting too, but he hugged her back. He laughed, relieved by her obvious joy. Then he realized she was sobbing. He pulled back to look at her face. She turned away briefly before meeting his eyes again, wiping tears that left clean streaks on her grimy cheeks as she smiled. He lifted his good hand and brushed the tears away, mostly just smudging the dirt. But she leaned into his touch, appreciating the gentle contact. "You save many Polish today. You kill many Russians today." "I just called in the right people with the right tools," he said, and she hugged him again. Chapter 67. U.S. John Warner, 30 December. Commander Diana Del Vecchio sat with her executive officer in the wardroom, surrounded by laptops, nautical charts, papers, and laminated maps. Both officers were utterly exhausted. The John Warner's transit through the Tajura Trough had been a tense ordeal for everyone aboard, leaving the entire crew running on fumes. The acoustic deception near Mucha Island had provided some cover, but the relentless chase by Russian naval forces, the constant evasion, the piercing sonar sweeps, had left its mark on every face aboard. Commander Del Vecchio had guided the John Warner through hours of tense, bottom-hugging maneuvers without major incident. A few more distant depth charges had rumbled through the water in an attempt to force them out, but the submarine emerged otherwise unharmed. The ordeal had perhaps left the crew wiser, with a renewed, gritty trust in their captain's instincts and their own honed abilities to slip through a net of hunters, a Cold War art that had grown dull during years of perceived American undersea dominance. After a full day of silent, creeping progress and almost no rest for anyone, they had finally broken into the open waters of the Gulf of Aden. Yet the abrupt way the Russian ships and submarines broke off pursuit immediately struck Del Vecchio as suspicious. It felt tactical, as if they'd been summoned elsewhere. She risked ascending to raise the communications mast and contact fleet, and her hunch was confirmed. The entire surface and undersea group that had been hunting them had turned and was now steaming into the Indian Ocean. Fleet believed they were positioning themselves off the African coast, a clear move to block any American submarine from approaching close enough to shore to support the Marines assembling at Rima Hill. For the past hour, Diana Del Vecchio had been wrestling with that very problem, searching for a solution that seemed to slip further away with each passing minute. Maybe the sheer exhaustion she and her team were battling was clouding their judgment, she thought, reaching for her coffee thermos. Or maybe, she admitted silently, this puzzle simply had no good answer. The USS John Warner carried a dozen Tomahawk land attack missiles, formidable weapons capable of delivering a 1,000-pound high-explosive warhead or a cluster munition with precise accuracy. But their strength was against fixed targets. They flew to programmed GPS coordinates and detonated. Trying to hit a fast-moving armored brigade rolling toward friendly forces was a different game entirely. Del Vecchio could, of course, fire salvos of Tomahawks toward the general area north of Rima Hill and just hope for a lucky strike on enemy armor or troops. But that would be a spectacularly expensive gamble, with each missile costing millions and the odds of doing real damage were vanishingly slim. Even if the Marines could provide exact coordinates launching from their current position, hundreds of miles out in the Indian Ocean presented another hurdle. While the Tomahawks had an impressive range, they traveled subsonically, and the long flight time would give the Russians ample warning to relocate any stationary assets. Firing those precious missiles blindly into the Kenyan landscape wouldn't save the Marines. It would only needlessly reveal the John Warner's position to the enemy. She took a long sip from her thermos, the bitter coffee doing little to clear the fog of fatigue. The caffeine jolt she desperately hoped for didn't come. Instead, a wave of grim resignation settled in. Finally, with a weary sigh, Del Vecchio looked up at her executive officer, her eyes rimmed with red. "I would move heaven and earth for those men," she said, her voice low and strained. "But I can't see a way to do it without gambling this boat and every soul on it." The XO met her gaze and gave a slow, understanding nod. "I'm with you, Captain. If there were a way to slip in close, like we managed back in Djibouti, I'd be the first to say go for it. But out here, the math just doesn't work." He paused, then added a thought that hadn't been in the original briefing. "It's like they've painted a giant keep-out sign on the whole coastline and they're sitting right on top of it." Commander Del Vecchio's small form seemed to shrink as she leaned forward, resting her elbows heavily on the table. "Fine. We'll reposition to 300 miles offshore. From that distance, the cruise missiles will take more than 30 minutes to reach the coast if they fly directly, even longer if we route them around the Russian fleet. It's our only option, but let's be honest, it's not going to make a real difference for the Marines on the ground." "We can't fix everything," the XO replied gently. "At least we cut off their fuel supply. That helped." Del Vecchio stayed silent. The executive officer rose from his chair. "I'll relay the orders, Commander. You should try to get some rest." She didn't lift her head or speak, only giving a slow nod, her face still buried in her hands. Southern Poland. December 30. Shank, Paulina, and their small team pulled back from the fighting just after midnight, driving to a nearby village. Riding a wave of confidence from the day's success, they knocked on the doors of 2 neighboring homes and asked for shelter. Both families welcomed them warmly. Paulina left to meet with territorial defense leaders and check on the wounded, but Schenk stayed behind with 7 militia members in a cozy kitchen. The hosts brought out cold cuts, cheese, and wine, and soon the room was filled with lively conversation. Someone produced a bottle of vodka, and Jadek turned to Schenk. "We say 2 J's Stroey, then we thump the glass and drink." Exhausted and aching, Schenk had taken another painkiller and just wanted to lie down. But Jadek was persistent. "All right, maybe 1, Schenk conceded. He raised his glass and mangled the toast. "Toje, drove," then gulped the vodka down, coughing as it burned his throat. The others laughed while Jadek clapped him on the back. Another bottle appeared, and before long the group was singing folk songs. As the night wore on, Schenk's eyelids grew heavy. The woman of the house noticed her tired guest and quietly led him upstairs to a small bedroom where he fell into a deep sleep. He woke in the dark hours, his hand itching beneath the cast. Sleep, he realized, wouldn't come easily for a long time. Soft moonlight filtered into the room, and in its glow he saw Paulina sitting on the edge of the bed watching him. "You sleep?" she asked. He blinked, unsure if he was dreaming. Sensing his confusion, she took his left arm gently and felt the bandages. "We changed these, yes." She reached for a small medical kit on the floor. Placing his arm in her lap, she began to carefully unwind the old wraps. Her touch was light against his skin. "I change. You rest." He let his head sink back into the pillow, watching her work in the silvery light. After a moment, she asked, "You like family?" It took him a second to understand she meant their hosts. "Yes, they were very kind." "So are you, Paulina." A faint smile touched her lips as she focused on rewrapping his arm. "Tomorrow men take you to Warsaw. From there you return to your Americans. Not safe to travel south now. Still too many Russians. What about you?" "I stay in south. Go east. Look for more Russians." When she finished with his arm, she examined the dressing over his injured eye. Her fingers traced the edges of the bandage softly. "This one must change too. It will hurt, okay?" "Can't wait," he said dryly. She paused, then smiled once more, catching his tone. Her movements were gentle and deliberate, not the practiced hands of a medic, but careful and tender, as if she wanted to get it right just for him. He could sense the war had forced her into grim actions, yet beneath that hardened exterior he recognized a deep well of compassion. She was a gentle soul thrust into combat without preparation, surviving by shielding her heart from the pain. Schenk wasn't a therapist, but his whole military life had been war. A sudden intuition struck him. She had lost someone precious in this chaos. He lifted his hand and brushed her cheek. Just like on the battlefield when he'd wiped her tears. She leaned into his touch, a quiet, almost feline comfort. This time, her own hand came up to clasp his, pressing it against her face. Schenk blinked in surprise. The atmosphere in the room shifted, feeling strangely intentional. This wasn't really about his bandages. Perhaps she was just a young woman, drowning in the hatred and fear, desperately seeking a single night's refuge, a private escape she could never let her squad witness. Paulina pushed the covers aside and, with a careful tenderness, swung a leg over him, settling against his body. She brought her lips slowly to his, her warm breath a soft caress before they kissed. She moved her mouth to his ear and whispered, "Captain Vance, you showed so much odwaga today." She cradled his face in her hands, bracing her elbows on the bed, mindful of his injuries as she rested atop him. He knew that word. Odwaga. The same one her soldiers used for her. Courage. He hadn't considered it, but hearing it from her, a born leader, a warrior, it became the highest praise he'd ever known. Downstairs, the militia's laughter and songs swelled, the celebration growing louder and more raucous with the arrival of another crate of wine. Both above and below, the night hummed with the raw electric joy of being alive. Mount Kenya, December 30. Mount Kenya rose as a colossal 17,000-foot peak, its lower slopes lush and green, thick with forests that climbed halfway up. The summit, however, stood bare, rugged, and crowned with snow. From inside the BTR-82A turret, Colonel General Lazar studied the distant, formidable peaks. In another lifetime, he would have relished the challenge of climbing them, of soaking in their grandeur. For hours, reconnaissance reports had streamed in, detailing American forces dispersed among the mountain's foothills. Their tactic was transparent to him. They were baiting him into a confrontation, knowing he'd see them as a threat to his rear if he tried to advance past them. And Lazar was certain more defenses would be waiting at the mine to the south. His satellites were now mapping their precise positions. A clever move, Marines, he thought. Dark clouds gathered around the distant peak, a promise of coming rain. He reached inside the vehicle for his poncho. "Dmitri, deploy the artillery. We will blast those Marines out of our way." Colonel Keir gave a sharp nod. "Immediately, sir, and ensure all air defense units are in line." These Americans put great faith in their air power. "But we will strike them hard and send them fleeing, just as we did at Moyal." A little over 4 miles away, Apollo spat into his palms and rubbed them together, his energy revived by the physical labor. He lifted the pickaxe and drove it down, breaking free another section of the dense red earth. All along the line, other tools bit into the ground as the men worked urgently to fortify their positions. Clumps of red dirt had been shoveled into sandbags, stacked 3 deep. Cut brush and foliage were arranged for concealment. Apollo's unit had arrived in Africa, critically under-equipped, especially compared to the heavily armed Marines working alongside them. The disparity in gear was a constant, unspoken weight, fueling a quiet determination to prove their mettle with whatever they had. Every Marine appeared to be armed with an anti-tank weapon, and the rocky jungle ridgeline was dotted with medium and heavy machine guns spaced roughly every 30 feet. Lieutenant Colonel Connolly approached his position to see how he was holding up. "Captain, you all right? Prepared for what's coming?" "Yes, sir. The whole unit is ready." A faint buzzing sound from above caught Connolly's attention, and he glanced skyward. It took a second to spot it. He and Apollo noticed it simultaneously. A drone, one appeared. Then at least 4 others, each no larger than a yard across. They descended from the clouds, zipped from north to south, and then started to orbit. Neither the American nor the French forces had encountered an enemy drone before. Soldiers paused their digging to stare up. "Oh, hell," Connolly muttered. "Murd," Apollo echoed. "Those aren't ours. Those belong to the enemy. Everyone, get down!" A distant boom echoed, followed by 2 more. "Incoming!" shouted American and French sergeants up and down the line as the piercing scream of artillery shells tore through the air. The men scrambled for their fighting positions. Veterans of Iraq and Afghanistan among the French dragoons and U.S. Marines pressed themselves low, opening their mouths but covering their ears. They knew from hard experience that the overpressure from repeated concussive blasts could burst eardrums and make noses bleed. The ground trembled as precise Russian artillery fire hammered the rocky terrain around them. Deafening noise and shock waves rolled over the men. In some spots, the earth heaved and fighting holes simply vanished. The drones had performed perfectly, delivering exact targeting data to their practiced artillery crews. Below in the foothills at the mountain's base, dense, dry thickets began to smoke and catch fire. General Lazar contacted the artillery line to commend their precise barrage. "The targeting coordinates we received were exceptionally accurate," reported one of the artillery captains. Colonel Borbikoff sat beside Lazar, observing with a self-satisfied grin. "Excellent work. What's the ammunition status?" Lazar inquired. "We'll expend 20% of our allocated rounds unless you wish us to fire more," Lazar replied. No, conserve the rest for the next engagement. Well done. Borbikov leaned toward him. Sir, that's a substantial force positioned in those foothills. If you authorized 33% of our ordnance, I'm confident we could eliminate those battalions, which would significantly weaken the defense of the mines when we... Lazar turned sharply to Borbikov. Who is responsible for the tactical plan here, Colonel Borbikov? Sir, you are. I only meant, and are you implying your Spetsnaz background makes you an artillery expert? Tell me, what caliber of artillery do you and your men carry when you parachute or fast rope from helicopters? Borbikov seethed. I am merely suggesting we capitalize on this. Lazar shifted to the artillery captain, who stared rigidly ahead, horrified to be caught between President Rivkin's favorite officer and Russia's most decorated general. Captain, Lazar stated, you have your orders. Understood, sir. 20%, then we cease fire. The captain departed the command post. Borbikov spun on his heel and stalked out as well. The moment the artillery barrage ended, a lengthy column of Russian BTR-82 armored vehicles sped south along a rugged dirt track, then fanned out left and right, jolting onto the rough ground while maintaining a surprising speed. A Marine Lav Tau gunner was the first to see them and radioed the company command post. He and his Tau section had an unobstructed view and requested firing authority. The Lav company executive officer looked to Connolly for guidance. Both men were crouched inside a sandbagged dugout that had been hastily constructed as their command post. The final hour of shelling had left the 24 men in the trench with a persistent ringing in their ears, and more than a few were still reeling from the concussive force. Most of the Russian artillery, however, had fallen closer to the forward line, sparing this small command post from anything worse than rattled nerves. They have permission to engage, Connolly stated. A moment before the Lav Company's executive officer gave the formal go-ahead, almost instantly, a wave of TOW-DO missiles arced over the verdant hills, racing toward the enemy vehicles advancing across the lower ground. Moments later, 5 BTR-82s were transformed into scattered, burning wreckage. Upon receiving confirmation, Connolly pressed his radio handset. Oddball, this is Grizzly. You are cleared to initiate the assault. As the Russian column had pushed south along Kenyan Highway A2, they deployed their reconnaissance drones to scout the Marine positions. The telltale dust plumes from moving vehicles and the freshly turned earth of hasty fortifications were plain to see at the base of Mount Kenya, and these images were swiftly integrated into the Russian assault plan. What the aerial drones missed entirely was the deep, meandering wadi carved through the flatlands before the foothills. This seasonal riverbed was dry at the moment, shrouded by a dense thicket of brush and trees, its sandy floor offering the ideal concealment for a company of Marine Corps M1A2 tanks. The mobile LAV units on the higher ground had served as the lure. Now, as the BTRs surged forward to engage them, the tanks roared out of their hidden positions along the enemy's western flank, unleashing a devastating volley from their 120mm cannons. These Marine tanks weren't the latest models fielded by the Army, but the Russians were completely fixated on the entrenched line ahead, oblivious to the heavily camouflaged armor on their flank, until the first massive rounds began to find their marks. The opening salvo from the 14 American tanks caught Lazar's 1st Regiment in a brutal enfilade. 10 BTRs were engulfed in fire as high-explosive shells tore directly into their thinner-skinned troop compartments. The Marine Abrams crews reloaded and fired again, this time advancing toward the Russian formation. Traversing the rugged, broken terrain west of the mountain made their main gun fire less precise, but their second volley still registered 6 hits and 5 more kills. From an observation post 10 kilometers away, Colonel General Boris Lazar watched through his scope and immediately understood he had driven his forces into an ambush. His response, however, was just as swift. He ordered his 2nd Brigade, still advancing south on the A2 into the fight, They maneuvered their BTRs off the road and, in a practiced combat drill, fanned out into a line charging over the rough ground with a speed that even the U.S. tanks couldn't match. Then, with a chilling coordination, every other vehicle launched one of the new Saddleback Cornet anti-tank missiles from its modified turret, sending a series of jerking, fiery streaks across the open plain toward the Marine tanks. The alternating vehicles fired smoke dischargers, laying down a thick, obscuring screen to mask their advance. 3 of the Marine M1A2s were struck on their flanks by the Russian missiles. 2 of the hit tanks catastrophically exploded as their onboard ammunition cooked off, flames shooting from open hatches. The third took a crippling blow to its turret, which seized up instantly, its gun barrel left drooping and nearly severed from the hull. That tank kept rolling with its comrades, but it was effectively out of action. The remaining armor weathered the missile storm, and the company pressed forward, driving and firing directly into the heart of Lazar's 1st Regiment, methodically eliminating armored carriers with each successive volley. 8 Cobra attack helicopters swept in low from the western horizon, skimming the dense canopy of the jungle flatlands. Their sudden barrage of missiles, rockets, and cannon fire pinned down the advancing elements of the 1st Regiment, creating a crucial window. This covering fire allowed the beleaguered Marine M1A2 tanks to disengage from the rear assault and accelerate southeast, putting distance between themselves and the persistent chase of Lazar's 2nd Regiment. Pour more artillery onto their defensive positions, Keir, Lazar bellowed, striding through the command post toward the colonel, who stood beside the field radios. Keir straightened up from a map table, spotting his general through the cluster of officers. "The Americans are in full retreat," Keir reported as Lazar arrived. "All reconnaissance and drone feeds confirm it. Their marine line has shattered. They're driving south, back toward the mining complex." Lazar leaned over the map, his expression skeptical. Is it a retreat or a calculated withdrawal? "This feels like a classic hit and run. Keep 2nd Regiment pressing them hard." "Understood, sir." "But the farther they stretch our pursuit, the more lethal those Cobras become. They're already chewing up our lead elements in 1st Regiment." "I know the cost. Maintain pursuit with what 2nd Regiment can manage. We will follow. Push the ZSU anti-air batteries forward. Take down every Cobra you can. Each helicopter we destroy today is one less we face tomorrow at the mine. The Americans don't have an infinite supply." For a moment, a grim, almost sarcastic smile touched his lips. "Perhaps they're learning that retreat is cheaper than replacement." "Yes, General. And after that, then we halt. We assess. We walked straight into a trap with those tanks. Our next moves require careful thought, not reckless speed." Connolly monitored the surviving Marine tanks in his rear view as the column of Laves raced south along a narrow jungle track toward the final defensive line at the mines. Occasional long-range Cornet missiles from Russian BTRs streaked past, impacting trees and roadway, sometimes finding an American vehicle. The remaining M1's turrets reversed, kept up a steady reply with 120mm rounds against their pursuers. Russian artillery shells rained down around the tanks, yet somehow the Abrams weaved through the storm of fire untouched. After 20 nerve-shredding minutes of fighting withdrawal, the American force finally broke clear, reaching the paved B6 highway where they could increase speed toward the mine. Word came from Castor's intel officer that the Russians had halted their chase at the jungle's edge. Connolly felt no relief, only the certainty of a temporary pause. Lazar would regroup and then begin a deliberate, overwhelming advance toward Mrima Hill. Chapter 68. Belarusian-Polish border, 30 December. Colonel General Sabaneyev stood beside his Gaz Tiger infantry vehicle, a dusting of snow on his shoulders and helmet, watching the final T-14 tank cross from Poland back into Belarus. He allowed himself a quiet, internal breath of relief, though his face showed nothing to the staff around him. The tanks from the combat battalions had proven themselves. The mission was accomplished, and now the once pristine machines bore the brutal marks of war, deep scrapes and massive dents from the urban fighting in Wrocław, thick crusts of field mud, and on nearly every vehicle, the pockmarks and ragged gashes of RPG hits, machine gun fire, and 120mm tank rounds that exposed raw steel beneath the paint. A long line of BTRs began crossing the bridge next, weary infantrymen hitching a grateful ride on the armor. Sabaniev and his staff, having already crossed, observed the procession from a small hill outside Brest as the columns of men and machines filed past. As the column trudged onward, a T-14 rolled past, its turret completely gone. A handful of infantrymen clung to its hull, transforming the sophisticated battle tank into little more than a crude, overbuilt personnel carrier. The turret had been ripped away in combat, a victim of the catastrophic jack-in-the-box effect from an internal explosion. Such a blast usually killed everyone inside instantly, but sometimes, as with this machine, the chassis remained drivable. Inside its cramped hull, the grim evidence of its former crew often remained. For the weary soldiers hitching a ride, however, men who had seen too much, this wreck was just a blessed respite from the endless march. Watching the pitiful vehicle lumber by, Sabaniev felt a cold clarity. This tank was a stark symbol that their role had reversed. They were no longer the hunters, the wolves on the attack. Now they were the prey, broken and retreating after a string of devastating battles. He gripped Colonel Smirnov's arm. "Felix, order that unit off that tank immediately, letting the men see that wreck is poison for morale. Sir, for those men, it's the only alternative to walking. If I make them abandon it, their entire company's pace will slow to a crawl. I don't care if they have to crawl every inch back to Moscow, Felix. We are in friendly territory now, and we must plan the next phase. We will establish a defensive line at the border. I want those Yankees and their Polish lapdogs to pay a final bloody price. We will fire across the border when the enemy appears, inflict maximum damage with whatever shells we have left, and then continue our withdrawal into Russia. Is that understood?" "Yes, sir," the operations officer replied, knowing better than to argue. "I will arrange for one final engagement, then the retreat." "Good. And have that damaged tank driven into the woods and abandoned. It's an eyesore." Eduard Sabaniev stormed off toward his boomerang to issue new commands to Colonel Dryagan. "Trudging through knee-deep snow is also terrible for morale, General," Smirnov muttered under his breath, watching him go. On the eastern bank of the Bug River, concealed within a thicket of pine trees, a fully intact platoon of 4 T-14 Armatas waited in a broad line. The massive vehicles were caked in a frozen mixture of black mud and snow. Their platoon commander, a lieutenant, savored a cup of coffee brewed by his crew using a steel pot placed on the engine's exhaust manifold. It wasn't the usual bitter military swill. This coffee had been liberated by his platoon mechanic from a Polish farmhouse during their chaotic advance across the frozen fields between Gorlitz and Wrocław. Damn that city, the lieutenant thought, sipping the rich brew and idly picking at a clump of frozen moss clinging to his tank's hull. His platoon sergeant approached, snapping him from his thoughts. The lieutenant quickly dropped the moss, grabbed a handful of the black muck instead, and squeezed it thoughtfully, not wanting to be caught daydreaming. The sergeant nodded toward the vehicle. "That Polish muck is going to be a nightmare to scrub out of the turret rings, sir." The commander grunted in agreement. "Yes, we'll need a pressure washer once we're back on the heated maintenance bays in Smolensk." "Any word on how long we're sitting here, sir?" "Orders are to engage the Americans and Poles as they approach the border and the western side of the bridge. We fire from this position as long as there are targets and we have ammunition to hit them." A cynical, weary smile touched his lips. With a little luck, the arrogant Americans will be feeling bold and decide to stand and fight. Then we'll show them exactly what a mistake that was. The platoon commander glanced back as another crew maneuvered a gutted tank, its turret completely gone, into the tree line. He recognized the men from a neighboring company he'd trained with months ago. He hadn't witnessed the hit himself back in Wrocław, but the story had spread quickly. A Polish militia team positioned in a high window had taken them out with a single AT-4 rocket, sending the turrets spinning into the air. He imagined that mangled piece of metal would probably end up as some kind of grim war memorial for the locals. The sight of the turretless hull was a sobering reminder of their vulnerability. At least it could offer the infantry some cover. He mused bitterly. As the crew restarted their own engine, he lunged to secure the coffee pot teetering on the back deck before it toppled into the snow. They rumbled to a halt on the Belarusian bank of the Bug River, not far from the elevated auto bridge. From here, they had an unobstructed view across the icy water to the Polish fields and forests on the opposite side. Perfect tank country, he thought, with a grim sense of irony. This was the stage they'd prepared for. Once the vehicle stopped, the lieutenant hauled himself onto the slick armor of his T-14 Armata. Around him, soldiers hastily gathered pine branches and brush to break up the tank's outlines against the winter landscape. He dropped back into the open turret, flicked several switches to life, and listened as the infrared sight's cooling system began to whir. The backup generator thrummed to life behind him, providing auxiliary power. Pressing his face against the rubber eye cups, he called out, "Turret rotating," as a warning before swinging the main gun to scan the horizon. Through the sight, he zoomed in on the Polish side. A lone check-made Skoda Octavia was visible, cruising obliviously along Highway 698 about 3 kilometers away, its driver completely unaware of the deadly theater being set up around him. The lieutenant pulled on his padded winter helmet and keyed the intercom. "Driver." After a moment of fumbling, the driver's voice crackled back, "Yes, sir." "Start the engines for 15 minutes, then shut them down. We need them cold enough to disappear from enemy thermal scans. We'll seal up and run the heaters for a bit. But get ready, it's going to get very cold in here while we wait." "Understood." "Gunner, you copy?" "Copy, sir," replied the gunner, who had just clambered in through the top hatch, clumps of snow from his boots scattering across the metal deck. He pulled on his helmet and switched channels to relay the orders to the rest of the platoon. A deep, guttural rumble shook the tank as the massive engine roared to life. The lieutenant reached into an empty machine gun ammo can bolted behind his seat, pulling out a notepad and pen. "Gunner, break out your pad and start our range card. See that frozen pond at roughly 2 kilometers, bearing 240. Confirmed, I have it. Mark that as your center point and find me clear reference points to the left and right. I expect the enemy to come up that main east-west highway before fanning out into the fields. I'm going to check our line and get the platoon's position sketched out. Make sure the other crews are working on their cards, too." "On it, sir," the gunner said, taking over the dual control pads to stare intently through the sights, memorizing every fold in the terrain. The lieutenant heaved himself up out of the turret, back into the biting air, and dropped into the snow. He then began a slow, methodical walk toward his 3 other tanks, his breath forming clouds in the frigid silence. This was it. Their final demonstration of what facing a real army meant, not the ragged insurgents they'd fought in desert sands half a world away. Let them get a taste of that difference now. Every time he approached a tank, he would knock on the hatch and lean in to speak with the commander inside. Each crew handed over their range card, which sketched out their vehicle's position relative to the rest of the platoon and outlined their assigned sector. The lieutenant then returned to his own tank, piecing together these individual diagrams into a single cohesive fire plan. He reviewed this sketch with the company commander when he arrived shortly after. That plan was then passed up to the battalion commander, where all the platoon and company drawings were merged into the battalion's complete defensive layout. The final map was a detailed web of trigger lines, fallback positions, resupply routes, and a wealth of tactical information, everything a commander needed to make decisions and leverage his unit's full strength against the enemy. Once the work was finished and every tank along the riverbank was dug in and ready, the men simply gazed westward, waiting for the Americans and Germans who had made their lives so difficult these past few days to finally show up. Marima Hill, Kenya, December 30. Sergeant Casillas guided the driver of the light armored vehicle up the narrow, muddy track toward regimental headquarters. The lab's antennas whipped against the overhanging jungle branches as they climbed the steep incline. Standing in the turret, Connolly repeatedly ducked to avoid getting his helmet knocked off, muttering silent curses at Casillas for what felt like a personal vendetta against his skull. Over the vehicle's intercom, Casillas's voice crackled, picking up on his lieutenant colonel's irritation. "Sir, I specifically instructed the driver to aim for every branch on the way up." Connolly's tension eased. The sergeant's dry humor was a reminder that his crew was just following orders and doing it well. He had told them to get him to the command post as fast as possible, and they were certainly accomplishing that. This old road had seen better days. Originally cut to service a copper mine on the hill's northern slope, it had fallen into disrepair after the mine shut down. Now, with newer roads leading to the main rare earth metal pit, the jungle was aggressively reclaiming this forgotten path. The passage of numerous regimental vehicles hadn't helped, tearing down large limbs and leaving the track rutted and littered with debris. If the Russians don't get us, Connolly thought wryly, this insane drive just might. The Mr. Hill mining complex sat atop the densest part of the forest, nestled in a natural saddle between two peaks. Centuries of erosion, combined with relentless digging in piles of mining waste, had formed a deep bowl-like depression. This double-ridged terrain offered some natural protection for the regiment's command post. The surrounding foliage was a chaotic mix of dense thickets, scrub brush, and tightly packed broadleaf trees. The mine itself was now virtually deserted. News of the looming Russian assault had spread rapidly, prompting all employees and nearby villagers to evacuate. The Kenyan military had pulled out as well, though the French Foreign Legion troops assigned to protect the site had stayed behind. There was a clear political calculus at work. Kenya was keen to maintain decent relations with the Russians, who many believed would inevitably seize control of the mine. Plenty of the Kenyan soldiers had wanted to stand their ground, but as with Borbikov's unit years before, orders from above were not up for debate. The whole situation left Connolly with a bitter taste, a familiar frustration with the gap between the fight on the ground and the decisions made far away from it. The Foreign Legion detachment numbered just 200, yet their value to the Marines was immense. Their familiarity with the terrain made them indispensable advisors for strengthening the base's fortifications. 3 battalions of Marine infantry were now entrenched, securing the northern, eastern, and western approaches. To the south, a vast swamp was deemed impassable, a domain of venomous snakes, towering cranes, and lurking hippos, but legionnaires were posted there regardless, maintaining a vigilant watch. Marima Hill was flanked by 2 siblings, Marenge, 6 kilometers to the southwest, and Jombo, 7 kilometers to the northwest. While Marima was the largest, the adjacent peaks were crucial terrain, prompting the Marines to establish outposts on both. As Sergeant Casillas parked near the mine entrance, the array of Humvees, light armored vehicles, and entrenched artillery batteries showed Connolly just how industrious the regiment had been during his efforts to delay the Russian advance up north. Stepping from the armored vehicle, he was immediately immersed in the urgent symphony of preparation, the constant scrape of shovels, the crack of branches being cut for camouflage, and the sharp rebukes of NCOs pushing their Marines to dig faster and build smarter. These men had clearly not rested since their arrival. The corporals and sergeants were driving them hard, knowing the plan was to let Lazar's brigade stumble upon their concealed positions only at point-blank range, forcing a brutal close-quarters fight. Connolly left his LAV and made for the entrance of an old horizontal mine shaft cut into the northern slope about 2/3 up the hill. This tunnel was a relic from a copper mining operation that had ceased long before rare earth minerals became the prize. Now those rems were extracted from a massive open-pit mine atop the hill's saddle. Outside the abandoned copper shaft stood a cluster of weathered 1- and 2-story shacks, which, along with the cavernous space just inside the tunnel mouth, now served as the 5th Marine Regiment's command post. Years ago, when the Russians controlled this area, they had headquartered in the sturdy cinder block buildings of the active REM mine, nearly a kilometer behind and above the Marines' current location. The hope was that Lazar would assume his enemy had simply occupied those same obvious structures, a mistake that might keep the regimental HQ hidden a little longer. The rusted skeletons of mining equipment and long idle cranes were now playgrounds for a troop of Sykes's monkeys who chattered and scampered across the metal, watching the humans with curious eyes. A few bold Marines, despite warnings, sneakily tossed them scraps of food. Connolly shook his head, knowing it was only a matter of time before some eager private tried to pet one and got a nasty bite. Honestly, a monkey bite was probably the least of their worries if they were stuck here for weeks. He'd seen it before. Once boredom took hold, Marines could get creative in all the wrong ways. He still remembered having to dismantle an illicit fighting ring in Iraq where someone had pitted a snake against a scorpion. Thankfully, the relentless activity here, driven by the NCOs, seemed to be keeping that particular brand of madness at bay. His eyes then found the unit's guidon, the small pennant of the Fighting Fifth, flapping proudly in the open. Its presence was a clear signal. Colonel Castor was in, not out, inspecting the lines. Dan flagged down a group of Marines moving past and asked if they knew where the command post was located. They barely slowed, offering a quick salute before gesturing toward the mine entrance, then hurried on their way. Dan quickly understood their haste. Just outside the rocky opening, a regimental supply team had established a full-field kitchen, the smell of hot food drawing a steady stream of men. Watching them queue up with their trays, Connolly turned and stepped into the horizontal shaft. Within 10 feet, the temperature dropped noticeably. A welcome change, though the air remained thick, damp, and oppressively warm. The tunnel was carved from solid rock, giving the impression of a formidable, durable shelter. Yet, despite its sturdiness, Connolly couldn't shake a grim historical parallel. The memory of American forces on Corregidor during World War II, who also sought refuge in tunnels, only to be surrounded, starved out, and ultimately forced to surrender. He pushed the thought aside, hoping for a far better outcome here. Water dripped steadily from the ceiling, leaving the floor slick with mud and filling the air with a damp, mineral smell. Deeper in, another odor assaulted him, the sharp, ammonia-like stench of bat guano. Overhead, disturbed by the activity below, swarms of black fruit bats swirled in a confused mass, surging toward the daylight, only to wheel back into the darkness, their chaotic flight creating a living vortex just beneath the rock. About 200 feet in, the shaft widened into a cleared area where headquarters staff had set up folding tables and chairs. Battle maps, sectioning the surrounding jungle into sectors, were pinned against the stone walls. The fires officer, working with battalion teams, had meticulously marked these maps with aviation attack routes, artillery holding areas, defensive positions, and pre-planned targets, all anticipating where Russian forces might gather before an assault. Nearby, a row of radiomen worked intently at their tables, the beeps static, and overlapping chatter from their speakers reverberating in the cavernous space. Bundles of antenna cables bound with tape snaked along the floor and up toward the mine entrance, connecting to equipment outside. This electronic din was joined by the distant rhythmic thumps and shouts from a battery of Marine Corps howitzers being emplaced nearby. With no better storage available, Marines formed a human chain, hauling artillery shells into the mine for safekeeping. Dan absorbed the organized chaos, then dropped his pack in an out-of-the-way corner, acutely aware he still felt like a newcomer. Spotting Colonel Castor, he made his way over. Dan, the colonel said, clapping him on the shoulder with a warmth that felt genuine. Good to see you back intact. You bought us critical time, and the battalions have dug in well. Now the hard part starts. Thank you, sir. The lair and tank crews deserve the credit. How's the setup here? The sergeant major and I checked each battalion. They're as ready as they can be under the circumstances. I hope I can still be useful in the fight, sir. Absolutely right here with me and Mikhail. I need you helping coordinate the battle. Grab a seat, and we'll bring you up to speed. Connolly joined Eric Mikhail at the map table. Both men looked wearier than their years, faces etched with the strain of combat and sleepless nights. Mikhail offered a tired but welcoming smile. You look like hell, Marine. Connolly dragged a damp towel across his face, clearing away the sweat and dust as Mikhail laid out the strategy. The plan from Colonel Castor was to defend every sector by throwing everything they had into the fight. It was a solid defensive setup, but Connolly could see the glaring truth. Their lines were stretched paper-thin. As Mikhail described what amounted to a last stand, a fleeting image of the Alamo popped into Connolly's head. He immediately shook it off, thinking, what a lousy time for a history lesson. Chapter 69, Southern Kenya. 30 December. A formation of 22 Antonov An-26 transports drifted low and slow over Tsavo West National Park. Only a handful of park rangers and a few bewildered tourists on safari noticed their passage. Their route had taken them through Ugandan airspace, skirting Lake Victoria before a brief refueling stop in Entebbe. That pause gave the 880 Russian paratroopers of the 23rd Air Assault Regiment a precious chance to move their stiff legs after nearly half a day in the air. Now inside the lead aircraft, a red light switched to green. 40 men clipped their static lines to the steel cable running the cabin's length, each soldier giving the gear of the man ahead of final check. With the flash of the green light, they knew they were over the drop zone, a stretch of open plains just a couple hours' drive northwest of Mrima Hill. One by one, they plunged into the sky. Lieutenant Colonel Fedulov, the battalion commander, jumped with the second wave. The landscape unfolding below matched the maps he'd studied relentlessly since receiving his orders. As he swayed under his canopy, he let go of his risers briefly to tap his radio and map pouch. No sign yet of the U.S. Marines or French forces he'd been briefed on, but he knew they were out there digging into the South. The arrogance of the Americans was almost amusing. They still seemed to believe no one could challenge their air dominance and rapid deployment. Well, the 76th Guards Division had more than enough muscle to prove them wrong. On his shoulder, Fedulov wore the patch of his unit, a lion beneath a golden parachute. It was a symbol born in the inferno of Stalingrad, and wearing it filled him with a fierce pride. He glanced at his men drifting down through wispy clouds toward the dark green earth. For most of them, facing Americans was the culmination of a career's worth of anticipation. Every officer in the Guards had devoured U.S. military doctrine and academy, hungering for a chance to test themselves against the West's so-called superior forces. Outmatching the Marines was the very scenario they had trained for. Fedulov watched his first wave already touching down as he himself hung 150 meters up. He swung his rifle forward, aiming downward as trained, scanning for any ground fire. With his other hand, he keyed his radio using the call sign for the Spetsnaz officer who had requested them. "Center 1, this is Kilowatt 11. How do you read?" The reply was instant. "Kilowatt 11, Center 1. Reading you clear. We are receiving your first wave. Any issues?" "Negative, Cent. I am in the second wave." The ground rushed up, now just 50 meters below, calmly. He stowed the handset, adjusted his rifle, and yanked the release cord for his gear bag. The heavy bag dropped away, and for a moment he felt a familiar weightless bounce, a brief updraft as he shed the burden, leaving him suspended, ready for the impact of the earth and the fight to come. The sudden drop from the aircraft twisted the guts of the new recruits, sending several retching over their boots before they'd even risen a dozen yards. The veterans knew the drill, tightening their cores as they released their gear bags to fight the sickening swirl of the so-called vomit pockets. They'd also learned to dodge the puke rockets, unfortunate gifts from the men above. The Russian paratrooper commander hit the dirt hard, his knees buckling on impact. Like every man in the second wave, he swiftly unbuckled his chute, coiled the lines, and stuffed them into the canopy. As he worked his helmet loose and tugged at the straps of the heavy gear bag he'd dropped earlier, a figure approached, the collar insignia marking a Spetsnaz colonel. Fedulov shouldered his pack and snapped to attention at the perfect moment, tilting his head in a crisp salute. "Comrade Colonel!" Colonel Borbikov returned the gesture. "Welcome to Africa!" As briefed, your unit will not be part of the initial assault on the mine. You will be inserted once American defenses are breached and their heavy weapons neutralized. Your task is the close quarters cleanup. Afterwards, your battalion will reinforce perimeter security. Understood, Comrade Colonel. My men are prepared. Good, form them up. Once assembled, we move out. I am eager to see Mrima Hill again. It will be a victorious return, sir. We will not disappoint. Polish-Belarusian border, 30 December. Lieutenant Colonel Tom Grant had hoped to reach the border with enough twilight to glimpse the Russians retreating eastward. But by 7 in the evening, the darkness was absolute. His tank was third in line as they approached the crossing and the automobile bridge spanning the Bug River. Standing tall in the turret, he scanned the shadows left and right, searching for any sign of trouble. They were still a kilometer out. But the last week had honed his nerves to a razor's edge. Every signal from the Russians suggested they just wanted to stumble back across the Belarusian border and escape the fighting. Yet Grant couldn't shake a nagging suspicion of a farewell surprise, a mined road, a mortar barrage, or a few parting tank shells lobbed across the river. He keyed his mic to ask Anderson if the thermals showed anything on the far bank, but the night suddenly erupted into day before his eyes. The lead tank vanished in a fireball, its turret catapulting skyward. "Jesus Christ! That's Parsons's tank, sir!" His driver, Sergeant Franco, yelled. The ammunition inside the shattered Abrams began cooking off in a series of violent detonations. "Driver, reverse now! Don't stare at it! Just get us out of here!" Franco threw the M1A2 into reverse, and the heavy machine lurched backward. "Take us behind that hill, near the pond to the front left." With skilled urgency, Franco guided the steel beast off the road and across the snow-dusted fields, following Grant's commands. More enemy tank rounds cratered the frozen ground around them. Grant ducked low, peering out with just his eyes above the hatch rim as the sky lit up with streaking tracers in garish colors. Exposed this far forward in the column, he felt a sharp, professional shame. This was a commander's blunder. The radio exploded with frantic voices as the Abrams tanks, once orderly en route 2, scattered left and right to evade the incoming fire. Grant barked orders, directing them north and south toward the scant cover of woods or terrain folds. Franco drove with reckless speed, swerving toward the pond and a modest hill that offered a sliver of protection. The cannon fire from the east did not let up. A tank shell exploded just 100 feet ahead of Grant's Abrams, throwing snow and earth into the sky. Fighting to keep his own vehicle steady in the chaos, he heard the operations officer relay the first damage assessments. 3 tanks gone, completely wrecked. Then a deafening impact rocked Grant's hull. He flinched, but the enemy's heat round had merely glanced off the armored front slope as they rolled behind the cover of a hill. 2 more M1s surged over the crest and halted near his position. Through the gun sights, Sergeant Anderson reported the hill now blocked his view. "Did you get a visual on any enemy positions before we took cover?" Grant asked. "Negative, sir. They were perfectly hidden, but they were dug in across the river in the Belarusian tree line." Damn it, how did we roll right into this? As transmissions from the lead company crackled over the net, outlining their temporary defensive setups, Grant's gunner waited for a break. "Sir, they know we can't cross into Belarus. They just sat on the far side and waited for us to come into range." Grant scanned to his right, then back toward the junction of Route 698 and Route 2. 3 vehicles were burning. One M1A2's main gun was pointed absurdly skyward. Its barrel split open, a sure sign of an internal detonation. The other two were engulfed in flames, ammunition popping off every few seconds. Anger boiled up in him. He never should have pushed so far forward without his proper command vehicles, which had far more reliable communications. From this lead tank, he'd be lucky if half the regiment could even hear him. After a quick survey of the visible terrain, he dropped back inside. "Sergeant Anderson, pass me the map." The map was handed up to the commander's station. Grant studied it, his jaw tight. After a moment, he muttered, "If these bastards want a battle, they'll get one." He switched his radio channel. "Brad, this is the CO. Do you copy?" The reply was faint, crackling with static. "I copy, sir. We're getting the regimental command post set up now. Radios are operational tents, and maps are ready when you are just starting to receive casualty reports. Understood. Send a Humvee to extract me back to the CP. I'm all the way up at the riverbank. We'll figure out our next move from there." "Roger that, sir. I'll dispatch a vehicle immediately." Grant hurried into the makeshift command post, a cluster of Humvees with tarps stretched between them, antennas bristling in every direction, soldiers busy at radios and maps. He moved beside his operations officer, who was hastily pulling charts from a large case. Grant watched as maps of Poland were tossed aside and a map of Belarus was unfolded. He noticed it wasn't a standard military chart. It was a civilian road map from a travel guide. The distant, continuous thunder of tank and artillery fire served as a grim soundtrack, a reminder that American and Russian armor were still trading blows, though the U.S. forces now had some protection from the low hills and woods on the Polish side of the river. Inside the hasty Tactical Operations Center, radios buzzed with updates from battalion commanders. Grant listened as the staff processed requests and shifted pins on the maps, coordinating small unit maneuvers to gain better ground. A radioman rushed over. "Sir, we have satellite comms back to NATO." He held a small military speaker. "We're not certain who's on the other end." Grant stared at the speaker for a beat, then said something that left every nearby soldier frozen. "Unplug it." The radioman was confused. "Sir, it's someone from NATO headquarters." "They asked to speak with you directly." "I heard you. Unplug it." The young soldier complied, his face a mask of disbelief. Grant turned toward Brad Spillane. "We have a short window to finalize this. I need everything structured clearly, so I'm asking for your perspective." "Understood. What's the position from NATO?" "They won't approve my next move, and I'm not giving them a chance to veto it." After a brief radio exchange with his scout platoon leaders, Grant moved back to the map table, rejoining the circle of officers he'd called from their units. He didn't resemble a regimental commander in the slightest, more like a weary auto mechanic who'd just discovered the engine was beyond repair and had to deliver the grim diagnosis. "I've reached a decision, one that will likely end with me facing a court-martial when we get home." His posture was weary. His Nomex combat uniform stained with blood, grime, caked mud, and salt rings from sweat, mirroring the exhaustion and defeat in his eyes. "I require your counsel. I need your approval or your refusal to be associated with it." He paused, struggling for the right words. Captain Spillane broke the silence. "You're asking us to push forward, sir, to cross into Belarus, to complete the mission." Grant gave a slow nod. "That's exactly what I'm asking." "They broke the ceasefire again by firing on us from across the border. I intend to return the gesture and chase those bastards all the way back to Moscow if that's what it takes." Major Blas Ott, the German liaison, was taken aback. "You plan to attack into Belarusian territory?" "Absolutely, Blas. They won't cease firing, so neither will we. I'd classify our current status as hot pursuit, and I have no intention of disengaging." A heavy silence filled the tent until Ott spoke again. "You are my commanding officer. You issue the order, and I will follow it." A faint, determined smile touched his lips. "Then let's move. If the Russians manage to break contact, this becomes far more difficult to explain." The other leaders nodded their agreement. Grant added, "I've been coordinating with my scouts. There's a potential crossing point over the river to the north that could allow us to flank the Russian positions." Chapter 70. Southern Kenya, December 30. General Lazar's command tent had been pitched 20 kilometers north of Mrima Hill, within the dusty bed of a seasonal stream that cut through the jungle on the flat plain. Rousing from a short sleep in his armored vehicle, he stepped out and made his way to the tent, now buzzing with focused activity. Inside, a young sergeant handed him a cup of tea, which he drank scalding hot despite the 80-degree night and the oppressive sweat-soaked humidity. He spotted Colonel Kier by the radio operators. "Dmitri, where is Colonel Borbikov?" "He departed just a short while ago with a team of his Spetsnaz," Kier replied. "They stated they were going to survey the new artillery positions being established now." Lazar stood quietly for a long moment. His words came out flat, hovering between observation and suspicion. "Special Forces personnel going to inspect an artillery park." "I confess, sir, I found it puzzling." He requested the grid coordinates and left with his men. "I tell you, Dmitri, nothing good will come of this latest development." The general's tone was uncharacteristically grim. "Yes, Comrade General," Kier answered, then hesitated. "Forgive me, but I am not certain what you are referring to. Walk with me outside." For a leader who typically operated in full view, pulling a senior officer aside for a private word was unusual enough to draw glances from the staff and the command post. Once they were in the dark, away from listening ears, Lazar said, "We were mauled at the port and lost a significant portion of our armor. That damned flanking assault carved a hole right through the 1st Regiment. We are left with 3 infantry regiments, all under strength. We still hold numerical and firepower superiority over the Americans, but they are dug into defensive terrain." Kier offered a counterpoint. "Our intelligence assesses them as no more than a single reinforced regiment. We have 3 battered, but 3, and our BTRs outperform most of their LAVs. Only their handful of tanks present a serious." Lazar cut him off. "Of course, I know all of this. My worry isn't the Americans, then. What is troubling you, sir?" "Yuri Borbikov is a loose cannon, and I cannot rein him in. He has Anatoly Rivkin's backing. I do not trust the colonel, and I am certain he has his own agenda." Kier tilted his head slightly. "He has paratroopers to support the final assault, but you were already aware of that. I'm referring to the nuclear artillery shells to act as a deterrent against a counterattack after we secure the mine. They must be positioned at the core and linked to a single timed detonator." Kier was aware of the shells. Lazar had informed him, but his orders were to keep silent. When he offered no response, the general continued. "We capture the mine, Borbikov establishes his absurd nuclear posturing, and then we are supposedly secure, according to the plan." He paused, his gaze sharpening. "But if we fail to take the mines, what do you suppose he will do then?" I cannot say. If the only tool you own is a hammer, Dmitri, you start seeing every problem as a nail." Kier stared, the implications settling over him like a cold fog. "Are you suggesting that if we fail, he will detonate them?" Lazar gave a weary shrug. To truly render Mrima Hill unusable for a century, he would need to deliver those warheads deep behind marine lines, a near impossibility. But if defeat is staring him in the face, I know him. He will launch those shells from a distance and rain them down on the Americans anyway. Kier, who never swore in the general's presence, felt the word escape his lips. Hell, that explains why a Spetsnaz colonel is personally inspecting the artillery batteries. Lazar placed a firm hand on the younger officer's shoulder, his expression grave. "So you see, we must win. Not just for the motherland, but to save the world from a madman's pride." He offered a thin, humorless smile that did nothing to lighten the mood. "The Americans have a carrier group that will be within range in under 48 hours. Therefore, we strike now from 3 axes. We hammer them with artillery on one flank, then advance on the other 2. They have decent firepower, some air support, but we hold the initiative. They are stationary. We are fluid in a battle of fixed positions. The defender always cracks. Did I not drill this into your head at the academy? You did, Comrade General, only. This feels different. It is not. We will split their focus. In my judgment, the Americans have forgotten how to fight a conventional war after decades of counterinsurgency. We will present the Marines and their French comrades with an impossible choice. Where does their commander allocate his handful of aircraft? Until that carrier arrives, he only has the few jets aboard the Boxer. His sortie rate is low, and if he commits them piecemeal, our air defenses will shred them. Where does he place his anti-tank missiles? We identify the launchers and destroy them. Then we watch for the weak point in his line and throw our entire reserve into the breach. Keir nodded, the tactical clarity cutting through his dread. We penetrate, and we annihilate, said Lazar. Polish Belarusian border, 31 December. Nearly 50 M1A2 Abrams tanks lay concealed behind the rolling hills on the western bank of the Bug River. The air was punctuated by sporadic gunfire, but the battle had settled into an uneasy stalemate. To Colonel Grant, it appeared the Russian forces were content to linger at the border, shelling any target that presented itself within range. This deliberate, grinding pace had, ironically, granted him the precious hours needed to finalize his own plan. The radio in his tank headset crackled to life with the voice of the 1st Battalion commander. Courage 6. This is Bandits 6. Grant keyed his mic, standing in the turret as he scanned the snow-blanketed darkness. Bandits. Courage. Send it. Copy. We are set. Time is now. Understood. Awaiting the signal from Dukes. Once they are in position, we initiate the attack. Immediately, a new voice broke through the static. It was the commander of 2nd Battalion Courage. This is Dukes. We are in our cold positions, completely set here. Copy, Dukes. Begin your support by fire. The moment the order came over the radio, the night erupted. 30 American tanks fired their main guns in a single shattering volley, their 120mm rounds screaming across the Bug River. Almost instantly, the staccato chatter of 50-caliber machine guns joined the fray, a storm of tracer fire arcing into the darkness on the Polish side. The Russians were caught off guard, their return fire sluggish at first, but it soon intensified. Anti-tank missiles occasionally streaked over the open ground, crossing the narrow river with a fiery hiss. Yet, Lieutenant Colonel Grant's attention was fixed 8 miles to the north, far from the main battle's roar. Through his night vision scope, he studied an old rail bridge stretching into Belarus to the south. The fight raged with renewed fury, but here only a single platoon of 4 Russian tanks guarded the crossing. The bridge itself was a relic, a creaking iron and timber trestle that looked too frail for heavy armor, used only for passenger trains in peacetime. Grant was certain the Russians had wired it with explosives, ready to blow it to splinters if needed, but he doubted they expected any threat here. It was the perfect kind of oversight to exploit. His heart hammered against his ribs as he watched the first team of scouts through his thermal sights. They moved like ghosts through the snowy fields on the Polish bank, then began the perilous climb underneath the bridge's spans. Clinging to icy metal beams, they inched along in utter silence, their gear glowing in his display. Every slip, every scrape of boot on frost felt magnified. Grant's breath caught when one soldier's foot slipped on a patch of black ice. For a terrifying second, the man dangled 40 feet above the frozen river, saved only by his rigging and the desperate grip of his teammates. They hauled him back onto a lower beam, the entire team freezing in place. A tense scan of the Russian positions showed no movement. The tank crews remained oblivious, their attention likely consumed by the distant spectacle of fire and thunder. The scouts radioed back. They had found the charges, multiple bundles of explosives wired along the understructure. Grant couldn't see the precise snip of each wire, but he watched as they paused at key points, worked quickly, and moved on. The distant battle provided a constant chaotic soundtrack of cannon fire and flashes that painted the southern sky. With the bridge now disarmed, the second squad began its move. Carrying Javelin anti-tank missiles, they crept across the frozen surface of the Bug River, staying carefully north of the bridge and out of the Russians' line of sight. The ice held, and within minutes they had reached the far bank. Then came the third team clad head to toe in white camouflage. They crawled along the top of the bridge itself, some dragging the heavy javelin tubes with them. In the swirling snowfall, their slow, deliberate movements made them nearly invisible. They settled into position behind the wooden beams of the trestle, lying prone and ready. Only then did Grant allow himself to exhale a slow, steady breath of relief in the freezing air. The stage was set, and the Russians, distracted by the fireworks to the south, had no idea what was coming from the shadows right under their noses. The distant southern horizon thrummed with the deep, persistent growl of artillery, a constant reminder of the ongoing battle miles away. Here, nestled in the snow-draped woods to the north, an eerie quiet had settled. Then a low rumble began to build behind Grant, a vibration that grew with each passing second, shaking the ground and dislodging heavy clumps of snow from the pine boughs overhead into his radio. Grant issued a single, calm command. "Hit him!" Almost simultaneously, 6 FGM-148 Javelin missiles erupted from the dense undergrowth and tall reeds on the opposite riverbank, their fiery trails cutting through the cold air. A heartbeat later, a second volley of 6 launched from the shadowy girders beneath the bridge's central span, where the second scout team had silently positioned themselves. It was, frankly, a spectacular overkill. The platoon of 4 Russian T-14 Armata tanks dug in across the frozen river never stood a chance. Their reactive armor systems activated in a futile attempt to mitigate the strikes, but the javelins descended from such a steep, plunging angle that several found their mark directly on the vulnerable turret hatches. One after another, the tanks vanished inside violent fireballs. As the opening salvos of the supporting barrage from 2nd Battalion began to echo, Grant keyed his mic to 1st Battalion. "Bandits, the path is clear. Launch the attack. The bridge is yours. Roger that?" With a deep mechanical groan, an M1 Abrams tank emerged from the deep Polish forest, its treads churning snow as it aimed for the rail bridge spanning the Bug River. Its destination was the territory of Belarus, Russia's steadfast ally. The rumble behind it swelled into the unmistakable thunder of more armor as a dozen massive Abrams tanks accelerated to their top speed of 45 miles per hour along a cleared path beside the train tracks, racing to follow the vanguard. To the south, dozens of other American tanks intensified their barrage, a continuous hellstorm designed to occupy the main Russian force the moment the scouts' success was confirmed. The lead Abrams slowed cautiously as it reached the train bridge, then rolled with deliberate care onto the aging steel span. Its commander, displaying nerves of steel, guided it all the way across. Only when it was fully clear on the Belarusian side did the second tank begin its crossing. More American armor burst from the forest cover, speeding toward the bridge. They crossed one by one, each driver emboldened by the success of the tank before, each trying to shave a few seconds off the crossing time, all while massive suppression fire from the south covered their movement. The initial 4 tanks on the far side fanned out for cover as another pair, and then another made for the bridge. Grant commanded a regiment that was under strength, worn down by days of brutal fighting. But the crews that remained were now veterans, drivers, gunners, loaders, and commanders, whose experience was hard-won. In the darkness across the border, they seamlessly reformed into platoons and companies. From the tree line, Lieutenant Colonel Grant watched as all 28 tanks that crossed found secure positions. He turned to his operations officer. "I honestly didn't think we'd get this far before the Russians caught on." "You and me both, sir. 2nd Battalion's keeping them good and pinned, but credit to the scouts. They wiped out every last soul who could have raised the alarm." All right, let's mount up and go see how that rickety bridge held up under the weight of 24 Abrams. Sounds like our kind of fun, boss. Both men turned toward their vehicles. Boom. AUS. Tank round fired from just beyond the bridge on the Belarusian side. The sound told Grant everything. His armor had already located the flank of the Russian forces beyond the annihilated guard platoon. More cannon fire erupted seconds later, and soon a rippling wave of heavy fire joined the constant din from 2nd Battalion to the south. Grant climbed into his Humvee and peered through the advanced optics of his SPI AR-360 surveillance system. He could see his cavalry scouts, their mission complete, making their way back across the bridge and seeking cover near the riverbank on the Polish side. Their mission had been fraught with peril. He would speak with the master sergeants later. These men deserved the biggest, shiniest medals. Grant's tank surged forward, speeding toward the bridge. He had just ordered an incursion into another nation, and he was determined to get his own blows in before anyone could throw him in the brig. Chapter 71. Western Belarus, December 31. General Eduard Sabaneyev and his command staff had occupied a medieval castle just south of Brest, a few miles from the Bug River and the Polish frontier. Once the elegant home of a local noble, it was now rented out for corporate events, and the furniture was worn and dated. Still, it was a handsome, comfortable building, so he felt no urgent need to sever contact with the American forces just over the border in Poland. His troops had ammunition for perhaps another hour or two of fighting, so 15 minutes earlier Sabaneyev had poured himself a glass of Hungarian red wine, discovered by a subordinate in the basement, and settled onto a faded leather couch with it. He listened to the fierce American and German artillery barrage and over the radio heard his units near the river engaging the enemy. He expected NATO tanks to retaliate briefly before withdrawing. He assumed his own armor along the riverbank would soon run out of targets. But then fresh thunder of heavy tank fire shook the ancient stone walls, and Sabaneyev sprang to his feet. The fighting wasn't dangerously close, still a couple of miles off, but this new fire was unmistakably coming from the north, not the west where the border lay. He glared at the radio operators who were already calling Dryagan to find out what was happening. "What in hell is that?" the general snapped. That sounded like it came from east of the river. "I did not authorize another volley. Identify the unit that broke protocol. Call Dryagan." He and his men should not be wasting ammunition. The operations officer replied, "We're checking now, General." After a moment listening to the response, he added, "The chatter between companies on the net suggests the Americans have launched an attack." The general tilted his head. "They can't attack with a river blocking them." Smirnov leaned over the radio table, trying to monitor multiple incoming reports while satisfying his commander's demand for answers. The sound of a triple explosion rattled the old castle. Smirnov pressed his hand to his earpiece, then spun to face Sabaneyev. "Report coming in. The front line is collapsing at the border. The Americans are across the river, 5 miles north." Sabaneyev was dumbfounded. How did they've invaded a sovereign state? Do they want to trigger a full-scale war? Contact Moscow immediately. We need air support now. Sabaneyev had not anticipated the Americans being so audacious as to pursue him once he reached Belarus. Both Moscow and the general had counted on the West's hesitation to cross into a nation that would unquestionably follow Russia's lead. Over the next few minutes, the fighting outside intensified, and Smirnov received further updates. "They used a rail bridge. We assessed it as unfit for tanks. It's just north of." Sabaneyev cut him off. "I know the damn bridge. I ordered it guarded and wired with explosives. I ordered Dryagan to cover it with tank fire and drop it into the river if needed." "Sir, I believe he did wire it." American scouts crossed the river, eliminated the guard force on the east side, and cut the explosives. But tanks? How did the Yankees get tanks across? Where was Dryagan's observation post? Where were his tank crews stationed to protect the bridge? Smirnov responded. Dryagin's available forces were stretched thin. He positioned a T-14 platoon at the railway crossing, but they were completely destroyed. The colonel decided it was a better strategy to deploy the majority of our heavy armor further to the south, under the assumption that the main American force was concentrated there. Sabaniev paced furiously across the command center floor. Then he's an idiot! He might have jeopardized today's engagement, but I'll make certain he doesn't cause us further losses. Get him up here immediately and transmit orders to his troops. I'm assuming direct command of the unit effective now. All commanders are to take orders solely from me and this headquarters. Is that perfectly clear, Colonel Smirnov? Understood, sir. I interpret that General Sabaniev has just removed Colonel Dryagin from his command. Correct, and I will inform him myself. A radio operator glanced up. General, we have an update from the 2nd Battalion to the northwest. American tanks have infiltrated their lines. The battalion commander is requesting authorization to redirect his armor from the M1 highway bridge to engage the assault. Good grief. Does no one have any backbone left? Tell him to get off the radio, turn his vehicles around, and fight. What is the status of the 1st Battalion? No reports have been received from them, sir. Order him to assemble a relief force to support the 2nd Battalion at once. We will hammer these invaders all the way back to Poland. The command was transmitted, and upon receiving the reply, the operator reported, Sir, the 1st Battalion remains immobilized under precise American fire from across the river. Their entrenched positions are the only thing preventing a collapse. Any movement would result in tank losses. Additionally, sir, his troops have observed Western aircraft overhead. They've endured 2 precise bombing runs from F-35s. The radios buzzed incessantly with a rapid stream of updates. While the Americans' precise locations remained uncertain, the 2nd Battalion continued reporting intense clashes with Abrams tanks. All along the front, units also described accurate strikes from U.S. Apache helicopters. Sabaniev now recognized that the retaliatory strike into Poland had been an error, yet he refused to accept responsibility. No, he assured himself, none of this was his doing. He would pin the blame on subordinates like Dryagin and on his superiors who had misjudged the American willingness to seek a peaceful resolution. Dryagin wasn't the only one in the general's thoughts. He roared, I will personally throttle that fool Borbikov when I find him. He gave me his personal guarantee. This operation would succeed. Shortly after, Colonel Dryagin burst into the hectic command post, nearly at a sprint. He tore off his snow-dusted hat and thick gloves, scanning the room. Sabaniev stood near a crackling fireplace, still monitoring radio traffic from the fighting, now 4 kilometers north. Colonel General, I must object. This timing could not be worse. We are in the midst of... Sabaniev whirled to face him. You are relieved of duty for incompetence, Colonel. Report to the supply depot and make yourself useful by organizing my logistics. Your failure to follow my explicit orders to secure both the passenger rail bridge and the heavy transport bridges has split our forces. Now we are overrun by American armor, but, General, the situation was. American tanks possess a weight advantage, and our assessment was. Leave now, Colonel, or you will be shipped back to Moscow in handcuffs. Sabaniev bellowed, then turned his back, focusing again on the radio operators. Dryagin stared for a moment at the general's turned shoulders. Seeing any argument as pointless, he mechanically offered a salute, then turned away, feeling hollow and defeated. He walked silently toward the exit, the radios still chattering with reports from the men he once commanded, men who were his no longer. A radio operator looked up at Sabaniev. Sir, I have Moscow on the line. The deputy commander's orders were clear. Pull back into Belarus, then make for Smolensk without any further hesitation. Signal the retreat, Smirnov, Colonel General Sabaniev commanded. The Americans will need time to get significant forces across the river. We'll be long gone by then. If they won't honor Belarus's sovereignty, they will certainly think twice before violating Russia's own borders. Once we have air cover, we'll seal the route behind us. Inform the deputy that I want Russian fighter jets escorting us every mile out of this disaster. Any enemy foolish enough to follow will find himself suffocating in the Belarusian countryside. Sabaneyev gathered his leather map case, helmet, and sidearm. His plans for a methodical withdrawal had evaporated, replaced by the grim focus of immediate combat. Stepping out into the biting cold, he looked east. Flashes of light erupted beyond a distant tree line. Moments later, the thunder of impacting tank shells shook the pasture land south of the castle, one landing terrifyingly close. Smirnov seized his general's arm, spinning him around and hustling him back inside. "Get the general's boomerang to the door now," he shouted to the radio operators. "The Americans have us nearly surrounded." Sabaneyev, momentarily dazed by the sudden reversal, struggled to process the situation. The South is still open," he muttered, before looking sharply at his aide. "What lies to the south?" "The Ukrainian border, Colonel General." Invading Ukraine to escape a ragtag American force was unthinkable. Sabaneyev shook his head decisively. "We break out to the east. They can't have moved much armor behind us this fast. We'll punch through and make them pay for it. Now move north of Marima Hill." Kenya, December 31. The encrypted satellite phone felt heavy in General Lazar's hand. The voice on the other end belonged to Army General Korotkov, his overall commander for the African operation. The news was dire. "Comrade General, I must inform you that Western forces have crossed into Belarus. Sabaneyev's command is partially encircled." Lazar shut his eyes, a wave of pure exasperation washing over him. He glanced at Colonel Borbakov, who appeared to already know, a fact that only sharpened Lazar's simmering anger. He thought bitterly of Borbakov's so-called magic trains, the promised safeguard that had evidently failed. Korotkov continued, his voice strained. "We're attempting to reinforce Eduard, but resolve in Moscow is crumbling. They're fixated on tank losses and the delay in Poland. Now they're discussing politics while Eduard is taking direct fire. The Belarusian army, for what it's worth, has offered no assistance. So, the European phase of Red Metal had collapsed into chaos. An American incursion into Belarus risked a continental war, and the Kremlin had to know that a full NATO counteroffensive could only be met with one terrible option, given where the bulk of Russian armor was currently deployed. The specter of nuclear conflict on two fronts was now a palpable threat, and Lazar placed the blame squarely on the Spetsnaz colonel, quietly consulting with his team. Keeping his voice carefully measured, Lazar spoke into the phone. "Understood, General. What are your instructions?" "Boris, our leverage is gone. The situation has turned catastrophic. Secure that mine at any cost." "How does capturing the mine alter the strategic picture now?" Lazar asked. "Because we have nothing else." Korotkov's frustration broke through. "No bargaining chips except for that mine and the generations of leverage it provides. The only thing that will make the West pause is the cold reality that they'll have no choice but to sit across the table from us as partners." Sabaneyev still held a few high-ranking American and NATO officers captive, but we controlled no territory to use as leverage in any exchange. Korotkov's voice grew heavier. "Boris, I need to be frank. The Central Committee is discussing the use of tactical nuclear weapons to halt this offensive. The situation here is beyond critical." Lazar slowly shut his eyes. "This was absolute insanity." "Then this is my final directive, Boris. Take that damned mine." "Understood, sir," Lazar replied, replacing the handset. Colonel Borbakov watched him silently for a long moment before beginning to speak in a slow, deliberate, almost patronizing tone. "Comrade General Lazar." Lazar anticipated it and raised a hand, cutting him off. "This was your strategy, and it is failing spectacularly on every conceivable level. They would fight, and more men would die. And then, if he read Korotkov's meaning right, Moscow might just hand the mine or a share of its riches over to the Americans in exchange for political favors. Lazar doubted Borbikov had fully grasped that bitter possibility yet. Turning to Colonel Kier, who had been standing quietly behind them, absorbing every word, Lazar saw the man straighten his posture. "Your orders, General?" Near Brest, Belarus, 31 December, roughly an hour after Sabaniev and his command group departed the castle. The lead vehicles of Tom Grant's battalion crunched up the snow-covered drive toward the imposing stone structure. Grant spotted Captain Brad Spillane dismount from his own vehicle and sprint toward the lieutenant colonel's tank. The distant thunder of battle echoed from the eastern woods, where Russian units were testing various routes, attempting to bypass the American flanking positions. Grant knew his battalion in that sector couldn't hold against an entire regiment indefinitely, but he took grim satisfaction in the steady stream of reports confirming enemy vehicles destroyed. For now, the Russians seemed more focused on disengagement than a stand-up fight, sparing his tanks a full-scale armored brawl. One small mercy had been the notable absence of Belarusian military interference. The local forces appeared perfectly happy to steer clear of the conflict, though Grant imagined the diplomatic repercussions for Minsk in its dealings with Moscow would far outweigh any physical damage inflicted on their soil. He had just removed his helmet when Spillane reached him. "What's the situation, Brad?" Spillane hauled himself up the side of the Abrams to be heard over the turbine's high-pitched whine. "Sir, consider using the castle as a temporary command post. It housed the Russian HQ barely 60 minutes ago." "Heads up," Grant warned, as the turret began to traverse, nearly sweeping Spillane off the hull. Anderson still clearing those tree lines for any leftovers, Spillane scrambled onto the bustle rack at the turret's rear to continue as the massive armored assembly swung left and right. Grant studied the dark silhouette of the fortress ahead. It was clearly ancient, a relic from another age, and the fresh tracks churned into the mud and snow left no doubt about its recent occupants. A dry, weary smirk touched Grant's lips. If it was good enough for a Russian general, it's certainly good enough for a tanker like me. NATO's decision to cross into Belarusian territory was not taken lightly, and it was accompanied by profound anxiety throughout Western capitals. When it became clear that U.S. forces had chased attacking Russian units across the border, the alliance recognized the necessity of issuing a blunt public ultimatum. NATO declared that Belarus had knowingly permitted an aggressive Russian force to launch an attack from its territory, and as a result, the entire alliance held Minsk accountable. They demanded immediate right of passage through Belarus to pursue the Russian contingent. Belarus found itself trapped, a reluctant pawn caught between two immense powers. Faced with an impossible choice, the Belarusian government found itself trapped. Refusing the Americans' entry would paint them as collaborators in Western eyes, inviting severe retaliation. They lacked the strength for a solo war against NATO, and Moscow showed no interest in sending more troops to their aid. Yet bowing to NATO's demand to hunt Russian forces on their soil would permanently burn their bridge with Russia, leaving them isolated. In the end, Minsk chose a path of calculated inaction. They ignored Moscow's frantic political appeals to protect the retreating forces and offered no formal refusal to the West. Their only public move was a terse safety advisory, warning citizens to avoid the major east-west highway. This silent permission was all the signal NATO needed. Air support surged for Grant's column, and ground reinforcements were immediately dispatched. 2 brigades from NATO's Rapid Reaction Force, which had taken days to fully mobilize, now entered the fray. An Italian light infantry regiment and a combined Belgian-British medium-armored unit. They crossed the Bug River 60 miles north of the sabotaged Russian crossings, their vehicles speeding down that very highway to link up with Lieutenant Colonel Grant's American and German tanks. Throughout it all, Belarusian forces simply watched from the sidelines. Chapter 72. Marima Hill, Kenya, 31 December. A brisk, dusty wind swept through the open flaps of the command tent as Lieutenant Colonel Dan Connolly, Captain Apollo Arc Blanchette, Colonel Castor, and Lieutenant Colonel McHale stepped inside. They were touring the northern defenses of the Mrima Hill mining complex, the heart of 3rd Battalion, 5th Marines position. Outside, Marines labored under the sun, stacking sandbags and weaving local foliage into netting to hide their headquarters from prying drones. The Dark Horse command post buzzed with focused urgency. Maps covered every table, while the periphery was a jungle of radios, status boards, and fire support schedules for mortars and artillery. "Ben," Colonel Castor began, addressing the battalion commander, "walk me through your layout." The Dark Horse commander retrieved a clear acetate overlay and smoothed it over the central battle map. It displayed a meticulous diagram of his units, down to individual squads and weapon teams. "Sir, we hold the northern sector here. My flanks are tied in with 1st Battalion to the west and 2nd to the east. I've established a defense in depth, multiple layers to handle whatever the Russians decide to throw at us." He gestured to symbols representing tanks and light armored vehicles positioned well forward. What followed was a thorough 30-minute briefing from his operations team, outlining a strategy of concentric defensive rings. The concept was brutally elegant. Funnel the attacking Russians through pre-designated kill zones where Marine firepower would systematically destroy heavy armor and support vehicles. The goal was to whittle General Lazar's force down to mostly infantry. Then the Marine riflemen could engage in the close quarters fight they dominated. The outermost layer consisted of Marine reconnaissance elements scattered far from the hilltop command post. Different specialized teams were already in the field. The elite Marine Force reconnaissance teams, known simply as Force, had been inserted by helicopter roughly 10 miles out. Their mission was to spot the Russian advance, decipher their formation and tactics, and relay that critical intelligence back to Dark Horse. Once the enemy passed, these highly trained operators would vanish, staying hidden behind Russian lines to observe and report. The Marines would emerge to strike vulnerable enemy positions, artillery batteries, supply convoys, communication hubs, or, on rare occasions, a command post. 14 kilometers back. The next defensive layer consisted of the elite soldiers from the light armored reconnaissance units. These troops operated like modern cavalry from their armored vehicles, forming one of the planet's swiftest scout forces, armed with 25mm cannons, Tau anti-tank missiles, and their own mortar teams. They were experts in rapid shoot-and-move tactics, using their mobility to outflank the enemy. If Russian forces pursued them, they would vanish into the terrain and call in a precise artillery barrage to seal off the pursuit route behind them. Providing air support for the entire operation was a dedicated Marine Air Group, including AV-8B Harrier II jets. Furthermore, the VMFA 121 Green Knight Squadron had deployed a flight of FA-18s ahead of their aircraft carrier, which remained too distant for direct support. The subsequent defensive line brought serious firepower: 6 Javelin missile teams and a platoon of 4 Abrams tanks. According to the operations chief, these units were still fortifying positions 8 kilometers out with help from regimental engineers. The anti-tank teams and the M1A2 tanks would coordinate to destroy as many Russian armored vehicles as possible. Each tank had a hidden cold position for concealment. When the moment was right, it would advance to a prepared hot position, a dug-in site exposing only the turret, fire a few rounds, and then reverse back under cover. This tactic offered some protection even if they were spotted by enemy missiles. The final defensive line was held by the hardened, disciplined infantry of the Marine Corps, equipped with AT-4 and SMAW anti-tank rockets, heavy. 50 caliber Browning machine guns that could punch through light armor, along with M240 medium machine guns and the lighter M249 SAW and M27 IAR automatic rifles. These infantrymen were deeply concealed within the densest woodland at the foot of Mrima Hill. They had dug anti-vehicle trenches and laced the roads with explosives, claymore mines, and barbed wire to stop Russian vehicles and trap dismounted troops. Every obstacle was covered by machine gun fire, so when enemy transports were funneled or halted, The Marines could detonate the charges and then cut down infantry with concentrated fire. Positioned behind them on the hill were Dark Horse Company's heavy 81mm mortars, set in cleared pits among the trees. These mortars were prepared to drop steel-cased explosives onto the enemy. They also held illumination rounds to light up a potential night assault and dense smoke canisters to mask Marine movements. As the briefing concluded, Apollo felt a vibration in his uniform pants cargo pocket. He reached in and found his phone ringing. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was his father. At last, he sprang up from his small chair, muttered an apology, and hurried outside the tent. He answered with a hopeful, "Dad?" There was a short silence on the line before an unfamiliar man's voice spoke in French. "Hello, sir. Am I speaking with the son of Pascal Arc Blanchette?" A cold dread immediately gripped Apollo's chest. He kept walking farther from the command tent. "Yes, sir. My name is Arthur Caron. I am calling from Djibouti City, where I serve as a cultural attaché at the embassy." The French captain's rational mind knew exactly what this meant, though his heart desperately argued otherwise. His face tightened into a grimace of anguish, and his eyes began to sting. "I am very sorry," Caron continued, his tone formal and heavy, "but I am calling with the most terrible news. There is no gentle way to say this." Apollo drew a sharp breath, lifted his head, and forced his blurring vision to clear as he fought back the tears. The bustling sounds of the camp around him seemed to fade into a distant hum. "I will save you the trouble, sir. You're calling to inform me that my father has passed away." There was a pause on the other end of the line, a moment of hesitation, perhaps surprise before the voice confirmed, "I'm afraid that is correct." Apollo felt the tension tighten in his jaw. His body was discovered alongside 3 other French citizens in a restaurant on the outskirts of the city. He has been moved to the embassy and will be repatriated to France without delay. How did it happen? A strained silence followed. Tell me how he died." "He was subjected to torture and then executed. You have my deepest condolences." Apollo shut his eyes briefly, gathering himself. When he spoke again, his voice had changed, dropping into a lower, steadier register, the tone of a soldier on duty, not a grieving son. "I presume you were my father's colleague. The French embassy had been evacuated days earlier." Anyone claiming to be a cultural attaché still in Djibouti was undoubtedly something else entirely. "As I mentioned, I'm an employee at the embassy. Our paths crossed occasionally. He was an exceptional man. I am truly sorry for your loss." Apollo pressed on, his words deliberate. "Let's not pretend, monsieur. You worked with him." He knew Caron would be reluctant to admit it, but the gravity of the moment and Apollo's commanding tone left little room for evasion. "Yes, that is accurate. We served in the same department." Apollo understood this meant the DGSE, France's Foreign Intelligence Service. "My father was a national hero," he stated, a complex surge of pride and sorrow tightening his chest. Without question, Caron replied swiftly, "I cannot elaborate, you understand, but he was dedicated to his duty until the very end." Apollo was certain they were referring to the transmission of intelligence regarding the Russian brigade. Caron added, almost reluctantly, "In this current conflict, he accomplished far more than I have, more than any of us, I freely admit." Apollo gave a grim nod. Though the man on the phone could not see it, "At least you stayed behind. You weren't on that plane with the other officials who left him here. For that, you have my respect. Thank you for the call, Monsieur Caron." He ended the call and gazed down the hillside. Night had fallen completely, obscuring the vast expanse of jungle that eventually gave way to parched, reddish-brown terrain. He closed his eyes once more, but opened them when he sensed a presence beside him. "Hey, Captain, any word about your father?" It was Lieutenant Colonel Connolly, the American officer. Apollo's eyes scanned the darkness below, though the enemy was invisible. "The Russians tortured him and killed him." Good God. Connolly placed a firm hand on Apollo's shoulder. "I'm sorry, Captain. Truly I am. Apollo remained silent. Listen, you should head to medical. Take a little time to. The French officer turned to face him. I came here to prevent the men down that hill from killing my soldiers and yours right now, Lieutenant Colonel. Nothing else is relevant. He clasped the hand on his shoulder, acknowledging Connolly's gesture with a nod. I need to see to my javelin teams at the forward position with that. He turned and disappeared into the night. South of Warsaw, Poland, December 31. The convoy of 4 Polish army vehicles pulled into the gas station just before 2 in the morning. As some of the men began refueling the Honker Scorpion 3 utility trucks, others, stiff and eager to move, climbed out to smoke or simply stand in the brittle air. Over half the unit remained in the truck beds, asleep against their bulky field packs. The pickups were mounted with machine guns, and every soldier carried a rifle. But the war, at least here in Poland, was over. No one maintained a vigilant watch. The shattered remnants of the Russian armored column were now deep inside Belarus, fleeing through the night. These men were bone-tired from the fighting, relieved it had ended, and anticipating their first proper rest in a week. The temperature was far below freezing, but the sky was cloudless, and the stars glittered with a sharp, cold light. A local passenger train rumbled by a few hundred yards away, its steel wheels clicking rhythmically in the quiet winter darkness. The lights glowed warmly inside the cars, and the soldiers watched it pass while smoking, a fleeting glimpse of normal life. Ray Vance limped over from a truck, accepting a cigarette when offered. Shank didn't seem the smoking type, more of a clean-cut guy. Even with bandages covering one eye and his hand, his sharp, youthful features were apparent. The turret gunner on the lieutenant's armored vehicle spoke enough English to communicate. The pilot had been handed to this regular Army unit for transport to Warsaw. After a hospital check, he'd returned to his unit in Germany. For the lieutenant and his drivers, this was their 5th stop. The previous one had been an unscheduled detour at a jeweler's in Grojek because the American asked to pop inside. The young PLF lieutenant didn't mind a break, especially since Shank offered to buy everyone lunch at McDonald's. Shank spent nearly 30 minutes in the store looking at rings. When the Poles returned from their meal, they found him holding a small shopping bag. Naturally curious, they pressed him through the gunner, but he stayed quiet about the contents. Now, hours later, huddled against the cold near the gas station wall, the turret gunner asked again, "What did you buy?" Shank grinned. "You're not going to let this go, are you?" "No. The guys are wondering what was so important." After a moment, he replied, "A ring. For your mother? For a girl?" The gunner translated, and the men laughed. They chattered in Polish, and the gunner turned back. "They ask if she's Polish, someone you met here." "Actually, yes," Shank said, his smile widening. The meaning was clear without translation, sparking more laughter. More cigarettes were lit. Shank declined another. But when the lieutenant produced a flask of Polish vodka, he took a sip with the others. Shank had experienced ground combat for the first time and desperately hoped it would be his last. The constant worry, the relentless threats, it was exhausting, yet being with others helped. In the air, he was alone. Here, camaraderie was tangible, fortifying everyone's resolve and bonding the ground troops. The lieutenant said something to the gunner, who translated, "He says vodka warms the belly on a cold night. But maybe your heart is already warmed by this Sasa of yours." "Oh," the American captain said, flushing slightly under their amused stares. "Her name is Paulina." More laughter erupted as the men repeated Paulina, clapping him on the back. The lieutenant checked his watch and smiled. In English, he said, "Happy New Year, Shank," offering the flask again. Shank accepted it with a smile. "Happy New Year." As he swallowed the drink, a blinding flash and thunderous explosion engulfed the gas station. One of the Polish pickups erupted in a fireball just 50 feet away, hurling debris in every direction. The men near the store scrambled for cover as the staccato roar of automatic rifles erupted from the trees to the west. AK rounds cracking through the air around them. Schenk sprinted for the gas station entrance, but a rifle bullet struck him beneath the jaw. His hands flew up, the right clutching his throat, the left still encased in plaster. A severed artery sent a jet of blood into the air. More rounds hammered into his back and legs, driving him forward until he collapsed face first on the concrete walkway. As his companions twisted and fell, the lieutenant's wounded gunner made a desperate lunge for his Scorpion's door, reaching for his rifle just as a burst of fire ripped into his stomach. He dropped to the icy ground, the cigarette between his lips still glowing. The ambush was over in less than 15 seconds. In that brief, violent window, the American pilot and all 16 Polish soldiers were killed, their bodies riddled with bullets or shredded by blasts. Some never even woke from their sleep, slumped against their gear in the truck beds. Hidden in the tree line, the Spetsnaz team reloaded their magazines before advancing on the station. Weapons raised for 2 days, they had moved only at night on foot, hoping to reconnect with the main Russian column pushing through Poland. But the routes shifted after Wrocław, and they were left behind, stranded. Now, cold, hungry, and exhausted, Major Lyosha Rodchenkov decided their only chance was to steal vehicles for warmth and speed. It was sheer luck to find these Polish land forces Scorpions here, surrounded by soldiers who seemed oblivious to any remaining Russian presence. Rodchenkov had positioned his men silently among the pines before giving the order to fire. Now the Russians moved through the carnage, kicking still forms and prodding the bodies in the trucks with their rifle barrels to confirm the kill. They were all gone. A young operative pointed, "Major, this one's an officer. You want his uniform?" "Yes. Everyone, change into their gear." Now the unit's senior sergeant voiced a concern. "Sir, if we're caught wearing Polish uniforms, they'll execute us." Rodchenkov's reply was icy. "And what do you imagine they'll do to us now after we just wiped out half a platoon without mercy? In their uniforms and their trucks, we have a chance. Without them, we're just as dead if we aren't across the Belarus border by dawn." Sometimes you have to wear the costume of the enemy to become a ghost in their own machine. The major stripped the coat from the dead lieutenant and pulled it over his own uniform. It fit well enough, though the front was soaked and stained a dark crimson. Near the station door, a sergeant called out, "Major, over here? I think this one is American." Rodchenkov walked over and looked down at the bodies splayed on the sidewalk. He knelt, rolling the man onto his back. U.S. Air Force flight suit, he confirmed, noting the arm cast and the bandages wrapping the face. "Must have been shot down. Not his weak, then," chuckled a junior sergeant, staring at the corpse. Others gathered around, curious at the sight of a dead American. "Look," the sergeant added, "he's got a flask right here." "Not the worst way to go," another soldier muttered. "A last drink in your belly is more than most get." Major Rodchenkov straightened up. "Enough. Get into the 3 trucks that still run." His men moved toward the vehicles, some still fastening their unfamiliar Polish buttons. "We reach the border before first light, or we spend another day hiding. Man the turret guns. Everyone stays alert, weapons ready." The senior sergeant added a grim reminder. "No sleeping. Look around you. See what sleeping gets you." The Russian soldiers climbed into the Polish Scorpions and drove east into the darkness, leaving the silent dead behind in the freezing night. Chapter 73, Mrima Hill, Kenya, December 31. Connolly jerked awake in his folding camp chair just inside the mine entrance, his neck stiff from an uneasy doze. A burst of urgent radio chatter snapped him to full alert. He checked his watch, 4 in the morning, and knew he'd need to tap into every ounce of willpower to stay sharp. Rubbing his sore knees, he listened as the Force Recon radioman's report echoed through the cavernous tunnel. "Grizzly, Grizzly, this is Black Diamond 1 over." "Go ahead, Black Diamond. Roger sending spot report now." "Send it, Black Diamond." "Copy. Visual confirmation. Time now." Enemy force is regiment-sized, composed of BTR-82 armored vehicles. They're moving north to south on Highway Charlie 106. Speed approximately 45 kilometers per hour, currently crossing phase line Chesty. Formation is standard travel column. Lieutenant Colonel McHale's voice cut in immediately. Black Diamond, Grizzly, Maine. We copy all, maintain observation, and keep reporting. McHale traced a finger down his map from the enemy's position southward about 5 miles. His eyes shifted to Apollo Arc Blanchette, who had been sleeping propped against a rucksack. The French officer was on his feet in an instant. Captain, at their current speed and direction, I estimate the enemy will reach your dragoons in roughly 10 minutes. Understood, Apollo replied. He moved quickly to a makeshift table, double-checking the location on his own map. Corporal Constantine handed him the French radio handset. Apollo keyed the mic. Dragoon 3, are you receiving the Marine report? Dragoon 3 here. We copy everything. Ambush is set and ready, came the reply. Apollo gave McHale a confident thumbs up. They'll hit them hard, sir. These men have been running operations across 2 continents for days. They know exactly what they're doing. A crisp half-moon hung in the cloudless Kenyan sky, casting enough pale light to outline the 8 soldiers of Dragoon 3 team. Through their night vision optics, the distant shapes of Russian BTRs were clearly visible, still rolling in a tight column down the road. They were moving fast, which ironically made them perfect targets for the waiting French special forces. What's the count? Sergeant Coronet asked his missile gunner, who was peering through the thermal sight of his anti-tank missile launcher. The young dragoon's hands steadied the twin grips, slowly pivoting the heavy launcher on its tripod as he tracked the approaching vehicles. I see 20, he said, pulling back slightly to address his team leader. A faint green glow haloed his eyes, where the eye cups of his sight leaked light. Maybe more, Sergeant. Can't see the tail end of the column. No tanks, just BTRs. He leaned back into the scope, keeping the lead vehicle in his crosshairs. Coronet grabbed his squad radio. All teams stand by to launch on my command. The missileman beside him whispered, ready to fire. A few heartbeats passed before Coronet gave a firm pat on the soldier's shoulder. Fire. The dragoon flipped off the thumb safety and squeezed the trigger on the butterfly grip. A hollow pop sounded as the missile shot 6 feet from the launch tube. Then a roaring whoosh tore through the quiet night as the rocket motor ignited, hurling the projectile hundreds of yards into the dark sky. To Coronet's left and right, 6 other gunners took their cue and fired. In less than 4 seconds, 5 of the 7 high-explosive anti-tank warheads slammed into the lead BTRs. The missiles tore through the armored vehicles like they were made of paper, destroying them and everyone inside instantly. Without a word, all 7 crews broke down their launchers and gear, shouldered the heavy loads, and sprinted 50 meters back to their idling pickup trucks, melting into the shadows as quickly as they had struck 4 kilometers to the north. The Russian lead battalion scrambled into a combat formation, firing indiscriminately into the darkness. The sudden, silent loss of an entire platoon so far north of Mrima Hill had sent a shockwave through their ranks, disrupting their advance. By the time the Russian officers managed to restore some semblance of order, the dragoons had already vanished, speeding south to regroup. Back at the regimental command post, the radio hissed to life. Dragoon 6, Dragoon 3-5 enemy armored vehicles confirmed destroyed. We are executing our withdrawal to the next prepared ambush site. Apollo keyed his microphone. Solid work, 3. Reload and stand by. The party's just getting started. He glanced at Lieutenant Colonel McHale, who was on another line, but flashed a quick, satisfied grin, having monitored the successful initial engagement. Apollo finished his transmission. The Marine recon team to the south is in position. They're expecting you to push the remaining enemy forces directly toward their location at the bridge. Minutes later, a hushed voice broke the silence on the Marine net. Grizzly 3, this is Black Diamond. Lead Russian elements are passing my position now. Estimated 6 minutes until the main body of the regiment reaches the bridge. Copy, Black Diamond. All friendly forces are confirmed south of your location. You are cleared to execute the demolition on your signal. Black Diamond acknowledges out. 16 kilometers from the command post, concealed in a dry riverbed east of the heavy bridge on Route C-106, the Force Recon team waited. Russian armored personnel carriers rumbled past their hidden position, unaware of the 5 lines of detonation cord snaking from the bridge supports to their camouflaged nest. Their faces were streaked with paint, and fresh-cut foliage completed their disguise. The team leader, a seasoned Marine staff sergeant, counted vehicles in a low whisper while his assaultman, a demolition specialist, performed a final, meticulous check on the electronic initiators. The radio operator crept closer. "Sir, command confirms. We are clear to initiate." The staff sergeant gave a single, slow nod, his eyes never leaving the night vision scope tracking the enemy column. He felt for his handset. "Spotter, confirm your visual." The whispered reply was immediate. "Affirmative, center of the regiment is 200 meters out. 1 platoon, they're slowing down. Looks like they're going to inspect the bridge." With a calm that felt almost theatrical, given the dozen guns now pointed in their general direction, the staff sergeant simply said, "Copied." He set the handset down and reached over, tapping the assaultman's shoulder. "Safety off signal is on me. Stand by," through his optic. He watched as a line of armored vehicles closed in. 2 of the hulking carriers crossed to the south side of the bridge, while 2 more held back on the north. Russian soldiers spilled out from the rear hatches, fanning out with flashlights. A dozen men clambered over the metal railings, descending to inspect the bridge supports below with hurried, jerky movements, clearly under orders to rush. Incredibly, even as these soldiers scrambled beneath the span, another platoon of BTRs began to roll across the deck above. The staff sergeant watched the chaotic scene for another heartbeat, then tapped his assaultman twice. The Marine placed his thumb firmly on the trigger switch and pulled. A blinding flash split the night, followed by a deafening roar that swallowed all other sound. The bridge erupted, its structure disintegrating into a maelstrom of spinning steel and splintered timber. The platoon of BTRs on the span was consumed instantly, burning fiercely within the twisted wreckage that now littered the riverbed. The wreckage of the vehicles glowed crimson and amber in the night, settling into the murky river shallows on their sides. As their munitions cooked off, brilliant white flares and showers of sparks erupted into the darkness. The Marines secured their night vision goggles to their helmets, hefted their rifles, and sprinted south, vanishing into the deep black. At the Grizzly command post, the report arrived. The bridge was destroyed, effectively cleaving the attacking Russian regiment in the west. One half was now stranded north of the river, the other isolated to the south. While they would inevitably find a way around the obstacle, the immediate aftermath would be chaos and disorganization as they assessed the damage inflicted by the Marine and French Dragoon forces. The radio operator caught Mikhail's attention. "Sir, you need to hear this, incoming from 2nd Battalion in the eastern sector." Mikhail took the handset. "Warlords, Grizzly. Go ahead." "Grizzly, Warlords. Our Lair platoon has eyes on enemy armor entering their area. Visibility is poor in the rugged terrain east of here, but they estimate a force larger than a battalion. They're pushing hard down Route C-108, crossing the eastern boundary. LAR is going to make contact and fall back. We need air support now to cover their retrograde." "Understood, Warlords. Confirming your request. Stand by to receive close air support. I'll check them in and hand them off to your FAC." Lieutenant Colonel Mikhail contacted the USS Boxer, initiating the call for air support. Every sortie had to be weighed carefully in the hours ahead, but in Mikhail's judgment, this crisis absolutely demanded it. Aboard the USS Boxer, the 6 pilots of VMFA 122, already strapped into their F-35B Lightning II fighters, received the launch order. Within minutes, they were roaring off the deck. In just over 10 minutes, they were handed off to the forward air controllers with the light armored reconnaissance unit. All 6 jets made a single low pass, each firing 2 air-to-ground missiles into the broken wooded hills east of Mrima Hill. The terrain was a defender's dream, however, and only a handful found their targets, destroying 4 BTRs while many more pressed forward. The Russians had been anticipating this move. Almost immediately after the attack run, 16 Russian ZSU-23-4 anti-aircraft vehicles unleashed a torrent of Igla 9K-38 missiles. The Iglis were notoriously dangerous to helicopters, but the Marines had brought the fighters in dangerously low to acquire targets in the rough ground. 2 F-35s were caught by the swift missiles, erupting into fiery blossoms against the sky. Talk about an expensive lesson in overconfidence. The remaining fighters clawed for altitude to survive, which drastically reduced their ability to provide precise support for the embattled ground forces. For the Marines, losing an aircraft was a profound shock. Before those 2 jets plowed into the African soil, the Corps hadn't lost a fixed-wing aircraft to enemy ground fire since the jungles of Vietnam. The Cobra gunships from HML A-267, the Stingers moved in to aid the withdrawing LAR platoon in the east. They were operating with grim caution, having already lost 2 aircraft to the Russians up north at Moyal. With only 6 gunships left, every sortie was a gamble. The quad cannons on the ZUs threw up a nearly impenetrable wall of fire each time the Cobras tried to close in. 1 helicopter was hit almost immediately upon arriving, but managed a shaky retreat over the sea back to the Boxer. A second Cobra took a direct Igla hit to its main rotor, detonating in a catastrophic fireball 500 feet above the ground. A few Tau missiles from the gunships found their marks, killing 3 Russian BTRs, but with fuel and countermeasures running low, the attack helicopters had no choice but to break contact. By 6 in the morning, 2nd Battalion, 2nd Marines reported that their lead Javelin teams were now engaging the advancing Russian BTRs in their sector. In the east, Russian forces had navigated through the tight canyons and rugged hills, closing the gap to just over 7 miles from the mining sites. Meanwhile, transmissions from the 1st Battalion in the western sector reported that the Russians had discovered a shallow crossing point along the river, bypassing the destroyed bridge entirely. With less than 3 feet of water and manageable banks, their advance now placed them under 9 miles from the Marine defensive perimeter. Inside the regimental command post, the atmosphere shifted abruptly from cautious hope to strained urgency. Russian air defense systems had severely limited the effectiveness of aircraft from the Boxer, allowing the enemy push to continue unchecked. Colonel Castor and Lieutenant Colonel McHale debated repositioning the 3rd Battalion to reinforce the other sectors if they remained unengaged. And there was even discussion of redirecting the Foreign Legion units to the northern slope of the hill. Still, the Marines held more and better anti-armor capabilities. McHale turned to Castor, his voice tight. "Sir, if the Russians strike in the north now, we'll be stretched dangerously thin. Keep the aircraft in the fight as long as possible. Rotate them back to the carrier as needed. Tell the artillery battery to fire everything they have. We can resupply ammunition by air later if we must." "Understood, sir." From his command position in a BTR-82A atop Jumbo Hill, Colonel General Boris Lazar gazed south toward Mrima through the vehicle's night vision optics. The pre-dawn glow of a half-moon revealed a patchwork of sparse trees, open fields, and scattered farmsteads across the lowlands. His reconnaissance teams had successfully jammed the Force Recon Marines' radios before ascending the hill quietly, fully expecting to find American positions. A sharp, close-quarters firefight ensued, leaving 4 Marines dead and driving the rest into retreat. Now, holding this vital high ground, Lazar imagined the growing chaos within the 5th Marines headquarters as he tightened the encirclement. Losses were inevitable fighting this way. He, too, had divided his forces, and the Marines had prepared their defenses carefully. Yet he watched as his units, in both the east and the west, steadily peeled back each layer of the Marine line. He sensed the quickening pulse in the American command post, their air support deployments, their artillery responses, their overall reactions were growing just a touch slower, a little more strained, as his plan unfolded. While his subordinate Kerr tracked the updates from the map in the headquarters tent, Lazar felt it instinctively absorbing every report and visualizing the entire battlefield in his mind. He could almost hear the rising urgency in the American radio traffic. The climbing casualty counts, the mounting pressure as their commander scrambled to plug each new breach. The American was trying to stop a flood with his bare hands, and he was running out of fingers. Lazar, a colonel general equivalent to a 3-star rank in the U.S. military, was facing a mere colonel. Sure, the Marine had likely seen combat in Iraq and Afghanistan, but that experience was showing its limits against the complex, large-scale maneuvers Lazar was executing today. Chasing insurgents, counting livestock in mountain villages, and battling opium growers wasn't exactly preparation for this, and now it was time for Lazar's third move. Boris Lazar had anticipated this moment. His plan was designed to stretch the Marine Regiment's command structure and fire support capabilities to their absolute limit. Without coordinated artillery, the Marines, though determined, would be facing a disciplined, integrated combat force while significantly outnumbered. He expected the battalion positioned north of the mine to resist fiercely, as they hadn't yet been directly engaged. However, Lazar was watching for hesitation, for any lag in response from their higher command. He'd instructed Colonels Keir and Glatsky to monitor for a noticeable drop in artillery coordination. This would be the initial proof of his theory. Confident, Lazar ordered Keir to unleash a concentrated artillery strike against the Marine battalion holding the northern slopes of Mimra Hill. As the first hints of dawn colored the sky, Lazar finally had a clear view of the valley. The western battle showed no sign of slowing. Rocket and missile launches punctuated the gloom every few moments, met by persistent return fire from the Americans. The Marines were throwing everything they had into the fight. He'd seen several of the 1st Regiment's armored vehicles struck by those damned accurate Javelin missiles. Each distant flash was followed by the delayed thunder of an explosion, marking another fiery end for his men. The Javelin was a curse, but Lazar knew its numbers were finite. In blunt terms, he had more young soldiers and more armor than the Marines had missiles. His orders to Colonel Nishkin were clear: bypass minor Marine positions and drive hard into their center. The latest update reported Nishkin's forces had cleared the destroyed bridge and were advancing rapidly across the landscape. Red tracer fire from cannons and machine guns streaked in long, relentless bursts, some rounds ricocheting wildly into the brightening sky. The constant thumping of automatic fire signaled the 1st Regiment's breakthrough against the lighter French and U.S. elements to the east. Russia's 3rd Regiment was still fending off attacks from a handful of Marine helicopters. Colonel Klava was using his anti-aircraft assets shrewdly, concealing them until the enemy helicopters drew near, then unleashing devastating volleys as Lazar watched 4 Cobra attack helicopters advanced again. They fired missiles at Russian armor before beginning a wide circle, raking the area with long-range Gatling gunfire. Klava's response was immediate and brutal. A salvo of Igla missiles shot skyward, followed by the heavy, chattering roar of anti-aircraft cannons. The air became a lattice of green tracers, a lethal fireworks display that held the 64-year-old general spellbound. 2 American helicopters were hit almost at once. Lazar saw the brilliant yellow-orange bursts as the aircraft spun earthward, fuel tanks blazing out of control before they crashed into the hillside. A grim satisfaction settled over him. Well done, Klava. After a brief consultation over the radio with Colonel Keir and a review of his maps, Lazar turned and signaled to his 2nd Regimental commander the attack was now authorized. He would observe for a few more minutes before personally joining the 3rd Regiment in its assault on the enemy's northern battalion. Chapter 74. Southwest of Minsk, Belarus, January 1. The bitter cold sharpened every detail in General Sabaneyev's binoculars. He drew a deep breath of freezing air, holding it to steady his view, and slowly adjusted the focus with a gloved finger, searching for any movement on the distant highway. Colonel Smirnov approached quietly from behind. "Colonel General, Moscow has replied to your last transmission. The order is to proceed with all possible speed to the Russian border." Sabaneyev acknowledged the message with a slight nod, but did not lower the binoculars. He took another slow, icy breath, his attention fixed on a solitary, indistinct speck far down the road. A sudden, unexpected memory surfaced, a winter training exercise decades ago, facing a similar stillness before the storm. He pushed the thought aside, his mind already calculating the next move, the next risk, as the weight of the command settled deeper into his bones. At first glance, it could have been mistaken for any ordinary commercial rig, but the morning's government-ordered halt to all civilian traffic made that impossible. Then another dot appeared on the horizon, followed by another. They were unmistakably large and moving straight toward his position. Keeping the binoculars pressed to his face, General Sabaneyev asked, "Did command mention anything about Belarusian military support heading our way?" The convoy of vehicles grew closer. "No, sir," replied Smirnov, pulling his greatcoat tighter against the biting wind. "Command only assured us the Kremlin was negotiating. They said Minsk was under a NATO ultimatum to remain neutral and appears to be complying for now." "Damn it all," Sabaneyev muttered, his breath forming clouds in the frigid air. Here he was, pursued by a single battered tank brigade, a unit he had already mauled and forced to expend most of its ammunition. The bulk of NATO forces were still ours to the north, a little coordination with Belarusian forces, and he could have crushed this persistent attacker in under an hour. The irony was almost laughable. The very neutrality that protected Belarus was now allowing a lone wolf to nip at his heels. "Command offered no further instructions, General," Smirnov said, his voice muffled by fabric. The open plains of Belarus were a stark, bitter contrast to the sheltered Russian countryside they had left behind. It was a landscape probably pleasant in summer, but now it offered no shelter, just endless wind-scoured farmland south of Minsk. Sabaneyev swung his binoculars slightly, comparing the growing specks to the size of distant farm buildings. They were nearing the highway off-ramp, the point where his rear guard would engage if these were indeed American tanks. "Any update from the 3rd Battalion?" he snapped. "They are currently on the radio filing a report, but I believed you would want the message from Moscow first." "Moscow can wait," Sabaneyev said, his tone shifting from frustrated calculation to sharp impatience. "Go listen to the 3rd. I need to know if this new traffic is the Americans pushing from the west." The rising sun began to heat the asphalt, creating shimmering mirages that blurred the distant shapes. He refocused his gaze closer and saw the boomerang armored vehicles of the 3rd Battalion positioned near the overpass just over half a mile away. Their turrets were already rotating toward the approaching threat. Before Sabaneyev could process it, explosions erupted around the Russian position, geysers of flame and dirt, marking the impact of American shells. "This tank commander," Sabaneyev said, a note of bewildered scorn in his voice. "He's clearly unhinged, driven mad by rage, desperate for some petty revenge." "Agreed, sir. Doesn't he understand this is just war? What makes this particular patch of dirt so damned important to him?" "I cannot say, sir," Smirnov replied. "It is pure madness." Sabaneyev watched the brutal, one-sided fight for a few more seconds. The lighter boomerangs were outmatched by the heavier American tanks and their superior gun range. A few Russian Kornet missiles found their marks, but soon the survivors of the 3rd Battalion were in full retreat, speeding down the E30 highway toward the headquarters group. The general lowered his binoculars, his fingers stiff from their iron grip, and wiped a cold sweat from his forehead. As his concentration broke, he felt the full force of the wind again and a deep chill seeping into his bones. The Americans and the Germans somewhere behind them were still coming. He strode down to his command vehicle and gave the signal to move out. His memoirs would someday have to explain this retreat from a small but seemingly unstoppable force, but that was a problem for another day. For now, survival was the only objective. Marima Hill, Kenya, January 1. A thunderous roar shook the depths of the mine, sending a shower of dust and pebbles from the ceiling. Every person in the headquarters glanced upward, anxiously, fearing a collapse. This wasn't incoming fire, but their own artillery launching a desperate barrage in support of the embattled 1st and 2nd Battalions to the east and west. The radio crackled with frantic calls for fire support every couple of minutes, each request sending the gun line scrambling to calculate trajectories before the artillery crews unleashed their response. Faced with attacks from two directions, Lieutenant Colonel McHale had made the tough call to split the firing batteries. Captain Castor, having just returned from checking on his men outside the mineshaft command post, immediately concurred with the decision. It diluted their firepower in each sector, but given the circumstances, no one could see a better option. Even with the limited number of tubes, the deep rhythmic thump of the 155mm M772 howitzers cutting through the dawn air was a profound comfort to Connolly and the Marines huddled with him. Yet for all the reassurance that outgoing fire provided, it was a stark announcement. The enemy was now close enough to be targeted by artillery, which meant the Russians were tightening the noose. Inside the cramped command post, radio operators pressed their handsets hard against their ears, their voices straining to be heard over the concussive blasts of the nearby guns, while they fought to decipher the chaotic transmissions flooding the net. During a fleeting lull in the barrage, one operator barked, "Apache Red 1, say again your last." The reply was instant and edged with raw urgency. "Roger, I say again, force recon elements north of my position have been overrun on Jumbo Hill." A static-filled pause followed, the call sign identifying the speaker as a light-armored reconnaissance platoon commander. His voice bounced and jolted, painting a vivid picture of a vehicle racing over broken ground. "We've recovered the surviving force recon personnel." His report was suddenly shattered by the distinct rapid thump-thump-thump of automatic cannon fire over the radio, followed immediately by the closer hammering staccato of machine guns. "We are withdrawing south. Inform Dark Horse Battalion, we are coming in hot. Russians are 600 meters behind us and closing fast." Another voice, likely. The vehicle's gunner shouted in the background, audible over the din. 400 meters, sir! Engaging!" The transmission dissolved into a roar of 25mm cannon fire, drowning out whatever the lieutenant tried to say next. The radio operator beside Connolly forced a tone of calm into his reply. "We copy! Transmit your grid! We'll build a fire mission and slam the door shut behind you." "Copy! I am the trail vehicle. My grid is..." The sentence was severed by a deafening explosion, then a hollow silence that stretched for several heartbeats. When the lieutenant's voice returned, it was tighter, strained. "Be advised, we are hit, but still mobile, attempting to push south. My northing is 256. Everything north of my position is enemy." The transmission cut out again, plunging the regimental command post into a tense, waiting silence. Every man was frozen, clinging to that single broadcast from a fellow Marine in extremis. The voice sounded young, probably a second lieutenant fresh to the fight. Connolly stared at the silent radio with the rest of the HQ staff, his mind conjuring the desperate rolling battle unfolding in the dark. Then a screech of feedback pierced the quiet, and the lieutenant's voice returned, not in words but in a raw, blood-curdling scream. "We're on fire!" The line went dead. Connolly didn't wait. He snatched up the field phone linked directly to the artillery batteries. "Patriot, fire mission, immediate suppression, mix of Hate E and Willie Pete Battery 6, target location 256-09-3 lineal sheaf, east to west, over." The acknowledgement was swift, the firing battery reading back the coordinates, but warning of a delay. They had to shift trails, a laborious process of lifting the howitzer's heavy rear spades and physically pivoting the entire weapon 90 degrees to face the new threat. They knew an immediate suppression mission meant the situation had turned critical. That infantry, or in this case an LAR unit, was in a desperate fight for survival. It took precious minutes, but soon the deep-throated roar of the Marine artillery resumed, this time aimed north. A sudden wall of flame and smoke erupted, lighting up the morning sky as a battered platoon raced for the southern lines. The firestorm arrived too late to save the young lieutenant, but his final defiant act had forced the Russians to hesitate just long enough for the remnants of his command to escape. A young Marine lieutenant, face pressed into the dirt, peered through his binoculars. The distant road was a scene of chaos, marked by artillery bursts and the burning wreck of a light-armored vehicle. From behind him, down the slope, came a frantic shout from his tank loader. "Sir, the LAR scouts are reporting. They're hauling tail with Russians right on them. It's a reduced element, 3 LAV-25s coming in hot. You'll spot them any moment now." True enough, 3 distinct shapes soon broke through the haze in his lenses, veering off the road and kicking up dust. The lieutenant snatched up his map, binoculars and rifle, scrambling back down to his waiting Abrams. He hauled himself onto the hull, slammed his helmet on, and dropped through the commander's hatch, landing hard in his seat. His voice was tight over the intercom. "Driver, move to the firing position, go!" His tank, along with 2 others to the left and 1 to the right, roared to life and surged forward a short distance before plunging into an engineer-dug revetment. The gunner immediately traversed the turret toward the approaching scouts. The LAVs shot past in a blur, one nearly clipping the concealed hull of an Abrams in its panic. Then the 4 tanks opened up with their main guns, their heavy 120mm rounds seeking targets among the pursuing Russian vehicles. They worked with a brutal rhythm. Fire, reload, repeat. Each shot at a BTR armored carrier kicked up a massive dust cloud. For a moment, the Americans held the advantage, methodically picking off the enemy vehicles. But the BTR crews weren't blind. They pinpointed the source of the fire and replied with precise missile volleys. The first salvo claimed 1 tank, then a second. 8 Marines were gone in an instant. The 2 remaining Abrams kept fighting, absorbing hit after hit until a half-dozen missiles had cratered the ground around them. Shrapnel and concussive blasts damaged their turrets, but they were still mobile. They reversed out of their positions and began a desperate sprint south, following pre-planned escape routes through gullies and washes. It was a grim running retreat. One of the big tanks, crippled by earlier flanking fire, threw a track and shuddered to a halt. Its crew bailed out, grabbing rifles and essential gear, and sprinted toward the lone surviving Abrams. They clambered onto its hull, holding on for dear life as it lurched forward again, carrying them away from the relentless advance 12 kilometers from the minefields. The Javelin teams of 3rd Battalion waited through the thermal sights on their launchers. They watched the 3 fleeing LAVs, followed by the single battered Abrams with extra crew clinging to its hull. The Marine Weapons Company executive officer, coordinating with his gunnery sergeant over the radio, assigned targets on the XO signal. The first missile erupted from a team positioned on a farmhouse roof. A faint gray puff, then the weapon streaked away on a spear of flame. The team immediately grabbed their gear, dropped from the roof, and sprinted to a secondary position among a cluster of trees 200 yards closer to the high ground. The fire-and-forget missile climbed in a high arc, seemed to hang for a second, then dove to strike its target on the thinly armored roof. Using a $250,000 tank killer on a mere personnel carrier was spectacular overkill. But not a single Marine cared about the cost-effectiveness report some accountant would later file. 3 more red traces soon joined the first stitching across the pale morning sky. The Russian armored vehicles were trapped with no escape route. Their only remaining option was to unleash a final desperate volley of fire toward the missile launches before being obliterated. Marine missile teams, alongside a crew from the French Dragoons, each unleashed a javelin before immediately pulling back to another hidden spot. It was a relentless cycle: fire, displace, find new cover, reload, and prepare to engage an enemy advancing relentlessly with every passing second. Lieutenant Colonel McHale pulled Connolly and Colonel Castor to a quiet corner. "Sir," he said to Castor, "the enemy is now 10 kilometers north of Dark Horse's last defensive positions. Dark Horse is down to a single operational tank in his entire sector." "I see it," Castor replied, his eyes fixed on the map as the small red markers crept closer to the mine. The northern situation was deteriorating, the line was crumbling steadily, but the eastern and western flanks weren't faring much better. Ironically, the gamble taken by 1st Battalion to split the Russian advance was paying off. They still retained all 4 of their tanks and a complete LAV platoon. To the east, the rugged, broken ground forced the enemy BTRs into narrow columns of 3, allowing 2nd Battalion to maintain a shaky control, though they too were in a slow fighting retreat. Dark Horse's zone, however, was the critical point. "What's your read, Dan?" the colonel asked. "Sir, I'd have a much clearer picture if you'd let me get down there and give Dark Horse some support. You believe you can accomplish something on the ground that you can't from here. Possibly. An extra officer who knows how to coordinate fire support could be useful. At the very worst, I still shoot expert with my rifle," Connolly said with a grin, patting his carbine. Castor's expression remained grave. "Is that right? Well, every Marine is a rifleman first, rank be damned." He glanced around the command post, the weight of the day settling on his shoulders. "And we might all be proving that before sunset," running a hand through his short gray stubble. He turned to McHale. "Eric, if you can spare Dan right now, let's send him down. He can help Dark Horse 6 focus on the tactical fight and give us a real-time assessment of what they need from up here." McHale nodded his agreement, and Connolly was in motion instantly. He snatched up his gear and the bulky, expensive radios he'd been carrying, hefting them onto his shoulder. He caught the eye of Sergeant Casillas, who was waiting patiently against the mine shaft wall. "Sergeant, we're moving on it, sir." "One last thing, Dan," Castor called out as Connolly headed for the exit. "Dark Horse 6 is as tough as they come, a superb officer, but if his line is about to break, he'll be the last man to say so. He's a fighter to the core. So if it looks truly dire down there, if I need to pivot a company from 2nd Battalion or shift tanks from 1st, you give me the honest word." "Understood, sir." With that, Connolly and Casillas sprinted out the door. Sergeant Casillas guided his LAV driver along a treacherous, winding mining road, the thick jungle canopy blotting out most of the sky. During brief gaps in the foliage, they caught glimpses of the northern horizon lit by streaking tracers and the fiery tails of missiles. The battlefield soundtrack was a constant, rolling thunder of artillery and the deep concussions of tank fire, punctuated by the sharper cracks and whines of rounds passing overhead. They sped past the 2 artillery batteries, which had just completed a grueling survivability move to a new firing point, a tacit acknowledgement that the Russians were close enough to target the guns that had been hammering them. The assumption was the enemy had their approximate location, so displacing a few hundred meters, though exhausting, was the only way to keep the big guns in action. The move had cost them precious time, and the air was thick with the scent of damp earth and cordite. The artillery crews had repositioned their guns, and the thunderous barrage resumed. Men hefting the massive, nearly 100-pound shells by hand, loading them onto the sled, ramming them home into the breach, and then packing the powder charges behind. As his vehicle sped past, Connolly caught a glimpse of one of the split batteries in the pale morning light, the crews slamming the breeches shut and yanking their lanyards in a ragged unison. He noted they were now divided into 3 sections, a mere 4 M777 howitzers covered each cardinal point. The fire was less concentrated, far less, he thought. A classic artillery duel was likely brewing, since the Russians would probably inch their big 152mm guns forward behind the infantry. It was a time-worn tactic, but Connolly figured if anyone would dust it off, it would be that cunning old general. "Infiltrate and annihilate," Connolly muttered under his breath. Mirima Hill, Kenya. January 1, Casillas' LAV reached the Dark Horse Battalion command post. Connolly dropped from the rear hatch and sprinted toward the tent, nestled and fortified within a shallow natural draw reinforced with timber and sandbags. The moment he stepped inside the CP, the weight of the atmosphere hit him. A few red lamps cast a feeble glow over the shadowy interior. Marines darted in and out, ferrying messages to and from the company defensive lines. Maps and status boards lined the tent walls, surrounded by huddled figures. Radio sets crackled with the relentless, tense traffic of men in battle, a familiar sound from regimental HQ. The command post hummed with urgent activity, all conducted in hushed tones and low light. Nearly all the Dark Horse Javelin teams had successfully pulled back from their forward positions, linked up with their companies, and were now woven into the final defensive perimeter. The lone surviving Abrams tank had been given a slot near Kilo Company, where engineers had carved out another firing position. The tankers and infantry there understood the M1 was now a permanent piece of the line. There was no ground left to yield. Connolly moved to speak with the battalion commander, a compact, powerfully built lieutenant colonel with a substantial bulge of chewing tobacco distorting his lower left cheek. Just as with McHale, Connolly and Dickinson went way back. The lieutenant colonel turned and spotted him. "You here to back me up, or to take my place?" "Here to work for you if you'll have me, Ben. Just put me in the game." A grin cracked the man's weathered, sun-tanned face. "Can you handle my fires? If your boys will listen to me, hell yes, they'll be thrilled to have you. I had to send my weapons company commander down to help his guys reposition the .50 cals after the Javelin teams rolled in." He scowled, ejecting a stream of tobacco juice onto the dirt. "Truth is, I didn't think they'd be on us this fast. We've been pounding them. But the bastards sliced through the lair screen like it was nothing and just brushed my tanks aside." Connolly said, "Boris Lazar has a lifetime of fighting under his belt. He won't just fold. We have to break his momentum completely." Dickinson turned to snag a radio handset from a comms sergeant, then, covering the microphone, looked back at Connolly. "Hold on. Did the old man send you to babysit me in case I get in over my head?" Connolly offered a faint, knowing shrug. "Something along those lines. He's prepared to push a company or some tanks from 1st and 2nd Battalions your way if you need them. I'd ask for them now, but integrating them would be more chaos than help with everything else going to hell. If it comes to that, we'll decide together." The lieutenant colonel then proceeded to add a fresh wad of tobacco on top of the existing one. A habit Connolly remembered from their younger days, a nervous tell that meant the situation was dire. Seeing his old friend in the thick of it and hearing directly how aggressively the Russians were pushing was a sobering jolt, yet a grim sense of purpose settled over Connolly. He was finally where he belonged, far from the oppressive stillness of that dark mine shaft headquarters. Here, at least, the chaos felt honest. Connolly gathered his newly assembled team, the air officer, artillery liaison, and mortar leader, who together formed the battalion's fire support coordination cell. This was where he thrived, a master of combined arms fire, a discipline built on mathematics, maps, and trajectories, but grounded most of all in battlefield instinct. It was a constant balancing act, assessing risks, weighing the urgent needs of each unit, and predicting the enemy's moves, not just in the present moment, but 1 minute, 10 minutes, and further into the uncertain future. A fresh transmission crackled over the Dark Horse network from the forward lines, reporting an odd, loud buzzing in the air above them. The infantrymen were confused by the sound, but Connolly recognized it instantly. Based on the description, like a swarm of angry lawnmowers, he knew it had to be Russian drones. He'd encountered their 3-meter wingspan UAVs during the Mount Kenya exercises. They were scouts, pinpointing American positions. Reports soon flooded in from the frontline companies, confirming his suspicion they'd seen the drones overhead. Those companies should brace for incoming artillery? Connolly stated flatly. He immediately directed his fires team to contact the artillery battery. If those drones were the prelude to a Russian barrage, He needed the Marine counter-battery radar activated and scanning northward. Catching the trajectory of incoming shells would allow them to triangulate the firing points, revealing the Russian batteries' locations in under 5 minutes. The distinctive shriek of incoming rounds filled the sky. It started like a solitary shrill whistle, then multiplied into a dissonant chorus before the first explosions slammed into the hillside southeast of their position. The battalion command post had either been missed or deliberately spared in that initial salvo, but within a minute the impacts began walking closer. A radio operator looked up, clutching a message. "Sir, counter-battery radar has a possible fix. It's not 100%, but it might be enough to work with." Connolly took the slip of paper, checked the grid coordinates against his map, and carefully plotted the location. It was a dense jungle area roughly 15 kilometers away. "What's your read?" he asked his team. The artillery liaison spoke first. "I'd fire from there if I were them. It's a solid hide we wouldn't easily spot from our higher ground." The others nodded in agreement. "Then work up a fire mission," Connolly ordered. "Get it to the guns. We hit that grid now. If I'm right, the worst is still coming." The truth was, part of him almost admired the Russians' timing, a grim mechanical ballet played out with maps and metal. It was a sarcastic thought, born from too many close calls. The fires team relayed the data to the Artillery Fire Direction Center. Minutes later, the deep, rhythmic thump of the Marine Corps' big guns on the hilltop answered, sending a limited response, perhaps a dozen rounds. Connolly guessed they were conserving ammunition for more confirmed targets than this radar-generated guess. Yet, the incoming Russian fire ceased almost immediately. Just as a murmur of relief passed through the tent, near simultaneous reports arrived from all 3 rifle companies on the defensive line. The enemy had been sighted, 5 kilometers out from the forward edge of the battle area, and they were advancing in swarming numbers. Connolly leaned into the bank of radios, absorbing every broken transmission. The companies were engaging at maximum range. The ear-splitting crack of SMAW anti-tank rockets echoed, and even from the HQ, the heavy automatic bark of 50 caliber machine guns was unmistakable. The cacophony, intensified by the second Connolly, stepped out of the tent into the open air, his gaze fixed on the base of the hill where the tree line now shimmered with the heat of the coming fight. A sudden, unbidden memory flashed, a quiet morning fishing on a lake back home. The silence so profound it felt like a different planet. He pushed the thought away and focused on the noise. The horizon erupted with mortar impacts, thick plumes of inky smoke marking where vehicles had been turned to scrap. From the Marine positions, streams of tracer fire, crimson, amber, and gold lashed out into the gloom, met by answering volleys of emerald green from the Russian lines. What began as sporadic firing from a few dozen points quickly swelled, multiplying until the entire front-facing Dark Horse Battalion was alight with a relentless, terrifying pyrotechnic display. Dan Connolly watched, one hand clamped over an ear to dull the roar, the other keeping steady pressure on his radio headset as he strained to hear the frantic calls for fire from the embattled companies. A new urgent report crackled through. Russian infantry had reached the very edge of the defensive perimeter, breaching the maze of wire and obstacles. Soon, the distinctive, thunderous crump of Claymore mines detonating added to the hellish symphony. He glanced across the command post at Lieutenant Colonel Ben Dickinson, Dark Horse 6, who was shouting into his handset, voice raw with urgency as he ordered his commanders to hold the line at all costs. Dickinson was shifting platoons like pieces on a chessboard, trying to plug gaps torn open by the relentless Russian bombardment that was suppressing American return fire. For a split second, Connolly thought about calling Colonel Castor for guidance, but the situation was deteriorating too fast. Instead, he decided to push everything he had forward, directing fire support to the most critical sectors, even if those units were too overwhelmed to ask for it. He huddled with his fire support cell, and in unison they called back to regimental headquarters, using every coded phrase and urgent terminology they knew to pry loose every available asset. The air officer barked a rapid series of 9-line requests over the UHF. The response was almost immediate, but grimly insufficient. 2 passes from Harrier jets and 1 from a pair of FA-18s. It was a start, but it felt like bringing a water pistol to a house fire. Nearby, the mortar chief was directing the 81mm crews, pouring rounds into every coordinate where the American line was reported to be thinning. Suddenly, Dickinson's voice cut through the din, yelling directly at him. "Connolly, India Company reports Russians in the wire. What can you give me right now?" "Get me a grid and I'll have the battery lay down an immediate suppression mission," Connolly shouted back. The battalion commander relayed the coordinates and immediately turned back to his radio, trying to steady India Company's captain with the promise of steel raining down almost on their own positions. Connolly grabbed the handset from the artillery liaison officer, his voice tight but clear. "Patriot! Patriot! This is Dark Horse Fires! Fire mission! Immediate suppression! All guns fire! Danger close! I say again, danger close!" A tense pause followed, broken only by static. Then a calm voice replied, "Station calling. This is Patriot. Need authentication. Over, of course." Connolly thought, a spike of frustration cutting through his focus. The artillery battery wouldn't fire a mission this close to friendly troops without explicit approval from higher command. As if on cue, the gruff, authoritative voice of Colonel Castor, monitoring from the safer confines of the mine shaft further up the hill, boomed over the regimental net. "Dan, you have my authorization if you think it's worth the risk." "Yes, sir, I do." Connolly responded without hesitation. He keyed the mic again. "Patriot, initials Bravo Charlie." "Patriot copies. On Grizzly 6 approval. Stand by for danger close mission. Acknowledged. Sending target location now." Connolly confirmed, as the liaison officer relayed the precise grid. Over the battalion net, the sounds of battle were horrifyingly clear. The frantic shouts, the staccato snap-snap of rifle fire. The Russians sounded terrifyingly close, well within 300 meters of the command post itself. Every Marine on that line was fighting with everything they had, a desperate, furious struggle to keep the enemy off the hill. Then came the shrieking whistle of outgoing artillery shells, a sound that prompted a brief, ragged cheer from the men in the tent. The barrage was short, but Connolly prayed it would have a pulverizing effect on the attackers. In a sudden, eerie lull in the shooting, a new sound emerged, a high-pitched mechanical whirring. One drone, then another and another, until the air itself seemed to vibrate with their buzz, circling directly overhead. Lazar's reconnaissance had found them. The command post was pinpointed. Connolly's blood ran cold. "Everybody out now, move," he screamed, the order tearing from his throat. Connolly helped the fire team snatch up their radios, and within moments Marines were sprinting through the tent flaps, desperate to put distance between themselves and the command post before the attack came. He and his crew threw themselves into the narrow slit trenches that had been dug for exactly this purpose, sheltered under a thick canopy of trees about 50 yards away. Almost immediately, a 152mm artillery shell hammered into the hillside, landing just 70 yards short of the headquarters. The force knocked men to their knees as jagged shrapnel screamed through the air. A second and third round impacted even closer, less than 20 yards from the tent, and a fourth struck a mere 10 yards from its timber-reinforced northern wall, from the trench. Connolly could hear the agonized cries of those who hadn't reached cover in time. He watched, helpless, as 3 more shells landed in quick succession. 4 Marines caught in the open were simply erased by the blasts. There was nothing to be done for them, nothing anyone could do over the roar. The mortar team leader shouted, "Sir, the counter-battery radar is still tracking the incoming fire." "You're serious? It's still operational." "Yes, sir. They've called it in. Here's the coordinates." He passed Connolly a crumpled scrap of paper. More heavy shells screamed in, obliterating the now empty battalion command post in a storm of splintered wood, shredded tarps, and shattered radio gear. Further along the trench, Connolly spotted Dark Horse 6, the battalion commander, surrounded by his Marines. He was the picture of a steadfast leader, standing tall in the mud, a radio pressed to his ear as he tried to assess the chaos himself. The clerks and radiomen around him had their rifles up, scanning the tree line down the northern slope. Connolly seized the regimental fires coordination radio from the artillery liaison officer. Grizzly fires, this is Dark Horse fires. How do you read? Higher up, the slope, Colonel Castor's regimental command post was being pummeled by a hellish rain of shells and rockets. The terrifying shriek of multiple launch rocket systems, a weapon the Russians had favored since World War II, when troops nicknamed them Stalin's organs, was flattening an area the size of several football fields atop the hill. The abandoned mine shaft where Castor and his men had taken shelter shuddered violently with every impact. Concussive waves rolled into the tunnel, making it difficult to work or even think straight. With each explosion, cascades of dust and grit poured from the ceiling. The barrage eased for a brief moment, and over 50 men from the regimental logistics section stumbled inside. Seeking refuge, they brought wounded and dead with them. The cramped mine shaft was now packed with sweating, bleeding, exhausted men. Then the Russian artillery started again in earnest, hammering the hillside with relentless fury. Castor knew his northern defensive line was crumbling. The enemy had zeroed in on his headquarters, and they vastly outnumbered his Marines. A dark, uninvited thought crept in. This could all be over in a couple of hours. He physically shook his head to dispel it, his voice rising above the din as he began barking new orders. Chapter 76, Indian Ocean, January 1, just 21 miles off the coast of Mombasa, Kenya. A slender black metal shaft, little more than a wire, broke the placid surface of the sea. It was the antenna for a Raytheon high data rate multiband satellite communications system mounted on the mast of the American Virginia-class submarine lurking silently below. The USS John Warner, Commander Diana Del Vecchio, stood on the bridge, her focus entirely on the communications officer as he sent a encrypted digital burst transmission up to the Milstar satellite network. This transmission would update fleet operations on the submarine's precise location and, more critically, its current tactical status. It was that status and the weight of the decision it represented that occupied the thoughts of every soul on board. Days earlier, Commander Del Vecchio had resigned herself to the impossibility of slipping past the dense Iranian and Russian naval picket line guarding the waters off Mombasa, a network specifically hunting for her submarine's unique acoustic signature. Her initial plan was to find a safer patrol zone far out in the open ocean, a position from which she could protect her crew while still offering some remote support to the operation at Mrima Hill. Yet, as the USS John Warner transited toward that area, a shift occurred. The very same cunning Russian submarine that had nearly trapped them up north had raced ahead to ambush their arrival. Fortune turned when the Russian boat surfaced briefly, likely for a communications window, and the Warner's radar team spotted her. Seizing the moment, the American submarine slid past undetected. This small victory ignited a new resolve in Del Vecchio. She decided to push her luck. By moving with extreme caution, hiding within favorable thermal layers to baffle enemy sonar, and driving her own sonar operators to the brink of exhaustion to map every potential threat, she believed they could inch closer to the coast. There, their firepower could actually make a difference. For 31 grueling hours, every member of the crew pushed without respite. Now they were holding position, a precarious 12 nautical miles south of an Iranian frigate armed with anti-submarine rockets and a mere 9 miles northwest of an even more capable Russian frigate. Other hostile submarines lurked somewhere in the dark water, their contacts intermittent and their current locations a terrifying mystery. The John Warner was poised to launch a single precious volley of cruise missiles if the Marines called for it, but those targets would need to remain static for the full 16-minute flight time from their current position. The real trick would come after firing. They would then have to somehow slip the tightening noose and find a path back to safety, as every enemy ship in the area converged on their location. Del Vecchio and her executive officer had spent those long hours hunched over charts, and they believed they'd found their escape, a deep, twisting trench to the southeast. Navigating it would be a blind, high-speed dash, trusting old charts to guide sharp turns and avoid smashing into the canyon walls. If they could pull it off, they had a chance. Now, everything depended on the Marines providing a target worthy of the immense risk. 8 minutes after their transmission, a reply crackled over the SATCOM. The situation at Mrima Hill was dire. The battle had raged for half a day and Russian forces had breached defensive lines. Fleet Command had alerted the USS Boxer, which was now establishing a direct radio link between the John Warner and the regimental HQ on the hilltop, cutting out the middleman and speeding communication between those needing the firepower and those delivering it. Del Vecchio read the message with a slow, determined nod. Turning to the bridge crew, her voice held a grim satisfaction. This wasn't a waste of time. Our guys are in trouble, and we get one shot to help. She paused, then finished with a wry, almost cheerful note that cut through the tension. And then, gentlemen, we are going to execute a tactical retreat at maximum velocity. Mrima Hill, Kenya, January 1st. Peering over the northern trench line, Lieutenant Colonel Connolly was met with a vista of pure chaos. A landscape of fire, smoke, and detonations, littered with the fallen and the shattered remains of Marine vehicles. It struck him with a cold clarity that he had never witnessed warfare of this ferocity. A glance at the exhausted, determined faces around him confirmed he wasn't alone in that thought. None of these Marines had seen its like. He doubted the Russians had either. One of the radiomen, his face smudged with dirt, turned toward him, awaiting orders. The situation on the ground was deteriorating fast. The young Marine's assessment was brutally correct. They were about to be overrun. The next enemy push would overwhelm their position, and with the command post under direct threat behind them, the intense artillery made fighting back impossible. All they could do was dig in and wait for the Russian armored vehicles to crest the hill and finish them in their own trenches. Dan Connolly had to concede the 22-year-old had a clearer grasp of this battle than any strategy team back in Washington ever could. Peering just over the slit trench's edge, he watched the relentless explosions hammering India Company's forward line. Reports swirled of Russian platoons breaking through, though the last strike from the FA-18s had knocked out a half-dozen BTRs at the cost of one aircraft. He was moments from ordering the final 2 Cobra gunships into the fray when the battalion radio crackled to life. An unknown number of Russian armored vehicles had pierced the defensive perimeter and were now running wild in the rear. They've broken through, Connolly thought, a cold knot tightening in his stomach. After a quick review of the air officer's data, he thumped the man's helmet in approval for the Cobra run. His attention snapped back to the trench line as someone shouted and pointed north. Connolly turned to see 3 figures darting through the trees on his right, Russian infantry, dismounted from a vehicle. A grenade tumbled through the dirt, rolling to a stop just in front of his position. Grenade! Casillas, standing atop his LAV just behind the trench, opened up with the M240, hosing the approaching soldiers with machine gun fire. Connolly dropped flat, covering the fires team as the grenade detonated with a concussive crack, showering the trench lip with shrapnel like metallic hail. Marines in the adjacent slit trench rose, rifles barking, as another group of Russians emerged. Casillas kept firing, forcing the enemy to scramble for cover. Then a BTR crashed through the shattered tree line to the northeast, weaving between the burned-out wrecks of labs. It tore into the open, its cannon firing wildly into the battalion headquarters area. Generators, aid station tents, and parked trucks were shredded in the onslaught. The APC swept its fire in a wide, punishing arc, and Connolly heard the terrible cries of men caught in the blasts. His team ducked low as 30-millimeter rounds passed dangerously close. Then Marines along the line popped up to return rifle fire. It forced the Russian foot soldiers to take cover but did nothing to the BTR. Its armor was too thick, even for Casillas's heavy machine gun. The vehicle advanced slowly, enemy troops using it as a mobile shield firing to their flanks. Connolly hefted his carbine, flicked off the safety, and rose to fire. He managed only a few furious shots at the BTR 50 yards away before a burst of 7.62 millimeter fire forced him back down. He glanced behind him. There was no escape. Jumping from the trench meant being cut down by the BTR's cannon. Staying put meant being overrun by the closing infantry. They were completely pinned. Without warning, an ear-splitting scream ripped the air directly overhead. A massive explosion erupted just to the north, followed by a wave of heat and flame that washed over the trench. The incoming fire ceased instantly. Connolly lifted his head. The BTR was now a smoking wreck, a gaping hole torn in its side. The Russian troops responsible for the assault were either eliminated, injured, or desperately seeking cover as they retreated down the slope. A triumphant yell of "Get some" cut through the noise, and Connolly spun to see Sergeant Casillas. The Marine was no longer in his lav, kneeling in the mud with a spent AT-4 launcher beside him. His uniform was torn open at the right leg, soaked through with dark, glistening blood, ignoring his wound. He was attempting to haul himself back onto his vehicle to resume manning the machine gun. A surge of cheers erupted from the men as they directed a torrent of fire at the remaining enemy. Infantry Connolly immediately ordered 2 members of his fire team forward. They reached the stubborn sergeant just as he got a hand on the vehicle's rim, convincing him to come down despite his fierce objections. Corpsmen were summoned to carry him to a medical post set up in another trench across the clearing. As Connolly worked to reestablish contact with the aircraft for confirmation and another strike run, he shook his head, a mix of disbelief and admiration cutting through the adrenaline. Only a Marine would get shot and then argue about leaving his post. Nearby, the radioman had deep gashes across his face. Blood streaked like some primal mask. Yet he remained focused on his equipment. "Sir, we have a call from the Boxer." Connolly couldn't fathom what the ship could possibly say that would matter in this chaos. "Unless they've discovered a hidden wing of FA-18s in the cargo bay, I don't have time for a chat right now." The radioman, too strained to even acknowledge the attempt at humor, simply passed Connolly the handset. "They're insisting it's urgent, sir." Annoyed, Connolly pressed the receiver to his ear. "Grizzly 5, fired. Send it." The voice from the other end was all business. "John Warner is on station and offering support. They have TLAMs available, but their window is extremely narrow. Once they expose their position, they'll have to turn and run. Flight time to your estimated target area is 16 minutes. They need precise coordinates from you. Effectiveness is uncertain, as the enemy forces are not concentrated in a single kill box. An artillery shell slammed into the earth a mere 25 yards away. Dirt and debris showered over the trench, forcing Connolly to duck. But when he raised his head, a fierce grin had spread across his face. 16 minutes! Hell yes, we can use that standby." He turned to the men crammed into the trench with him, shouting over the incoming roar, "TLAMs are inbound." Seeing the confused looks, a young captain clarified, "Sub-launched Tomahawk, sir." "Correct. If we can just shut down those Russian guns, we can relieve the pressure on the battalion. Your team coordinates the close air support and hits everything pushing against India Company. The enemy has chosen 3/5 and India specifically as their point of penetration. If I'm reading their commander right, he's about to throw everything he has at them. Have a full strike package ready on my mark." The men immediately hunched together in the precarious trench, which seemed to shudder with each impact, and began calculating the necessary firing data. Connolly then got on the radio to Castor. It took a tense full minute to pull him from another conversation. "Dan, how's the line holding?" "Sir, the CP is gone. We're in the trenches now, and India Company is about to be the meat in a very bad sandwich, but the John Warner is ready to engage static targets with cruise missiles. If we can neutralize that artillery, We take the heat off India, and then Dark Horse can realign to contain any breakthrough. You already tried to hit those guns once. They seem to have plenty of fight left in them. Understood, sir. This time we have a different delivery system. Connolly's mind raced, picturing the silent underwater launch and the missiles arcing inland. It was a desperate gamble, but it was the only card they had left to play. Our intelligence grid is precise, and judging by the Russian rate of fire, they're committing everything. The artillery positions haven't shifted, sir. Lazar should have relocated them by now, but his confidence in an imminent breakthrough is making him complacent. Those guns are exactly where they were 60 minutes ago. I'd stake my reputation that they'll still be there in 16 minutes. If Lazar maintains this pressure on our lines, the Tomahawks can strike that grid and silence them completely. How confident are you in the grid coordinates? The intelligence is solid, sir. My map analysis confirms they're positioned in an exposed area. Castor and the command post were unmistakably under intense bombardment. Connolly could hardly make out the colonel's voice over the thunder of shells. Then, let's put that submarine to work, transmit the coordinates. I'll have McHale and his Fires Coordination Cell review the firing data and deconflict the Tomahawk's flight path with all the converging fire from our artillery, mortars, and the helicopters and jets already engaging on Dark Horse's sector. Roger, sir. Us, John Warner. Indian Ocean. January 1, Commander Del Vecchio, 30 miles out to sea, felt the weight of the situation inland. The urgency in the Marines' radio traffic from the regimental fires cell was palpable, punctuated by the distant, shuddering booms she could hear in the background. The sound of those explosions sent a jolt through everyone on the bridge. Del Vecchio's order was crisp. Weapons, launch 8 Toms on those coordinates. We'll keep 4 in reserve, but maintain them in ready-to-fire status. Inform the Marines they're available if needed, but we can't hold this position indefinitely. Aye, Captain, the weapons officer replied, turning to the fire control team. The crew input the data, running a triple check on the launch parameters and the trajectory paths requested by the ground forces. A tense minute passed. Captain, all TLAMs show ready for launch. Fire. A deep, visceral whoosh vibrated through the submarine's hull, a pressure wave compressing the air in men's ears. There was a rush of sound as the vertical launch tubes flooded with air, followed by a sharp shock as the hatches blew open, ejecting the massive missiles upward into the dark water. The booster motors ignited, forcing water violently against the hull as the projectiles ascended 50 feet and then breached the choppy surface of the Indian Ocean. Shedding their launch brackets, the rocket motors engaged with a roar, brilliant yellow flames spewing from the tails of the BGM-109C missiles as they clawed into the sky, rapidly accelerating to 550 miles per hour. Within seconds, they were joined by 7 more, a mix of 4 BGM-109Cs and 4 of the cluster munition variant BGM-109Ds, a vengeful constellation rising toward the coast. North of Mrima Hill, Kenya, January 1. General Lazar, standing in the turret of a BTR just behind his lead battalion, absorbed the steady stream of casualty reports. The losses were severe, far worse than he had projected. Yet he pressed the attack, sensing a fragility in the American center. Getting his forces this deep this quickly had always been the plan. Now it was up to the well-drilled soldiers of Colonel Glatsky's regiment to crush the Marines defending the hill's northern flank. A strange, almost giddy certainty took hold of him. He pictured his staff back in Moscow, toasting with vodka over maps, already writing the victory dispatches in their heads. This misplaced confidence was his blind spot. Once this position fell, his Russians would flood into the American rear, attacking the other battalions from behind and making their fortified lines useless. The battle would be effectively won. He'd then commit the paratroopers to the grim close-quarters work of clearing trenches and mine shafts, promising himself the fight would be over by midnight. To maintain this crushing pressure on the exhausted Marines, he'd accepted several risks, most notably keeping his artillery batteries static longer than any manual would advise. So far, the F-35s had failed to locate them, and his anti-aircraft units were performing admirably, keeping the American jets at a distance. He allowed himself a thin smile, ignoring the nagging voice that warned of overextension. Lazar radioed Keir, who had been dispatched to the artillery positions behind Jumbo Hill to assess the situation and urge the gunners to maintain their bombardment of the identified enemy headquarters. Keeping the American command distracted was crucial to preventing a coordinated response to the ongoing assault. Moments later, Keir's voice crackled over the radio. "General, I've just been informed. 2nd Regiment must halt. They've sustained severe losses." A wave of irritation washed over Lazar. Pushing forward would exhaust the Marines rapidly, yet he trusted his commander's judgment. "Very well. Authorize Clava to pause his advance for now, but instruct him to maintain suppressing fire on the enemy lines. We cannot ease the pressure." "Understood, sir. Also, General, have you seen the updates from Glatsky?" "He reports several platoons have infiltrated the Marine positions. He believes a breakthrough is moments away." It struck Lazar as strange that a report would travel all the way back to Colonel Keir at Jumbo Hill, only to be relayed to him here, embedded within Glatsky's forward battalion. Yet in the chaos of battle, command channels often remained rigid, even when leaders moved to the front. "That is promising news," he replied, raising his binoculars through the lenses. He observed the intense close-quarters combat along the jungle roads, climbing the slope. The familiar cacophony of war surrounded him, the relentless stutter of machine guns growing ever louder, the persistent crackle of rifles. He spotted the flash of hand grenades detonating, a clear sign the opposing forces were now only yards apart. "Excellent," he thought. "Truly excellent, sir. One more item," Keir continued. "The artillery commander here reports that Colonel Borbikov has issued an order to—" Lazar removed his helmet, tilting his head at an unfamiliar sound cutting through the rumble of the BTR's engines. A distinct buzzing drew his gaze upward. Initially, he assumed it was one of their own reconnaissance drones, used to pinpoint American targets. But this noise was different, sharper, faster, like a high-performance engine screaming past. Squinting against the harsh African sun, he spotted them. 3, then 4, then 6 sleek, dark, cigar-shaped forms flying low and parallel to his position. They streaked overhead and raced northward behind him. He recognized them immediately as Tomahawk missiles, undoubtedly headed for his artillery park. He twisted in the hatch, watching the projectiles speed toward their targets on the northern side of Jumbo Hill, fumbling to secure his helmet back on. "Keir, take cover now." Before his eyes, the first missile plunged behind Jumbo. Seconds later, a massive shockwave rippled forward, reaching Lazar's position over a mile to the south. 3 more impacts followed in quick succession. Trailing missiles split open, scattering cluster munitions across the same area, releasing hundreds of smaller bomblets. Additional shockwaves rolled through, the booms merging into a deafening crescendo. The northern skies seemed to tear open. At the front, the firing ceased abruptly as both sides paused to witness the devastation. The successive explosions, sprays of incendiary material, and thick white smoke told General Boris Lazar everything he needed to know. His artillery ammunition, and likely most of his guns, had just been obliterated. He keyed the radio. "Keir? Report damage?" Several seconds of static passed before the colonel responded, his voice shaken and distant. "Comrade General, the guns are gone, simply vanished. The dead are everywhere." "Damn it, Kerr, move the trailing battery forward immediately. We can still punch through." Kerr coughed weakly. "Sir, as I was trying to say, we have only 1 battery of 6 guns remaining. Colonel Borbikov has formally requested it be held in reserve." "Borbikov requested what?" Listen to me. Special Forces does not command our artillery. When Keir remained silent, Lazar's voice turned to ice. There will be no reserves, Keir. Do you understand me? None. Every available soldier and every piece of gear was thrown into the fray. We've got them right on the brink of breaking. When the colonel remained silent, Lazar barked into the radio again. Keir, do you copy? A faint, ragged cough came through the speaker. Dmitri, are you hit? Lazar pressed. Yes, it's fine. Lazar had been so focused on shouting into his headset that he missed the chaos erupting around his armored vehicle. Swiveling in the turret toward the hill and the ongoing battle, he caught sight of 4 American fighter jets, screaming down from the cloud cover, lining up directly on his convoys strung along the narrow road. They were sitting ducks. Hell and damnation, he roared. Time was almost gone. He ripped off his helmet, hauled himself out of the hatch, and kicked clear of the BTR. The burly general hit the dirt road hard, then rolled into a roadside ditch, covering his head just as the first missile found its mark. His vehicle and the one ahead erupted into twin fireballs. Slonim, Belarus. January 1 General Sabaniev's once powerful combined arms regiment was now running on empty. A heartbreaking trail of abandoned hardware lined the highway east, 6 fuel-guzzling T-14 tanks and 8 boomerang fighting vehicles, silent monuments to the column's desperate retreat. 2 more, armatas sputtered and died shortly after. A pair of boomerangs were pulled off the road and drained dry, their precious fuel transferred to keep the remaining tanks moving just enough to clear the path for the others. The headquarters of the Belarusian 11th Guards Mechanized Brigade in Slonim was over 60 miles from the Polish border, and reaching it had consumed nearly the last of their reserves. Plotting the retreat, General Eduard Sabaniev had circled the brigade base on his map, their only hope for fuel and ammunition. He knew from past deployments that the 11th Guards stored older T-80 battalions there, meaning they could scavenge most of what they needed to continue east and hold off the persistent American forces dogging their steps. The Russians arrived at the brigade gates at twilight, where they were met with wary hesitation, even open suspicion. Local Belarusian forces had strict orders to remain in garrison, instructed explicitly not to interfere with either American or Russian troops. The directive from Minsk was clear: stay neutral, do not assist or obstruct. Initially, the gate guards refused entry to the ominous line of Russian armor, citing their orders. Then Colonel Smirnov climbed down, marched to the front of the column, and berated the guards, demanding they open up. His temper flaring, he next ordered the stunned soldiers to locate the sergeant who held the keys to the fuel depot. These men were accustomed to working alongside their Russian counterparts, but were utterly confused by the current political standoff and the presence of a battered Russian brigade on their soil. Uncertain, they complied, raising the exterior barrier and sending a runner to find the key-holding sergeant. The procession of still operational tanks and boomerangs rolled through, lining up around the corner and down the base's main road. The keys were eventually produced, and the slow, laborious task of refueling the exhausted Russian column began. Of course, the Belarusian guards had immediately alerted their chain of command. They pretended to be caught off guard when the brigade's logistics officer, a full colonel, arrived abruptly in his personal car. He skidded to a halt in the middle of the road near the fuel farm and stormed toward the unfolding scene, his face a mask of fury and frustration. "Sergeant Voleski, kill those pumps now." The sergeant immediately obeyed, stepping back from the controls. He couldn't tell whether the Russian officer and his own logistics colonel were about to start shooting, but the tension was thick enough to cut with a knife. "Just what gives you the right to commandeer my fuel reserves, Colonel?" shouted the officer from the 11th Guards. Colonel Smirnov had anticipated this confrontation. "Step away from the fuel, comrade, right now," he growled, his hand drifting toward his sidearm. A flicker of genuine fear crossed the Belarusian officer's face. The historic weight of Russian authority was not easily dismissed, But Smirnov also sensed the man was stalling, waiting for someone higher ranked to intervene. Soon, military police vehicles rolled up, their roof lights slicing through the twilight, as officers stepped out and moved toward the gathering crowd. Colonel Smirnov gave a quick signal to the nearest cluster of his men. Within moments, they were moving down the line, directing a full platoon to quickly advance and position themselves near the front of the Russian vehicle column. The Belarusian colonel was now in heated discussion with the MPs, gesturing wildly toward Smirnov. His frustration was palpable. He clearly believed this situation was spiraling out of his control. His visible distress prompted the military police to draw their pistols. In response, the assembling Russian squads raised their AKs, lining up beside Colonel Smirnov in a show of force. Before the standoff could worsen, General Sabaneyev emerged from his command Boomerang, which was parked midway down the Russian column. He slapped his heavy winter gloves against his fine wool greatcoat and strode with unwavering confidence toward the group at the pumps. He moved directly into the center of the crowd. His soldiers parted respectfully, falling silent as he arrived. Sabaneyev walked straight up to the shorter Belarusian base commander and jabbed a finger into his chest. "Colonel," Sabaneyev said, his voice low and deliberate, "open the valves on your fuel storage tanks immediately, or I will have you executed for disobeying the Regional Forces Group directive." He was invoking the mutual defense pact between Russia and Belarus. The shock of his words, combined with the sudden appearance of a general, stunned the Belarusian side into silence. They stared wide-eyed at the imposing and self-assured Sabaneyev, utterly unsure how to respond. Capitalizing on their hesitation, Sabaneyev pressed his advantage. "You will provide support now, as per the agreement. An attack on any nation within the RGF grants Moscow, and today, that means me, the authority to take necessary action to defend both states. Let me be perfectly clear, Colonel, whether you accept it or not. You are already at war with NATO. The general's citation of the flexible military agreement between Belarus and Russia directly contradicted the colonel's own orders, which were to deny aid to the retreating Russian forces. Those orders stated the Russians had broken all accords by launching an attack through Belarusian territory toward the west, without notifying the government in Minsk. But the colonel's internal debate was abruptly shattered by a sharp, ear-splitting crack, followed by a thunderous explosion. The decision was suddenly made for everyone. A T-14 tank at the front gate fired its main gun. The first shot was rapidly followed by several more as additional tanks opened fire and began to maneuver. "What in hell are they doing?" Sabaneyev barked at the officers around him. A head appeared from the turret of the nearest Boomerang. "Comrade General, American M1s and German Leopards are approaching from the west. Incoming artillery shells smashed into a nearby street, violently hurling a Belarusian armored vehicle into the air. Sabaneyev seized the base commander by the shoulder, and together they sprinted up the steps and into the nearest building for cover. The Russian column dissolved into chaos. Vehicles that had been queued for fuel now spun their treads, lurching off the road in a desperate scramble for any kind of cover. The orderly retreat vanished as soldiers abandoned their posts, some sprinting back to their mounts, while others simply copied their officers and dove for the nearest ditch. American tank fire continued to scream overhead. Relentless despite the ragged defensive shots, the Russians managed to return. T-14s and Boomerang armored vehicles bolted for thin stands of pine, behind low garden walls, and in a few cases simply rammed their way into the sides of brick administrative buildings, anything to escape the storm of steel from the west. The truth was, too many Russian machines were running on fumes and prayers, their missile racks empty. Without fuel and fresh ordnance, right now, they were just waiting to be picked apart by the advancing enemy. Sabaneyev burst into the building and seized the Belarusian colonel by his uniform jacket. "The munitions depot, where is it?" The officer stared back, his mind struggling to process the fact his own base was under assault. "Comrade General, I am not permitted to." "I don't care about your permits." Sebeneyev roared, his face inches from the other man's. I need a location. They are not on this base. You're lying to me. This installation was stocked with Russian supplies for a regional crisis. I know they're here. Where did you put them? Another thunderous impact shook the building, the concussions of outgoing and incoming fire blending into a single roar. The colonel flinched. They were here. A convoy transported everything to Minsk at dawn. What possible reason could you have for that? Orders from Minsk, the colonel stated, his voice gaining a brittle edge. My government has no desire to be a party to this ill-conceived adventure. Russian forces are explicitly forbidden from utilizing Belarusian. A high-explosive round struck the building's facade. The world dissolved into noise, flying glass, and a cloud of choking plaster dust. Both men were thrown to the floor. As the haze settled, Sebeneyev was already back on his feet, his pistol drawn and pressed against the colonel's throat before the man could rise. What do you have left here? Speak, or I paint this wall with your brains. Terrified, the colonel stammered out a reply, arms raised defensively. A few hundred high-explosive rounds for T-72 and T-80 tanks, Comrade General. That is all, I swear it. They are crated and stored in a hardened bunker about a kilometer east. It's part of the old exercise protocols. The T-80's gun was a 125 millimeters, the same caliber as his own T-14's. As another shell hit nearby, Sebeneyev lowered his pistol but didn't holster it. You will personally guide my executive officer, Colonel Smirnov, and every tank I have left to that bunker. We will make our stand here until we can refuel and break out. Your troops will provide covering fire for our withdrawal. Is that understood? A fresh salvo of enemy fire landed directly outside. Shrapnel shredded the corridor, forcing both men to hit the deck again. A young radio man who had taken shelter inside wasn't so lucky. A metal fragment tore through his forearm from elbow to wrist. He collapsed, writhing and screaming as blood pooled around him. Sebeneyev stepped over the wounded soldier without a glance, snatching the handset from his own vest. Smirnov, I found ammunition, but it's a kilometer out. What is your status? The radio hissed with static for a long, painful moment. Then an unfamiliar, strained voice crackled through. The command vehicle is gone. A direct hit. I don't see the colonel. No one could have lived through that. Sebeneyev slammed a fist against the wall. Damn it all into the radio, he barked. I need another armored vehicle at the command building's main entrance in 30 seconds. All available tanks will form up on my vehicle and follow me to the ammunition depot. He dropped the handset next to the moaning soldier, seized the Belarusian officer by the shoulder, and hauled him upright. You are taking me to the main gun ammunition, Colonel. Now. Another volley from the American Abrams tanks shook the structure, but Sebeneyev paid no mind to the collapsing plaster and the men stumbling in his wake. He dragged the colonel by his tunic sleeve toward the exit. They crashed through the doors into a world choked with gray smoke. Stumbling down the steps to the road bordering the fuel depot, the haze finally thinned enough to reveal the devastation. Before them lay the smoldering wrecks of 6 Russian vehicles. Further out, his remaining tanks traded fire with distant enemies through the perimeter fence. The air vibrated with the shriek of engines and the deep growl of boomerang APCs maneuvering wildly. It was a frantic, lethal ballet where every vehicle sought a killing angle. This once tidy Belarusian post, with its manicured winter lawns and orderly brick buildings, had been utterly transformed into a scene of fire and confusion. Sebeneyev scanned the interior of the wire. Only his own forces were visible. The Belarusian armor was conspicuously absent. "Where in hell are your units, Colonel?" The man merely stammered. "Our orders are to not intervene. Comrade General, what would you have me do?" The general had seen every shade of combat, but he recognized in an instant that this man had never truly been tested by war. He released the colonel's sleeve as if discarding trash and turned to locate his promised transport. The Belarusian officer, now redundant, scrambled back into the dust-choked building alone amidst the cacophony of incoming shells and outgoing fire. Pistol in hand, General Sabaniev stared furiously into the smoke. His final command was being ignored, his regiment fragmenting into isolated pockets fighting for their lives. Then a new sound cut through the din, a growing mechanical rumble from his left and another from his right. This was a different, higher-pitched whine, foreign to the diesels of his own armor. From both flanks, U.S. Army Abrams tanks rolled into the open, their massive guns already fixed on Russian positions near the gate. Sabaniev whirled to retreat inside, but the terrifying, ripping sound of a .50 caliber machine gun froze him. Rounds chewed into the stone doorway just 30 feet up the steps. As the firing ceased, he turned back to the nightmare unfolding around him. With thunderous reports, several T-14s down the street erupted in fireballs. Their ammunition magazines were empty, however, sparing him the catastrophic secondary explosions that had become a grim hallmark of recent days. A duo of German Leopard 2 tanks raced past in hot pursuit of fleeing Russians, their cannons barking. Sabaniev's gaze darted across the ravaged streets, his bearings lost in the smoke and rubble of this unfamiliar base. Was there any fragment of his command left to rally? He fought to concentrate, to formulate a next move, but before a plan could form, the immense, looming shape of a U.S. M1A2 Sepp Abrams tank ground around the corner of the building he stood beside. Its steel tracks clattered over the curb, straddling sidewalk and asphalt. It hugged the wall, its 120mm barrel leveled down the street a mere 20 feet away, then pivoted on its tracks, scarring the concrete until its entire formidable bulk and its main gun was aimed directly at Sabaniev. In the turret stood an American tank commander, his face etched with the grim resolve of a long campaign, the barrel of his pintle-mounted M240 machine gun unwaveringly pointed at the general's heart. The young tank commander appeared to hesitate, weighing the choice between cutting the man down with the machine gun or simply obliterating him with a main cannon shell. Colonel General Sabaniev let his pistol fall onto the icy steps and lifted his hands, his handsome, weary face etched with utter confusion. Chapter 79, Jombo Hill, Kenya, January 1. The tent flaps flew open as three figures entered, a wave of the hot evening air rushing in with them. The Russian command staff turned to see a bloodied Colonel Kier, supported on either side by two medics, who were practically carrying him. The colonel's face was a mask of grime and dried blood, his expression hollow, his mouth agape. His left leg was a mess, bleeding profusely onto the dirt floor. Several majors and captains hurried forward. One medic, his voice tight with exasperation, explained he refused to go to the aid station. Insisted on coming here, sir, despite the severity of his injuries. They helped Kier into a folding chair where he slumped, breathing ragged. He clutched his knee, the uniform trousers shredded around it, blood welling between his fingers. After a moment, he tore his gaze from the wound, buried his face in his bloody hands, and rubbed his eyes. A major offered a canteen. Kier drank deeply as a medic knelt to tend to his leg. Lifting his head, Kier's voice was gravelly. "You men, any word from the general?" A radio operator shook his head. "Negative, sir. Glatsky's executive officer reports the lead company of the 3rd Regiment has been virtually annihilated. The general was with 1st Company. That's the last confirmed report we have." Kerr sat in silence for a long beat, the weight of the news pressing down in the stifling tent. Finally, he spoke. "Tell Glatsky to halt the assault, pull back and regroup his forces, and tell him to locate General Lazar." As the words left his mouth, Colonel Yuri Borbakov burst into the command tent, 4 Spetsnaz officers flanking him like a personal guard. All were geared for combat, armored and armed. Countermand that order, Borbakov's eyes swept the room. "Where is General Lazar?" A tense silence followed before a major replied. "He accompanied the 3rd Regiment, Comrade Colonel. He has not checked in. So he's dead then, status unknown." We lost contact after the American airstrike hit Glatsky's advance. Borbakov stood near the entrance, absorbing the scene in the dim lamplight. He turned his attention to Keir. "Colonel, you are wounded. You will report to the medical shelter at once." Keir looked up, the fog in his eyes clearing into sharp focus. "I will do no such thing." Borbakov's voice deepened, filling the tent with authority. "Colonel Keir, you are relieved of command, effective immediately." "You're in shock, and your conduct is sowing panic among the ranks. This is intolerable in combat." Without awaiting a reply, he pivoted to the radio men. "Inform Glatsky. He is authorized a short tactical pause to consolidate and to search for the general's remains. We will resume the push on the hill's northern slope shortly. Also inform him a battalion of paratroopers is being dispatched to his position." Nearby, Lieutenant Colonel Fedulov, the airborne battalion commander, looked up from a map table, surrounded by his captains. His surprise was evident. His unit had been briefed for close quarters mop-up operations and mine defense, not a frontal assault. "Sir," Fedulov interjected, "the infantry's armored personnel carriers are better equipped to breach the American lines. My paratroopers are light infantry. Your presence will provide the inspiration Glatsky's men need to press forward." "With respect, Comrade Colonel, morale boosting is not our designated function." Suddenly, Keir pushed himself upright on his injured leg. The medic hadn't finished securing the bandage. It unraveled and dropped to the ground. Pointing a trembling finger at Borbakov, Keir demanded, "By what authority do you issue these commands, Colonel?" "You are here strictly as an advisor to headquarters. Nothing more," Keir stated firmly. Borbakov countered, "It is you who no longer holds command, Keir. Your general is gone, and you are injured, unfit to lead." Keir wiped blood from his brow, his voice rising with urgency.
"Watch officer here, Colonel,"
replied the captain, standing just a few feet away. "What is the latest? Do we have any unit commanders in the northern sector still responding after the American airstrikes?"
"Yes, sir. 2 commanders have reported in."
"The 2nd Regiment has halted its advance but is maintaining suppressive fire on the Marine positions as previously directed. The 1st Regiment is advancing slowly and continues to take hits on their armored vehicles from enemy anti-tank teams. Both units have sustained significant losses. There is still no contact from the 3rd Regiment. Their commander reported the lead company was wiped out before communications ceased." Kerr turned back to Borbakov. "You see? The next field commander in line is the colonel of the 1st Regiment. He will assume command of the brigade while I am treated." Borbakov dismissed this with a shake of his head. "That is not how this works, Captain. Summon the medics and have this officer escorted from the command post. Log that, under the authority delegated from the Southern Group Commander. I am assuming command of the brigade effective immediately." The captain's eyes darted between the 2 senior officers, his face a mask of confusion and hesitation over the broken chain of command. Borbakov allowed no time for debate. He gave a sharp nod to the Spetsnaz soldiers in the tent, and one quickly radioed outside. Within moments, 4 more of Borbakov's men, armed with AK-12s, entered, bringing the total to 8. 2 of them took Colonel Keir by the arms and began leading him out, ignoring his loud objections. None of the headquarters staff moved to intervene against the imposing Special Forces operators. Borbakov then took the radio handset from the stunned young watch officer and began to transmit all stations. "This is Colonel Yuri Borbakov. It is with profound sorrow that I confirm the death in combat of our comrade, Colonel General Boris Lazar. I have now assumed command of the brigade. We must unite, comrades. We will honor our great leader and friend when this battle is over. For now, Moscow and Mother Russia expect every one of us to fulfill our duty. Acknowledge." A heavy silence fell over the command post, broken only by the distant rumble of battle where Glatsky's forces remained entangled with the Marines. Then, the responses began to filter in. "1st Regiment acknowledges," came the weary voice of Colonel Nishkin. "Colonel Klava acknowledges the order," responded the commander of the 2nd Regiment, his tone subdued. 3rd Regiment acknowledges, "This is the operations officer speaking. Colonel Glatsky has been confirmed killed on the front line. We have not yet recovered the generals Borbakov cut in. Understood. Everyone has sacrificed greatly. But now we must fight. We must complete our mission so these sacrifices hold meaning. I will issue specific orders shortly, but prepare to resume the offensive within 2 hours. We will deploy our elite paratroopers in a concentrated assault on the enemy's position, coordinated with a renewed push across all regimental frontages to fix the enemy in place." Borbakov set the radio down and faced the men in the tent, a new, almost sarcastic edge creeping into his voice. "Well, you've heard the plan for tonight's festivities. Quite the party, isn't it? Now I want every unit prepared. Get me a full casualty assessment." He turned to the paratroop commander, his expression hardening again. "Lieutenant Colonel Fedulov, you have your orders." The square-jawed officer, a veteran of 38, did not immediately move. "Colonel, the situation reports from the front are catastrophic. The 3rd Regiment has been shattered. Committing the paratroopers now feels like throwing good lives after bad." This moment of blunt defiance hung in the air, a quiet challenge from a man who had seen too much waste. "Do you honestly think we can achieve the progress needed to capture the mines?" "The situation is not desperate, and you will not describe it as such." "I'm referring to the other units," Borbakov interrupted him. "The other regiments will hold their ground and direct fire onto the Marines. That will clear the way for your advance. However, enough. Do you fail to grasp our basic numerical advantage? I am not doubting the objective, but the tactics seem flawed. Reports indicate the other regiments are critically short of the light armor required to close the distance effectively. Our artillery support has been nearly eliminated." Borbakov fixed the paratroop commander with a hard stare, sensing the unspoken accusation that he lacked General Lazar's tactical finesse. He chose not to address it directly. "The Americans will have another carrier group here within a day, flooding the sky with attack aircraft. Once we secure the mine, they won't be able to remove us. But we must secure it first. You and your men are my spearhead for the final assault. If you cannot fulfill this mission, Lieutenant Colonel, I will assume command of your troops just as I did with Colonel Kears." The battalion commander from the 23rd Air Assault Regiment understood the discussion was over. He gave a curt nod and reached for his radio to order logistics forward into pre-assault positions. Borbakov let out a weary sigh. Even his most loyal officers were now questioning orders. The time had come for the final, all-out push against the Marines. If these paratroopers failed to breach the perimeter and gain the ground he demanded, he would have to turn to far more extreme measures to crush the enemy. Lieutenant Colonel Dan Connolly's fire team had secured 2 wounded Russian survivors from the attack on the Dark Horse command post with plastic restraints. Word came down that India Company had suffered heavy losses, but managed to destroy the remaining BTRs that had breached the perimeter. Russian 30mm cannon and 82mm mortar fire continued to fall. But for now, Marine snipers, javelin teams, LAVs, and the one surviving tank were holding off any new organized attacks. This respite wouldn't last. They were nearly out of javelins. More had been shifted from the quieter eastern and western sectors, but the next major Russian push would exhaust their last effective anti-tank systems. Connolly pulled out his canteen and tipped it back, finding it empty. He scanned the area near his radio position in the slit trench, unwilling to leave, even for a moment, and spotted a half-full water bottle. He drank deeply, watching Navy corpsmen navigate the shattered headquarters, treating the wounded and marking the fallen for recovery. An air officer handed Connolly a packet of instant coffee. He tore it open and swallowed the bitter granules straight, hoping the jolt would carry him through the next assault he knew was coming from the torn, smoking tree line. More packets were distributed along the trench, and every man took what he could get. The headquarters personnel, along with Connolly's team, stayed at their posts. Eyes locked north. Several had minor injuries. but all refused treatment in favor of the more severely wounded. Connolly assigned a man to monitor the regimental command net and moved to confer with the Dark Horse commander. Lieutenant Colonel Ben Dickinson stood in his own trench. One sleeve of his uniform was torn away, and a dark crust of dried blood coated his arm and the back of his hand. Ben had wrapped a field dressing around his elbow to stop the bleeding, but it had soaked through and was now caked with dirt, leaves, and splinters of wood. A small stack of crimson-stained bandages lay piled at his feet. "Ben, you really need to get that arm seen to," Connolly said. Kneeling beside the trench, his gaze fixed northward, as if expecting another armored vehicle to burst into the clearing at any second. "I requested a platoon of tanks from the old man to sweep the area ahead and lay down some long-range fire on those Russian APCs. Connolly noticed his medical suggestion had been brushed aside, but he didn't press it. He understood. A commander responsible for 1,200 men wouldn't spare a thought for his own elbow with his Marines in danger all around them. "I hope he approves it, Ben. How's Dark Horse holding together? We're battered, but our defense is solid." "I'm about to make a tour of the front lines to see for myself. Listen, Dan, when you radio back to Castor, tell him Dark Horse won't be broken." Connolly offered a tired smile to his old friend. "I believe that, brother. I'll also ask him to push those tanks your way." For the next 2 hours, the exhausted Marines of Dark Horse braced for the next assault. Connolly rubbed the weariness from his eyes and stared into the darkness surrounding the command post. After digging slit trenches and fighting positions, most of the men had gone to ground. The other members of Connolly's small forward fires team were half asleep on their feet, propped against the earthen wall. A stir of movement behind him pulled Connolly's attention from the fire support maps he was trying to study. He turned just as the large French Special Forces officer approached his position with 3 other grimy, heavily armed dragoons. Connolly called out in a low voice, "Captain Apollo over here." Apollo led his men to Connolly's trench. "Mon Colonel," he said, "it is good to see you. Likewise, what brings you out here? We are to conduct reconnaissance on enemy staging areas and then operate forward of the Dark Horse Battalion defenses. If the Russians begin their advance, I am to call for artillery and strike them hard. Captain, we don't have a clear picture of the Russian positions. Since their last push, they're spread out across a front of maybe 6 to 8 kilometers in front of Dark Horse. The fighting paused after we hit their artillery, but now there's a no-man's land between us, a tangled mess of machine gun fire, razor wire, tank traps, and mines. That is precisely why we will locate all their staging areas so you can target them with artillery. We have orders to link up with a squad from India Company. They will accompany us as guides and security." "All right, I can coordinate with India. I'll tell them to have one of their best squads ready for you." The French captain asked, "Do you have any intelligence on why the Russians halted their attack?" "Nothing concrete, but we took a couple of prisoners. They mentioned a battalion-sized element of paratroopers waiting to be committed to the assault." Connolly glanced at his watch. "No telling if they'll be in the next wave, but my guess is the attack will come around dawn, less than 8 hours from now." "Watch your step out there, Captain. Don't get caught in no man's land when their final push starts. I can pretty much guarantee Dark Horse will saturate the area with everything we have. Always careful, Colonel." Apollo signaled to the rest of his platoon, who emerged from the dark tree line. Including Apollo and the 3 men with him, 56 able-bodied dragoons remained. Connolly saw AT-4 rockets, heavy machine guns, and an array of light weapons. They would be a formidable reconnaissance force, especially when reinforced by a Marine rifle squad. The night felt heavier suddenly. The quiet before the storm holding its breath, Connolly offered a grim proposal. "If you can pinpoint their staging areas, spot the infantry, fuel trucks, ammunition dumps, I'll order a shake-and-bake strike on them." A faint, knowing smile touched Apollo's lips in the dark. He understood the brutal shorthand. Success on his reconnaissance would trigger an artillery barrage of high explosive and white phosphorus shells onto the Russian infantry before they could launch their final assault against Dark Horse. It was a vicious combination for use against troops. The concussive blast of the explosives, married to the phosphorus fires burning at over 5,000 degrees, could devastate anyone caught in the storm of shrapnel and hellish flame. Watching Apollo and his team vanish into the shattered tree line, Connolly shook his head. This whole operation felt like it was tilting toward a monumental disaster. Then again, maybe it wouldn't be. He strained for a sliver of optimism, though hope felt like a scarce commodity right now. Chapter 80, Mrima Hill, Kenya. Toward January, Captain Apollo Arc Blanchette led his French dragoons down the slope, weaving past Dark Horse's rear positions toward the forward lines of India Company. Their progress was a slow, deliberate ritual of halted requests and granted permissions at each defensive layer, each senior officer scrutinizing them before waving them onward. Eventually, they reached the very edge of the Marine perimeter, joining a fire team in the foremost squad of the lead platoon. The terrain told a stark story. The relative shelter of the rear's woods gave way to a scarred wasteland near the front, a landscape cratered by artillery littered with the scorched skeletons of trees and the hulks of American and Russian vehicles. Some wrecks still smoldered, leaking thick, acrid smoke into the night air, the flames within sputtering weakly. It was a grim, apocalyptic gallery, a constant reminder to every soul there of how close death hovered. Apollo and his men crouched in a trench with a young lieutenant, a mere 25 yards from the coiled razor wire that marked the limit of friendly control. Beyond it lay the torn and silent jungle movement to their left, drew all eyes as a lean, compact Marine sergeant dropped into the trench, followed closely by the 13 men of his squad, cramming the already tight space. The lieutenant pulled a hefty pinch of chewing tobacco from a pouch, packed it into his cheek, and brushed his hands clean. "Captain, this is Sergeant Cruz," he said, clapping a hand on the shoulder of a grime-covered young man. "He's my best squad leader. Hell, he's the only one I've got left. Bring him back in one piece. His squad will guide you through our minefield, assist with your recon, fight alongside you on the raid, and then lead you back here." The sudden whiz-pop of a parachute flare overhead pulled gazes skyward. In the eerie, drifting light, Apollo studied his temporary Marines. They looked as exhausted and hardened as everyone on Mrima Hill, but their eyes were sharp. He noted a fresh, poorly stitched scar running from the corner of Sergeant Cruz's mouth to his cheekbone, still seeping blood. These are exactly the men for this job, Apollo thought. Over the distant chatter of a machine gun, Cruz spoke up, his voice carrying a sharp, aggressive Bronx accent. "All right, sir. What do we call you?" "Captain Apollo works." "Got it. So what's the damn plan?" Captain Apollo's voice cut through the tense silence. "We're moving down the hill to engage the Russians before they reach our position." A low murmur of approval rippled through the squad. "Hell yes," one soldier muttered, while another added, "Been waiting for this." Apollo quickly outlined their objective, his tone leaving no room for doubt. The men listened intently, their faces set with grim determination. Under the cloak of a moonless night, the group advanced through the ravaged jungle, carefully navigating past coils of barbed wire. Cruz expertly guided both his own squad and the contingent of 56 French commandos around a deadly maze of claymore mines and hidden traps. Their infiltration succeeded precisely because the Russian forces were entirely focused on their impending assault, not on fortifying their own perimeter. The nearly 70 men slipping through the shredded foliage exploited this Russian doctrine of all-out rapid offense. While the Marines clung to their defensive lines with wired trenches and machine gun nests, the enemy had committed their resources to hammering blows, leaving only minimal rear security. This strategy aimed to shatter the static defenders, not to hold ground, and it was proving effective. Yet, this very confidence bred a critical vulnerability to a small, stealthy force slipping through the cracks. Colonel Castor had anticipated this. And Apollo's meticulous, silent advance through the enemy lines was executed with a quiet, almost artistic precision. As the first pale light of dawn stained the horizon, Apollo crouched, exhausted in a sea of waist-high elephant grass. He knelt low, only his head visible above the blades. Around him, a loose ring of panting Marines and French operators maintained a vigilant 360-degree perimeter, weapons at the ready. Throughout the long night, the 68 men had weaved undetected through the Russian forward positions, identifying several camouflaged fuel and ammunition dumps meant to evade aerial detection. These were clear staging points for the coming attack. Apollo noted their light guard, but understood their purpose. They would soon be swarming with troops and vehicles. The Marines meticulously plotted the coordinates on their maps and radioed them back to Lieutenant Colonel Connolly. Apollo harbored no illusions they had found every hidden site, but they had pushed their luck as far as the darkness allowed. Gathering his leaders and the Marine sergeant close, Apollo whispered, "Our night's reconnaissance is done. Now, with whatever darkness remains, we prepare for the final act." He aimed the infrared laser from his carbine at a level stretch of terrain roughly 300 yards distant. A road network there feeds the easternmost Russian staging areas. That is where their right flank will advance. The men stared at him, the silence heavy. Sergeant Cruz was the first to speak. "You want to hit them as they move into position." "Correct." Cruz shook his head slightly. "Sir, we're completely exposed here." Sergeant Chef Daryl nodded in agreement, his voice low. "My captain, the sergeant is right. This position, it is virtually a suicide mission." Apollo's gaze was steady. "I see no better concealment than this grass. It offers no real cover, but we can use the time we have to dig in quietly." When no one immediately responded, he pressed on a note of defiant resolve entering his voice. "Listen, we didn't come all this way to watch. If our artillery can pound the other 5 staging areas, we can cripple this one. We'll call for support if we need it." He glanced at the lightening sky, his jaw set. "Within the next 30 minutes, a Russian infantry force will fill that clearing. We will be waiting. If we don't stop them right here, they and their reinforcements will flood through Dark Horse. Our defensive line needs this chance to hold, and if we can't stop them, what if they just roll right over us?" Sergeant Cruz pressed. Apollo's voice dropped, thick with a simmering anger. "Then we die here, Marine. We get turned into paste under the treads and tires of everything they've got rolling this way." He locked eyes with Cruz, seeing the fresh blood welling from the reopened gash on the sergeant's cheek. "Is that the clarity you were looking for, Sergeant?" Cruz was silent for a beat, then a grim smile touched his lips. "Yeah, Captain, that's exactly it, sir. Marines just want the truth, served straight. Tell us the odds, and if taking a whole lot of those Russians with us is part of the deal, then dying stops being a problem." He nodded sharply. "Let me go get the boys squared away." With that, he was off to rally his men. "Were you not a little hard on him, my captain?" asked Sergeant Major Daryl. "Perhaps," Apollo replied, "but that's how it works with them. They challenge everything, testing their leaders, listening for that one note of absolute certainty. You lie about the odds even once, and you've lost them forever. But tell them the fight is hopeless and glorious, and they'll charge the gates of hell itself without a second thought." "I'm starting to appreciate these Marines, my captain," the sergeant major admitted. "Same here. Now, get everyone digging in and double-check those rocket teams. Our first salvo has to cripple them, because we likely won't get another." The men used every second they had to set the trap. They fanned out in a ragged north-south line facing west across roughly 150 yards of terrain, scraping shallow fighting positions into the earth beneath the tall grass. Apollo desperately wished for another 15 minutes to fine-tune their plan, but the growing thunder of engines from the north told him the enemy was moving out ahead of schedule. He risked one final sprint down the ambush line in a low crouch. Sergeant Major Daryl held the northern flank. Sergeant Cruz commanded the south. Apollo verified each soldier tasked with an AT-4 had 2 rockets ready, shipping safeties removed. He ensured every machine gunner had 4 or 5 belts of ammo neatly laid out for a quick feed. His final stop was back at the center, where he dropped into a shallow trench beside the Marine radio man, who was whispering into his headset. "Artillery is set?" Apollo asked. "Confirmed, sir. Grizzly Fire has all 5 target zones plotted. He also said drone recon confirms a dozen enemy vehicles are now on the road heading our way. No chance of air support, though." "Understood. Get ready. Keep your head down." "Aye, sir," the radioman said, pressing the headset back to his ear. For 10 long minutes, the men lay motionless, peering through binoculars and rifle scopes at the distant staging area. The cluster of BTRs, tents, ammunition crates, and fuel bladders was a hive of sudden activity. A dozen enemy soldiers scrambling in a way that screamed an attack was moments away. Then the engine roar intensified. The first wave burst into view. 6 BTRs led by a single-tracked ZSU-23-4 Shilka anti-aircraft vehicle. "Hold fire!" Apollo murmured into his headset. 2 open-topped trucks followed, packed with troops, a few paratroopers clinging to the sides. "Wait," Apollo whispered. The word barely audible. 6 more BTRs rumbled onto the road, trailing the others into the clearing that served as the enemy's muster point. The stage was set. The moment the enemy forces were packed together just as he'd planned, Apollo shouted the command to unleash hell. 8 AT-4 gunners rose from the grass and sent their rockets screaming toward the staging area 300 yards away across the open field. The backblast from the launchers was deafening. 4 of the projectiles found their targets with devastating effect, catching the Russian column utterly off guard. 3 armored vehicles were instantly turned into burning wrecks, and a troop carrier vanished inside a fireball, hurling men and debris into the air. A second volley of 6 rockets followed without hesitation, crippling 2 more transports. A jet of white-hot flame poured into the sealed hulls with unimaginable consequences for the crews inside. Secondary explosions ripped through the disorganized troops who had already spilled out onto the dirt track. Now the machine gunners from the Marine and Dragoon units opened up, cutting down dozens of exposed soldiers. Every rifle along the line joined the chorus, but then a new column of armored vehicles appeared from the north, nearly a full company's worth, and these Russians instantly identified the threat in the tall grass to the east. Their weapons swiveled toward the ambush line as the convoy lurched off the road and advanced. A fierce gun battle erupted. Another pair of French rockets streaked out and hammered an APC, but still more armor emerged from the gloom of the approaching dawn. The incoming fire became a storm. Apollo pressed his face into the earth as rounds chewed up the ground around him, throwing clods of dirt and shredded grass into the air. He risked a look down the line. His men were all pinned down. Only a handful were returning fire with rifles and machine guns, trying to survive the heavy cannons of the APCs and the growing accuracy of the enemy riflemen near the road. Murd, Apollo thought. So, this is the spot. He heard the growl of more engines approaching his position and felt a grim, fatalistic satisfaction. The Russians had detached a fresh group of APCs specifically to root them out. By now, it seemed an entire company had halted its advance just to deal with them. In the distance, he could hear the reassuring thunder of Dark Horse artillery systematically demolishing the other staging areas. "Yes, we will all die in this African dirt," he conceded to himself. But the plan is working. He dared another glance over the grass, searching for any route of escape, but the terrain was brutally flat in every direction. There was nowhere to go but deeper into the ground. He buried his helmet again. The air was alive with the deadly music of incoming rounds, chirps, whizzes, and pings like a swarm of angry hornets. Then he felt an intense heat on his back. Looking over his shoulder, he saw the dry grass had caught fire from the Russian barrage. Miraculously, the Marine radio man inched his way through the hail of fire to reach Apollo. Sir, I've got the Grizzly Fire's officer on the net. Colonel Connolly says for us to keep our heads down. I don't think we can get much lower, Private, Apollo yelled back over the din. He said, danger close, sir, and it's corporal. Only a U.S. Marine, Apollo thought with a flicker of dark amusement, would correct his rank while staring death in the face. The thought vanished as an AT-4 round struck an APC only 100 yards away, causing the entire enemy line to redouble its fury on their position. Someone to his left screamed a warning, dismounts approaching. Apollo followed a pointed finger and saw a platoon of enemy soldiers assaulting forward through the grass, nearly level with the Russian armor. He knew if he didn't stop them, they'd be in his line within a minute. Just as another rocket from his right slammed into the tires of an APC, immobilizing it, a familiar, terrifying screech tore through the sky behind him. Apollo knew that sound immediately. Fast movers, he said aloud, a hard edge of hope cutting through the despair. Sergeant Cruz's voice cut through the chaos, a raw shout reaching Apollo moments after the words were formed. Those sons of bitches are moving fast. The absence of Russian air support had been a grim constant, so the sudden shriek of diving jet engines felt like a divine intervention. A surge of ragged cheers rippled along the pinned-down line. A final chance, Apollo knew, but only if they could clear the enemy infantry before they reached the trenches. He glanced back to see a Marine F-35 screaming down in a near-vertical dive, its belly glowing from the furious fire of its 25mm cannon. A river of tracers arched over Apollo's head before slamming into the Russian position less than a football field away. The ground convulsed. Enemy vehicles swerved in panic across the field. BTRs on the southern dirt road veered wildly off track, desperate to separate and become harder targets. 2 missiles leapt from the jet's wings, followed by a pair of guided bombs. Apollo wrenched himself away, pressing his face into the dirt as 2 concussive whomps confirmed direct hits. The impacts were terrifyingly close, close enough for hot metal fragments to rain down around the trench, pinging off helmets and gear. A second F-35 streaked in right behind its leader, adding its own storm of gunfire and explosives. More thunderous detonations rolled across the field. Apollo risked a look and saw pillars of black smoke and cascading sparks from secondary explosions. For a fleeting moment, he dared to hope. That hope was shattered almost instantly. The Russians adapted with brutal speed across the battlefield. A dozen radar-guided anti-aircraft guns, embedded within their columns for exactly this purpose, spun to life. Tracers crisscrossed the sky like angry, searching lasers, their streams initially wild before tightening with lethal precision. The 3rd Marine pilot, seeing the trap, tried to bank away. It was no use. A torrent of heavy rounds hammered the aircraft. A wing sheared off in a burst of flame, and the jet became a spiraling comet of fire, corkscrewing uncontrollably into the jungle to the east. No ejection, no parachute, just a distant, boiling fireball staining the morning sky. The sudden, violent loss was a gut punch, a stark reminder of the cost. The armored advance had disintegrated. The surviving APCs were either burning wrecks or fleeing back toward the road. But in the swirling smoke and chaos ahead, Apollo's focus snapped back to the dismounted troops. They weren't all dead. They couldn't be. They were down in the grass now, hidden in folds of earth he hadn't noticed. He keyed his radio, ordering grenades, but the command was drowned out by the staccato bark of AK-47s erupting just ahead and to his south, enemy in the lines. He roared into his microphone. A figure materialized from the smoke and flickering light, rifle raised. Apollo brought his carbine up and fired 6 rounds, driving the soldier back into the tall grass. As the man fell, Apollo registered the distinctive uniform of a Russian paratrooper. More shapes emerged through the burning field. Several vaulted directly into the shallow trench, and the fight dissolved into a desperate, close-quarters brawl. Apollo pivoted, trying to line up a shot on a large paratrooper 20 yards to his right. But his view was blocked by the figures of his own dragoons and Marines. All along the ambush line, the air crackled with the sustained fire of machine guns and rifles. Shouts and curses filled the chaos, underscored by another screaming pass from the F-35s hammering the armored vehicles below. Abandoning that target, Apollo whirled back to the left just in time to witness a Russian soldier erupt from the smoking grass and drive his bayonet into an American's neck. Apollo brought his rifle up, but before he could fire, a burst from another direction tore into the attacker, rounds snapping past Apollo's own position. The trench line gunfight, lasting barely 60 seconds, collapsed into brutal close quarters fighting as panicked Russian paratroopers, trapped between the burning fields and the aircraft-strafed APCs, surged toward what they mistakenly believed was the safety of the American lines. The result was pure bedlam. Fighting through the adrenaline-fueled terror, Apollo dropped another paratrooper who was sighting in on a distracted dragoon. He barked into his squad radio, demanding fire discipline and focus, and within another minute, the close-range rattle of AKs fell silent. As abruptly as it started, the Russian assault on the shallow trenches sputtered out. Yet the fight wasn't over. Enemy troops still clustered near the road. Functional APCs were pulling back, and movement flickered in the scorched grassland. It was Dariel who moved first, springing to his feet with a furious oath. He advanced, his carbine barking short, controlled bursts left and right, mercilessly cutting down any Russian who rose to challenge him. Inspired, the French Special Forces and Marines began to rise from the trenches, following the fearless Sergeant Chef's lead. Two Marine gunners, hefting their medium machine guns at their hips, poured concentrated fire into a group emerging from behind a shattered BTR, fighting the violent recoil to walk their fire forward. One Marine went down, but his partner pressed on. After advancing 20 yards, Apollo's voice cut through the din. "Cease fire now," the men stared, their expressions screaming confusion. "We have them on the run," but Apollo saw the bigger picture. They were deep in hostile territory, outnumbered and outgunned. Their mission had shifted. It was no longer about holding ground, but about getting as many of his men home alive. The order to withdraw was met with disciplined covering fire as they fell back, hauling wounded and dead comrades through the burning grass. A few final shots chased them, but the heavy detonations to the east and the towering plumes of smoke against the dawn sky were their real victory signal. The pre-planned artillery had hammered the Russian staging areas, and this flank ambush had broken the enemy's will. Through the haze, Apollo could see the last paratroopers scrambling into vehicles, racing north in full retreat. A wave of exhaustion slammed into the French captain, but he shrugged it off, moving to help Marines struggling with a litter. He had won this fight. He felt it in his very core, but the cost was a cold weight in his chest. He didn't yet know his dragoons' casualties. His father had been among the first French fatalities in this short, brutal African campaign. A grim, almost sarcastic thought crossed his mind. Would one of his own brave soldiers now be the last? The irony of such a bookend was not lost on him in that moment of hollow triumph. Then, the radio in his hand crackled to life. Dariel's voice cut through the tension. "Sir, Constantine is gone. Damn it," Apollo muttered under his breath, his hand tightening on the edge of a stretcher. Chapter 81. North of Mirima Hill, Kenya, January 2. Yuri Borbakov strode from the command tent toward the waiting BTR logistics vehicle, a hand-picked Spetsnaz unit, men who had escorted this cargo from Russia through Azerbaijan and Iran and into the heart of Africa, snapped to attention. Their loyalty was to him alone. Flanked by two additional armored personnel carriers, this trio had been kept far from the front lines, a deliberate move to preserve their cargo. "Status," Borbakov demanded of the sergeant on the vehicle. "Ready for your orders, Colonel." "Good." We moved to the reserve artillery position. The engines roared to life. Borbakov knew Lazar's offensive had collapsed. The forward armor was spent, the main artillery batteries silenced, the paratroopers decimated, but he was not finished. He would not be returning to Moscow a hero, but he would ensure the West remembered the cost of humiliating him and seizing this mine years ago. America would pay a staggering price today. It wouldn't bolster Russia's military standing, but it would be a deeply personal victory for Yuri Borbakov. He was determined to claim it. Hidden in a jungle, clearing off a dusty track, the Russian reserve artillery park lay camouflaged, its massive 152mm M-STAB-B howitzer barrels nearly invisible in the thick foliage. The battery commander, a bald and frustrated captain, oversaw 6 pristine guns and a crew simmering with envy. They had watched the main force roll forward with all the ammunition, only to be annihilated from the air, reportedly by submarine-launched missiles offshore. Now, listening to the crackling radios in the fire direction center, it was clear the latest assault was also failing. The Marines weren't budging. The captain couldn't fathom why command was leaving his powerful guns silent while the battle hung in the balance. What a colossal waste of firepower. The growl of approaching engines announced visitors. 2 BTRs rolled in, parking near the command post. Colonel Yuri Borbakov emerged and marched toward the grimy artilleryman. The captain, wiping sweat and dust from his face, approached. "Colonel, to what do we owe the honor at the brigade's forgotten rear? You are forgotten no longer," Borbakov stated flatly. "What is your expended round count?" "We fired hundreds in support of earlier operations, sir. None here. We are ready to engage." Borbakov's eyes swept over the men before settling back on the captain. "With me." He turned and walked to the rear of the logistics BTR, where 4 heavily armed Spetsnaz operatives in modern body armor stood guard, their new AK-12 rifles held at the ready. Borbakov gave a sharp signal, and his men hauled the heavy metal doors wide. Near the back of the vehicle, 3 steel crates were stacked, a thick canvas tarp draped over them and obscuring any markings. The artillery captain recognized the dimensions. They matched the standard 2-shell wooden crates for 152mm artillery he'd handled his entire career. But these were forged from solid metal. He looked at the colonel, puzzled. "They look like ammunition crates for the 152s. Sir, we're already fully stocked." With a quick motion, Borbakov grabbed the canvas and ripped it away, tossing it to the muddy ground behind him. "Take a closer look." The captain stepped forward and froze. Stenciled on the side of each crate was the unmistakable trefoil symbol for radiological material. Borbakov lifted the lid of the top crate himself, and the captain's breath caught inside lay 2 nuclear artillery shells. He could only assume the 2 crates beneath held 4 more. "Colonel," his voice was a dry rasp. "Today, Captain, you will make history," Borbakov stated flatly. "You will order 1 shell loaded into each of your 6 guns. Your target coordinates are the heart of the mine. You will fire on my command. But I'm not qualified for nuclear ordnance. Don't they require arming? I have no idea. The weapons are armed and ready. Proceed." The artillery commander gave a slow, stunned nod, then turned and began barking orders to the young crews behind him. 5 minutes later, all 6 breaches were sealed, the coordinates dialed in, and the crews stood by. The firing pattern was set to strike the northern crest of Mibrama Hill, with 2 shells aimed to plunge directly into the mine shaft from above. It was, by any measure, catastrophic overkill. Every living thing on or inside that hill would be vaporized. A radioactive cloud would linger for days, and isotopes would saturate the rock and rubble for generations. Borbakov took the handset from the fire control radio, had a radioman tune it to the theater-wide frequency, and pressed the transmit button. "All units, this is Colonel Yuri Borbakov, acting commander. Withdraw immediately to initial staging positions. Expedite Russian attack aircraft are 15 minutes out. Acknowledge." Confirmations crackled back from all 3 regiments. Borbakov set the handset down and stared south into the darkness. He couldn't see the hill, but he thought with a grim, almost giddy satisfaction that he'd certainly see it soon enough. The artillery captain approached him again, his face pale under the vehicle's dim lights. "Sir, is 15 minutes really enough time for our men to clear the fallout zone?" "More than enough," Borbikov replied, his eyes still fixed on the black jungle. "Should we wait for confirmation that all units have reached the staging areas before firing?" Borbikov's tone turned icy with impatience. "No time. The Americans will smell a trap the second we pull back from that hill. They won't know what's coming, but they'll know something is. I'd enjoy letting them squirm, but I don't want them digging in deeper." "With respect, Colonel, how could they possibly dig in against a nuclear strike?" Borbikov finally turned to face the shorter man, his expression devoid of warmth. "In 13 minutes, I will give the order to fire. If you refuse, my Spetsnaz will pull the lanyards themselves, and you will return to Moscow in chains." The captain stood silently, weighing the impossible choice before him. Finally, he gave a curt nod. "We will follow your directive, of course, from the dense jungle to the east." A long column of BTR armored vehicles emerged, grinding to a halt just behind the 3 Spetsnaz transports already blocking the road. Soldiers dismounted and began moving toward the fire control point at the heart of the 6 artillery pieces. Borbikov gestured vaguely. "The remainder of my detachment," he muttered, then turned and walked slowly to one of the massive guns. He placed a hand on the still warm steel of the open breech, his eyes fixed on the shell waiting there, prepared for its brief journey south. After a moment, he turned back to face the newcomers. The first figure to step into the circle of light was Colonel General Boris Lazar. The 64-year-old officer stormed into the ring of heavy weapons, his face and neck wrapped in bandages, one arm secured in a splint. These injuries seemed only to intensify the fury etched into his features. His gaze swept the area until it locked onto Colonel Borbikov, who remained frozen by the 152mm gun's breech, staring back. Borbikov looked as if he'd been struck. After a few seconds, he managed, "General, it's good to see you, sir." "Back from the dead, you could say," Lazar replied, his voice flat. Borbikov stammered an incoherent reply, visibly wilting under the general's stare. Colonel Kier moved up beside Lazar, limping heavily on his right leg, his forehead and left thigh swathed in white gauze. Both men studied Borbikov and the scene for a long moment before closing the distance. As soon as Lazar was within arm's reach, he spoke. "You've lost your mind. You would shell your own countrymen." "I issued the order to withdraw," Borbikov insisted. Lazar shook his head in pure contempt. "You will surrender yourself immediately, Colonel. You are now under arrest." Borbikov drew himself up to his full height, towering over the older general. "No, you have no grounds. I had every authority to assume command." He then shouted into the darkness for one of his Spetsnaz officers. "Captain Osolodkin!" Figures materialized from the shadows, but they were not Spetsnaz. It was the paratroop commander and the survivors of his unit, weapons raised and ready. Lieutenant Colonel Fedulov was caked in the grime of battle. Dried blood streaked the ammunition vest on his chest, and his eyes held nothing but pure hostility for the Spetsnaz officer before him. "Ah, good, Fedulov," Borbikov said, a flicker of confusion in his eyes he quickly masked. "Lieutenant Colonel, you will arrest Kier and Lazar immediately." "On what charge?" Fedulov asked, his voice low. "They have failed to achieve the objectives assigned to them by Southern Command." "Piter," General Lazar said, turning to Fedulov, "do you recall your first time at the range with me? When we trained your new platoon in assault tactics?" "Yes, Comrade General." "What was the lesson on loyalty, sir?" "You said, loyalty to your men comes first. Loyalty to your unit is next. Loyalty to Russia is the last hope when the other two have failed." "Good, Piter. I need you and your men to secure Colonel Borbikov just as you did the other Spetsnaz elements. He will be returned to Moscow to face charges of insubordination. Understood, Comrade General." Borbikov wheeled back to face Lazar, a desperate energy in his voice. Sir, we can still win this, right now. We saturate that hill with these rounds, wipe out the defenders, and cripple the West's ability to exploit the site. You mean everyone's ability to exploit the site? Lazar corrected, his tone icy. Borbikov nodded vigorously. If you wish to phrase it that way, yes. It is not the ideal outcome, but it represents a tactical improvement over our current standing with the West. You must see that, General. I am not starting a nuclear war over some rocks in Africa. The Americans will not escalate to nuclear war over our use of a tactical. Lazar's shout cut through the night, loud enough to make the artillery crews flinch. Enlighten me, Borbikov. Please, tell me all about what the Americans will do. Your record for predicting their actions has been absolutely flawless. Tell me, young Yuri, was the American incursion into Belarus part of some brilliant master plan that I simply failed to appreciate? Did you even hear that Sabanov has been detained by U.S. forces? He's done for a war crimes trial is certain. A conviction is guaranteed. And every single one of our dirty European secrets, the things we did to win this fight in Africa, will be laid bare for the world to see. Before Borbikov could form a reply, Lazar shifted his attention to the artillery officer. Disconnect that unit from the cannon, Captain. At once, General. As the captain moved to comply, the paratroopers closed in on Borbikov. Operation Red Steel had been flawless in conception. Borbikov remained utterly convinced of this. If only the generals had followed their directives, if Sabanov had bypassed Warsaw as instructed, and if Lazar had pushed his forces harder from the coastline, everything would be different now. The colonel's voice rose in defiance. You will be placed under arrest the moment we return, General. You have failed your duty. I will report everything that transpired here directly to Anatoly Rivkin. Your refusal to execute orders will see you before a firing squad, to the astonishment of all present. A faint smile touched Lazar's lips. Let them execute me, but not until I stop this insanity. I intend to contact the Americans and negotiate for an end to this. All eyes returned to Borbikov, anticipating a torrent of anger or a sharp retort. Instead, he just fixed the imposing general with a silent, searing glare. No words escaped him, but the fury in his eyes was a physical force. Lazar gave a nod to the paratroopers. Take him. He then turned to consult with the artillery captain and Colonel Kier. The Spetsnaz colonel's posture sagged in defeat as two paratroopers moved to flank him, careful not to lay hands on a senior officer. They began walking toward a waiting vehicle, the soldiers keeping pace. Their rifles held low. After just a few steps, Yuri Borbikov suddenly lashed out. He seized the rifle on his right with both hands, wrenching it free from the younger soldier's sling in one violent motion, and swung the weapon toward the group standing 10 meters away. Lazar was turned away, speaking with Kier and the captain, but they all caught the movement. Only Colonel Kier reacted. He lunged forward on his uninjured leg, throwing himself into the line of fire between the AK-12 and General Boris Lazar. A staccato burst of automatic fire shattered the quiet. Kier's body absorbed the volley of 7.62 millimeters rounds, jerking violently as his arms flew wide. The second paratrooper spun and fired point-blank into Borikov's back. The initial rounds thudded into the colonel's body armor, but the final shots tore into his lower back, and hips erupting from his abdomen, he dropped the rifle and collapsed face first into the dirt. Colonel Dmitry Kier was dead. The artillery captain, shot through the left forearm, writhed in the trampled grass. General Boris Lazar stood unharmed, though momentarily stunned by the sudden violence. He knelt, cradling Kier's head in his hands. "My loyal Dmitry!" After a moment of heavy silence, he looked up at the paratroopers, his voice steadying. "Secure the artillery rounds, repack them in their cases, and load them into my command vehicle. You will escort them back to headquarters with me." The artillerymen moved to obey without a word of dissent. Boris Lazar commanded that kind of unwavering loyalty from his troops. Chapter 82. Slonim, Belarus, January 2. Lieutenant Colonel Tom Grant sank into the plush leather desk chair and propped his mud-caked boots on the massive oak desk. Dried earth crumbled from his soles, speckling the reports and tactical maps beneath them. His tanker's uniform was a grim tapestry of engine oil, gun grease, and powder residue, stiffened by dried sweat and old blood. Grant hadn't faced a mirror in over a week, actively avoiding any reflection, worried the sight of his own exhaustion might somehow make him feel even more drained. He didn't need a mirror to know his face was streaked with the black carbon dust expelled each time his tank's main gun roared. With a weary sigh, he let his gaze wander around the richly furnished office. The building was rumored to have served as the command center for the Belarusian 11th Guards Mechanized Brigade, but its soldiers had vanished amid the chaos of the recent battle. Sliding his boots off the wide wooden desk, the lieutenant colonel leaned forward, his gaze settling on a polished silver box. A Belarusian armored unit's insignia was stamped on the front, above an inscription in Cyrillic that meant nothing to the American officer from Ohio. He opened the lid to reveal a cloth-lined interior holding 20 cigars. Pulling one free, he caught the rich aroma of aged brandy and tobacco. He brought it under his nose just as Master Sergeants Kellogg and Wolfram were passing the doorway. They paused, backtracked, and stepped inside, taking in the surprisingly refined office. "Boss," Kellogg began. Grant didn't glance up, busy rifling through the desk drawers in search of a lighter. "The NATO POWs are all getting looked over in the infirmary. They're asking for you, want to say thanks in person. Got a room full of generals and admirals down there, so might be worth considering." Grant kept searching. Or not, Kellogg added after a beat. He cleared his throat. "Also, final count on captured Russian gear. The boomerangs and tanks run, but half are running on fumes, and most are Winchester on ammo." A grin spread across his face. "Guess they didn't plan on us chasing their tails straight into Belarus." Wolfram chuckled, but Grant remained silent. Instead, he bit the cigar's end off roughly and spat it onto the floor. "We've got the rest of the reports ready for review whenever you are," Kellogg continued. Still no reply. Kellogg scanned the room in the quiet, then remarked, "Then again, can't blame you for sticking around. This place has style." Finally, Grant's hand closed on a hefty steel lighter in a drawer. He weighed it with a faint smile, then spun the flint wheel. A soft, steady flame bloomed. Kellogg went on. "That general's downstairs, by the way, Sabadudad, something like that. You see him, looks like he walked off a movie set. Also looks terrified, though. He's trying to play it tough. His interpreter says he's ready to surrender to you." Grant touched the flame to the cigar tip, leaned back in the leather chair, and took a slow draw. The movement dragged his issued M9 bayonet across the seat, slicing a deep scratch into the leather. Unfazed, he exhaled a cloud of smoke toward the ceiling, savoring the brandy-kissed richness. Only then did he speak, gesturing toward the humidor. "Gentlemen, help yourselves plenty to share with the senior NCOs. They've earned it." As Grant tucked the lighter into his winter tanker jacket, both master sergeants stepped forward, grabbing handfuls of cigars and stuffing them into their drop pouches. Tom Grant finally said, "Tell that general I'll accept his surrender when I'm good and ready, and make sure he understands he'll be flown to NATO headquarters in Brussels to answer for war crimes. Let him sit with that for a while. I'll be down when I finish this cigar." North of Marima Hill, Kenya. January 1, the column of 16 lavs rolled north down the hill under a late morning sun, traveling a dirt road scarred by war. The path was pocked with craters and littered with the scorched skeletons of Russian armored vehicles. Shrapnel marks pitted the landscape, and thin copper wires, remnants of fired anti-tank missiles, drifted in the hazy air. Shattered BTRs lay twisted open, their interiors spilled across the brush and dirt. Smoke curled from burning vehicles and smoldering foliage, thickening the hot air into a grim, lingering haze. The first light of dawn revealed the landscape already staked out by locals attempting to reclaim their shattered homes, a futile effort marked by T-shirt flags and crooked sticks warning of unexploded ordnance. The road was a gallery of the dead, bodies strewn across the asphalt and spilling from wrecked vehicles. Connolly's gaze caught on two Russian soldiers, their forms grotesquely tangled in the branches of a thorn tree. Most were burned black, anonymous. From the hatch of the LAV-C2, Connolly and Castor surveyed the devastation carpeting the plain. What a goddamn mess, Connolly breathed, thinking how swiftly nature would erase this scar as it had countless others. Few would ever witness this raw, terminal truth, and maybe that was a mercy. Castor's voice, flat and weary, echoed the sentiment a moment later. What a fucking mess. They rolled past the carcass of a Marine Abrams, its turret severed clean off. A team of shirtless young Marines worked in the harsh sun, carefully gathering the remains of the crew for the long journey home. For 45 minutes, the convoy navigated this open-air tomb, the scale of loss pressing in until Jumbo Hill rose ahead. Crossing into the Russian perimeter at its base, Connolly's finger itched near the trigger guard of his carbine. Rows of BTRs, seemingly combat-ready, were parked in clearings just off the track, with hundreds of troops moving among the trees. The wounded were everywhere, on litters, on the ground, or just standing dazed in bloodied bandages. Strikingly, the young Russian faces held the same hollowed-out look Connolly had seen in the Marines they'd left behind. The LAVs rolled past sandbagged machine gun nests and a field hospital before halting short of the Russian command tent, its general's flag snapping in the morning wind. Apollo Arc Blanchette emerged from his vehicle and strode over, his movements stiff. He nodded toward the lines of armored personnel carriers. Those would make a lovely target. No argument, Connolly replied, his voice low. If this little chat goes south, we'll get right back to the business of blowing them all to hell. Apollo gave a dry chuckle. Really? With what? Both men knew the stark truth. Their combined forces were bled white of tanks, helicopters, jets, and precision missiles. Connolly offered a tight wink. We're running a bluff here, Captain. Just getting into character. A group of Russian junior officers approached and escorted the American and French contingent into the large tent. The interior was dim, radios and maps shrouded under blankets, a clumsy attempt at secrecy. Connolly was certain Major Griggs and his NSA team already had schematics of every piece of gear in the room, but he understood the instinct he'd have done the same. Seated at a far table was a barrel-chested bald man in a worn camouflage uniform adorned with the stars of a colonel general. Boris Lazar, 3 colonels flanked him on each side. Connolly's eyes scanned the Cyrillic name tapes, searching for Borbakov. He didn't find the infamous colonel among them and felt a sharp pang of disappointment. He'd wanted to look the bastard in the eye. A young infantry captain serving as translator gestured for them to sit. Castor took the center, with McHale to his left, Connolly and Apollo to his right. The general spoke in Russian, though Connolly knew from his dossier the man was fluent in English. The translator conveyed the words, "You are here to surrender to our forces?" A faint, mocking smile played on Lazar's lips, while his colonels remained impassive stone. Colonel Castor found no humor in it. No. Lazar spoke again in Russian. "Well, then," the translator began, "what topic would you like to discuss?" "You were the one who requested this meeting, General." Lazar gave a slow nod and launched into a lengthy statement, which his aide rendered into English. "Indeed, I did. Your men fought with courage. However, I am aware your ammunition is nearly exhausted. Your armored vehicles are gone, and your defensive positions are stretched thin. Intelligence suggests a carrier group is en route from the Pacific, but it will arrive far too late. By then, these mines will be firmly in our control, making any attempt to reclaim them a costly and futile endeavor. We have additional resources at our disposal. Colonel, and our orders are unequivocal. Secure a total victory here. I'm offering you a chance to end the slaughter. Withdraw your forces from the mine, which is by right of conquest, now ours, and I will guarantee your safe transit to Mombasa. Castor's response to the general's proposal was immediate and dismissive. His voice, thick with a Texan accent, cut through the humid air. You will withdraw from Kenya. You will withdraw from the entire continent, or we will erase every single one of your soldiers from the map. The general started speaking even before the translator had finished conveying Castor's words. The captain swiftly switched to English himself. So we have moved to threats, is that it? Those aren't threats, Castor countered. Those are the facts of your situation. You leave or you die. You've taken the lives of too many of my men. I didn't come all this way for your negotiations or your clever offers. The general's expression remained an impassive mask. As the captain translated, the captain added, no more young men need to die on either side of this conflict. On that single point we are in complete agreement, Castor stated. The translator started to convert this into Russian, but Lazar simply nodded and waved him off, confirming Connolly's suspicion that the old soldier understood English perfectly. Lazar drummed his fingers on the makeshift table in a moment of heavy silence. Every gesture, every pause, Connolly noted, was deliberate. This was a shrewd and battle-hardened commander, a man whose experience likely dwarfed that of everyone else present. Castor continued, you called off your assault because you couldn't penetrate our perimeter. My Marines absorbed everything you had, and now your force is too depleted to resume the offensive. Meanwhile, I have been reinforced. Lazar smiled at this, his eyes scanning the sparse interior of the command tent. Is that so? I don't see any reinforcements. That's because you can't see what's positioned just over the horizon. Our carrier strike group is now within operational range. If a single Marine regiment could hold your entire army at bay, just imagine what dozens of Navy F-18 Super Hornets will do. After Lazar replied with animated gestures, the translator conveyed the message with matching vigor. A single regiment? You commanded more than that, Colonel? Those Tomahawk missiles launched from your submarine seem to have little effect? Was that the plan, and the aircraft from your carrier? Where are they? Castor offered a slight shrug. I invited some friends to the party, and more have just shown up. Where are your friends today, General Lazar? Dust swirled across the tent floor, carried by a dry breeze. Insects skittered over the map table, their buzzing faint in the stifling air. The general leaned forward, his voice dropping to a measured, steady cadence. You, Colonel, must be an exceptional poker player. In my 42 years as a soldier, I have rarely encountered a bluff I could not detect. Yet here you are. He allowed another thin smile. Are you bluffing? I do not believe there are any significant new forces out there. My units have maintained constant surveillance. There is no movement from the coastline, no landing craft crossing the marshes, no ospreys in the air delivering hundreds of fresh troops. Your carrier may be coming, but it is not here yet, despite your claims. If it were, the sky would be filled with your aircraft. I believe you are still just a depleted regiment, guarding a worthless patch of dirt and trillions of dollars worth of damned rocks. The words hung in the air, their delivery cold and utterly devoid of mercy. The carrier group was still over 7 hours from being able to launch its aircraft, and even then, the F-18s would be operating at the very edge of their capability. Connolly calculated that the Russian forces, using every BTR they had spotted on the approach, could likely overrun the mining complex in less than half that time. He realized General Lazar must have known this, too. Despite his deep personal contempt for the man, Connolly couldn't help but acknowledge the general's sharp understanding of his opponent's weaknesses. Colonel Castor let a heavy silence settle over the room. It grew so profound that Connolly could make out the faint, distorted chatter of Russian radios, their speakers muffled under heavy blankets. Finally, Castor leaned in, his voice a low drawl. If you don't believe me, little froggy, then jump. After the interpreter conveyed the odd phrase, confusion flickered across the faces of Lazar and his staff. quickly replaced by a wave of indignant muttering. All eyes turned to the general. For a long moment, he was perfectly still. Then a low chuckle escaped him, growing into a full, hearty laugh that made him wince and clutch his side. Connolly noticed for the first time the splint on the man's arm, mostly concealed beneath the table. Castor's expression never changed. To Connolly's surprise, Lazar began speaking in heavily accented English. "All right, little froggy." His smile vanished. "I have something relevant to share here," he said, sliding a document across to Castor. "Is a direct order from General Quetzal. My army is to retire to Djibouti for resupply and refit. Our tanks, refueled by certain friendly nations, will meet us there. Then we will decide whether to return for the mine or go home to Russia. You will not interfere with our movement north. If you do, I will defend my forces with everything I have. Am I clear?" Castor didn't flinch. "General, take all the time you need heading north, but take one more step south, and it'll be your last." A ripple of tension moved through the room. A Russian colonel whispered urgently into Lazar's ear. The general listened, reclining in his chair, before switching back to Russian for a final statement. The interpreter translated. "Then it is settled. We begin preparations to withdraw immediately. There is nothing more to discuss." As Castor stood to leave, his team following suit, he paused at the doorway and turned back. "If your forces are still here at dawn, I will consider it a further act of aggression." He gave a slight nod, touching the brim of his marine cover as if it were a cowboy hat, then turned and walked out. Connolly's final glimpse was of General Lazar, motionless at the table, his narrow eyes tracking the American's departure. Bouncing in the lab on the return trip to Mrismar Hill, Connolly processed the meeting. "Borbakov wasn't there," he said to Mikhail. "He was the architect of this whole mess. If they were still serious about an attack, he'd be front and center. His absence tells me he's dead, wounded, or been sacked. I'd bet a mine full of rare earth elements they'll be gone by morning." Mikhail nodded, steering around a crater. "Lazar just wanted to see if we'd flinch." Castor stared him down. "So now the general's priority is getting his surviving troops home in one piece. You're probably right about Borbakov. You think Castor understood all that subtext?" Connolly shrugged, watching the scarred terrain roll by. "Doesn't matter if he did. He played it straight out of a Western. The message they heard was pure Texas. Get off my land before there's trouble." They drove once more through the grim junkyard of destroyed American and Russian armor, a silent testament to the cost of the confrontation. Across the scarred battlefield, Russian recovery teams worked alongside American Marines in their Humvees and French soldiers in trucks, all gathering the remains of their fallen. Connolly observed a tank crew pausing to help a rushing unit haul a battered BTR from a muddy irrigation ditch, the vehicle scorched by missile fire and flame. Mikhail let out a low breath. "Just a few hours back, we were trying to kill these guys." He shook his head slowly. "War makes zero sense, Dan. It's completely insane." "You're telling me," Connolly replied, his gaze still fixed on the collaborative effort in the mire. "I'm right there with you." Chapter 83. Southern Kenya, January 3. The retreating force commanded by General Boris Lazar was monitored from overhead by a constant web of surveillance. 3 separate satellites, 2 Air Force reconnaissance planes, and persistent Marine Corps aircraft launched from the USS America. The Marines were leaving nothing to chance, ensuring the Russians couldn't regroup and reappear as a threat elsewhere. What marched north toward Djibouti was now merely the remnant of an army, a journey of days as they dragged along whatever functional vehicles and gear remained. General Lazar walked the dusty road beside his command vehicle, surrounded by infantrymen who had dismounted. He mirrored their exhausted state. His uniform was ripped, his boots thick with dried reddish mud. His broken arm rested in a sling, and his face was a near-solid mask of grime, save for the pale circles left by his goggles, which he'd removed to let the sweat dry from his eyes. While hundreds rode in the armored carriers, Thousands more walked, limping northward at a pace of just a few miles an hour. The Kenyan government was supposedly arranging buses to assist in moving the Russians out, but no one expected those transports to appear anytime soon. The Kenyans certainly wanted the defeated army out of their country, but their assistants lacked any genuine enthusiasm. If the Russian soldiers succumbed to the heat during their long trek, well, that would simply solve Kenya's problem. Major Ustinov, formerly Colonel Kier's adjutant, had assumed his fallen superior's duties. He stood in the turret of Lazar's BTR and called down over the rumble of the column.
General!
1st Regiment reports they've secured some fuel and are maintaining a decent pace. What about the 2nd and 3rd? Lazar asked. Both report extreme fatigue, sir, but the men say they can continue. I informed them that once we reach Moyale, we will halt for rest and attempt to procure more fuel, food, and water. Good. We'll do that. It felt strange to Lazar having this exchange with someone other than Kier. Ustinov then asked, General, would you like to ride for a while? Lazar almost smiled. Kier would have known better than to ask. No, the wounded need the space inside. I prefer to walk with the men. He did manage a grim smile then, his teeth stained by coffee and tobacco, seeming coated in dust. I think I'll go back and spend some time with the 3rd Regiment now. Understood, sir. Colonel Ustinov nodded. He'd served long enough to recognize that the general's desire to be with his soldiers wasn't mere protocol. He genuinely drew strength from their company. The general halted, turned, and moved off through the column to find what was left of his 3rd Regiment. Landstuhl Regional Medical Center, Landstuhl, Germany, January 4. Check out this move. Sandra Gleason said with a smirk. She gripped the video game controller in her right hand, mashing the X button repeatedly. On the TV screen, her Apache helicopter executed a sharp reverse turn, unleashing a volley of rockets that hammered into Jesse's Russian Mi-24 attack helicopter. With a defeated groan, Jesse tossed his PlayStation controller onto his hospital bed as his virtual aircraft spiraled toward the ground, engulfed in flame and smoke. Total garbage, he complained. Just admit I wiped the floor with you. Keep dreaming, Glitter, Sandra shot back, her tone playful yet triumphant. She strained forward, the body cast holding her rigid from ankles to just above her waist, and managed to get her lips around the straw. The Coke and Jack Daniels wasn't her preferred drink, but Lieutenant Thomas had smuggled it past the Army guards at Landstuhl, which made it taste just fine. One arm was suspended in a cast by a plastic bar. With her free hand, she tugged the English-language newspaper out from under 2 vases of wilting flowers. Propping it against the traction machine, a tangle of pulleys and steel wires anchoring her to the bed frame, she sighed and began flipping pages. The ads and articles blurred together, a poor distraction from the restless itch of being trapped. Doctors said 3 more weeks here, then the real agony would start. Rehab to straighten her spine, maybe learn to walk again. They'd warned of permanent damage, but she dismissed them. They had no idea what she was made of. She'd show them a recovery that would leave them stunned. Still, the thought was a dark cloud, so she pushed it away, and the bourbon helped. An article on marine operations in Africa caught her eye. Hey, Jesse, you see this piece about the Marines in Kenya? Her co-pilot, less severely hurt, but pinned to his bed by a broken femur, grunted. Who cares? Their little sideshow doesn't matter. The real fight was up here with us. Listen to this, Marines talking about facing Russians with almost nothing. No armor, running out of ammo, just clinging on. Sounds like Marine planning at its finest. Maybe someone should have packed a bigger ammo crate. Here's a tanker saying they lost nearly their whole company. Big deal. The 37th Armored lost a battalion's worth of tanks. What we did, what the 37th did, the pilots, the French Special Ops, that's the real story. I even heard about Polish civilians who took out 5-10 tanks with RPGs and whatever they could find. Now that's badass. Sandra Glisson laughed, a sharp jolt of pain shooting through her cast-bound body. She closed her eyes, gritting against the ache and the incessant itching, and told herself firmly, if she was tough enough to fight Russians, she was more than tough enough to survive a year of rehab. Warsaw, Poland, January 4. The army band launched into Poland is not yet lost. The national anthem born to lift the spirits of Polish soldiers serving under Napoleon, a hymn of defiance against oppression. The men's choir sang with fierce pride as Paulina Tobias stood at attention beside 8 other soldiers. 2 leaned on crutches. One, who had been in a wheelchair, now stood with her support, his weight against her shoulder during the anthem. All wore the varied uniforms of the Polish land forces. A cold wave of guilt washed over Paulina as she glanced at them. Some forever changed by their wounds. What had she really done? She'd just survived. No, it was more, someone had made sure she knew that switching those train tracks had mattered. She should feel pride, but a heavy, stubborn melancholy blocked any positive feeling. She had to keep reminding herself she was an officer now. Too valuable to discharge, she'd received a personal commission from the president the night before, a recognition that felt in this moment like a weight rather than an honor. Paulina never saw herself as a leader, yet the president's insistence left her with little choice, and so she found herself standing as one of Poland's newest second lieutenants. Just over a week before, her highest ambition had been to become the assistant manager at House Cafe Warsaw, overseeing a crew of baristas. Scanning the crowd, she finally spotted her father and brother, then quickly glanced away, self-conscious at the sight of her dad's open tears. The band quieted, and President Zelensky moved to the front, facing the assembly gathered in Warsaw's Old Town, barely half a block from Paulina's own coffee shop. A few scattered hisses broke the air. Rumors had begun to swirl about Zelensky's controversial decision to draw Russian forces toward Wrocław, but the mood remained largely respectful. The massive crowd huddled together as light snow drifted down, their breath visible in the cold winter air. The president began, "Behind me stand individuals we wish to thank for their service to our nation. They will accept these honors graciously, knowing that the medals they receive today represent the courage and bravery of many others. Those we also honor, but who now rest peacefully beneath our feet." President Zelensky paused, then commanded, "General, present those to be awarded." The general, immaculate in his sharply pressed dress uniform, barked the order. Personnel to be decorated front and center. March. In unison, Paulina and the others stepped, some walking, some hobbling forward. They saluted together and held their positions. Camera flashes erupted. The president approached each honoree, pinning the gold Virtuti Militari medal, the nation's second highest military honor, upon each chest. Each recipient saluted in turn and shook the president's hand. Paulina was last. She felt neither nervous nor scared. She simply wanted the ceremony to end as quickly as possible. The attention made her uncomfortable, and besides, she had somewhere else she needed to be. The band started up again, and Paulina and the others executed an about-face and moved away. She helped a wounded soldier back into his wheelchair, then descended the stairs to the street. News crews clamored for an interview with her. The now iconic image of her being shot by a Russian soldier on the first morning of the battle had appeared in every Polish newspaper and spread worldwide online as a symbol of the conflict. But she had not spoken a word publicly. Nor would she. Now she walked straight past the press without stopping. The group was soon escorted to a dressing room to change back into civilian clothes. The Polish land forces captain assigned as their handler gave them stern instructions for the evening's honorary dinner. "Do not even consider being late," he warned. "Your uniforms will be pressed and ready. You are free until 1900 hours dismissed." With her hair still secured in a neat center braid, Paulina pulled a shimmering silver beanie over her ears and slipped out through the underground passage they'd been told to use to avoid the media. She boarded the M1 subway, disembarking at Wilson Square, named for U.S. President Woodrow Wilson after the First World War. The Communists had predictably renamed it during their control of Poland, but it was restored in a ceremony following the Soviet Union's collapse. She walked a while through the snow, pausing only once at a small florist on Slowakigo Street to select 2 bouquets. One was a cheerful mix of sunflowers and daisies. The other was a larger arrangement, tied with vibrant pink ribbons and bows featuring blue forget-me-nots, white lilies, and 2 striking red roses. Securing flowers in winter amid wartime disruptions had been difficult, but Paulina discovered her name now carried a certain weight. The walk was cold, yet strangely pleasant. As she moved through the capital, she observed life gradually returning to a semblance of normalcy, a stark contrast, she was certain, to the scene in Wrocław. Her thoughts drifted to a conversation she'd overheard earlier between 2 veterans, one joking darkly that medals were just shiny consolation prizes, a moment of cynical humor that briefly pierced the day's solemnity. The sudden roar of a delivery truck's engine startled her, and the 2 bouquets slipped from her grasp. She gathered them from the pavement, brushing the petals gently before continuing her walk down Płackowska Street. Passing through the wrought iron gates of the military cemetery, the sight of freshly turned earth, dark and raw against the winter ground, met her eyes. Families moved quietly along the paths, their dark clothing a silent testament to recent losses. She made her way toward the center of the grounds where a black artillery caisson stood, its empty horse traces hanging slack. A flag-draped casket rested upon it, guarded by 2 Polish soldiers and 2 American airmen standing at rigid attention. The Polish guards recognized Paulina, despite her subdued attire. They exchanged a few quiet words with the Americans, who then glanced her way with a mix of respect and curiosity. As one, the 4 men stepped back, creating a space of privacy and gently urging a handful of other visitors to give her room. The old wagon groaned on its leather-clad steps and rusty springs as she climbed up, pulling her thick coat tighter. The fur collar brushing her cheeks, she settled onto the seat facing the casket adorned with the stars and stripes. She reached out, her fingers tracing the fabric of the flag before laying the red, white, and blue flowers upon it. For a long moment she was still, lost in thought. Then her gaze dropped to the simple silver band on her finger. She twisted it slowly, finally sliding it off to read the engraved words once more. Words she had read countless times since a TDF officer pressed it into her hand the day before. He had known instantly who it belonged to when it was found beside the fallen American pilot. The inscription was brief: "Bonded by fire, with love, Ray." Tears came then, freely and without restraint, for several minutes. When they subsided, she climbed down the caisson's protests louder now, echoing in the still air as if reluctant to let her go. She allowed herself one final look at the casket holding Captain Raymond Shank Vance, then turned and walked toward the metro, feeling the quiet gaze of the 4 sentries on her back until she passed through the gates. Chapter 84. Nuremberg, Germany, 4 January. The military train shuddered to a stop at Nuremberg's main station just past 3 in the afternoon. Lieutenant Colonel Tom Grant slid the window curtain aside, studying the dull gray sky that seemed to press down on the city. He turned to survey the men in his car, his 2 acting battalion commanders, his operations officer Captain Brad Spillane, and German Army Major Blas Ott, all peering out at the platform. As one, they rose and shouldered their rucksacks. Minutes later, Grant was on the platform with Ott and a small group of officers and NCOs. An Army lieutenant with a holstered sidearm approached. "Colonel Grant?" "That's me." "Roger. Need you to sign for these?" The lieutenant handed over a sealed manila envelope and a routing form. Grant scribbled his signature, and the lieutenant took back the form, turning on his heel without another word. Master Sergeants Kellogg and Wolfram stepped closer. "What's the word, sir?" Kellogg asked. "Going by the envelope, It's either orders or a warrant. Grant used his bayonet to slit the envelope open and pulled out a single typed sheet. His eyes moved quickly over the signed and dated message before he folded it and tucked it into the zippered pocket of his tanker suit. "Well, are you going to let us in on it?" Kellogg pressed. "Orders," Grant said, off to the stockade. "Negative, back to Fort Bliss. There are birds waiting for us at the airfield. What about my team, Colonel?" Major Ott inquired. "Nothing mentioned for you, Blaz. I expect your own paperwork will follow soon." "So this is goodbye, then?" "Seems that way, for the time being. Hold on a second." Master Sergeant Wolfram interjected. He nudged Kellogg. "Come with me." Both men jogged into the station and returned in under a minute, each carrying several bottles of beer. Wolfram grinned, holding one aloft. "Forget the long speeches. Let's have a proper German beer instead." "Yes?" he asked. "Yes," came the collective reply. The men stood in the cold afternoon air, holding their chilled beers. There was a profound weight to the moment, a silence filled with unspoken thoughts. Soon after, the Americans exchanged handshakes once more with their German colleagues and climbed into the trucks idling outside the station, bound for the airport. U.S. Boxer, January 4th the H. The hangar deck of the Boxer was lined with aluminum caskets, each one covered by an American flag. Colonel Castor moved slowly down the rows, his gaze respectful as he checked the alignment of each flag and read the name tags. He spoke each name softly under his breath. His sergeant major waited patiently as he completed his final pass. Soon both men would gather the surviving Marines and sailors of the task force on the flight deck for a ceremony meant to honor the living, to award medals for acts of courage under fire. Yet, as Castor's fingers brushed the coarse fabric of each hand-stitched flag, he thought every single man in the unit deserved recognition. Even these silent forms before him would receive a medal today. It was a decoration he had hoped in his 26 years of service never to present under such circumstances, the Purple Heart. He would complete the paperwork that evening and send it up the chain of command, all the way to the president, who had requested the privilege of signing each citation personally. Later, after taps echoed across the ship, he and a select group would secure the medals to these caskets before they were transferred to a waiting transport aircraft. 242 caskets, 242 medals, 242 final letters to be sent home. The number was seared into his mind, though he hadn't known every individual. He struggled to recall some of the faces, to honor the names. These were my men, he thought, a bitter twist in his heart. And I'm sending every one of them back the wrong way. Their lives ended too soon. Brave men, each one who had fallen for a distant piece of earth, far from their homes and families. It was, he reflected with a grim, almost sarcastic clarity, the core oldest tradition, sending the best of a nation to fight in places most would never find on a map. 3 decks above, the Navy band rehearsed Anchors Aweigh, the lively tune a stark contrast to the solemnity below. Morning light broke through the clouds and streamed into the vast space through the open elevator door outside. The deep blue of the Indian Ocean raced past at 20 knots, sparkling under the sun. A few rows over, 3 Marine sergeants sat quietly near a casket, speaking in hushed tones. Castor did not disturb them. He looked down at the casket to his left and, as he had with all the others, whispered the name inscribed there, Gunnery Sergeant Christopher Hall. Castor stopped, his hand coming to rest on the casket, both in reverence and for his own steadiness. He knew some of the names, but this one brought him to a full halt. This was the son of the 2nd Marine Division's sergeant major. Tonight, among the many letters he would write, this one would carry a few extra lines of personal condolence. He knew the news would have already reached the father. Bad news traveled at the speed of light, no matter the military's protocols. "We'll get your son home to you, Sergeant Major Hall," Castor said quietly, his voice firm. Colonel Castor, commander of the 5th Marine Regimental Combat Team, drew a steadying breath. He adjusted his camouflage uniform, stood a little taller, and pushed the surge of grief down deep inside. With a nod to his waiting sergeant major, he turned and they walked together toward the ladder, well leading up to the flight deck. Above them, the ship's band continued their rehearsal for the upcoming ceremony, the opening bars of the Marines' hymn cutting through the air. A cool, briny wind swept down the open hatch, meeting the men as they climbed the steel ladder rungs toward the flight deck. Castor had taken his moment to remember those lost. Now his focus shifted to honoring the courage of the survivors. Sergeant Casillas, front and center march. Lieutenant Colonel Dan Connolly's command echoed across the deck, leaning heavily on his crutches. Sergeant Victor Casillas moved forward, the medical cast encasing his leg, a stark reminder of the price paid. A collective breath hitched among the assembled Marines as he wavered for a second, thrown by the subtle roll of the USS Boxer plowing through the Indian Ocean swells at 20 knots. He caught himself adjusting his weight on the aluminum crutch with a grit that spoke louder than words, a determination forged after surgeons pulled 3 Russian 7.62 millimeters rounds from his flesh. With Casillas steady, the sergeant major called the formation to attention and began reading the citation. The President of the United States takes pleasure in presenting the Silver Star Medal to Victor Humberto Casillas Ortega, Sergeant, U.S. Marine Corps, for conspicuous gallantry and intrepidity in action, while serving with Task Force Grizzly 5th Marines, 1st Marine Division, during combat operations in support of Operation Minotaur Forge. As the words detailing the destruction of a Russian armored vehicle and multiple enemy combatants near Mombasa filled the air, Connolly fastened the medal to the sergeant's uniform. A quiet, cynical thought flickered in Connolly's mind. Minotaur Forge? That bureaucratic moniker hadn't even existed during the brutal fight from Rimma Hill. Some Pentagon desk jockey had likely dreamed it up days after the shooting stopped, a tidy label for a messy reality. The men had been too busy staying alive to care about operation names. Connolly pushed the irony aside, his voice firm with official pride. "You honor us all, Devil Dog. You are a credit to our beloved Corps and to our great country. Hurrah, sir!" Casillas barked, saluting sharply from his crutches before being dismissed. As Connolly moved off the ceremonial area, Colonel Castor approached him at the edge of the deck, a broad grin on his face. They exchanged salutes and a firm handshake. "Way to go, Dan." "Thank you, sir, for letting me pin that on him. Even as a temporary attachment to your command, that man is one hell of a fighter." "Wouldn't have had it any other way," Castor replied in his easy drawl. "Glad to have you with the Fighting Fifth, if only for a little while." With a final nod, Connolly turned to collect his sea bag. He had a short 20 minutes before the helicopter would arrive to ferry him off the Boxer, starting the long voyage back to American soil. Paris, France, January 6. Under a gentle fall of snow, Captain Apollo Arc Blanchette helped shoulder his father's coffin alongside 7 other pallbearers, guiding it toward the waiting hearse. The procession would wind its way to a final burial at St. Vincent Cemetery. In his full dress uniform, the new Legion of Merit Medal, awarded by the French president just the previous day, rested against his chest. The French president and his wife had also attended the service, offering their personal condolences and the gratitude of their nation to Apollo and his sister. Both siblings shared a silent wish that their father could have witnessed the honor. As the polished maple casket was guided into the hearse, Apollo battled a surge of emotion, a deep sorrow intertwined with a simmering rage. He understood the sadness would be a permanent companion, but he prayed the anger would eventually recede. For now, channeling that fury meant pursuing justice, not only for his father, but for the 19 dragoons lost under his command. It was a small, bitter comfort to learn, on the very day of the funeral, that Russian President Anatoly Rivkin had been ousted by the Duma. The disastrous Greaney medal operation continued to unravel, its military and political failures laid bare, with Rivkin bearing the full weight of the blame. Leaked Defense Ministry reports even suggested he had authorized nuclear devices for the African mission, an order the field commander had refused to carry out. Meanwhile, in Europe, General Eduard Sabaneyev was making his first appearances at The Hague, despite Russia's frantic diplomatic efforts to retrieve him and bury the war crimes. Apollo knew a noose was too much to hope for, but the global spotlight on these crimes was something. He understood how fleeting that attention could be. The world's gaze would inevitably shift, allowing this whole grim chapter to fade. He helped his sister into the limousine, and they followed the hearse from the church toward the final resting place. Later that afternoon, Apollo navigated a Citroën through a light snowfall. The radio played a popular Parisian duet until Surgeon Chef Dariel, seated beside him, turned it down. "What do you expect from Corporal Constantine's family, sir?" "Hard to say," Apollo replied, his attention divided between the printed directions and the car's GPS. He absently touched the bandage on his neck, a souvenir from Private Paquette's grieving mother. The scratch hadn't bothered him. He'd have endured a dozen more if it offered her any solace. "Let's just hope no one else brings out a shotgun like Fournier's father." Dariel fell quiet, recalling the tense standoff from the previous day. "We should return in a few months, sir." When things have settled, these visits were their final duty. A brutal spectrum of reactions. The angry, volatile encounters were stark and immediate, but it was the quiet, devastated ones, the truly sorrowful goodbyes that would linger and ache for years to come. "Agreed," Apollo said, decisively turning the music back up to signal the end of the discussion. They completed the last stretch of the journey in silence. The GPS announced their arrival at a modest farmhouse, the name Constantine visible on a wooden fence. Apollo parked across the dirt road, a sad but practical precaution for a quick departure if needed. The two men exited the vehicle and paused before an old vine-choked iron gate. Out of habit, they checked each other's dress uniforms, adjusted medals, and pulled on their white gloves. Apollo gave Dariel a firm, silent nod. All set. Can anyone truly be ready for something like this? "Not a chance," Apollo replied. And together they approached the massive oak door. Crystal City, Virginia, January 14. The din inside the Cine Irish pub was overwhelming, which made perfect sense given that half the Pentagon appeared to have crammed into the place. The scarred wooden bar was buried under pitchers of beer, and bodies were pressed into every available corner. In a rear booth, newly promoted Colonel Dan Connolly nursed a half-finished lager, while across from him, freshly minted Lieutenant Colonel Bob Griggs cradled a black and tan. Griggs was fiddling with Connolly's new colonel's eagle insignia, examining it from every angle. After a long minute, Connolly reached out. "All right, hand it over before you get mustard on it." "I can't help it, sir. This thing is magnificent. So magnificent I'm afraid you'll pocket it when I'm not looking." Connolly's expression turned sober. A real officer shouldn't fixate on the rank. The troops pay the price for leaders who are just in it for the decorations. Griggs gave a solemn nod, but his eyes drifted back to the metal pin. "This is probably the only time I'll ever hold one of these." Connolly couldn't help but laugh. "What are you talking about? You're on the fast track now, after helping save the entire planet." Griggs chuckled and passed the insignia back. "Nah, boss. I'm just the temporary hero. Give it a few months, I'll annoy some general, and find myself back behind a desk in the Pentagon basement, surrounded by dusty files." He met the Marine's gaze. "Still beats taking bullets for a paycheck." Connolly took a slow drink. Can't argue with that logic. A commotion erupted as a Navy commander they recognized was lifted onto the shoulders of a group of junior officers and paraded toward the bar. From the shouts, it was clear he'd refused another drink, and his punishment was to either sing Anchors Away on the bar or down a shot of rum. He opted for the rum, a choice Connolly silently applauded. The room had enough off-key singing from the drunken crowd. The sight made him think of Commander Diana Del Vecchio, captain of the John Warner. She was a genuine hero, instrumental in saving the survivors from Rima Hill and then skillfully evading a cordon of enemy ships to find safe harbor. She was still out there, weeks from port, silent beneath the ocean. But Connolly looked forward to meeting her one day, shaking her hand, and resisting the urge to lift her onto his shoulders like the commander across the room. He fell into a quiet reverie, sipping his beer while Griggs chatted with a passing army major. Connolly's thoughts were miles away, back home with Julie and the kids. He'd surprised them just 3 days prior, walking in unannounced after Africa, bearing flowers and airport chocolates, still wearing the grime and exhaustion of war and travel. The kids' joy was electric. He'd played with them, then ushered them off to bed. Later, alone with Julie, they shared a bottle of wine in the living room. In the middle of one of his stories, she set her glass aside, took his, placed both on the table, and then settled into his lap, kissing him with the same fierce intensity that had welcomed him home from every dangerous deployment for 2 decades. He loved it even more now than he did then. The memory was shattered by Griggs's voice. "Mind if I see the other one again?" With a resigned sigh, Connolly pulled the Navy Cross from his pocket. He'd stashed it away before stepping into the bar, hoping to avoid any extra attention, but that plan hadn't lasted long. Already, he'd been asked to pull it out 4 separate times by tipsy coworkers eager for a look. So when Griggs asked, Connolly reached for it once more, just as his cell phone began vibrating in his pocket. "Hang on," he said, checking the screen. The caller ID showed TX-185, a direct line tied to the emergency alert system for senior military personnel. Damn, it's the office. Something's going down. Griggs was already pulling out his own phone, his expression turning grim. "Mine too." They locked eyes across the table. "What now?" Connolly muttered, but Griggs just rubbed his face with both hands. "Come on, man. We both know what this means." Connolly pushed back from his chair. "Oh, hell!" Taiwan, January 15. The whole world seemed to pause as Taiwan's election results rolled in. Even though the outcome had been widely predicted, the confirmation still sent Asian markets into a sharp dive. The hardline faction won, narrowly but decisively, and Beijing wasted no time declaring the vote illegitimate, citing what they called a state-sponsored assassination of a pro-unification candidate. Within hours of the polls closing, U.S. satellite feeds showed Chinese forces gathering at multiple ports along the coast facing the island. Intelligence analysts quickly reached the same sobering conclusion. An invasion wasn't a matter of if, but when. It might not happen today, but it was coming. Captain Chen retrieved his night vision goggles from the mesh pouch on his belt and scanned Taiwan's quiet shoreline from the sail of the Yuan-class submarine. A steady offshore breeze rustled the trees along the coast, barely disturbing the pre-dawn stillness. Below him, a Special Forces sergeant waited on the deck. Chen gave a sharp nod, and within moments, 40 Sea Dragon commandos emerged silently from the hatches, their dark camo blending into the shadows. They moved with practiced quiet boarding inflatable boats with barely a sound. No clatter of gear, no raised voices. After a brief exchange with the submarine's captain, Chen climbed down the slick seaweed-draped ladder and stepped into the lead rubber craft. The journey back to the shores of his enemy had begun.